to Israel was already when I drove south on October 8th and past Tel Aviv to get to the Gaza borders around 45 minutes away, there was an ambulance that passed me in the opposite direction with police cars behind it carrying terrorists that had taken over an ambulance. It's a 45-minute drive to Tel Aviv, an hour drive to Jerusalem. Israel cannot absorb attacks. The first principle is to preempt. The second principle is you carry out the war on the enemy's territory. And the third, which brings us to our day, and perhaps the most essential element of how we are going to remember October 7th, is Ben-Gurion's final point of definitive victory. Don't stop halfway. Finish the job so that it does not repeat itself. That is the key that Ben-Gurion laid down to guide the Jewish people to having a state of Israel that is going to survive. October 7th reminded all of us of the necessity of these 3 points. The first two are obvious. The third is yet to be decided. Israel did not preempt. Israel did not preempt Hamas, and this will be studied and carried out for many years to come. Why did Israel not preempt Hamas? We saw Hamas training. We even intercepted their Jericho plan a year in advance, explaining what was going to happen, what the Hamas and the Palestinian terrorist regimes were planning. We had the actual plan. We understood that they disappeared and went underground. We lost their cellular signals and saw a bunch of new SIM cards being activated. The young women on the border were reporting suspicious activity. What was the problem? It boils down to one thing. And Ben-Gurion knew this. What does it mean to preempt your enemy? It means to know not only what your enemy is doing, to know what your enemy is thinking. And before he carries that out to preempt, Israel saw what our enemies were doing, but we did not understand what they were thinking. We ignored the signs of what Hamas was out to do. Hamas exists to destroy the state of Israel, eliminate world Jewry, and create a caliphate with its center in Jerusalem. It's in their charter. It's what they say they want to do, and it is what they tried to do, just like Hitler wrote Mein Kampf and laid out his plan. And people, oh, that's just a book he wrote. No, that's what Hitler wanted to do. That's what he tried to do. And 6 million people paid the price. Hamas has said time and again they are here to eliminate the state of Israel. But Israelis living in ivory towers, a lot of military generals that have been educated in Harvard and on ideas of U.S. containment, where your enemy doesn't really want to attack you. He wants to gain power by exhibiting power. Didn't believe this. We were not inside the minds of Hamas. We saw what they were doing, but we didn't take it seriously because we didn't know what they were thinking. That is called in Hebrew the conceptia, or the conception, the concept that we are living in our own bubble while the enemy is planning something and we refuse to see the signs. My book, When the Stones Speak, my New York Times best-selling book, which became a bestseller because people are interested in this. I talk about not the military conceptia. I talk about the psychological, the religious conceptia. For decades and decades, generations, Hamas educated an entire generation, and so did the Palestinian Authority, of young Arabs living in Judea and Samaria and in Gaza and throughout the Middle East. Something very simple. The Jews you see today, people like me, people like some of you, or people in your classes, those aren't the Jews of the Bible. These aren't the ancient Israelites. In fact, they have no connection whatsoever to the ancient Israelites that were here. And by the way, all that archaeology, that's just the Zionist plot. Who was here first? Muhammad was here first. And on the Temple Mount and the Al-Aqsa Mosque, Ikrim as-Sabri, the Mufti, says week after week, there never was any Jewish temple in this location. There was a mosque, there is a mosque, and there will be a mosque. They erased Jewish history. They erased Jewish history at every moment. Even Arafat told President Clinton that the temple was in Yemen, at which point President Clinton said, are you saying there was no temple? That means there was no Judaism? That means there was no Christianity. And he threatened to get up and leave until Arafat retracted his words. Why were they erasing our history? Why were they trying to prevent the archaeology in the city of David? For one reason. Islam cannot handle a counterclaim certainly one that predates it by thousands of years, that has the archaeological proof, like the Pilgrimage Road, like the clay seals that have been found in the city of David with names in Hebrew from people in the Bible from the book of Jeremiah, which predate Muhammad by 1,200 years. They can't handle an alternative narrative over Israel or over Jerusalem. One answer: erase. When someone comes to erase your narrative, the next step is they are coming to erase you. The concepcia was, not only do we not understand their military goals, we did not and were not willing to accept that they truly raised a generation that eliminated our identity so that they would be prepared and willing to come and carry out some of the most brutal massacres against our people. This was the concepcia, and this is what we learned. And this is what Ben Gurion knew when he said, you need to preempt your enemy. Know thy enemy. This is one of the major examples. Preempt and do not allow the war on Israeli territory. Both of these were violated on October 7th, and both of these will be studied for the future. However, it truly is Ben Gurion's last point that is going to determine, in my mind, how we will look back in 100 years at October 7th. What will they say in 2125? 100 years from now? What will say happened on October 7, 2023? And that is Ben Gurion's last point, that you must have a definitive victory over your enemies so that this does not happen again. Now, we need to talk about who is going to run Gaza after the war. Well, there's a deal on the table, and the deal makes a lot of sense for one reason. Our hearts are broken over our hostages. The Jewish people love our people so deeply. Every country perhaps loves their people. However, in Israel, we're really a family. You walk down the street, you bump into someone, it's their cousin, it's their brother, it's their son, it's their best friend. I was literally just sitting this morning, I had a nail on my tire and was having my tire fixed, and the person sitting next to me was explaining to me that his son's wedding happened on the day that his best friend and his best man was killed. And instead of his best friend being a witness under his chuppah, his best friend was buried on that day. That was my experience today getting my tire fixed. We're such a small people and such a family. Israelis and Jews, we feel these people so deeply that we want to bring them home. And I won't call that blindness. I'll call it a decision. That is why we're willing to entertain the deal. But the deal, let's look at this deal. And if we want to find out what's wrong with the deal being put forth by President Trump in great will and being supported by Prime Minister Netanyahu wholeheartedly with his heart because he wants these people to come home, if we want to know what's wrong with this deal, we need to look to see at what Hamas is willing to accept about this deal. Because in order not to fall into another concepcia, we have got to know. We have got to know what Hamas is thinking. Hamas is not thinking today about building universities in Gaza, about reforming, about sitting on boards of corporations and building skyscrapers and high-tech industry in Gaza and turning it into Tel Aviv or Singapore. Hamas is still thinking what they've always thought, that they want to eliminate the Jewish people and create a caliphate. So if they are willing to accept parts of this deal, that's what we will find is certainly wrong with this deal. Let's look at one of the paragraphs of the deal that puts forth. While Gaza redevelopment advances, and when the Palestinian Authority reform program is faithfully carried out, the conditions may finally be in place for a credible pathway to Palestinian self-determination. What is the bottom line here? The clause ties the future of the Gazan people and Palestinian self-rule to reforming the Palestinian Authority. Now, the Palestinian Authority is basically Hamas delayed by 3 months. They support the Fatah Tanzim terror arm, which up until October 7th had killed more Jews than Hamas had. They're run by Mahmoud Abbas, who people put forth as the future leader of the Gaza Strip, who, as I've spoken about and as I discuss in detail in my book, wrote his dissertation on the secret alliance between the Israeli Jews and the Nazis. The premise of his doctorate is that the Zionists wanted the Nazis to commit genocide and a Holocaust against Jews in Europe in order to create favor for a Jewish state. Now, if any of you believe this, please call your local practitioner, your local psychologist or psychiatrist, and immediately enlist. We are the Jewish people. There's been nothing more traumatic than the Holocaust. We love our people, and we're not willing to sacrifice our people for the state of Israel. It's the opposite. But this was his very doctoral degree. 1 month before October 7th, he said Hitler didn't hate the Jews because they were Jews. He hated them because they were laundering money. They were loaning money at extortionate rates. They were thieves. This is what he said a month before October 7th. This is the head of the Palestinian Authority. Well, interestingly, Hamas doesn't have a problem with the Palestinian Authority taking over Gaza. Why? Because the Palestinian Authority once had Gaza, and they were in charge of Gaza when I myself pulled my friends out of their homes in 2005. The Palestinian Authority was in charge of Gaza. And then there were elections because, of course, we want to be democratic. And the people of Gaza were intimidated, and they also saw the corruption of the Palestinian Authority, and they voted for Hamas. So Hamas was now voted into Gaza, and what did they do? They took the heads of the Palestinian Authority in Gaza, and you can see this online, unfortunately, and they threw them off the roofs of the buildings in Gaza. So Hamas knows that by putting the Palestinian Authority in Gaza, all they have to do is allow them to be in, wait 2 years, have elections, Hamas will get elected. If they don't get elected, they'll still bring the leaders up to the tops of the buildings and throw them off. And by the way, would you want to be a Palestinian Authority leader in Gaza? And if you were, who would you be the first one to cut a deal with? The people who are going to throw you off the top of the building. So Hamas already sees the Palestinian Authority as their way back into Gaza. What else are they looking for? Well, they accepted the ceasefire, because that doesn't mean anything. They accept the Israeli withdrawal, of course. They accept humanitarian aid and reconstruction. But what about disarming? Well, even a Saudi Arabian academic today spoke about the hole in this plan that Hamas says that they accept it, but they're not yet willing to disarm. They've refused to give up their weapons, their tunnels, or their military infrastructure. And there is no commitment to stop the resistance. Why? Because if they want to retake power, that is one of the holes in this deal that will enable them to. Put in a weak Palestinian Authority, give us our guns, we'll threaten the Palestinian Authority, and Gaza will be ours again. And lastly, there is this idea of a technocratic government that will operate within national consensus. Now, I don't know, have you ever been to Morocco or Turkey? I've been to Turkey. Have you ever been to Egypt? I've been to Egypt. Have you ever been to Jordan? I've been to Jordan. I've been to Judea and Samaria and the West Bank, and I've been to Gaza. Can you point out for me a single, well-run, honest, non-corrupt, non-violent Muslim government in the world that is being run by technocrats? No. Technocrats in the Muslim world is a term for the slave of a dictator. So of course Hamas is willing to have technocrats run Gaza, because after they throw the Palestinian Authority off the roots, all those technocrats that were trained in Western universities will become the lackeys and the slaves of Hamas. They will become the worker bees of Hamas. So the fact that Hamas accepts the technocrats shows exactly the problem. Well, there's a deal on the table, and as I mentioned, if we didn't care so much about our hostages, we would never accept this deal. But to accept this deal means not only kicking the can down the road, it means leaving terror in Gaza. How do we know? Because Hamas accepts it. Ben-Gurion's last principle, definitive victory. Without a definitive victory over Hamas, they will regroup, they will regrow, they will take over Gaza, and they will carry out further attacks. We must know what this means. President Trump has great will. Prime Minister Netanyahu knows that this is what this means. He knows. He's under enormous pressure. I don't think anybody would want to be in his shoes. He has the hostage families to bring home the hostages. He's got President Trump who's running out of patience. However, we have got to know Ben-Gurion's 3 principles. The last principle, if you do not have unconditional victory over your enemy, then your enemy will regroup and will carry out what he says he's going to do. Burying our heads in the ground will make no difference. So this last point of how in 2125, we are going to look back at October 23rd, 2023, that is yet to be decided. We all have our personal memories. We've seen the heroism arise. We've seen young Israelis push Hamas to the brink. But trust me and trust yourselves. If we finish this without finishing it, and Hamas regroups and they attack again, and we live with this terror entity for decades to come, we won't be thinking about the heroism that happened since October 7th. We won't be thinking about those brave people who gave up their lives. We won't even be thinking about the hostages. We'll be thinking about how we were defeated by Hamas. The last point is in our hands. I want to offer a prayer to Jewish people, to the Israeli fighters on the front lines, to the families who are waiting for their children to come home, and for all of our supporters around the world. May good destroy evil. It takes courage. It takes belief. If we hang on together, if we pray and we act, we don't give in to illusions, and we don't allow another concepcia. This is a monster that we've already shown we can beat on 7 different fronts throughout the Middle East, and we can do the same thing at home. May we remember our great warriors. May their memories, those who have fallen, be for a blessing. And may we meet again next year and even next week and look back at absolute victory with our hostages home. Thank you for watching True East. I'll see you here very soon after the holidays. Chag Sameach and Shana Tova.
Back in Washington, after the historic Sharm el-Sheikh Gaza Peace Summit, U.S. President Donald Trump warned Hamas to carry out its obligations under the international agreement or face the consequences. The U.S. President declared, return the bodies and disarm or else. More from ILTV's Devo Klein.
Trump recently said if Hamas doesn't uphold its vow to disarm, quote, we will disarm them, perhaps violently. The American president said that the job is not yet done on the ceasefire deal, as, quote, the dead have not been returned as promised. According to Trump, Hamas told his top aides on Tuesday that it will disarm. To that, Trump said that the terror group could be dealt with violently if it refuses to do so.
How long will it take Hamas to disarm, and can you guarantee that is going to happen?
Well, they're going to disarm, and because they said they were going to disarm. And if they don't disarm, we will disarm them.
How will you do that?
I don't have to explain that to you. But if they don't disarm, we will disarm them. They know I'm not playing games. Okay? Now, we did something monumental. We got the hostages back. That was the first thing we had to do. Above all else, get the hostages back. Now, they misrepresented because we were told they had 26, 24 of dead hostages, if we can use those terms. And it seems as though they don't have that.
President Trump arrived back in Washington after organizing the Peace Summit in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, where he and other world leaders signed the Trump Declaration for Enduring Peace and Prosperity. In Sharm el-Sheikh, U.S. President Donald Trump declared an end to the war in Gaza and promised a prosperous future for the Middle East.
But the momentous breakthrough that we're here to celebrate tonight is more than the end of the war in Gaza. It's with God's help. It'll be the new beginning for an entire beautiful Middle East. From this moment forward, we can build a region that's strong and stable and prosperous and united in rejecting the path of terror once and for all. We want to get rid of the terror and get on to other things. There are many other things in life that are so good.
President Trump led more than 20 world leaders in signing an agreement that formalizes the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. The agreement includes the final hostages that still need to be brought home and sets the framework for Gaza's reconstruction. Trump made clear that a multinational police force would control Gaza moving forward.
We've all agreed that supporting Gaza must be done to lift up the people themselves, but we don't want to fund anything having to do with bloodshed, hatred, or terror, as has happened in the past. And for the same reason, we're also agreed that Gaza's reconstruction requires that it be demilitarized, and that a new, honest civilian police force must be allowed to create a safe condition for the people in Gaza.
The formal agreement was signed by President Trump, Egyptian President al-Sisi, Qatar's Emir al-Thani, and Turkish President Tayyip Erdogan. Neither Israel nor Hamas was present at the conference. Under the deal, Israel freed Palestinian security prisoners and has withdrawn to the agreed lines. In a symbolic moment, President Trump stood alongside the leaders of key regional states and included the Palestinian Authority. Trump traveled to Sharm el-Sheikh directly from Israel, but Israeli officials were not in attendance. Technically, Israel is observing a ceasefire in Gaza that is part of Phase 1 of the Trump agreement. From Israel's standpoint, the war in Gaza is paused as initial steps are taken to bring a new post-war reality to Gaza.
Hello and welcome back to the ILTV podcast. I'm Ayan Hoffman, executive editor of ILTV, and we're so happy to welcome our viewers and our listeners. I have with me today a very exciting guest. His name is Yoel Israel, the founder of Wadi Digital and the creator of Sinwar. I hope I'm saying that correctly. We'll ask him soon. And he's also one of Israel's boldest voices online. Welcome to you, Yoel.
Thank you, Mayan. It's great to be here with you.
Well, thank you. I want to jump in actually by learning a little bit more about you. I saw in your bio that your favorite thing is talking to strangers.
Yeah.
It's an awkward thing to put into bio. So tell me, what's the most memorable stranger turned friend that you have ever met?
Well, most people, the reason why I like to speak to strangers is because the conversations you have with strangers are different than conversations you have with people. Ironically, you think about like the taxi driver that speaks to people are more likely to open up to a stranger that they will never know or see again. So even you and I have a relationship. You may even still be more reserved than it was a total stranger. I may walk by in this building today, share a little conversation and then move on. So the best conversations actually happen with strangers that you intend to be a stranger and never see again. That's where a lot of the magic, a lot of the intimacy, and a lot of vulnerability, both that you can share and you can receive from someone else that helps you grow.
It's really fascinating. Especially, as a journalist, I feel like I meet strangers all the time. I'm always going out and talking to people that I've never met before. Wouldn't say that I necessarily open up to them or that they necessarily want to open up to me.
Right.
But it's interesting what you're talking about, passing someone in the street, maybe talking to somebody, I'm a runner, I'm passing them by, and all of a sudden you feel like this nice connection. It's very interesting.
Well, it's all about if you share first, then other people will. So that's how you get to make space for strangers to share.
Yeah. Also smile. That's my general rule. If you smile, they'll smile back, right?
Oh, there you go.
So I want to turn to Wadi Digital. Tell us what that is in just a sentence or two, and then tell me if you weren't running Wadi Digital, what would you want to be doing with your time?
Well, Wadi Digital is Israel's leading tech marketing agency. So we help marketing with Israeli technology companies, or actually all kinds of tech companies throughout the world. Basically, bring in leads, business, and pipeline through advertising, organic, AI search, influencer marketing.
And
video.
how do you define leading?
Leading? At least in cybersecurity, we have more cybersecurity clients than any other marketing agency in the world. We have the highest employee retention by far, probably than any other marketing agency. There's really high demand to come and work with us.
And you founded it.
Yeah. I found it as an immigrant. It's always been my passion to kind of bridge that, the lack of customer service. I was like, okay, what can I uniquely bring to society in Israel that I think needs? And one is probably my customer service and my vision for that. And instead of bitching and lecturing, which many Anglo-Olim and immigrants do, I thought the best way is lead by example, get other people, be exposed to it, and then hopefully they go and continue and give that in their other lives, in their life. And also I found out competitors have stepped up their customer service and what people are expecting in the shuk. In tech, what their expectations of service has gone up because of what we've been able to provide.
And how long has it been around?
Since 2017.
Oh, amazing. And where are you from in the United States?
Philadelphia.
Oh, very cool. East Coast. Okay, so now tell me, if you weren't doing this, which seems like a pretty fun thing to do, but if you weren't, what would you be doing?
I feel like it's almost like a setup question.
Yeah, definitely.
Because it's definitely so I have a new media brand called Israel Tech, and our goal is basically to take the Israeli technology ecosystem in English and bring it to new media online. So instead of bringing people traffic to our website, israeltech.com, What we try to do is we meet people where they are. It's our form of hasbara, of giving a positive message where people are, where we can engage, create communities and all that. We're on 10 new media platforms. That is my passion, and that is really my hobby. So I went ahead and built that, and building that's doing really well. And that's what I would be doing full time if I was able to make enough revenue to do that full time. But we'll be there very soon.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, we already have big sponsors, Deal.com, or tech recruiting companies. So we've sponsors, and we're getting there almost at cash flow break even.
Wow, super cool. Now, you also have 2 young daughters. So tell me, what do you think they would say about what you do? How would they describe it?
They probably hate me because my daughters, I have one turning 14 and 9.5. And they're not allowed.
You do not look like you have a 14-year-old daughter.
I know. Actually, I'll tell you maybe a funny anecdote story. So they're not allowed social media at all whatsoever.
Wait, you just said they're not allowed on social media?
Oh, no, not at all, of course. No.
You who works in it. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, because I know what it is. People that don't work in it may be more likely to because they don't know the poison that they're playing with.
Right.
I'm very familiar with the poison. So I know how to play with the poison. So they always want to be on socials, and they know I was on socials. And my 9-year-old, who she is allowed to do a little bit YouTube, is obsessed with Mr. Beast. And she always asks me, but do you have more subscribers than Mr. Beast? And of course, I have to say yes. And I'm going to see how long till she finds out.
Oh, that is so funny because she can't check it.
She has no idea. She also has no idea of scale of what hundreds of millions means.
Is that how many followers you have?
No, he does.
He does. I was like, wait,
No,
what?
that's why it's a joke.
I'm like, that's crazy. Okay, so you have really built social media influence online. You've been working on that, as you said, since the beginning, not only with Israel Tech, but even with Wadi Digital, as you mentioned. That's really what you've been doing, focusing predominantly on LinkedIn, from what I've seen and understand.
Right.
But don't you ever get a little bit tired of the social media beast? I mean, it's this algorithms and the changes and the constant needing to find more and new content?
Well, yes and no. If that's your approach, then of course you get sick of it. I don't see it as work. I don't think about, I need to find content. I need to source content. I need to do that. Really, the trick is that you have a thought, you put it down. That's it. And if you're willing to do that and not care what people think and kind of be blunt and be crass and maybe be offensive, and if you're willing to do that, then you'll enjoy it. So yeah, I mean, what do I get sick of? I do get sick of LinkedIn sometimes. It's boring. I think it's very fake. A lot of people, because it's their professional representation and it has to do with their income and their employer seeing it. So it's it's more fake than even Instagram, right? So I love it because it's the business network, and that's where I like to hang out. And I like to hang out with professionals. So in a sense that, yeah, I don't ever get sick of it because I just don't think about it. I don't think about the numbers. I don't think about the best time to post. I don't think about the best content. If I just feel like this is worth sharing and I want people to know about it, or if it's just like an itch I got to scratch, then I'm just going to go ahead and put it out there.
Do you do the same thing for your clients?
No, because for my clients, it needs to be them and their voice, and often they have a business objective. For me, sometimes it's almost just like an outlet. And for them, it's business. And just like then, they have to over-filter, over-polish, like I said, in general, when it comes to business. That's not my personal approach. It's going to be very hard to find companies that want to do that. Individuals, yes. Companies, no.
Has it ever backfired?
For me personally, or for my clients? For my clients,
personally.
no. Oh, yeah, sure, of course, all the time.
Give me a story.
I actually have for work business too. I mean, I'll give you one. We do an influencer marketing platform, and the Prime Minister of Canada was saying, it's pro-Hamas, and I made some comments about it, and one of our biggest influencers is Canadian and was offensive and decided to quit our platform. But, I mean, I don't care. The man he also knows that we helped him when he had mental health issues, when he needed time off, when his LinkedIn account got suspended, we got him back on, all this and that, and it's just so quick to go. I don't care. I'm going to do the right thing, what I think always, regardless of what other people do and they behave. I'm not going to filter myself. If you are, then you're just going to be like everyone else online. You'll be noise.
Yeah, interesting. And what platform do you think is most authentic? I mean, you said Instagram, not authentic, LinkedIn.
No.
What do you think are the more authentic
X is by far the most authentic because it's text-based, so it's really all about your thoughts. It's not about filters, images. Look at me here. Let me crop out this person in the photo. So I think X is, and it's the most open platform.
Even after Elon Musk.
All the more so. I mean, that's when I started reusing it again. I got on 2009. I stopped using it once you've the best engineer and entrepreneur overspend. I'm spend $44 billion on the platform. I'm like, he's obviously going to make this something amazing. And he was the biggest user of the platform. So he knows the platform. He's not just an owner, so to speak. It's even more fun now because you can say you don't have to worry about being banned or canceled. How many people I know got their accounts suspended on LinkedIn just for sharing pro-Israel things
Really?
against Hamas? Yeah. Oh,
It's actually very interesting to me on LinkedIn. I haven't heard that so much.
LinkedIn's terrible. LinkedIn when it comes to censorship, LinkedIn's the worst.
That's fascinating.
I mean, maybe TikTok, but I won't touch TikTok because it's
Right.
Chinese.
Chinese, yes, 100%. What do you think of Blue Sky?
It's a joke. It's a bunch of angry people mostly that are very angry, and it's people that are in their own bubble. It's declining. It's got like 10 million active users now. So the fact that it's mentioned, I think, is a reflection of the people there and the anger there. I think people they're mentally ill.
Oh, wow. It's interesting. I work a lot in the health space, and health people tend to be a lot on there, like World Health Organization, et cetera. Tend to be very into Blue Sky, which is interesting to me. It's and Blue Sky and LinkedIn versus X, since the Elon Musk takeover. I'm assuming it's a more liberal community.
It's not more liberal. I mean, it's far left. There's Hamas stuff like crazy. They're celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder. They're banning Zionists left and right far more than anything else. All kinds of. It's a terrible platform. No one's there, and it's dying. I don't think it's worth the time to give it.
Interesting.
And by the way, I can prove this because think of yourself, guys, the 10 people you know. When's the last time you heard someone mention Blue Sky? I think it's totally astroturf, and people are talking about it like you are now, and it's total bullshit. In real life, no one talks about it, and it has no impact outside of certain angry liberal urban bubbles.
Fascinating. What is one social media trend that you absolutely love? And then maybe give me one that you absolutely can't stand.
I love, I'll start with the one I hate, which I kind of touched because I already mentioned it, is there's a lot of fake, like the LinkedIn content that's like fake, It's like, here's what, here's what my divorce taught me about sales. You know what I mean? Like things like that. Or like it just seems so fake, and then it's obnoxious, and it becomes too much. It's very inauthentic. What I love is probably what people hate the most. I love that when people go ahead and they fight publicly on social media. I like the drama on social media. I like the back and forth. I love all that. It's mostly on X and a lot of text-based platforms. So I find that to be the most fun. I like walking towards the fire. I think that's where the fun is.
Give me an explosion example. When have you walked toward the fire and just totally heated it up?
Let's see. When Candace Owens was talking about coming out against circumcision from like a medical or whatever perspective, so I was engaging with her about it, and she was talking about like some films she had, how they push whatever circumcision in hospitals, and I was saying that circumcision is actually just is good grooming, and there's a reason why all porn, they're all circumcised, and why even not just for health but also feels good for the man and the woman, and just the sheer hate of all those anti-Jewish, anti-circumcision people coming in hating the fact that that let's say they're not well groomed and there's nothing they can do about it because they hate Jews, so they won't do anything differently.
Wow, and also they're probably too old and too painful at this point in time if they wanted to do
Well,
anything
I think their
about
current
that.
lives is already painful.
Well, mentioning Candace Owens is actually a really good segue into one of the other things I wanted to talk about, which is actually the growing amount of anti-Semitism on the social networks. You yourself have written a lot about anti-Semitism. Talk to me a little bit about what you're seeing, and how real is this data, and how authentic is the anti-Semitism that we're seeing online?
Well, yes and no. I mean, it is and it isn't. So it depends where you go and on the platform. So if you're thinking of like probably the main platforms you saw when people talk about was X and Reddit, I would say, from the primary platforms. You don't really see it on LinkedIn. I haven't really touched Facebook much. So Reddit's terrible. It's like it's a terrible place, but also one of the most interesting places that it's correlated for a reason. Isn't authentic. There's a lot of bots and a lot of farms involved. A lot of the biggest anti-Semitic accounts are actually based out of Pakistan. So Pakistan has actually infiltrated X. And even though I'm a big fan of the platform, it's got huge problems. When Elon Musk was making the global town hall, it became literally the global town hall. A lot of people in the West, we think of the world, we think of the West. But that's not true. We're a small minority, and the West is shrinking. Europe has now fallen to the Muslim Brotherhood. So what's left? Very little. So the global town hall is a bunch of anti-Semites, are anti-Westerners, people that hate freedom, people that are rabidly, like, true bigots. So a lot of that's coming from that, but they make themselves look like they're American or they're British or Israeli or Jewish. Right? We found Jewish Voice for Peace are Muslims. They're Arabs run pretending to be Jews, right? As an example. So people don't know this, and this is the whole thing: is that there's a war over your mind, and you have no idea that you're being played, and the people that not just the individuals but the organizations that you think you are communicating with and you think who they are and who they represent, they actually don't. They're often foreigners that are looking to undermine Western liberal values.
Wow, that's wild. I mean, and how do you personally handle all that hate online? Like when you see these things, do you call them out as bots if you think they are? Do you say anything? Or
I mean, if they're bots, I wouldn't engage with a bot.
Right.
And of course, you never technically
report
really
it,
know.
right?
You could. I mean, I don't know what your time's worth. I like engaging with most anti-Semitism. If they're creative, I'll have fun with them. You know, if it's another like someone just dumb anti-Semitic comments, you know what I mean? But
Give me an argument.
An argument what? Well, I did that. Glenn Greenwald, if I don't know, he's some anti-Semitic posts a while ago, and then it was a couple years ago, and then I responded in kind, and then he attacked me thinking that like all these people that put Israel in their name or their flag, and I was like, Israel's my last name.
Oh my God,
I was like, you know what I mean? And he came out and he was like, this kind of thing. It's like you understand like the automatic bias, right, from anti-Semites.
Oh, that must be super hard, actually. Now that you mentioned that Yoel Israel, that people
I
immediately.
love it. Anyway, that's my brand's called Israel Tech, so it's not talking about Israeli tech. Talk about all tech or almost anything because the brand is with my name. I think I have the best last name ever.
So cool.
They named a nation, a people, a country, and a land after me. So just imagine. So I can't wait till we hear about Hoffman Tech and the nation of Hoffman.
One day. That's great. So tell me about one of the most like funny or ridiculous comments that you've ever had on one of your posts.
Oh God. Probably I would say something that more actually went kind of viral. So the Israel handle at Israel picked up one of my posts when I was at a wedding. They had these bands that I'm single and looking, complicated and all that. And so like I put out that I thought how cool that was. And actually that really got picked up there. He posted it and that got really, really viral. Some other things from the Iranian missiles I recorded from my roof in Pardes Khana.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, and I get all kinds of funny comments being in Pardes Khana. Pardes Khana is known for being an anti-vax city.
Yeah, like kind of granola. It's actually funny to hear tech and granola.
Well, people say I'm the hardest working person in Pardes Khana, which is definitely true.
That is so funny.
I've been living there 12 years. I love the place. It's my favorite place. I couldn't imagine living anywhere else. And you get these kind of comments from Israelis like, oh, you don't even believe that the missiles are real, and these people are authentic, and they're just so dumb. They're just so angry. I just roll with them. And when you hear people like even whatever bigots or anyone like I don't hear the individual. I hear, oh, you're just parroting what the media is telling you to say, right? Like these aren't your opinions. These are assigned to you. Most people online, their opinions are assigned to them. And by the way, it's not even necessarily anti-Semitism. I mean, right, working in business, or let's say I work a lot in marketing and media. I see a lot of marketers saying things, and they think it's their original ideas, and I know where they got it from, or I know where they heard it, and they said it from someone else, and what people wrote in WhatsApp groups, they're just regurgitating the same thing, and there's very little originality. And this goes for all industries. I'm not picking on my industry. I love my industry. I love where I work, the ecosystem I work in. So I see a lot of that.
Interesting. It's funny. Pardes Khana just seems to keep coming up, and I was there like 2 weeks ago visiting one of the coolest places ever.
And you didn't call me.
I didn't know you lived there. Now I know.
I've been there 12 years. When I moved there, I had Israelis making fun of me, saying "Mazi Rucham Shalat Safon" and things like this. Right?
That's exactly
things
right.
like that. And I was like, you guys don't even know. I understand trends. It's like one of my great skills is I know where places that are up and coming to go ahead and move to, whether it's culturally or invest in real estate or things that are happening. So I knew Pardes Khana. I understood its cultural significance, geography, the nature. Everything, it was having a train when I moved there, being built straight to Tel Aviv, together with Caesarea, and it's on 2, 4, 6, and 65. So I mean, it's as good of a location as it can be.
Yeah, I didn't know.
I love the culture and like the liberal libertarian vibes.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I like just keeps coming up. But I went to visit actually a company called Air One. Do you know what Air?
Yeah, of course.
Air One?
Yeah. The helicopter, the drone copters.
Awesome. Yeah, it was like a flying car, and it was literally a flying car.
Yep.
I was blown away. I was like, wow. And this is in Pardes Khana.
Yeah,
like,
it's probably the only tech company.
Yeah, that's what they said. Also, I mean,
it's literally the only tech company.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting, but nonetheless, was super neat to be able to see that there. Has anyone ever been very mean to you online? Like,
yes.
So
people are mean to me in person. Just imagine what people do online. Yeah.
So do you think that happens because people feel like it's not a real person?
No.
So why does it happen?
Because they have issues.
Because they have issues.
Yeah. This is why I don't mind anti-Semitism and Jew hatred. Like, I'm living rent-free in your head. I don't know who you are. I don't care. You're nothing. Your culture's nothing. Pakistan's nothing. Go screw yourself. Like, what do I care? These are your issues, right? I don't like your issues. Stay with you. Mine are over here, and I'm doing great. Thank you.
So do you think
that's, I think, how Israel is really in general. Like, hey, world, you're going to hell. Great. Have fun.
By the way, that's really true. They say that the major superpowers fall and Israel always survives.
Of course.
100%.
Yeah.
No, let's just, as long as we're, talking about Israel's survival, and yesterday we had this incredible, or this weekend, we had this week, we had this incredible press conference by Trump and Netanyahu debuting this very large plan that maybe will bring peace to the Middle East. As he said, peace in the Middle East, peace in the region. Do you believe in this? And do you think that tech is going to play a big role in this?
In the greater Middle East, yes. With the Gaza, no. I think the Gaza plan is a terrible plan. It's
really?
Yeah, I think it's a bad plan.
Okay.
I think it's being forced on Trump. Trump forced Israel to prematurely end the war against Hezbollah and leave Lebanon when we weren't ready. It was very clear. Trump prematurely made Israel stop the war with Iran. Remember that we wanted to continue and take them out, and even up until Trump criticized Israel, up until they said we're going to have a ceasefire in 36 hours with Iran or something, and Israel continued and went very hard, attacked a lot of IRGC, killed over like 300 of their top commanders and all that. That didn't make the news, by the way, and Trump came out very strongly against it. So Israel forced prematurely. Also, the same thing with when it came to the Houthis, claiming victory and all that, all the stop attacking American ships, and look what's still going on with the Houthis. So, and then the same thing here with Gaza. I think it's also premature. And it doesn't support our goals long term. I don't think so. Trump is looking for a diplomatic win, saying, "Hey, look, I created peace." I think there's in between ceasefire and peace. He's done a lot of peace deals globally, and done really great work. But I think there's a difference here between peace and kicking the can down the road. We already know Iran's building more nukes since then, and so I don't think it's a good deal in the near term. I don't see any reason why in a generation or two we're back to where we started, or even worse.
But if we end up logically collaborating, let's say with Qatar, with Saudi, et cetera, and we start to build some kind of regional stability, won't they want to stop that terrorism from happening because they will have money at risk?
Come on, people are saying this all the time. People are saying this for generations. If you give them Gaza, and if you give them autonomy, if you give them that.
They're not giving them anything. I'm saying more
the
around
biggest
them, work
terrorists
around
in
them.
the UK are wealthy Arab immigrants.
Interesting.
Their kids, actually. Their kids are more radical than the immigrants in the UK. It's not really obvious, but when you learn a little bit about it, then it becomes, oh, yeah. So, I mean, there's no correlation. In fact, it could be an inverse correlation.
Really? Make more money, do more terrorism?
Yeah, more money, more terrorism. I mean, look, the more money there is, the more there's to pay to slay. I mean, let's be real. The more money that's going into Qatar, they're paying off people to other anti-Semites globally. Whether Tucker Carlson, we just found out that Witkoff's son, while doing the deal, reached out to Qatar to do business dealings.
Right.
You're seeing it all over the place. I mean, they're sponsoring all kinds of right-wing and left-wing podcasters and influencers of Qatar. Qatar's behind Al Jazeera. Qatar's behind the Muslim Brotherhood. Qatar's
probably behind why we got blindsided on October 7th.
Of course. And they're the ones harboring Hamas, and we're not even allowed to go after them. And now even Trump saying that's part of the deal is we're not allowed to attack Hamas within Qatar. So tell Qatar to kick Hamas out. No, why? And they only have 400,000 people. So who's controlling America? Who's controlling the world? So I don't know why. I think there's this strange talk about Qatar. It's doublespeak. Let them show actions, and then we'll talk about peace. I think Saudi Arabia is a great example of them showing actions, moving towards liberalization very rapidly. I know people are very impatient. I mean, I'm very impressed with what MBS is doing, and so therefore we should take those. We should take those steps forward. We should be talking to Saudi Arabia. We should be talking to Indonesia. We shouldn't be talking. I don't see why we're only talking to Qatar because of their control over America.
And that's because of obviously the military base.
And which why that happened, by the way.
Why did that
Well,
happen?
first off, you should know Joe Biden elevated Qatar into a major non-NATO ally. Israel, that's the same level as Israel is, by the way. And then the reason why, because there was probably, I think it was under the Bush, that they wanted to take their bases away from Saudi Arabia after 9/11, and they wanted to keep it in the Middle East, so they moved to Qatar. Huge mistake. I understand, by the way, Trump is trying to speak to Afghanistan, the Taliban, of taking half of their base back. And I think what I believe, I have no evidence, it's just my intuition, is maybe trying to bring America back into where they have a little more control and not be based on because Qatar can have far more control of America than Afghanistan and Taliban ever could.
Yeah, it's interesting, because I feel like there's been a lot of hints at that. I actually did an interview with Huckabee not so long ago where he mentioned there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes, and what you hear on the outside obviously is not necessarily what's happening on the inside, and certainly there's a lot of pressure on Qatar. What I'm wondering,
I don't see the pressure on Qatar.
I think it's he said it's completely behind the scenes.
I don't believe it.
My question,
I just don't believe it.
Don't believe it.
I don't believe it because everything I'm seeing coming on the surface, I see the peace plan coming in. One of the items is you can't attack Hamas and Qatar.
Right.
One of this and that. Qatar's putting money. Qatar's give America a jet to Trump. I was like, this is all. This is not what it looks. It looks like if pressure's going the other way. Okay, so I don't believe that.
Interesting. Well, I guess we're all going to find out, right? Pretty soon.
I'll put
Probably
money
not.
on it if someone wants to bet.
Somebody said to me that it would be a good idea to move the base to Gaza, in the revamped Gaza.
And just be an American base.
Yeah.
That's funny. I like that idea.
Not a bad idea, right? I was like, that's pretty cool.
Whoever said that, I just like how they think. It's very creative and outside the box. I dig it.
Totally, right? I
Yeah.
was like, oh,
Who was
amazing.
that?
Ruth Wasserman Landze, you know her?
No, but I love an
Former
introduction.
MK, totally awesome.
I like how she
you.
thinks. If you have an, I'd love to speak to this woman.
Yes, she's super cool. Works now at Misgav, but amazing woman. So, anyways, so I want to ask you a little bit more about the business stuff as before we wrap up in just a few minutes. So you said that you love business books. Tell me about one that has changed the way you think about life and not just work.
There's a lot. The one that impacted me the most, but it might be less just life so much. But by the way, the ones that impact you is, okay, the answer to your question is How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. It's such a cliche answer. There's a reason why it sold tens of millions of copies and the book's 100 years old and it's always in print. It is by far teaches you how to actually speak to people, respect people, understand people, have empathy in your conversations. And that is imperative, obviously, not just in business, to understand where people are coming from so you can serve them. But also you understand that when it comes to having communications with your spouse, with your children, with your friends, or whether you're trying to, negotiate at the car mechanic for a lower price, do I really need that fixed? These are the kind of skills that you need that's necessary. And also to have conversations like this.
Yeah, for sure, to be able to talk to somebody. Tell me a little bit about Israeli culture. I know you're very into that as well. Are there things that people don't know about Israeli culture? What is one thing you'd want to share that you feel people don't see?
And you're talking about people outside of Israel, I assume?
Yeah.
The reason why I say that, because I think a lot of Israelis don't understand Israeli culture. I think a lot of Israelis are living in their own bubbles, and a lot of media is keeping them there in their own bubbles, and therefore they don't really understand the whole culture, and they don't see the whole melting pot and everything that's going on. What most people get wrong about Israeli culture is that they think of, let's say, Israelis as only the outside of the Sabras, and they don't understand that Israelis are actually the sweetest, softest, kindest people, like, really in the world. But
Do you still believe that?
Oh, totally. Yeah. I think Israelis are, like, authentically, like, I think Americans are the nicest people, but
On the surface.
I wouldn't say it's inauthentic, but I would say it's to the core. The Israelis, like, it really is. It's very warm, not just nice. But you have to get past that, like, that very thick, prickly layer.
The honking of the horns.
The honking of, yes, I was going to go with, that's a much better analogy.
Yes, definitely. So what's a hot take you have about tech, politics, life, people that you usually don't agree with?
Oh my God.
That other people don't agree with.
That don't agree with my hot takes? Oh God, there's many. One is, I think, is never defend yourself.
Okay.
If you're being attacked, don't play defense. This is my idea for Israel's Hasbara. This is why I created Israel Tech. I wanted to create your own voice, a positive vision, a positive voice for the world to see. You need to create your own content. You need to craft the messaging. If there's messaging coming against you, and if you use the terminology of those that want to destroy you, now what you've done in persuasion is called talk past the sale. They have you now talking in a way, for those that are listening, assuming that, if you're defending something, Israel's committing genocide. We are not committing genocide. Great. Now the conversation is Israel committing genocide or not? Why isn't the conversation Hamas and Palestinians have been wanting genocide since even the muftis met with Hitler? Okay? So just that should be the conversation. But instead of us playing defense, we should be talking about them and their genocidal ways. We should be creating our own message and never respond to lies. Lies, let them be lies. Let them go. Let them drown. They'll go away. We just need to be louder with our truth against our enemies. The best defense is a strong offense. That's not just true in sports. That's also true when it comes to debating and when it comes to winning over hearts and minds.
Why haven't we done that?
Because we believe in truth and setting the record straight. It's a liberal value in a positive way. But our enemies don't. So we don't have an even playing field. This is the problem. We're fighting as genocidal maniacs while we're being called genocidal. And so it's just like I'm not recommending this, but it's just like obviously the argument is Israel could be genocidal and we'll never have a war again, right? But for some reason, we don't. Why? It doesn't matter. But obviously we know why, and it's best we don't. But so I do think we need to be able to craft our own message proactively and never play defense. We care about the truth, so we need to defend a lie against us. I don't think that is the right approach. I think 90% of the time is to ignore it, or in judo is you take that energy and you turn it around and you attack back.
Nice. So we're going to run out of time, and I want to ask you one final question. At the end of the day, this episode is going to be 30 minutes in the shuffle of all the other podcasts. If there was one headline, one message that you really want to make sure that people take home, what would it be?
If there's one message, that be authentic, be yourself, and say the truth, and kind of go on my last point, play offense, don't play defense. Walk towards the fire, don't be scared of the fight. The fight can be fun. It's just the internet. You can always shut off. That's what Shabbat's for.
Wonderful. Well, Yoel Israel, thank you so much for being here today.
Maya, thanks for hosting me.
עוד יותר, כן, עוד יותר, עוד יותר, כן. מזל טוב.
אתה הכי טוב. עוד יותר טוב.
אלבר, רק את הטוב! ועוד הנפקה מוצלחת לחברת ההייטק הישראלית.
אולי תהיה יותר טוב משם.
גבירותיי ורבותיי, נחתנו זה עתה בנמל התעופה בן גוריון. ברוכים הבאים לישראל.
Israel is strong and growing. Now, more than ever, is the time to make Aliyah.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Ladar Govelazi, and coming up in today's newscast. Hamas returns 2 more hostages' bodies. 19 deceased still remain in Gaza. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel has not yet completed its war goals and vows to continue until victory. Meanwhile, in Gaza, the ceasefire is holding, but Hamas continues to murder and execute Palestinian civilians, including a mother and her 2 children. The ink may have dried on the peace deal, but the war is far from over. Hamas still holds 19 hostages in Gaza and has yet to disarm. The terror group is conducting mass executions of Palestinians in Gaza in an effort to regain control of the Strip following the IDF withdrawal. Israeli officials are concerned that Hamas will not uphold its end of the agreement. And even U.S. President Donald Trump has said that he will give the green light to resume the fighting should Hamas refuse to disarm. Today, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that Israel has not yet completed its war goals and vowed to continue until victory. Meanwhile, the bodies of 2 more Israeli hostages, including the last remaining female hostage in Gaza, have been returned to Israel and have already been identified at the Abu Kabil Forensic Institute. ILTV's Devo Klein has more.
The bodies of 2 Israeli hostages were brought by Hamas to the Red Cross at 10 p.m. last night. They were then transferred to the IDF, where the remains were taken to the Abu Kabir Forensic Institute for positive identification. They were identified as 27-year-old Haifa student Inbar Hayman and 39-year-old IDF tracker Samir El Atrash. Hayman was abducted and murdered during the Hamas-led October 7th attack at the Nova Music Festival. El Atrash, a tracker in the Gaza Division's Northern Brigade, was killed fighting terrorists near Nahal Oz that same day, and his body was taken into Gaza. The Prime Minister's office expressed, quote, deep sorrow to their families, reaffirming Israel's commitment to bring back all fallen hostages for proper burial. Hamas did not identify the remains, similar to earlier handovers when one body turned out to belong to a Palestinian. The terror group is still holding 19 deceased hostages. U.S. mediators say locating all remaining bodies could take weeks, but they vowed that nobody is getting left behind. An Israeli spokesperson said every last hostage body will be returned for burial.
We will not compromise on this, and we will spare no effort until our fallen hostages return, every last one of them. Hamas agreed to release all 48 of our hostages in phase one and made the specific confirmation to President Trump, and we are expecting to see the terror organization uphold their side of this agreement.
Families of the hostages returned to Israel since the start of the ceasefire have been burying their loved ones. Hundreds lined the streets of Rishon LeZion today to pay their final respects to slain hostage Guy Iluz. A vehicle carrying his coffin led a silent procession with mourners holding Israeli flags. Iluz was kidnapped alongside Nepalese citizen Bipin Joshi during the October 7th massacre. Later, mourners gathered to commemorate Uriel Baruch at his family's synagogue in Pisgat Ze'ev near Jerusalem. His body was returned Tuesday night, along with that of Eitan Levi, a cab driver also killed on October 7th. Levi was buried today near his home in Bat Yam.
And despite a declaration that the war is over, Israel has not yet completed its war objectives. This was the word from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu Thursday at the official state memorial ceremony for the fallen of the Iron Swords War.
הם פעלו שכם אל שכם להשגת כל מטרות המלחמה. ואנחנו אכן נשיג את כל מטרות המלחמה. נעמדנו על רגלינו כאיש אחד. כל מי שמניף עלינו את ידו כבר יודע שהוא ישלם מחיר כבד מאוד על תוקפנותו. אנחנו נחושים להשלים את הניצחון שישפיע על סדרי חיינו לשנים רבות.
The memorial commemorated on the Hebrew date of the October 7th massacre was attended by the Prime Minister, Israeli President Yitzhak Herzog, top defense officials, bereaved families, and other dignitaries. A second memorial held shortly after commemorated the civilian victims of October 7th and the war. The Prime Minister also praised the IDF soldiers and said that Israel stands at the front line of the clash between barbarism and enlightenment, between endless cruelty and humanity. At the civilian memorial, Netanyahu said Israel will never forgive the human beasts who attacked on October 7th, and he reiterated his promise to establish a memorial hall for the victims on Mount Herzl. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump is warning that Israel could resume Gaza fighting if Hamas violates the ceasefire. In a phone interview, Trump told CNN he would consider allowing Israel to resume military operations in Gaza if Hamas fails to uphold its end of the deal. Trump said Israel will return to war as soon as I say the word. If Israel could go in and knock the crap out of them, they'd do that. Later in the Oval Office, Trump went into detail about Hamas' efforts to find the bodies of the Israeli hostages. He also warned Hamas to disarm or else.
It's a gruesome process. I almost hate to talk about it. But they're digging. They're actually digging. There are areas where they're digging and they're finding a lot of bodies. Then they have to separate the bodies. You wouldn't believe this. And some of those bodies have been in there a long time. And some of them are under rubble. They have to remove rubble. But there are graves, and some are in tunnels that died in tunnels that are way down under the earth. And the tunnels are like 3 feet. Can you believe it? 3 feet high. They lived like this for a long period of time. It's a horrible atrocity. At the same time, we, meaning Israel, but I knew everything they were doing pretty much. I knew most of the things they were doing, but they've killed probably 70,000 of these people, Hamas. And I said, it's time now. So we'll see what happens. We'll also see what happens. Your next question is going to be the weapons. We want the weapons to be given up, sacrificed, and they've agreed to do it. Now they have to do it. And if they don't do it, we'll do it.
It's day 3 of the ceasefire in Gaza, and the United States is pushing ahead with its ceasefire plan while minimizing Israeli claims that Hamas is violating the deal by purposefully delaying the bodies of Israeli hostages. More from ILTV's Steve Leibovitz.
Senior Trump advisors say the delay in returning hostage bodies was expected due to difficult conditions on the ground, and that Washington is working with Israel and mediators to locate the remains. The U.S. now is planning a safe zone inside IDF-controlled areas for Gazans fleeing Hamas and is recruiting international forces for post-war security. The Trump team insists the Strip will be demilitarized and rebuilt in Hamas-free zones. But on the ground in Gaza, Hamas is consolidating control, cracking down on local clans, targeting alleged collaborators, and reasserting authority in urban areas. Hamas has now reportedly killed the wife and 2 children of a former PA intelligence officer in Gaza. Gazan media said Hamas fired an RPG at the family home in Sejaiya, east of Gaza City, killing Olfat Abu Ajwa and her 2 sons, both believed to be minors. Her husband, unnamed, is suspected of forming armed groups linked to the PA. His fate is unknown. The attack is part of a broader Hamas crackdown with reports of dozens of executions of Palestinians accused of opposing its rule. Meanwhile, humanitarian aid convoys are flowing with truckloads of supplies now entering via the reopened Rafah crossing from Egypt. And hundreds of thousands of Gazans are cautiously returning to their homes in northern Gaza amid widespread destruction, limited services, and ongoing security threats. Israeli officials are stressing that the ceasefire is extremely fragile, the return of all hostage bodies, and the full disarmament of Hamas remain unresolved. Officials warn that Israel could resume military operations if Hamas fails to meet its obligations. A senior official in the Prime Minister's office said, "The war is not over. We are still in the first phase." The official insisted that Hamas will be disarmed and stressed that Israel will see the war through until its goals are met.
And joining us now with more on the latest developments on day 3 of the ceasefire is Major General Yaakov Amidrol from the JINCA-SA Strategic Center in Washington and former head of the National Security Council. Thank you so much for joining us. So
Thank you for having me.
The ceasefire is very fragile. On the one hand, U.S. President Trump has declared the war is over, but on the other, he, along with Israeli officials, are threatening that Israel could resume the fighting if Hamas does not comply, which so far it's not complying. So what's your analysis of this situation?
That it is very natural that it will be vague and fragile. It is time of transformation from one situation to another, in which the Americans with the countries in the Middle East try to change the whole situation in the Gaza Strip, to move from dictatorship of Hamas to something different that no one has a clear idea how it will be look like, and unbelievable in a way the West and other countries are helping Hamas to kill civilians by letting Hamas to continue to survive in Gaza and not put the pressure from day one that it will be disarmed. You saw the atrocities that they are using against their own people. You know, after a good PR that succeeded to convince the world, the free world, that Israel is very bad for the Palestinians. They are now openly, loudly, clearly publishing how they are killing civilians in Gaza. It's a crazy world in which what Hamas is doing, it has the approval of the world, and what Israel did to save Israel and the people of Gaza was condemned by the same countries and the same leader, which now we don't hear them saying anything, and you can see the pictures in which they are killing civilians. I really don't understand. I really don't understand the double standard of the world.
And I mean, you know, we're seeing these shocking images: Hamas murdering, executing Palestinians in broad daylight. What are Hamas's capabilities today, after 2 years of war?
Hamas is not a threat to Israel. No one asked the question, okay, what will be the reaction of Hamas when we eliminated the Sinwar? because they have very few missiles to launch. They cannot produce weapon systems. They don't have any connection with Egypt as they had in the past. They lost the organization as a military organization. They don't have commanders in bases and command and control system which works and allow them to connect the intelligence and to organize themselves and to prepare attacks on Israel. But they are still the strongest force inside Gaza Strip, if you don't take into account the IDF. And if their enemy are the civilians, the Palestinian civilians in Gaza, they can kill them whenever they want. And this is the threat that Hamas is today in the Gaza Strip. It is a threat to the local Palestinians that Hamas decided whom to kill and whom will survive and to whom to give the food and to whom not to give the food. This is the situation on the ground, and shockingly, the world is giving Hamas these capabilities and allowing it to continue.
And so if Israel were to resume the fighting, would it be the same as before? I mean, what might a resumption of fighting look like now that the living hostages are back home?
The war, for the Israeli point of view, is much easier, less limitations on our forces. We will have to evacuate the civilians from the areas that we want to resume the war in, because we don't want civilians within the battlefield. Unlike Hamas, we don't want to kill civilians. It's good for the PR of the Hamas. It's bad for us. And that phase one will be probably to evacuate the civilians from the area in which we will plan to resume the war, and then to begin the war with more aggressively, because when the hostages are not there, Israel is much free in its actions within those areas.
So as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, the war is far from over. Major General Yaakov Amidol, thank you so much for joining us today and for your unique insights.
You're most welcome.
And an important announcement. ILTV News and the Jewish Agency for Israel will mark 2 years since the October 7th massacre with the powerful 90-minute broadcast, now moved to Sunday, October 19th. This special event will share survivor testimonies, stories of resilience, and the unity of Jewish communities worldwide. Join us as we honor the victims, support the families, and stand together for Israel's future. Mark your calendars. The new date is October 19th. Scan the QR code now to sign up and be part of this meaningful program happening on Sunday. And after more than 700 days in captivity, the freed hostages are finally back on Israeli soil. Surrounded by family, doctors, and hope, their return followed one of the most emotional weeks Israel has seen since the October 7th attacks. And now the 20 former hostages who were returned on Monday are beginning the long process of rehabilitation. Our correspondent India Naftali shows us where they are now and how they're rebuilding their lives. India?
Lidar, it has been 3 days since the return of all 20 living hostages, and their stories are finally beginning to emerge. What they endured in captivity is impossible to imagine, but what they're showing now is strength. Romblaslavsky, 21, spent 2 years in captivity with the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. His mother, Tami, says he was held in several locations, sometimes even near the bodies of other hostages. They pressured him to convert to Islam in exchange for food. He refused. The moment he came home, he put on his tefillin. Evitar David turned to music. One of the first things he did after returning home was pick up his guitar and play a song called Let There Be Light. Yosef Chaim Ohana told his father that once the release deal was signed, he and 6 others were taken down a staircase into a pit so small they could barely stand. There was so little oxygen, he said. We could have died from that alone. 2 years later, he reunited with his friends who survived the Nova Festival. He didn't know who had lived or who had died, or that there was already an iPhone 17 or something called ChatGPT. And Avinatan Or shared a message online acknowledging everyone who fought for him while he was away. And that message spread quickly across Israel. This week, Israel's chief of staff, Eyal Zamir, also met with the freed captives and their families, telling them in Hebrew, "You were in my sight the entire way, and your safety was a central consideration." At Sheba Medical Center, 10 of the hostages are under close care. Doctors describe their condition as stable, but say recovery will take months. And for some, it could even take years. At Rabin Medical Center, 5 more freed hostages are being treated for severe but treatable malnutrition. Doctors say recovery starts with the smallest acts, like choosing what to eat. Here, you can see Guy Gilboa Dalal eating chocolate after 2 years in captivity.
Those people that over 700 days couldn't choose what to eat and weren't able to eat all those things are standing for the first time in front of a table full of good food, and they can choose from it many things and decide what they want to eat.
Whether it's a prayer wrapped in tefillin, a song and a guitar, or a bite of chocolate after 2 years, these moments now define what freedom looks like. For Israel and for the former hostages, life is finally starting to return. Lida?
Thank you, India. The video of Guy eating cookies for the first time in 2 years just puts a smile on your face. And moving on. Last week, just before the hostage exchange took effect, United Hatzalah was holding a massive event of music, comedy, and fun. United Hatzalah's medics, employees, and volunteers joined Ambassador Mike Huckabee, former Ambassador David Friedman, and more for an unforgettable night. Let's take a look.
The stage at United Hatzalah's United for Life event was filled with music and unity as the crowd came together for a truly special night. Hosted by comedian Ilan Gold and headlined by prominent singer Avraham Fried, the crowd were on their feet all night long. The crowd consisted of volunteers, staff, donors, and anyone from the United Hatzalah family looking for a bit of music and fun. But this night was special for another reason.
Tonight is a very exciting night. Tonight is a night before the hostages are coming back, and we have 3,000 people here in Jerusalem, together with the ambassadors, Mike Huckabee and David Friedman. And we're going to do a special performance of them on stage. They're going to be performing together with Avraham Fried, the most famous Jewish religious Orthodox singer in the world, and with Ilan Gold. It's going to be incredible. A song about Jerusalem. This is a beautiful evening. Am Israel, the United Hatzalah. I'm really excited to be here tonight.
The event was also attended by key figures playing a crucial role in Israel's diplomatic landscape. U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee joined the Hatzalah family for a night of music and happiness. He even got on stage to play Sweet Home Jerusalem, a rendition of Sweet Home Alabama. On stage, Huckabee was joined by former Ambassador David Friedman. Before going up on stage, Friedman told ILTV this.
Look, we owe everything to the IDF, their heroism, their bravery, the reservists who gave up, their businesses, their family life, just to defend us. Of course, the entire army, of course, the Prime Minister of Israel, and of course, President Trump, who engaged in this issue like no one before him. I don't think anyone else could have closed this deal.
This was a night of hope. As Israelis anticipated the return of the hostages, United Hatzalah was holding an event reminding all those who attended just how powerful unity can be. United to save lives, united in everything.
And now it's time for our Hebrew word of the week. Each week, together with eTeacher, we explore a new Hebrew word and connect it to the Bible, current events, and our daily lives. And because our hostages are finally home, this week's word of the week is home. For more information about the Rosen School of Hebrew, simply scan the QR code on your screen. Now let's hear this week's word of the week.
Welcome to Hebrew Word of the Week. I'm Ariella, and in this segment, together with eTeacher, we explore the beauty and depth of the Hebrew language. Each week, we learn a new Hebrew word or phrase and discover how it's used in the Bible, current events, and everyday life. Today's Hebrew word is bait, which means home. In Hebrew, bait represents more than just a physical structure. It symbolizes a place of belonging, safety, and comfort. It's where love grows, memories are created, and connections are nurtured. In the Bible, bait is deeply significant. It refers to personal homes as well as sacred spaces such as the Beit HaMikdash, the Holy Temple in Jerusalem. The concept of bait conveys both physical shelter and spiritual grounding. In modern Hebrew, bait remains a word rich with meaning, whether it's about returning to your family home, creating a new home, or even referring to one's homeland. Bait is central to personal and communal identity. Here are some examples of how the word bait is used in a sentence. En kmo liyot bebait. There is no place like home. Habait hu hamakom shebo matchila ha'ahava. Home is where love begins. If you're interested in learning more about the Hebrew language, check out eTeacher. This online and live course is the most established Hebrew language instruction institution. You can learn with a time-proven method for every level or start from scratch. eTeacher offers dynamic online courses with live video lessons, weekly webinars, and ample support, allowing you to connect with a lively global community for an enriched learning experience. Scan the QR code or click the link below and visit the eTeacher website today to learn more. I hope you enjoyed learning about the Hebrew word bait. Please join us next week for another episode of Hebrew Word of the Week, and in the meantime, reflect on what bait means to you. Is it the place you grew up, a new space you've created, or even your spiritual home? Feel free to share your thoughts and experiences with us in the comments below.
And now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Clear skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 19 degrees Celsius or 66 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see clear skies alongside steady temperatures with highs of 29 degrees Celsius or 84 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and our new live channel, and you can also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Ladar Gravelazi. Be well, and thank you so much for watching.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect, thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
עוד יותר, כן, עוד יותר, עוד יותר, כן. מזל טוב.
אתה הכי טוב. עוד יותר טוב.
אלבר, רק את הטוב! ועוד הנפקה מוצלחת לחברת ההייטק הישראלית.
אולי תהיה יותר טוב, משה.
גבירותיי ורבותיי, נחתנו זה עתה בנמל התעופה בן גוריון. ברוכים הבאים לישראל.
Israel is strong and growing. Now, more than ever, is the time to make Aliyah.
On October 7, I was here, at the Nova Music Festival. I ran for my life, hid for 7 hours. Terrorists shot me, twice. Thankfully, I survived. I'm still dealing with trauma, and I'm not alone. 3 million Israelis are in trauma. They need mental health care or physical rehabilitation. Wounded soldiers, families, and scared children.
Since 1912, Hadassah has been a life-changing force in Israel. Today, Hadassah has 2 world-renowned hospitals, pioneers breakthrough medical research, cares for youth, and has built the much-needed and largest rehabilitation facility in Jerusalem.
Thank you to everyone at Hadassah Hospitals. You've been helping me, and so many others. And a special thanks to one nurse, my mom. I love you.
On Rosh Hashanah, every bite of apple and honey holds a quiet prayer. May this year be better. May it be sweeter. But the blessing of sweetness stands on the edge of disappearing. Bee populations are collapsing from habitat loss and disease, taking with them something more than honey, a promise to future generations. Technion researchers are harnessing the power of science, racing to save our world's tiniest heroes before it's too late. They're creating AI-powered hives that protect and heal, and robotic bees that lend a helping wing. L'dor v'dor, from generation to generation, means caring for every link in the chain, keeping the sweetness of this holiday alive. Because tradition isn't just about the past, it's about the future we have the courage to create.
Some family secrets aren't locked in safes. They're locked in language. Your heritage is waiting in Hebrew. The conversations at dinner tables, the inscriptions on heirlooms, the letters that shaped your history. When you study with Rosen Hebrew School, you can discover your family's past. In months, not years, you'll connect with long-lost ancestors through language. Stop being a spectator in your own family story. We don't just teach Hebrew, we unlock the stories that made you, you. Which family mystery will you solve?
Welcome to ILTV Security Brief. I'm Khaled Ben David. Each week, we focus on the latest developments in security and defense relating to Israel and the Middle East, impacting on this region and beyond. And we start with our top items of the past week. All 20 living hostages are freed as part of the U.S.-mediated ceasefire agreement that saw Israel end its offensive against Hamas, partially withdraw from Gaza, and free 1,950 Palestinian security prisoners. Hamas has still not returned all the remains of the 28 hostages no longer alive, prompting warnings from the U.S. and Israel that the terror group is breaking the terms of the deal. President Trump, speaking at the Knesset podium, tells Israel, "You won the war, it's time for peace." And he then meets with Arab, Muslim, and European leaders in Sharm el-Sheikh, signing the Gaza ceasefire agreement with the leaders of Turkey, Qatar, and Egypt, and planning the reconstruction and governance plan for Gaza. Hamas reportedly executes over 30 people it accuses of collaborating with Israel as the terror group tries to reassert control over Gaza as the IDF begins its withdrawal. The IDF opens fire on Palestinians it says violated the ceasefire by approaching its troops despite repeated warnings to halt. Gaza sources saying 7 were killed in that incident. An Israeli airstrike eliminates a Hezbollah operative the IDF says was involved in attempting to rebuild the terror movement's military infrastructure in South Lebanon. This in violation of the ceasefire agreement signed with the Beirut government last November. And now our big story. The war is over, President Trump told Israelis from the Knesset, and you won. And indeed, the return of all living Israeli hostages from Gaza, the destruction of Hamas's military capability, and a commitment, on paper at least, that it will disarm, means Israel achieved its key goals of the conflict. But Hamas still exists in Gaza, and already its behavior, killing Palestinians accused of being collaborators, trying to rebrand its fighters as a Gaza police force, and failing to return all the dead hostages promptly, is raising serious concerns over Hamas's intentions moving forward. And beyond that are the arrangements the U.S. is making with Arab and Muslim countries for a post-war Gaza going to be sufficient to prevent a resurgence of Hamas and other terror groups there going forward? And will it prevent another Gaza war from happening? Well, here's President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu on the situation in Gaza.
But if they don't disarm, we will disarm them. They know I'm not playing games, okay? Now, we did something monumental. We got the hostages back. That was the first thing we had to do, above all else, get the hostages back. Now, they misrepresented because we were told they had 26, 24 of dead hostages, if we can use those terms. And it seems as though they don't have that.
Mr. Trump says the war is over, but clearly the war is not over. The IDF is deployed to sections of Gaza still, and Hamas is still on the streets of Gaza. How can you say the war is over?
Well, we agreed to give peace a chance. We agreed that we should, the conditions in his 20-point plan are very clear. It's not only that we get the hostages out without getting our military out, but that we would subsequently have both demilitarization and disarmament. They're not the same thing. First, Hamas has to give up its arms. And second, you want to make sure that there are no weapons factories inside Gaza. There's no smuggling of weapons into Gaza. That's demilitarization. We agreed that that's part of the plan. And we also agreed, okay, let's get the first part done. And now let's give a chance to do the second part peacefully, which is my hope. But if not, I think I heard the president speak tonight. He said, listen, they better do it, or, how can I speak for him? He said, all hell breaks loose, okay? Well, I hope it doesn't.
And joining us now in studio is Reserves IDF Lieutenant Colonel Maurice Hirsch. He is the former head of military prosecution for Judea and Samaria, and he is now director of the Initiative for Palestinian Authority Accountability and Reform at the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs. Maurice, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, let's just talk about the situation with the remaining hostages, the bodies and remains of those hostages that were not returned. It seems like, if we could say it, Hamas is up to its old tricks. But what are they trying to achieve here in doing this?
Hamas has understood all the way since the beginning, Kalev, that the hostages are their insurance policy. Going forward, it's their leverage against Israel's civilian population, against the political echelon. That's how they work. They're a genocidal terrorist organization, and that's their leverage. So they're willing to play all of these games all the way along. We do have the bodies, we don't have the bodies. Even if we just remember with the bodies of the Bibas family. Right. Why would you even think of playing such a disgusting game with bodies of children, of women? And yet they did, and they do. Even last night, they returned another 4 bodies, 3 bodies, Israelis, 4th body, and just a random Gazan.
Right.
And it's not because they don't have the control. That is not true. They do have the control. They know where the bodies are, and they could do something else. But they're intentionally not doing it to drag out their insurance policy.
So the question, of course, is how Israel and how the guarantors of the agreement should be reacting. There had been reports earlier of Israel perhaps withholding some of the aid supposed to flow into Gaza, of keeping the Rafah crossing. Reportedly, there was pressure on Israel to give it the process more time. How should Israel and these international bodies be reacting?
So I believe, Kalev, that the way to ensure that we don't find ourselves back in the same situation again is strict adherence to what was at least agreed. The agreement was to return all of the hostages alive and dead immediately. Hamas is, for whatever reason, playing games. That needs to make really an impression on President Trump, all of the other guarantors of the agreement, and Israel. If we start on day one saying we're going to turn just a small blind eye to these breaches of the deal, tomorrow it will be a bigger breach and a bigger breach. And then we find ourselves in a situation where, Well, why are you suddenly now standing up and saying, well, they've breached the agreement, so we need to go back to war? If we don't make sure that we deal with the small things, then they will just escalate all the time.
All right, well, let's even suppose now we get past this stage, the first stage of the deal, and move on to the second stage. In fact, there are some reports of discussions already starting on what is called the second stage of the agreement, though Israeli officials are saying, no, we won't get into that until the first stage is complete. Obviously, the major need right now is to get some kind of alternative security force into Gaza to replace, as Hamas filling this vacuum, as we already seeing it's doing. It's been very vague who's going to be involved here, which countries will take part. I want to get an idea of how you think that is going to play out and how you think Israel should be trying to influence who's going to be part or how that force is going to operate.
So I would like to suggest, Kalev, that the process should be somewhat different. It should first be a focus on disarming Hamas. As long as Hamas still holds a 5,000 to 7,000 strong military force, weapons, and the capabilities and the desire to be as brutal as we've seen them to be. We saw it in 2007 when they were throwing the PLO people off the tops of the buildings in the Gaza Strip, in the war when they took over. And we've seen it again now with the immediate executions on the streets. You can't talk about an alternative force until Hamas is disarmed. That is something which has to be first, and then you can discuss who is going to take their place. That has to be also agreed. But that is, I think, the first step.
Right. That may be the first step. But then who carries that out? Who checks that it's happening? These are big questions. Certainly we don't expect Hamas to really simply disarm itself. And it may, again, even offer resistance if another force tries to do so.
So I think that's really the nature of the agreement that was signed. It was more, let's agree to a general framework and then try and hammer out the small details, which really, it's like Swiss cheese. It had more holes than it did have cheese. And now we have to move forward and say, well, exactly what role are the Qataris going to play? Are they going to be the ones telling Hamas, you know what? You agreed to disarm. We, the Qataris, are going to enforce that by preventing your operations in Qatar, preventing the operations of your leadership, ensuring that you make good on your deal. Let's not forget that I think the strike in Doha, as much as it didn't succeed in taking out the Hamas leadership, it sent a message to the Qataris that also their double game is up. And so now I think the Qataris have an interest in making sure that their proxies, that Hamas are moving forward, are going to meet that agreement, are going to give President Trump, first and foremost, what he has committed to. And that is something which I think we'll see. The opposite force, unfortunately, is a problem. And that's the Turkish force. Yeah. Erdogan is not coming to ensure that Hamas disarms. Erdogan is coming to ensure that Israel, the great aggressor, is not continuing to fight against Hamas. So you have really those two conflicting forces going now into the Gaza Strip, and really it could be a recipe for a disaster. We have to see how that really is going to be navigated between those different forces without even Israel being party to that.
Well, you're saying Israel not being part of it. What kind of security guarantees is Israel going to need if indeed, for example, you discuss the presence of Turkish forces in the Gaza Strip? Should Israel even accept something like that when we know at the same time it's making demands on Syria in those talks to try to avoid having Turkish forces right on its border?
So that's exactly it. Trying to navigate for Prime Minister Netanyahu to agree with President Trump who exactly is going to be that force that is going to go in, ensure on the one hand that Hamas disarms and all of that demilitarization that he described, making sure that they don't have weapons factories, that they don't have any type of weapons stocks which they can then pull out and use against us. That's a force which cannot be Turkish and cannot be solely Qatari and cannot be solely United Arab Emirates and cannot solely be American. So putting that force together, I think, is going to be one of the more complicated steps of stage 2/3, depending on which order you put them in. And that is something which I fear is going to be one of the major stumbling blocks going forward now, even before we haven't finished yet stage one, which is persuading Hamas, you agree to release all the hostages, actually meet your agreements before anything else can go forward.
Right. But of course, even before that happens, the talks, you can be sure informally that's already being discussed among these nations and parties involved, and perhaps even started at Sharm el-Sheikh. Let's move beyond just even the security control. Then there is issue of the governance of the Gaza Strip, of course, for Hamas. Even if it would give up its arms, it would try to impact and influence on the civil governance. That was a source of its influence there. There's supposedly already reports Palestinians, technocrats being chosen for this. For Israel, a worrying sign, perhaps, that Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas was invited to Sharm el-Sheikh and seems to have been brought into the process already at this stage?
I don't think that there's necessarily any fear from Mahmoud Abbas and the Palestinian Authority. They barely control Judea and Samaria. They barely control Ramallah, let alone Jenin and Shechem. And moving on to Gaza, their declarations aside, is, I think, something which is completely unrealistic. And so it's finding that also that governance body, possibly under the auspices of this new Board of Peace, the guidance of ex-UK Prime Minister Tony Blair, potentially setting up this new body that will worry about prosperity for Gaza, developing Gaza, rather than terror and destroying Israel. That's what Hamas did. We now have to try and move forward if we seek a better lifestyle, not only for Israel, but also for the Gazans, for however many there are, whether it's 1 million, 1.5 million, 2 million, over 2 million. If we seek prosperity for them and not another war, then we have to find a way to move that forward. And I think bringing in really an independent group of technocrats run by someone who isn't connected to either of these groups and has a genuine commitment to moving forward is actually the right way to progress. This is something that we at the JCFA wrote already in November 2023. Talking about an alternative for Gaza underneath the guidance of an international guiding board, governance board, that will ensure that we don't go back to where we were on the 6th of October.
Right. And yes, I would say the presence of Mahmoud Abbas in Sharm was more of a symbolic gesture. But it does say in the agreement that at some point a reformed Palestinian Authority would have a role in governance. And of course, this is an area where you've been working on for many years. The agreement itself doesn't say what's a reformed Palestinian Authority, who decides whether it's reformed. So let me ask you, as someone who's been involved in this for many years.
So I would have my idea of what exactly reforming the Palestinian Authority is, but let's take the American idea. Let's assume that we're building on the Peace for Prosperity, President Trump's peace plan, the deal of the century back in 2020. There was a list of different aspects of governance, civil governance, education, health, welfare, judiciary that needs to be changed within the Palestinian Authority. It was a long list. There were plans for every one of them. And then, if you remember, there was the peace conference in Manama. Right, the Palestinian Authority, that President Trump's idea was to get buy-in of the Arab countries, a $50 billion peace plan for the Palestinian Authority, for the Palestinians, and they refused to go. Why did they refuse to go? Because they understood from the peace plan that the peace plan cuts them out of any financial governance. First and foremost, financial reform. Money isn't going to terrorism. Money isn't going for the pay-for-slay. Billions of dollars being wasted on supporting and rewarding terrorists for murdering Jews. These things have to fundamentally change. And then you ask yourself, which of these Palestinian leaders is actually going to do that? Mahmoud Abbas is the father. That's his legacy for the Palestinian Authority. Pay-for-slay. He hasn't done anything else. He brought pay-for-slay. He developed pay-for-slay. He raised the salaries time after time after time. That's his legacy. And to say now, well, some other leader is going to come in and say, you know what, we're not going to pay salaries anymore. What about the subject of the refugees, right? The return of the refugees. Who now is going to tell the Palestinian people the refugees will never go back to Israel? They will never flood and destroy Israel. You're going to have to live within the confines of this so-called Palestinian state. Who of them is going to be that brave to tell these people, you're always going to return to Israel? That's what they've said. Who's now going to stand up and say, for 75 years we've been lying to you, it's just not going to happen? And these are the critical reforms that need to happen. Taking incitement out of the education process.
Right.
Is that something that's going to happen? Who's going to do that?
It's certainly not going to happen in a period of weeks or months, and potentially may take years and decades. I do want to know, President Trump, of course, saw this Gaza plan not just as bringing peace and prosperity to Gaza, but as part of a vision for a new Middle East, the term we've heard in Israel before, of Israel expanding its relations beyond those existing Arab states. He certainly, as President Trump, you would expect him to be very optimistic. I want to give your sense, though, the reality of how much of this process underway, if it proceeds in Gaza, is actually going to lead to expanding those ties, and with whom.
So I think if the countries that are involved really do give precedence to their national interest rather than allowing Mahmoud Abbas or Hamas or any other Palestinian leader to hold them back and to hold them hostage for their rejectionism, then we'll be able to see developments there. Whether MBS is going to allow Saudi Arabia to take advantage of a potential trade corridor that goes through Israel straight to the Middle East, instead of all the shipping around and through the Gulf, where Iran has more of an influence, where the Houthis have more of an influence. This is something which really is in the best interests of Saudi Arabia. It's in Israel's interest as well. But the question is, will they allow themselves to say, we are going to commit national, not necessarily suicide, but we're going to cut our nose to spite our face and allow Palestinian rejectionism and terrorism to hold us back. They've seen what happened with Morocco. They've seen what happened with Bahrain. They've seen what happened with the UAE. Social development, cultural development, financial development. And they are not
and those
oblivious
ties
to that.
remained, and those ties remained during this conflict.
They remained even strong during the conflict, and so they're looking left and right and thinking, well, who do we want our bed partners to be? Hamas, Mahmoud Abbas, whichever person is going to take over from him. He's 89, almost 90 years old. I think on November 15th he's going to turn 90 years old. He won't be around for a long time. Right. The next guy, this Hussein al-Sheikh, another terrorist in a suit. Are they going to allow that to be dictate their national interest, or are they going to look out for themselves?
All right. Well, these are certainly interesting, historic, momentous times, and we should just say a word that with all that's happening, we're speculating, getting those living hostages back, of course, has been the key benefit of this agreement so far, and at least Israel has that.
I have to admit, Kalev, that I did not believe that we would see the day when we got all of the live hostages back. I believe that Hamas would hold on to them for really forever. And so possibly there are stronger forces than we can even imagine operating in this environment and as part of this agreement. And when President Trump says you will disarm, Hamas will disarm.
Well, let's hope those forces keep working. Maurice Hirsch, thank you for joining us on ILTV.
Thank you very much.
And now a final word. This past week, the IDF ceased its offensive in Gaza. And after 738 days in captivity, all 20 of the living hostages were set free. And while some issues still remain unresolved, especially the return of the remains of all those hostages no longer living, this did mark the end of the Gaza war, the longest period of continuous military conflict in Israel's history. Certainly, President Trump made it clear in his Knesset address that from his viewpoint, the battle that began with the October 7th attack was now over, and Israel has emerged as the winner. And indeed, the two central aims laid out by the Israeli government as the paramount goals of the war, the return of the hostages and the elimination of Hamas as a military threat, have been largely achieved. But the result, at this stage at least, still feels well short of the total victory Prime Minister Netanyahu insisted was needed to bring the fighting to a close. Hamas still rules the streets of Gaza in those areas where the IDF has withdrawn, and its signed commitment to give up its weapons is belied by both its actions and the rhetoric of its leaders. The plans for a post-Hamas governance of Gaza still feel undefined, and the coalition of Arab and Muslim states that is supposed to oversee that process includes problematic players like Qatar and Turkey, whose past actions run counter to the stated aim of de-radicalizing a future Gaza. And while the Trump administration proved again and again its staunch support for Israel, its vision of a new Middle East living in peace with the Jewish state remains at this point more aspirational than actual. As always, Israel will have to rely primarily on itself and its defense forces to provide its own security in Gaza and elsewhere. But one thing the Gaza war proved decisively was that success on the battlefield itself is not enough for a relatively small nation in a primarily hostile region and an increasingly hostile world in order to achieve the type of victory that brings lasting peace. That means going forward that this and future Israeli governments must not replicate those mistakes that hindered the Gaza war effort the past 2 years. It must make greater diplomatic efforts to shore up existing alliances and create new ones where possible so that it can maintain international support in the war on terror, besides the expected backing from a stalwart U.S. There must also be a more sophisticated approach taken in making Israel's case to the world through the international media and newer fields of communication. This to counter both the unnatural biases against the Jewish state and the well-funded campaigns mounted against it by antagonistic regimes. And the leaders of Israel must make a priority of communicating its aims, intentions, and sympathies to their own people in a time of war, to prioritize national unity and put aside the promotion of other divisive issues when the people of Israel are being asked to make the ultimate sacrifice of themselves, their sons and daughters, in fulfilling their military duty at a time of conflict. In his sometimes rambling speech to the Knesset, President Trump returned again and again to one key point. Israel has won the war in Gaza, but now it must win the peace. He stressed that winning the peace can only come through a position of strength, and that means both maintaining a military preparedness at the highest level of efficiency and demonstrating a willingness to use that power when a country's security is threatened and other more peaceful means of deterring threats have been exhausted. But Trump also called on Israel's leaders to show openness and flexibility to new possibilities that may arise in the wake of the Gaza war, telling him that only by embracing the opportunities of the moment can we achieve our goals of ensuring that the horrors of recent years will never happen again. Now, only the naive could believe right now that the fight against Hamas was the last of Israel's wars, or perhaps even its final battle in Gaza itself. But at least the choices that Israel makes in the crucial days ahead might set it on the correct path to an eventual, true and lasting peace, rather than down the road to continue a conflict. Thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief.
Last week, ILTV's Devo Klein took a trip to one of Leket Israel's open field day, where volunteers from around the world came together to rescue food items and deliver them to Israel's vulnerable communities. Leket Israel is a lifeline of nourishment to so many in Israel, making their work crucial for the people of Israel. Before we find out how you can support Leket, let's see what Devo was able to capture.
I'm standing right now at a field just south of Tel Aviv, and behind me is occurring something very special. We have over 750 volunteers coming mostly from abroad, coming together today to volunteer picking sweet potatoes from the field for Leket Israel. Where are these sweet potatoes heading, you ask? Let's take a look.
This sweet potato field is currently being harvested by the volunteers of Leket Israel, making sure that crops that would have been destined for the trash make it to the tables of Israel's impoverished community.
So Leket Israel is Israel's food rescue network, I would say. We work with farmers and corporate cafeterias, army bases, food manufacturers to make sure that perfectly good, healthy, nutritious, safe food doesn't go to waste. So this is just one example of thousands and thousands of different operations that Leket does throughout the year, picking up food, bringing volunteers, tens of thousands a year, to make sure that perfectly good food doesn't go to waste.
These volunteers come in from all across the United States to volunteer with Leket Israel. For them, it's more than just agricultural work in Israel. It's a monumental giving to the people of Israel.
I really just wanted the opportunity to give back to the people of Israel. They've been doing so much, so this is our chance to help those in need.
And where are you from?
Teaneck, New Jersey.
Why do you think we should help people?
Because they need it, and like if we can do it, and like it's fun for us too, so we can also do it and help them.
Maya and Sophia, two girls, decided to harvest with Leket Israel for their bat mitzvahs.
We're picking sweet potatoes for Leket Israel for people who need them, like, and they can't like afford food, so like we're like Leket Israel like brings the food to them instead. It's also it's like very special that like we can like also like it's in Israel and we can help people, and it's a really big mitzvah.
At the end of the day, the volunteers who came out to support Leket Israel collected a massive 6,800 kilos of sweet potatoes, an enormous amount that makes a huge difference.
It's a way also to get people more connected, our donors more connected, and people that are more connected to Leket Israel and what we do.
For these volunteers, Leket allows them a chance to give back to the people of Israel, no matter where you are from.
I live in America, so like when I come here, I wanted to do something for here. So it's like, and this one's like a nice one because like you actually get to do something. You're not just like if you're just donating like money to something, you're not really doing something, and it doesn't actually feel like you're doing something. So this is really nice because like I'm doing it, and also yeah, it's like a mitzvah, and like it's for my bat mitzvah.
Hands-on, you're saying?
Yeah.
It's not about welfare at all. It's about economy. It's about the environment. It's even about health. That's what Leket does, and that's what food rescue is.
What an inspiring event. Scan the QR code on your screen right now to donate and help Leket feed Israel's hungry. It's an investment that directly impacts lives here in the Holy Land.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding. Hey everyone, we know how hard it can be to keep up with the latest news in Israel. So if you haven't had the time to stay on top of what's what in the Holy Land, we're here for you. I'm Nadar Gavelazi, and this is ILTV's Weekly Review.
After 2 long years, on the eve of the holiday of Simchat Torah this week, Israel finally saw tears of joy. The living hostages are home. Emotional footage shows embraces, tears, and disbelief as they were freed in exchange for more than 1,000 Palestinian prisoners, many convicted of deadly, murderous attacks. But the euphoric homecomings of the last living 20 hostages are shadowed by unbearable loss. Not every hostage came back alive. Israel also received some of the bodies of the murdered hostages, while many more remain unaccounted for. Here at ILTV, we've followed the story of these hostages since that horrific day 2 years ago, not as headlines, but as human lives. Mothers and fathers, husbands, wives, and children who were stolen from their families. Some are finally home now, facing the long road to recovery. Others have been murdered, with their families demanding their bodies be brought back for burial. We remember every one of them. We bear witness, and we renew the promise that until every hostage is home, alive or fallen, this story is not over.
Before we continue, I want to talk a little bit about what's happening inside of Gaza. It's day 735 of the war. The IDF is observing a 72-hour ceasefire that actually began on Friday afternoon and is due to continue until Monday to facilitate the return of the Israeli hostages. Now, the IDF has so far withdrawn to a new defensive line outside urban centers in Gaza, with thousands of Gazan civilians using the pause to return to their homes in Gaza City. We have more on this from ILTV's Steve Leibovitz.
In a stark reminder that the war is not over, the IDF announced that Reserve Master Sergeant Shmuel Gad Rachamim, 31, succumbed to wounds sustained in an accidental grenade blast in Gaza this week. The end of the war has not been declared. The IDF is in the midst of a 72-hour ceasefire in Gaza that was declared on Friday noon, as agreed upon as part of the new hostage release deal.
נכנסה לתוקפה הפסקת אש לאחר שנתיים של לחימה ברצועת עזה. עם התייצבות כוחותינו על קווי הערכות שסוכמו, החלו 72 השעות במהלכן יושבו חטופינו. אמש אושר בממשלה הסכם להשבת 48 חטופינו.
The army carried out a partial withdrawal from Gaza, marking the formal start of a ceasefire period agreed upon in U.S.-led mediation talks in Sharm el-Sheikh. At noon Friday, IDF units started redeploying to the Yellow Line, a designated defensive zone inside Gaza established as part of this ceasefire arrangement.
בשעות אלו, כוחותינו בפיקוד הדרום התייצבו בקווי ההערכות שסוכמו, בהתאם לקו הצהוב. קווי ההערכות הללו מאפשרים הגנה ושליטה מבצעית קדמית לאורך רצועת עזה. אלו רגעים של דריכות מוגברת, חיילי צה"ל יפעלו להסרת כל איום שנשקף לביטחונם. לא יילקחו סיכונים.
This repositioning represents a significant shift from the active combat operations to a limited security presence designed to facilitate the safe transfer of hostages and implement the first stage of the Trump agreement. The agreement includes provisions for monitored movement, a halt in offensive operations, and security coordination through international mediators. Military officials stressed that forces remain on alert and will respond to any violation of the ceasefire. However, the primary focus is to create stable conditions for the release of the Israeli hostages with the temporary suspension of intense military activity in Gaza. As the Gaza ceasefire began, thousands of Gazans began returning to the northern Gaza Strip. The IDF announcement of a pause in fighting brought a mass movement of people heading home to Gaza City and its surroundings. Thousands of people began the long walk from the south to the north of the Gaza Strip, making their way up the dusty seaside road toward the ruins of Gaza City, which they were ordered to flee weeks ago. Some said they were heading north for the first time since the war began. Humanitarian aid is flowing to Gaza once again through the Rafah crossing to Egypt. In a troubling sign, Hamas-run police officers were seen standing guard in the streets of Gaza City. One of its members said Interior Ministry forces were deploying across the Gaza Strip in the areas that are not under the control of the occupation. The biggest deployment is in intersections and markets, they claim, for the security of citizens, so that the people feel that there is law. Yes, the law of Hamas. U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper visited Gaza. The U.S. Central Command confirmed that the Israeli military has completed the first phase of its withdrawal from Gaza. CENTCOM confirmed that Israeli forces have redeployed from key urban areas while maintaining strategic control over roughly half of the Strip. The U.S. is deploying roughly 200 troops to Israel to support and monitor the ceasefire deal. The troops are assigned to a civil military coordination center operated by U.S. Command, where they will help with logistics, security, communications, and monitoring. The role of the U.S. troops is described as overseeing, supporting, and monitoring, not active ground operations inside the Gaza Strip.
To Emily in Hostages Square. Emily, you with us?
Yes, Lidar, great to be back with you. So I am here in Hostage Square where, as mentioned before, the crowd continues to grow. The anticipation is in the air. Israelis waiting very, very excitedly for the return of our hostages after 736 days in captivity since that awful day on October 7th. I am here joined by the senior contributing editor at JNS, Ruthie Bloom, still with us, and also Arab-Israeli journalist and social activist Youssef Haddad, who has been one of the most prominent voices throughout this war across the media and social media, both inside Israel and abroad. Youssef, I want to start by asking you your take on what's happening in Gaza. You're following all the Arab social media, what's been going on the ground. What's the response been just in the past 24, 48 hours to this ceasefire?
Well, Emily, before I answer this question, I must share my feelings with the audience about the feeling of being in the hostage square, because every time we arrived here, we were sad and we were hopeless. And now we have a smile on our faces and we are hopeful. And we're hopeful because, inshallah, soon we will see all our hostages back to Israel, hopefully sooner than later. So it's good to be here. And I can't believe that I'm actually saying that it's good to be here. Regarding to the question, the streets in Gaza are with mixed emotions because we've seen quite a lot of Gazans are hopeless. And it's totally 180 degree from what happened on the 7th of October 2023, because they were joyful, they were happy. The majority of them, they were happy about the attack and the massacre. And today, after they actually see the destruction of those 2 years and understand that they accomplished nothing. Hamas started this war on the 7th of October, aiming to liberate Al-Aqsa and Jerusalem. And today, at the end of it, Israel is controlling more than 50% of Gaza. The Gaza Strip is totally destroyed because of Hamas. Schools, mosques, hospitals, all those infrastructures are all completely damaged and destroyed because of Hamas.
Well, I'm going to add to what Yusuf just said by saying this is exactly what Prime Minister Netanyahu meant by victory, total victory. The victory is not because peace is busting out all over. You have to be very wary of these countries that are Islamists, like Turkey, like Qatar. But what you can see is this is what you call their type of surrender. And so that in that respect, I'm optimistic.
All right, Yosef, your final thoughts from hopefully what is our last broadcast from here in Hostage Square before we see the release of our hostages.
Well, first of all, we are excited to see all our hostages coming back home to their land, those who are alive for rehabilitation and to be united with their families, and those who are unfortunately not with us, to come back here to be buried and for their families to have a closure. So we are all excited to see all of them coming back home. And one last and final thought. I've seen a lot of people thanking this and thanking that and thanking this and thanking that. I here say, we thank our brave female and male fighters, soldiers from the IDF who did an absolute amazing job. And a final message to all our enemies. Come here. Bring this flag. Here's my final. You thought you can destroy the state of Israel. You thought you can destroy the state of Israel. You thought that by the end of 7th of October, maybe the first week, there's no more Israel. Well, look at that. The hostages, inshallah, coming back soon. All our soldiers, inshallah, coming back soon as well, back home. Well, and of course, Israel is here to stay. Am Yisrael Chai, bapanim shel kol echad ve'echad.
All right. Thank you, Yosef Haddad, for joining us today and for those words of encouragement. I think you echoed what a lot of us are feeling here on the ground. Ruthie, I know your son is finally coming back after his heroic work in Gaza with the IDF.
Absolutely, and I could never top that, what you just said. So, amen.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your service, for your son's service.
All right, we'll be live tomorrow for the actual release of the hostages. But for now, Lidar, back to you.
Thank you, Emily. We see the crowd gathering behind you, the cheers. That's the atmosphere in Hostages Square. Thank you all so much for joining us for this broadcast. Now, Mark, I want to turn to you. We see what's happening in Hostage Square. We see the excitement. You can feel it in the air. Final thoughts from you.
It's a good day. Our hostages are coming home. It's because Israeli soldiers fought, and unfortunately some of them had to die to win this, to bring about this victory. And bringing the hostages home is a victory. And as we go forward and maybe to bigger and better things with peace and reconciliation, we have to always remember Israel's strength, Israel's military strength is a prerequisite for any sort of deals that we do in the future. With one hand, we hold a sword, and with the other hand, we hold it out for peace with our neighbors. They work together.
As the country watches these stories unfold, many are asking, what comes next for those who have finally made it back? After years of darkness, captivity, and fear, the road ahead will be one of recovery, both physical and emotional. Doctors across Israel are working carefully to help the freed hostages heal from the toll of 2 years in Hamas captivity, while their families begin the long process of rebuilding life together. Our correspondent, India Naftali, joins us now with more on where the freed hostages are today and how they're recovering.
Hi, Sivan. Now that the last 20 living Israeli hostages have finally returned home, we're seeing emotional and long-awaited reunions. But alongside those reunions, the former hostages are also receiving medical treatment for various conditions they developed during their 2 years in Hamas captivity.
On Monday, the hostages were handed over to the Red Cross and brought back to Israel. Each hostage was greeted by their closest relatives at the Re'im military base near the Gaza border. From there, they were flown to hospitals across Israel for medical and psychological care. Prime Minister Netanyahu, along with his wife Sarah, visited the freed hostages at Beilinson Hospital in Petah Tikva, Israel.
הבטחתי להחזיר אותם, והחזרנו אותם. ועכשיו, אחרי שהם מחובקים על ידי משפחותיהם, גם אנחנו נחבק אותם.
Many of the hostages are suffering the effects of starvation, which includes severe malnutrition, muscle loss, and vitamin and salt deficiencies. They are also at risk of refeeding syndrome if treated too quickly. Eviatar David's father told Israeli media his son is struggling with nutrient and mineral deficiencies. And former hostage Eitan Horn's family member shared this.
So Eitan was released less than 24 hours ago, so he's not sharing so much. He's just like throwing here and there some stories. He asked for meat, and when he got this plate with this huge piece of meat, he was excited, and I saw tears in his eyes. And
we also know that Elkana Bobot is reportedly suffering stomach pain after being overfed before his release, along with experiencing leg and back pain. Matan Angrest, who was injured in Gaza, has severe burns on his right hand and fingers, as well as damage to his vision. And Alon Ohel, who was hit by shrapnel on October 7th, faces possible permanent vision loss in one eye, while specialists are racing to save the other. Still, amid the medical challenges, families are filled with relief. Guy Gilboa Dalal's family wore shirts reading, "Guy is home, the heart is whole again." Guy lifted his sister into the air, and his father wrapped himself in an Israeli flag. Avinatan Or reunited with his girlfriend, Noah Algamani, whose kidnapping video became one of the most recognizable images of October 7th. Algamani, who was released last year, has since traveled the world calling for his release. Now, the two are finally together again. Eitan Mol's parents embraced their son through tears, thanking God for his return. His father Tzvika said simply, "This is the day the Lord has made. We will rejoice in it." Matan Zangaker's mother shouted, my life, you champion, you hero," as she ran to her son. And Bar Cooperstein's father stood up from his wheelchair to hug him. Omri Miran, whose daughter was just a baby on October 7th, is now hearing her say daddy for the first time, and finally getting to see his older daughter, who is now 4 years old. Soldier Matan Angrest was also seen speaking with former captive Keith Siegel in a video call. The two were once held together in Gaza. Thankfully, Sivan, the former hostages are in stable condition. But of course, as a result of the conditions they were living under for the past 2 years, medical professionals are doing everything they can to treat them with caution. The reunification with their families is a critical part of the healing and rehabilitation process, and the nation is also beginning its own healing process with them. Sivan?
Thank you, India. Israel woke to the sacred work of bringing the murdered hostages home as another round of bodies returned overnight. More on this from ILTV's executive editor, Mayan Hoffman.
Overnight, a second convoy of 4 coffins crossed into Israel and was taken to the National Center of Forensic Medicine for identification. By first light, 3 of the 4 were confirmed. Uriel Baruch, 35, from Giv'on, IDF soldier Tamir Nimrodi, 20, from Niritz, and Eitan Levy of Bat Yam. A security official confirmed that the 4th body returned to Israel last night did not belong to a hostage, but was a member affiliated with Hamas. With these returns, 7 hostages' bodies have now come home since the deal took effect. According to Israeli officials and the families, 21 bodies are still to be brought back. Baruch, known to his friends as Badalo, worked in construction materials, loved techno, and was the person who always showed up for others. Nimrodi, an education NCO who volunteered to cover his Shabbat shift, had just interviewed for officer training the week before he was abducted. Levy is remembered by his family as warm, responsible, and endlessly kind, devoted to his son Shachar and his fiancée, Shira. These latest identifications followed Tuesday's confirmations of 4 others: Guy Iluz, 26, a sound tech seized at Nova; Bipin Joshi, 24, a Nepali agricultural student taken from Kibbutz Alumim; Yossi Sharabi, 53, of Kibbutz Be'eri; and Captain Daniel Peretz, 22, an Armored Corps officer killed in the fighting near Nahal Oz. Together, their stories map the breadth of October 7th. Civilians and soldiers, Israelis and foreign students, all now on their way to a proper burial.
There is clear indication that this might take much more time because of the difficulty to find the human remains in Gaza in particular.
Families say the timetable is unbearable and that the agreement must be honored in full.
And right now, there is a violation of the agreement. 48 hostages have not been brought back, and we demand of the Israeli government, and we demand of everybody involved, especially the U.S. and the Arab countries that vouch this agreement, we demand them to take action.
Vigils will continue at Hostages Square and outside Abu Kabir. Officials caution the next phase will be slower and messier, with complex searches amid rubble, but the promise remains the same: bring every one of Israel's hostages home.
Meanwhile, Hamas fighters tightened their grip on areas it controls in Gaza by carrying out public executions in a defiant show of force. A gruesome video of 7 public executions was confirmed by Hamas, with some 30 Gazans murdered since the start of the ceasefire with Israel. More from ILTV's Steve Leibowitz.
The gruesome executions came even as Israel insists that the war cannot end until the terror group is fully disarmed. In a stark assertion of its return, Hamas fighters executed men they accused of collaborating with Israeli forces. In one video, verified by Reuters, masked gunmen dragged 7 men into a crowd in Gaza City, forced them to their knees, and shot them from behind. They opened fire with machine guns as crowds chanted Allah Akbar. A Hamas source admitted that members of factions, including Hamas, carried out the killings. Footage also shows Hamas gunmen deploying in southern Gaza, including members of the elite Shadow Unit, which held Israeli hostages during the war. Gaza residents reported that Hamas fighters were increasingly visible, deploying along routes needed for aid deliveries. Palestinian security sources say dozens have been killed in recent clashes between Hamas and rival groups since the ceasefire began. At least 33 Gazans have been executed by Hamas for alleged collaboration or challenging its rule. The brutal killings underscore the dangers of allowing Hamas to retain any power in post-war Gaza. Israel and the United States have made clear that Hamas must be disarmed and removed from governance to ensure lasting security and stability. Meanwhile, Israeli drone fire and airstrikes targeted individuals who crossed truce lines and approached Israeli forces after ignoring warnings to turn back. And rebuilding efforts in Gaza are already underway. Bulldozers, some bearing Qatari flags, rolled through the streets of Gaza City, clearing massive amounts of rubble left from 2 years of war. The post-ceasefire recovery operation led by the Gaza municipality is aimed at reopening major roads to allow displaced residents to return home. The massive clearing and aid efforts mark the first step in Gazans' long road to recovery following the ceasefire agreement. Meanwhile, humanitarian aid is flowing in through southern Gaza, where trucks were mobbed by crowds in Khan Yunis. Residents are urging international agencies to organize distribution to ensure supplies reach those most in need. There were chaotic scenes of desperate residents jostled to collect supplies, with some expressing frustration over the unorganized delivery methods.
An Israeli-American economist is among the recipients of the 2025 Nobel Prize in Economics. Joel Mokir, born in the Netherlands and raised in Haifa, Israel, was awarded the prize for his groundbreaking research on innovation-driven economic growth. Mokir received half of the prize. The other half is shared by Philippe Aguillon and Peter Howitt for their work on how innovation replaces outdated systems to drive prosperity. The Nobel Committee praised the research as helping explain why economic growth is not automatic, emphasizing the role of institutions, culture, and technological progress. Mokir joins a growing list of Israeli Nobel Prize winners.
For more of the latest updates from Israel, make sure to subscribe to our newsletter at ILTV.tv or download the ILTV Plus app. That's it for ILTV's weekly review. See you next week.
And for those who may have missed it, recently the annual United Hatzalah LA Gala took place, bringing together inspiring voices, resilient characters, and bolstering unity and Zionism. Have a look.
The United Hatzalah LA Gala 2025 kicked off in style. The crucial, life-saving work of United Hatzalah could not be done without the men and women filling the room. These are the faces of those fueling the life-saving operation in Israel. One of the honored guests, Israeli actress Gal Gadot. She shared messages of hope with the crowd. She reiterated her connection to United Hatzalah's policy of inclusion, coexistence, and the dedication of all volunteers to a greater cause, saving lives.
Muslims, Christians, men and women from every background, all united in the moment that matters the most. At home, there are mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, but in the field, there are something more. Everyday heroes driven by love, not hate, by duty, not division. United Hatzalah embodies that spirit. It is the very fabric that makes up Israel.
The gala was filled with joy and laughter, but most importantly, with resilience. Gadot, who herself fought anti-Semitism in Hollywood, introduced to the stage another resilient character, Yuval Raphael. Yuval inspired thousands with her endurance and resilience, surviving the Nova massacre on October 7th, and later representing Israel at the 2025 Eurovision Song Contest. At the contest, Raphael sang "New Day Will Rise," which embodies the Israeli spirit of resilience, placing her second overall in a scorching win against all odds. These two powerful women reminded the audience of the gala why they are there, why they are invested in United Hatzalah, because no matter the political, military, or social landscape, the EMTs, paramedics, ambulance drivers, and all of those who volunteer for UH agree on one thing: coming together to save lives.
An important announcement. ILTV News and the Jewish Agency for Israel will mark 2 years since the October 7th massacre with a powerful 90-minute broadcast. Now move to Sunday, October 19th. This special event will share survivor testimonies, stories of resilience, and the unity of Jewish communities worldwide. Join us as we honor the victims, support the families, and stand together for Israel's future. Mark your calendars. The new date is October 19th. Scan the QR code now to sign up and be part of this meaningful program happening on Sunday.
To Emily in Hostages Square. Emily, you with us?
Yes, Lidar, great to be back with you. So I am here in Hostage Square where, as mentioned before, the crowd continues to grow. The anticipation is in the air. Israelis waiting very, very excitedly for the return of our hostages after 736 days in captivity since that awful day on October 7th. I am here joined by the senior contributing editor at JNS, Ruthie Bloom, still with us, and also Arab-Israeli journalist and social activist Youssef Haddad, who has been one of the most prominent voices throughout this war across the media and social media, both inside Israel and abroad. Youssef, I want to start by asking you your take on what's happening in Gaza. You're following all the Arab social media, what's been going on the ground. What's the response been just in the past 24, 48 hours to this ceasefire?
Well, Emily, before I answer this question, I must share my feelings with the audience about the feeling of being in the hostage square, because every time we arrived here, we were sad and we were hopeless. And now we have a smile on our faces and we are hopeful. And we're hopeful because, inshallah, soon we will see all our hostages back to Israel, hopefully sooner than later. So it's good to be here. And I can't believe I'm actually saying that it's good to be here. Regarding to the question, the streets in Gaza are with mixed emotions, because we've seen quite a lot of Gazans are hopeless. And it's totally 180 degrees from what happened the 7th of October 2023, because they were joyful, they were happy. The majority of them, they were happy about the attack and the massacre. And today, after they actually see the destruction of those 2 years and understand that they accomplished nothing. accomplished nothing. Hamas started this war on the 7th of October, aiming to liberate Al-Aqsa and Jerusalem. And today, at the end of it, Israel is controlling more than 50% of Gaza. The Gaza Strip is totally destroyed because of Hamas. Schools, mosques, hospitals, all these infrastructures are all completely damaged and destroyed because of Hamas.
Well, I'm going to add to what Yusuf just said by saying this is exactly what Prime Minister Netanyahu meant by victory, total victory. The victory is not because peace is busting out all over. You have to be very wary of these countries that are Islamist, like Turkey, like Qatar. But what you can see is this is what you call their type of surrender. And so that, in that respect, I'm optimistic.
All right, Yosef, your final thoughts from hopefully what is our last broadcast from here in Hostage Square before we see the release of our hostages.
Well, first of all, we are excited to see all our hostages coming back home to their land, those who are alive for rehabilitation and to be united with their families, and those who are unfortunately not with us, to come back here to be buried and for their families to have a closure. So we are all excited to see all of them coming back home. And one last and final thought. I've seen a lot of people thanking this and thanking that and thanking this and thanking that. I here say, we thank our brave female and male fighters, soldiers from the IDF who did an absolute amazing job. And a final message to all our enemies. Come here. Bring this flag. Here's my final. You thought you can destroy the state of Israel. You thought you can destroy the state of Israel. You thought that by the end of 7th of October, maybe the first week, there's no more Israel. Well, look at that. The hostages, inshallah, coming back soon. All our soldiers, inshallah, coming back soon as well, back home. Well, and of course, Israel is here to stay. Am Yisrael Chai, baparim shel kol echad ve'echad.
All right. Thank you, Yosef Haddad, for joining us today and for those words of encouragement. I think you echoed what a lot of us are feeling here on the ground. Ruthie, I know your son is finally coming back after his heroic work in Gaza with the IDF.
Absolutely, and I could never top that, what you just said. So, amen.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your service, for your son's service.
All right, we'll be live tomorrow for the actual release of the hostages. But for now, Lidar, back to you.
Thank you, Emily. We see the crowd gathering behind you, the cheers. That's the atmosphere in Hostages Square. Thank you all so much for joining us for this broadcast. Now, Mark, I want to turn to you. We see what's happening in Hostage Square. We see the excitement. You can feel it in the air. Final thoughts from you.
It's a good day. Our hostages are coming home. It's because Israeli soldiers fought, and unfortunately some of them had to die to win this, to bring about this victory. And bringing the hostages home is a victory. And as we go forward and maybe to bigger and better things with peace and reconciliation, we have to always remember Israel's strength, Israel's military strength is a prerequisite for any sort of deals that we do in the future. With one hand, we hold a sword, and with the other hand, we hold it out for peace with our neighbors. They work together.
Hello and welcome to the ILTV podcast. I'm Ayan Hoffman, executive editor of ILTV, and I'm so happy to have back our viewers and our listeners. Now, I have with me today a very interesting guest, an author of a book called Israel Valley. His name is Edward Kukerman. He is a veteran venture capitalist and the founder of Catalyst Investments. Edward, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for welcoming me.
Of course. Now, your book, Israel Valley, just came out at a very pivotal moment in English just in the last few months, almost 2 years into the war that started on October 7th. Why did you feel that this was the right time to publish it in English?
I mean, the book was published initially in French and published in Chinese and other languages, but due to the war, a lot of things have happened in the last 2 years, especially in the, obviously, the war had an impact on the economy, it had an impact also on many civilians that have been involved in the war, directly or indirectly. The high-tech companies have been affected, and also the image of Israel has been affected. We saw also during that war how important the technology is, but also what are the limitations of technology during October 7. So we felt that it's a good timing to refresh the book, completely reedit it. We had done that with the two co-writers, Ron Valman, who is American, who joined us to really refresh the book, and also Professor Daniel Roach, that has been writing with me for many years. And we've done a common work to really show a new angle to what's going on in the high-tech industry today.
And you talk about Israeli innovation as what you called a technology shield. Explain to me that metaphor.
The technology shield has been seen very clearly during this war with the Iron Dome system. We saw that without the Iron Dome, we probably would have not faced the threat from Iran, from the Hezbollah, and even not from the Hamas. And this impact of the idea of the Iron Dome was really, I think, just an illustration of Israeli technology capabilities. We see that there are also, in this field of the Iron Dome, new disruptive technologies like the Iron Beam that will also change the way Israel will defend itself in the future. But the technology applied to the military application is not the only issue. Obviously, the high-tech industry had an impact on the Israeli economy. So it's another kind of shield, because I think that without the high-tech industry, the Israeli economy would be very weak. It has been the growth engine of the economy for many, many decades.
It's more than 50% of the GDP, or close to 50%?
It has probably, the high-tech company has a smaller impact, but the indirect impact is huge. You have also business tourism. You have a lot of real estate projects that are related to the success of the high-tech technology and the entrepreneur that hired so many people in the industry. So it has an impact on almost every aspect of the industry. Today, the vast majority of the export is high-tech product, and the rest is technology related to agrotech or military technology, which are considered low-tech. But I would say that almost 100% of the export of Israel today is technology related. So that's another aspect, the economy, but obviously it helped also integrating immigration for many, many decades. We had 1 million immigrants that came from the former Soviet Union. Obviously the fact that 37% came with an engineering degree enabled to integrate them into the high-tech industry, but also to boost the high-tech industry. I think that without this population, we would not have the type of growth we had in the high-tech industry in the year 2000 and 2010. So that's obviously had a major impact, and we see that in so many aspects. So we address all those aspects that also in terms of academy, the universities, a big portion of the financing of the university is the licensing of the company developed at the university and the link between the high-tech industry and those universities. So we see that in so many aspects that we think that we had to give a different angle. We came also with Professor Daniel Roach with a more academic angle, Ron with an American angle, and I came with more venture capital experience and investment banking experience.
Of course, and you're also from France. So, tell me a little bit about that French integration. Has that also played a role in the high-tech industry? Where the French community fit into all of this?
The French community is today, I would say, the immigration from France is more important than ever. Also because of the crisis going on in France with anti-Semitism. My father was for many years the head of the Jewish community in France, and he had been facing this challenge of anti-Semitism in France that has been growing in the last years. But the French immigration has an impact, but not a major impact. Obviously, the funding of the high-tech companies came mostly from the U.S. Right. We have been seeing the direct funding and direct investment by corporation and by investors into the high-tech company, and indirect through the venture capital industry. When I started my first venture fund in '93, we were 3 venture funds. Now we are 400 venture funds.
Wow.
So the industry has grown a lot, and most of the funding came from the US. So I would say that the impact from France was, in that sense, more limited.
Interesting. Now, you mentioned the Iron Beam as the next, generation of the Iron Dome. So tell me a little bit about that. And also, I understand that your investment company has been somewhat involved in the development of this great technology.
I mean, we have followed a company called Sinwar, which has developed the laser technology, which was the key technology to deploy the Iron Beam. Mm-hmm. And this technology has been, for 18 years, the company, when they started speaking about it, looked like Star Wars. But
right.
Now they have managed to integrate that into the Iron Dome system, and it was really very efficient during the conflict, especially against drones, but also against missiles. So we think that the main difference of the Iron Beam is that instead of firing a missile that costs $100,000 to stop a rocket or to stop a drone that costs tens of dollars, which is, it doesn't make sense in terms of the economic.
The cost of lives, of course. It's
but the economic impact is very heavy on Israel. So if you do the same job, even better, using a laser technology, which is really the cost of energy, it costs $2 to $5 every time you use it, and it's done in real time at the speed of light. So that's much more efficient, and that's, I think, the solution for the future for many of the threats that are coming from our neighboring countries.
Unless the Trump peace plan goes through and we no longer have rockets running into Israel, right? But let's
inshallah,
hold our breath,
inshallah,
right?
As we say in the
exactly,
region. Yeah.
Exactly. So I want to ask you about Israel's innovation system in comparison to, let's say, the American one in Silicon Valley. How can you compare and contrast those two innovation systems?
So when we describe in the book the key factors, we identify 7 factors, and some of them are similar, but some of them are really different. Obviously, the impact of the military experience that many of the young soldiers have at a very young age, where they use state-of-the-art technology tools and they have many responsibility at a very young age, is something that is very special. Also, the application of this military technology applied to civilian application, I think it's also something that is very unique. For example, we're the only venture fund that invested in Mobileye. Mobileye is a company that was eventually sold to Intel for $15.3 billion. So this is technology enabled to avoid car collision. And when we invested, there were a lot of competitors that were able to identify the red light, the white line, but they were not able to identify the pedestrian. So at Mobileye, you had a lot of engineers coming, most of them from 8200, that were able to divert a missile in real time when suddenly there is, for example, a person coming in and they need to neutralize a missile at the speed of a missile. So if you're able to do that, you're obviously able to do it at the speed of a car. So in order to avoid car collision, Mobileye came with this solution. I think there is also, in my view, it's the first AI technology company that made a major exit, and it's also the first auto tech company in Israel that made an exit. So I think for us it was an amazing adventure, but it's just an illustration on how military technology can sometimes be used to apply it for the benefit of the civilian.
Do you think that the military is the major driver of our innovation, just the fact that we have such a difficult security situation?
It's not that the venture industry invests much more funding than what even the army is investing. I mean, there are maybe some specific field where the army is still investing a lot of money. But the thing is that the people coming from the army at a very young age gain so much experience, and that they are also, there is a word in Hebrew, tachles, they have to develop in a real short period of time. They have responsibility over soldiers, so they gain the type of experience that in other society you won't gain until you have a much more advanced age. So I think that's one element. Obviously, the fact that we're a melting pot with people coming from all over the world is very special, even though in California you have a lot of immigrants. But the Jewish culture is very special. For example, here we are this issue of resilience. You see that today it has also an impact on the attitude of the entrepreneurs. There is also the Jewish tradition where the concept of tikkun olam, how to improve the world. When we invest in biotech company or medtech company, the people we invest in, they don't come to us and say, we want to become a unicorn. They typically say, we have developed a technology that can do a major change for people suffering from Alzheimer or from cancer.
They
or
want
from
to save the world.
So they want to improve the life of the people. And that's what brings them to create their own companies. So I think it's very special in the Jewish culture. Also the concept of Passover when people want freedom. And I think that's also part of the startup nation culture. So there is element which is linked to the Jewish identity, which I believe as differentiate ourselves to maybe different high-tech ecosystems.
Which is so beautiful. I mean, now you yourself have invested billions and done many cross-border deals, but I'm wondering, after October 7th, has this shifted? Are you seeing that people are less inclined to want to invest in Israel?
Yes, unfortunately, it is the case. We see that even today in the numbers. I've been seeing the crisis of 2000, 2008, where we had a drop in terms of investment in the venture industry and investing in high-tech company. But it was for a short period of time. Now we are 2 years afterwards and we see the impact. There is the impact through the venture funds. For example, the amount raised by the venture funds in these last 12 months is about 80% less than the year 2021. So obviously 2021 was a peak, but it has a long-term impact because today we still enjoy some of the funding available from the fund that were raised in 2021 because we deployed the money over 4 or 5 years. Right. Now, what will happen in the coming 2 or 3 years? Also, there will be, it will be challenging, not only this year, but probably next year for the investors to invest in Israeli funds because also there is a certain image, there is uncertainty. Hopefully an agreement will be reached, but still investors don't like uncertainty. So we will face, I believe, a crisis for a longer period of time. And by the way, this is why we created a platform called Catalyst Investors Club, which enable private investors from all over the world to invest directly in companies that were backed by venture funds. So the idea is to enable a private investor that is an accredited investor that understands the risk to cherry pick the companies he like. We show currently above 300 videos. We created this video, most of them using AI capabilities, and we show them different opportunity in different sectors. And they can cherry pick the one that they like and co-invest together with leading funds. This is helping funds to get more funding to support their portfolio companies.
But you do mention in the book something that you call cracks in the shield. I mean, what is a crack in the shield and what are the cracks that concern you the most?
So one crack is related to the point I just made regarding the fact that there is less funding. The importance of the venture and the high-tech industry is so in the economy is such that we cannot afford to support the economy without this high-tech industry continue to without seeing us developing this industry over time. And this funding, when it's blocked, what will be the impact? That's a big challenge. The other challenge we see, if we speak about cracks, for example, the Muslim community has been successfully integrated in the ecosystem, mostly in the medical field. But the poorest population today in Israel is the Hasidic community, is the Orthodox community. And it's up to now, it has been very hard to integrate them into the high-tech ecosystem. We invest in a fund that is dedicated to support the Hasidic entrepreneurship, but it's very limited. And they need really to have a basic understanding on the mathematics, computer science, and start learning that in order to contribute. They have a lot of skills. They can do it. But right now, the leaders of the rabbinic community, the Orthodox community, is very reluctant to enable this community to integrate the Israeli high-tech ecosystem.
Do you think, piggybacking on that in terms of cracks, that the reliance on the defense industry to be able to develop these technologies is hindering our development in other areas, like let's call it climate tech, for example, or other areas? And as the world shifts and potentially, God willing, again, we'll say peace one day, we won't need as much defense tech. Will we not be working in the fields that become most important to the world?
I think the climate tech is challenged not because of what's going on in Israel, but in general with the speech of Trump in the UN. I think he made his point very clear. So it's hard for people to invest in long-term, renewable, for example, energy infrastructure, while the government doesn't support that. That's a big issue. I think that regarding Israel, you can see in the latest statistic that the bulk of the funding has been done in cybersecurity, in defense tech, and in AI. Right. And the other sector have been affected. But, because we've been investing for 32 years, we see there is always, more fashionable technology. We've seen that it's coming back and forth. So right now, those are the three technology that the investors are coming in. That's where you see probably the most, the highest number of exit. You saw with Wiz. That was sold for, I think, $32 billion. So the cyber is very appealing. And the defense, obviously, the increase of the allocation of the European nation to invest more in defense has also an impact. The other concern that I have is also the fact that some countries, especially in Europe, are reluctant today to buy defense tech technology from Israel. And they may be also reluctant to buy European, Israeli technology in other sectors. So that's also something we have to understand. So the consequences of the war on the long term. And that's something that we don't know how much time it will take to come back to what we had before the war.
And thinking of long-term consequences of the war, one of the things that I've been reading a lot about is this mental health technology or trauma tech. The idea that we're going to have maybe 3 million Israelis that are suffering from some kind of symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, depression. So we're going to need to be able to serve those people and don't have the capability in terms of the manpower to do so. And so technologies are popping up, which actually could be very relevant in Ukraine, in the United States, where there's a lot of this as well. Do you think that that's going to be a new field for Israel?
Fortunately, we have a lot of experience in, these people that are wounded and hurt, not only psychologically but physically by the war. So there are some companies that did well in developing medical device for people that was wounded during the war. And it's more problematic, I believe, when we speak about people that are suffering from trauma, because the business model depends very much on the government. The government have very little resources right now, and they don't put enough resources to face this challenge. So, medical device and biotech company has managed to raise funding because there is a huge international potential, and the bulk of the market is obviously not in Israel. Right. But I think that it's in general more difficult right now to raise money for medical technology, for healthcare. We're doing a lot of effort. Our investment bank, we have 12 people raising money for many biotech and medtech companies, but the period is more challenging for that industry.
It's interesting. And you mentioned the Haredim or the ultra-Orthodox. I mean, obviously there were also issues in the country with judicial reform, other social cohesion issues that have gone on in Israel. When the world looks at those as well, does that have deterrence the same way, the October 7th ongoing war has had on Israel?
I didn't understand
the social cohesion issues when they are exported to the world. You watched before the war started all of these judicial reform protests, or you see some of these other challenges we're facing internally that then export themselves sort of in the news to the world. Do those also hinder investments?
Yeah, it was before October 7th.
Right, of course.
Obviously. Today there is more cohesion and more. The people are. I see people from different political views that are serving in the army. We are really in the survival mode. So the attitude is very different, and I don't think that it doesn't matter from which political party you are. I think that almost all the Israeli population was supportive of what happened, what are the steps that were taken regarding Iran, regarding the Hezbollah. And if at the end of the day we have the release of the hostages in Gaza, I think that there is much more cohesion than any time before. So I think this problem was a big issue before October 7. It's less of an issue today.
Fascinating. And, in terms of the international image of Israel, do you think that the technology, the things you're talking about, for example, in your book, the incredible innovation, could be part of our Hasbara? And if so, how could we more effectively use the technology rather than looking for the investments, but to improve Israel's image?
Yeah. It's a good point. I think the high tech is a message that is of interest for any population in the world. When you disrupt an industry, you come with a solution that is to help people that are facing cancer or diabetes. We invest in a company, CureLife, focusing on fighting people that have diabetes problem. We are in a situation where we address that to everyone. I was spokesperson of the army for many years. I was also quite a lot in the news in Europe, speaking about the situation. It's always challenging when we speak about the military action. And when you speak about the high-tech industry, my first fund went public at the time in Europe, and I was presenting in 1997 already the high-tech industry to the European investor community. They were more intrigued, more interested to learn about it. The political issue is put aside, and I think it's a very good way to present Israel.
Yeah, so hopefully, through the book and through other ways, we'll be able to do it more. Now, you've been in the space for 35 years already. And
32, yeah.
32, almost 35
okay.
years, okay. So, modest. Tell me, do you think the DNA, though, of the Israeli entrepreneur has changed over those 30 years, from what we were when the kind of concept of the startup nation and the young entrepreneur was to where we are today?
It has changed a lot. First, one of the challenges that the entrepreneur have today is that in order for an Israeli entrepreneur to do an exit, he needs to reach a critical size of $100 or $200 million sales per year. Mm-hmm. In the past, you could go public at a $100 million valuation a few years after you created the company. And that's why we call it the startup nation, because we're good at creating startups. Today, if you want to be successful, you need to create an international operation to have critical size, have sales all over the world. So you need different skill set than what you needed many years ago. That's also why today the statistics shows that from the day you created your company till the exit, for exit above $200 million, you have to wait for 18 years. So it's more challenging. It's a long time. And that's also why we shifted our investment strategy at Catalyst from early stage to investment in more mature companies and pre-IPO companies, because we know we cannot afford to wait 18 years to make an exit. So that's why the profile of the company is evolving, and the profile of the entrepreneurs that support the company until the exit is different. But I think that one thing that also impacted is a war. We have to today, because it's harder to raise money, we have to show very fast that the business model of those startups, it's a profitable business model, and it's not only R&D center, and people want to see results, and they are very cautious about their investments today. The valuation is more linked to how fast a company can be profitable than just having, as we used to have, a company that was ready to go for a long way but burning a lot of cash. So a lot of elements have changed that impact the way the founders and the managers have to operate.
So are there different staff members as well? Like they have to recruit not just engineers, I'm assuming then, but businessmen, marketers?
Exactly. One other aspect in the war is that many of the companies decide to establish their headquarters overseas. Mm. You see that before the war, only 25% of the Israeli startups were established overseas. Today, we're at 45%.
Oh, wow. Just in the last 2 years, it's grown that much.
So it's a big change. And it's obviously easier to recruit people that have marketing experience. They know how to go to the market when they are overseas, rather than hiring them in Israel or bringing talents from overseas to Israel. So we see this trend, unfortunately, that many of the Israeli entrepreneurs decide to establish their operation first overseas and not necessarily in Israel anymore.
And I guess that would be why we see in the Israel Innovation Authority the reports that we're seeing less hiring going on in the high-tech sector in Israel.
Yes.
I'm assuming
and that's even before you see the impact of the real impact of the war and the impact of AI within many companies that will not need so many engineers, software engineers, as they needed to have before.
Oh, wow. So now in the book, do you offer some of these tips to the more international companies? Like, in other words, this is about Israel, but are any of the lessons applicable for companies that are not Israeli?
Yes, I think our experience, for example, in venture capital is obviously very unique because Israel is a small country, but it's a huge ecosystem in the high-tech industry. For example, there are more unicorns in Israel, about 100, than the number of unicorns all over the EU put together.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So Israel has a great experience. When we published a book in Italy, at the time, there were about $10 billion invested in the high-tech industry the same year, while there were 300 million euro invested in the Italian market. So the allocation, the expertise, there is field of expertise where Israel has a unique positioning, especially in relation to cyber and biotech, and where, for example, 7 of the leading drugs in the world were developed at the Weizmann Institute. Oh, so Israel is appreciated, and we have gained a lot of experience. Obviously, the American is the first market, the leading market, but for example, we see a lot of interest from European companies, even Asian companies. We have raised quite a lot of money from Asia in the past, and we think that this is something that will continue over time.
So we're going to run out of time, and I just want to ask you one final question. You know, this podcast is about 30 minutes long. People will remember some things, other things they'll forget. But if you had to give one final headline to describe the book, the takeaway that you really want people to have about Israel Valley and the Israeli ecosystem, what would it be?
I think Israel has developed so many great technologies in so many fields over the time. Even though it's a challenging period, it's also a period of opportunity. I think it was Ross Perot that said, when there is a crisis, there is an opportunity. So it's a good opportunity for international investors, especially investors from the US, to look at opportunities today in Israel. The value of those companies are cheaper. We offer them with this Catalyst Investors Club platform the opportunity to cherry pick the company they want to back. So I think that when there is a crisis like that, it's also the time to look at opportunity in that market.
So from crisis comes opportunity. Well, Edward, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
עוד יותר, כן, עוד יותר, כן. מזל טוב.
אתה הכי טוב. עוד יותר טוב.
אלבר, רק את הטוב. ועוד הנפקה מוצלחת בחברת ההייטק הישראלית. אולי אצלי יותר טוב משם. גבירותיי ורבותיי, נחתנו זה עכשיו בזמן התעופה בן גוריון. ברוכים הבאים לישראל.
Israel is strong and growing. Now, more than ever, is the time to make Aliyah.
Welcome to the second episode of One on One, a special series brought to you by ILTV in partnership with Israel Bonds. I'm Lidar Greve-Lazi. In each episode, we sit down with fascinating personalities from around the world for an intimate conversation about their lives, passions, and connection to Israel. Whether you're tuning in from across the globe or right here at home, our goal is to inspire, inform, and bring you close to the people making an impact. Today's guest is someone whose work has captured the hearts of millions. Nathaniel Buzolik, also known as Nate Buzz, is an accomplished actor best known for his roles in hit series like The Vampire Diaries, The Originals, and Pretty Little Liars. But beyond his acting career, Nate is a passionate advocate for Israel, a committed voice against anti-Semitism, and an outspoken supporter of Jewish heritage and history. His journey has taken him from Hollywood sets to the streets of Jerusalem, and today we'll explore the experiences that have shaped both the artist and the activist. Nate, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
So your career began on the big screen, on the small screen, far away from the streets of Jerusalem. But what was that moment or experience for you that first sparked your sort of deep connection to Israel?
Yeah, it's actually quite a complicated journey that ultimately led me to where I am today and the position that I've chosen to stand in. If we backtrack, my mum was born in Egypt in a refugee camp. She's a first-generation Australian, and I grew up in a very low social economic sort of community in Sydney, Australia. And the predominant ethnicity that was surrounding me when I was growing up was actually Arab. So I grew up in a very, very prominent Muslim Arab area in Sydney, Australia. My next door neighbours were Lebanese and Palestinian, and on the other side, Syrian, and there was a lot of Iraqis. So my exposure to the Middle East actually started from a very, very young age. I remember when I was a child, I'd jump the fence and I would celebrate Ramadan with my neighbours. It was a common thing, and everyone was speaking Arabic. And then at 27, at the beginning of my Hollywood career, I was fortunate enough to get a really amazing role on a TV series called The Vampire Diaries, which you talked about. I hit sort of a low point in my life, I guess, to a degree, and what it means to sort of pursue your dream and what that means in terms of a satisfaction to the soul. I was asking a lot of questions, and a series of events led me to becoming a Christian. So that was in 2012. By 2016, series of events, I ended up in Iraq. I was volunteering with a non-profit bringing emergency aid to people fleeing ISIS. And I saw firsthand the atrocities and violence of what radical Islam is capable of doing. At that time, it was the Yazidi community that was deeply affected, and very similar things to what we saw on October 7th. And I hit a point in my life in 2016 where I was kind of done with the world. And I remember calling out to Hashem, to God, and saying, take my life. I don't think I want it anymore. I was working on a TV show. I was in Iraq. I was hearing horrific stories about, what radical Islam has done to many people, whether they were kidnapped, taken into Mosul, watched their family members be executed in front of them, women being raped or kidnapped. And I mean, we even saw recently there was a young Yazidi girl that was rescued from Gaza who was originally from Iraq. And that's actually a cousin of one of the young Yazidi boys that I met in Iraq back in 2016. And all I remember in that moment of time where I was crying out to God saying, this world is corrupt, it's ugly, I feel no purpose to what I'm doing. I said, take my life. I remember hearing a voice that was as clear as day, but it was speaking to the depths of my heart, and it simply said, if you're that willing to give up your life, give it to me, what's the difference? And so in Iraq, on a dusty field, I felt as if God was speaking to me and challenging me on the direction of my life. At that point in my Christian journey, I'd never really read the Bible. It's bits and pieces. As most Christians, they go to church, they hear what the pastor says. And I went back to the US after that moment of time, and I read the entire Torah, the Tanakh, and the New Testament in 28 days.
Wow.
And after I'd finished reading it, one word stood out that I couldn't get out of my head. I would think about it all the time. I would ponder the reality of what this word means and represents in the kingdom of God. And the word was Israel. After reading the entire Bible in such a short amount of time, I realized that God has this deep, covenantal, unbreakable bond, not only to a people, but also to a land. And shortly after that, one day I was in church and I heard the very same voice that spoke to me in Iraq and said, go to Israel. So that was in 2017. I was obviously very obedient to, that calling, and I came, and the original goal was to understand the Jewishness of Jesus. But when I got here, I was faced with the discrepancy between everything I'd learned from my Arab friends and Muslim community that I grew up with about Israel and the Jewish people, never having much engagement with Jews as a teenager and in my early years as an adult, to what was unfolding on the ground. And there was just a difference between what they were saying and what was really going on. And I guess that's kind of where the journey started, to try and understand what is Israel, who are these collection of people who are uniquely different to every other people group in the world, which is obviously the Jewish identity. And yeah, that's where the sort of journey started back in 2017.
So it's an incredible journey, incredible story to hear the start of the journey. And since then, of course, your journey's continued here. And I do want to ask, you know, since that initial moment where you sort of heard or came to Israel, what is it about Israel, its people, its culture, its history that sort of really resonates with you on a personal level?
Many things. I mean, look, what I've witnessed over the past 22 months is a true testament to the spirit of the Jewish identity. You know, I often speak around the world to different Jewish communities in light of October 7th. And, you know, one thing I often say at the beginning of many of my talks, when I'm addressing, you know, whether it's a synagogue or a large Jewish audience or a Jewish organization, is the Jewish people, by and large, are a people who have been hated by all, but loved by one. And they've been hated by nations, empires, kingdoms, dictators. And the one that loves them is the divine, you know, Hashem. And you can see it, even in the darkness. And, you know, for the Christians who are watching this, I think we're actually living in, you know, profoundly powerful and biblical times that if you understood the Word of God and you understood the text, you would know exactly what's unfolding before our eyes, where many are, I would say, spiritually blind. You know, and sometimes it's hard to make sense of anti-Semitism that we're seeing around the world, and it's illogical because it's a spiritual battle, not a physical battle that we've been witnessing. And that's why I think many of us are in shock at what we're seeing unfold around the world, from the response of governments, the response of, you know, non-profits, the response of certain groups who you would think have nothing in common with radical Islam, but all of a sudden they're building these strange alliances.
Israel Bonds is the most direct and impactful way to invest in Israel's future. So if you want to invest in what matters most to you, you can invest in Israel with Israel Bonds. Scan the QR code to invest now. You've been one of the most outspoken, I would say, advocates of the Jewish people of Israel, especially since October 7th. Now, you could have chosen to stay quiet, especially, you know, doing the work that you do in your industry in Hollywood, but you've chosen to speak out on behalf of the Jewish people, on behalf of the state of Israel. Why?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I follow the Messiah. You know, I follow Yeshua, and I'm the kind of person that I'm not a 50-50 person. I'm all in on anything I commit myself to in life. And the one lesson that I think I take from what Yeshua taught his disciples 2,000 years ago, when he was trying to unpack the kingdom of heaven and unpack who he was, what he was trying to achieve, but more than that, to try and give them the correct understanding of how we operate in a fallen world. He says this to his disciples: there's no greater form of love than one laying down his life for a friend. Now, ultimately, Yeshua does that in a way where he's laying down his life so that we can be reconciled with a perfect God in our imperfection of our sin. But for me to model that, it means that I sometimes have to lay down my life in order to show what love really looks like. Now, a lot of people have taken very, very strong stands over the past 22 months, particularly for the pro-Palestinian side. You know, the Tucker Carlsons, the Candace Owens, the Dan Bilzerians of this world, who have massive influence, but yet we can look at them and we can ask the question, it's benefiting their personal cause to stand the way that they have. Even Piers Morgan, to a degree, it's like a paycheck for them. And it's picking the bigger side because you know the bigger side's going to have a much more favourable return on investment. Now, any person who stands with Israel in 2025, you're going to be hated, you're going to be persecuted, and it's going to come at a cost. And for me, it's a way that I can show the Jewish people a love that they haven't experienced from many people. if I'm willing to lay down my life in the sense of losing my career, losing my future work opportunities, risking, parts of my life, even in my comfort, I've experienced a lot of hatred for what I say, what I'm willing to say, and how strong I'm willing to stand on the fact that I'm a Zionist. And I'm not ashamed of that. And I think all Christians should be Zionists at heart, because it's impossible to read through the entire Bible and not see that God's intention is a people and a land, and he doesn't finish until he's got the job done. And there's something that God is doing with his people. 1948 for me is a biblical marker where God was making declarations to the nations that his covenant to Abraham still stands. And for us as Christians, we need to actually look at that, celebrate that, and also know that if God's promise is that the Jewish people will return to the land, just as he said in Isaiah 11, and that they've returned, then whatever is fighting against that is not only anti-God, it's anti-Christ. It's anti-Messiah. It's anti-promises of what Hashem has said to a people for thousands of years. And that's why, as simply put, you look at the framework and the ideologies of the pro-Palestinian movement. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. We want all of it. In fact, just moments before I got here, I was doing an interview with Ohad Ben Ami, who was in Gaza for 491 days. And I was able to sit down and have a very, very long conversation with him about his experiences, which were just truly, truly unbelievable. But you realize that this is a battle where they want to take everything. And one thing that he realized while he was in Gaza is they're not interested in coexistence. They're not interested in peace. They want all of it, and that's the only way it's going to go. And so that becomes a biblical battle. And I think for Christians watching, there's no middle seat. There's no option to be like, I just want to love both sides and I just want to love all people. And I have a heart for Palestinians, but I also frame my compassion and care for Palestinians under the understanding that their aggression causes their suffering. And the moment they stop their aggression and their violence, their suffering will also end. Some people in Gaza are also hostages. They're hostages to Hamas. But until we can acknowledge that and accept that, then, I think Christians have to really make a strong choice.
It is truly an existential battle, I think, that Israel is fighting today and that it's been fighting for decades. And, you talked a little bit about the cost of standing up for Israel. And so I do want to ask you what sort of personal price you've paid for taking a stand, standing and speaking out on behalf of the state of Israel.
Yeah, there's a very superficial loss, which is I probably imagine my Hollywood career is pretty much done and dusted. I'm just so vocal about this. I haven't kind of taken a sort of backseat, and I would imagine any producer who's reviewing my audition tape, whose ultimate goal is to have a successful show so they can make money. They're not going to put me in a TV show or a series or a movie that could jeopardize the success of a film because I could get boycotted, people could be opposed to my message, they'll call me, a genocide supporter or any false, accusation that they tend to make about how I feel about this current conflict. So I realize that's done. So, the 20 years of my life building a career goes like this. There's a personal cost. I get a lot of death threats, obviously. Many, many death threats. Some of them have been very serious and I've had to take real precautions. There's been situations, I was even with Noah Aragami. Yeah. And, we got into arguments with people on the street in Vancouver. And people would actually argue with her about the state of Gaza, having never been there, and face to face with, a hostage who had been in Gaza and experienced that firsthand, and people still wanted to argue. And there were moments where people wanted to be physical, So there's situations like that. But all that aside, I take you back to what I started with in Iraq. When I said to Hashem, it's yours, it wasn't poetic. It wasn't, okay, well, it's yours for a period of time. I really meant what I said to him. I made that promise. And, you know, I put this up on my social media the other day. I'm here until every single hostage comes home. And, you know, I guess this is just the personality that God shaped me with. And I feel like sometimes in life you choose a purpose, and sometimes in life a purpose is chosen for you, and you get to decide if you're going to walk down that road.
Were you surprised by sort of this hate, this backlash?
Not at all.
Does any of it surprise you?
No, because I understand the Bible. I understand it very well. I think that's the thing that's given me the most clarity. Whether you're a Jew or you're a Christian, when you read God's word, it presents and sets patterns that help us understand everything that's before our eyes. The first murder in the Torah, in the book of Bereshit, Cain kills his brother Abel out of jealousy. And it's always an interesting thing because, you know, how does that play into what we're looking at in our world today? Well, the world has become deeply jealous and envious of the idea that God chose a people. You know, just as God chose Abel, God also chose Abraham, and through Abraham, Isaac, and Yaakov, he created this nation, and they're his chosen people. And God himself says, my covenant with Israel will not be broken. As long as the sun rises and the sun sets and the ordinance of nature continue to operate as they have, my covenant to Israel is not broken. Now, as a Christian or as a Jew reading that, you go, okay, he's made a direct promise. And the other thing that God talks about, in fact, one of the prophets, which is a prophet called Zechariah, in Zechariah 12, God is speaking, and as he enters into this speech, he actually outlines his credentials. He says, I'm the creator of the universe. I'm the one who put breath into man, and I'm about to tell you something, so listen. And he says, a day is coming where Jerusalem will become like this heavy stone for the nations that they can't move, and they don't know what to do with it. And when you and I sit here today, we know that Jerusalem is ultimately the centerpiece of this entire story. Whose capital is it? Who does it belong to? Who is the rightful owner of it, and who should have sovereignty over it? That's what the fight about. Even October 7th, when Hamas invaded Israel, their ultimate goal was the Alaska flood. So it all goes back to this place. But God goes on to say that every single nation will rise up against Jerusalem and Judah. Now, the identity of Judah has become what we would define as the Jewish identity today, right? The tribe that God has regathered and put back into the land, just as he promised in Isaiah, and just as he said in Amos chapter number 9 at the very back end when God's making a declaration. He says, I'm going to rebuild David's sukkah. But he also says this, which is so beautiful and profound. He says, once I've put them back in the land, never again will I pluck them out. And it's a declaration of Adonai. So for those who read the Bible, you're like, okay, here are the promises I understand. Covenantal relationship with the Jewish people, which is unconditional, because when Abraham was making this covenantal relationship with God, Abraham was asleep. He says they're going to be returned a second time in the land. When they're returned in the land, they're never going to be plucked out again. And then he hears in Zechariah that every nation's going to rise up against Judah and Jerusalem. Now, let's say you and I lived 250 years ago and we're reading this text and you and I are contemplating what that means and what that represents. First of all, there's no Israel. So we're like, how's that going to happen? And then the next question I guess you and I would ask, so let's say if God recreates and rebirths Israel into this modern state that we have today, how is every single nation going to oppose? How is every single nation going to stand against them? Like, yes, maybe Lebanon, maybe Egypt, maybe Syria, but every nation? Couldn't be. But what we've witnessed over the last 22 months, the deception, the lies, and the manipulation of the pro-Palestinian movement to convince the world to oppose the Jew, to vilify Israel, it's starting to look like the roadmap. And it's scary, right? It's a scary thing. Like, is this what leads the world to hate the Jew? Their presence back in the land and their right to defend themselves against radical, violent Islamists who only want to conquer all things. And we're looking at it, and it's a scary thought. Now, the next question you might ask me is, well, are you not scared then? Is this not the moment of time where you think, well, if this is it, I better step back and clear the way? Who wins? Who ultimately gets the final say? And this is where we go back to the Torah. We go back to the Tanakh. And I would make the argument in the book of Job. It's a wisdom book. It's one of the only books that they say was written by Moses. And we hear this unconventional story about a righteous man suffering. And the question is, why does Job suffer? Doesn't make sense. He didn't do anything wrong. And his friends come and they give him all this advice. Well, you must have sinned. You must have done this. Maybe you don't realize and you've done, and it's your fault. And everyone's trying to blame Job. And at the end of the story, God shows up. And we have these powerful chapters where then finally God speaks. And the amazing thing is God's the last one to speak. And God never answers the question why Job suffered. But what we actually learn is that through Job's suffering, we get to know the sovereignty, the power, the majesty of who God is. And so for me as a Christian, for me as a believer in the God of Israel, I look at it like this. Ultimately, you and I are about to witness the showdown between humanity and Hashem. And I know Hashem is going to win. So I'm going to stand with him even though it looks like this is going to be a big loss. Because I know he gets the final say, and I know that he's going to make every single wrong right, and he's going to bring justice to those who deserve justice. He's going to vindicate those who have been falsely accused, and he's going to bring wrath on those who did wickedness in this world.
It's a very powerful message. And, you know, when you care so deeply about someone or something, you don't just support it, you invest everything in it as you're doing. And so I want to just end with one final question and ask, you know, if you could inspire others to invest their money, their time, you know, their voice in Israel and its people and its future, you know, what would you tell them? And what's the one thing that you hope will stay with them long after this conversation?
It's incredible what one person can do with the right attitude. I have one job. It's not for me. It's not for Israel. It's not even for the Jewish identity. It's to glorify the God of Israel. And, you know, it's one of those situations where I want to be a voice in the wilderness. It's not, you know, I don't want any glory for this. And often it's almost uncomfortable how many people come to me in Israel and thank me. And often I try and say, hey, don't thank me, thank Hashem. Because without him, I couldn't do it. But I think for those who want to do something, first of all, know it's going to cost you. And that's the price of love. But love only becomes powerful when you're willing to lose. That's where love has power. If I'm just here to gain, there's no power in that. But when you're actually willing to lose and elevate the name above all names, for me, it's Yeshua. He will guide you, he will lead you, and he will take you to places and do things in your life where you could only describe it as a miracle. Let me give you one example, and this is how we'll finish. I told you I came to Israel in 2017 for the first time. And when I came, I was on a mission, discover the Jewishness of Jesus, and answer the call that was given to me back in Iraq. Now, I always think it's interesting because Abraham also originally comes from Iraq in his story, and he's on a journey to come to the Promised Land. So in some sort of roundabout way, I've kind of gone on some sort of, you know, Abrahamic journey, starting in Iraq, being called to build a relationship with a voice and a God who I didn't really fully understand. And so when I got here for the first time, I knew that there was a purpose to what I was doing, but I didn't understand what it was. And the very first photo that I posted from Israel is still on my Instagram today. You can scroll all the way back. You can find it. It's on the 8th of May, 2017. And I was at Caesarea Maritime. It's a picture of me facing a sunset. And I put up on a caption that I knew I was here for a purpose. I was giving thanks and glory to God. And I put in a hashtag, Holy Land Purpose Tour. Now, why is that important? And why is the date important? You may or may not be aware that in 2024, I was given a huge honor and privilege to light the torch on Independence Day. How do you describe it in Israel? What's the correct?
Hamesuah.
Hamesuah, right? So I got given this honor to be a torchbearer on one of the most powerful days as a nation. And I'm the first non-Israeli, non-Jewish person to do it in history. So you've had some Israelis and you've had some Jews, but you've never had a non-Israeli, non-Jewish person do it before. So it was a historical moment that they would allow me to do that. But more than that, for me, it was personally a powerful moment because I was given an honor to be part of a nation that I've fallen in love with. Now, that was in 2024. If you do the math, back to 2017, it's 7 years. Impressive. On the cab ride home, I was thinking about that. Wow, it's been 7 years since I first came into Israel, not knowing a single Jew, not understanding a single thing about the Jewish people, and not knowing anything about this land or how everything has unfolded over the last 77 years. And over 7 years, God taught me and poured into me, and I had many, many amazing people that have come along that journey. Israelis, Jews, just incredible, incredible people, friends that I consider family. And I'm on the cab ride home and I think about that first photo I took. So I went back into my phone and I scrolled. And I looked at the date, and it was the 8th of May, 2017. And I looked at the day that I lit the torch, and it was the 8th of May, 2024. 7 years to the day. Coincidence? Sure. But to me, God was telling me something. He was saying, you may not understand what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, but I'm going to show you something in your own life that if you trust me, I'm going to take you to a place that you didn't even think was possible. And so I trust God so much now. You know, and for me, it's like, what can I do to glorify his name more if he could do all this with me over a period of time where I didn't fully understand what he's doing? How much more could I do in a period of time where I'm like, I trust you, Hashem? And I think the most important thing now for me is to elevate the voices of the voiceless, which are the hostages. This is where we should be right now. Anyone watching this, the first prayer of every single day and the last prayer of every single day should have the names of the hostages who still remain in Gaza, because they are the first victims from October 7th, and they're the first victims to be forgotten about by mainstream media, by NGOs, by the Red Cross, sometimes even by this government. So we need to bring them back into the conversation, and we need to make sure that every single one of them comes home. And that's where my heart is. I said to myself, when the last one comes home, take a break.
Thank you so much for sharing your journey with us and being here today.
Thanks for having me.
And in a world that can sometimes feel like a sea of voices, Nate's voice is so important, and his advocacy for the state of Israel and the Jewish people makes a real difference. So thank you, Nate, for speaking up, for standing up for what matters, and thank you for reminding us that when we stand up for what matters, we can inspire others to do the same. So you've heard what it means to speak out for Israel. Now let's talk about what it means to invest in it. Our sponsor, Israel Bonds, the Development Corporation for Israel, has raised over $55 billion for the Jewish state since 1951. At the heart of that impact are individuals like our next guest. Josh Rubens is a member of the Israel Bonds National Board of Directors, and he's here to share how investing in Israel isn't just a financial choice, it's a personal one. Josh, welcome.
Thank you, Ladar. It's a pleasure to be here.
So Josh, what first got you involved with Israel Bonds? Was there a moment when it really sort of clicked for you, when you realized this was something you wanted to be a part of?
In 2011, I had moved to Miami. I was a young lawyer, and I was looking to get involved with a pro-Israel organization. And I happened to meet a couple other individuals that were working with Israel Bonds staff to relaunch the Young Professionals Division in Miami. And there was 4 of us, along with a staff member, that kicked off the division. And since 2011, I've been closely involved with Bonds, and it's been an amazing ride. So for about 15 years, I've held leadership positions throughout the organization, and in January 2023, I joined the organization's board of directors. And it's been a pleasure and a privilege to really be involved closely with Israel Bonds for the last 15 years. It's very meaningful, and I know that my time and effort as a volunteer has hopefully made a meaningful impact for the organization.
Now, a lot of people think of investing as something sort of strictly financial, but with Israel bonds, there's clearly something more behind it. How do you see it as a reflection of your values?
Being involved with the state of Israel to help Israel achieve its goals and its mission has been very, very rewarding. And knowing that I'm contributing to help Israel reach the many Jews in the diaspora here in the United States and abroad, it's a worthwhile cause, and it's very fulfilling to know that these efforts have helped create the success that Israel Bonds has been able to achieve over the last 75 years.
And for someone who cares about Israel but hasn't thought about investing this way, what would you say to them?
I would say that becoming a stakeholder through Israel Bonds is very, very meaningful. And it's meaningful because not only can you purchase a bond and have a financial interest, but you can show your support in your community. You can get involved in Israel Bonds events. Israel Bonds has many different divisions for lay leaders to get involved, and I'm a product of that. I've been involved, as I said, since 2011, and been involved in many volunteer capacities, from the Young Professionals Division to the Legal Division to the Campaign Advisory Council. And so Israel Bonds not only lets you participate as a stakeholder, as someone who holds direct securities in the state of Israel, but also offers a lot of volunteer opportunities to get involved.
Thank you, Josh. What a powerful reminder that support for Israel doesn't stop at words. Whether you're raising your voice or putting your dollars to work, there are many ways to show up for what matters.
Thanks for having me, Ladar.
This has been One on One. I'm Ladar Gravelazi. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.
As we are recording this, the hostage deal is underway. And despite the pure excitement in the air here in Israel, maybe for the first time in 2 years, so many people are confused and angry about this. We have questions, and important ones. Like, why did Hamas finally cave to this deal, which is so much worse for them than the previous offers? Did Netanyahu delay this whole thing intentionally for political gain? Could this deal have happened last year already? Does this mean the war kind of just ends? What's the price that we're going to be paying here in Israel? Why are the Israeli protesters who are so focused on the hostages still raging at Netanyahu? And why are the pro-Palestinians so mad at a deal that rebuilds Gaza and supposedly stops the war? We've got a lot to answer. This is the Era K show on JNS TV. Let's dive right in. Have you noticed the silence from Hollywood, from all the haters, those who screamed about genocide, who literally haven't shut up, sorry, Mom, in 2 years? Have you heard how silent they have been in the face of a peace deal that supposedly brings peace to Gaza, that allows for rebuilding and financial aid, and if we're being honest, the continuation of Hamas, their most favorite organization in the whole entire world, and the release of 2,000 of their kidnapped heroes, i.e. prisoners, from Israeli prisoners in exchange for 20 of our hostages. And yet, nada. Not a word from them. You would think they're celebrating this, but nope. Total silence. Look, I want to be really clear. I don't think this deal is actually going to work. I'm hoping the hostages come home. But I don't think there is ever really a chance for peace in Gaza. I believe the entire premise of Palestine is built on the destruction of Israel, and that this deal, as amazing as it may sound to us, doesn't align in any way with that goal. Israel's still standing, and we're, unfortunately for them, standing on a lot of their ground. And I think they have been presented with the option for peace so many times. They're the ones who have refused it, despite it being handed to them on a golden platter. That means something. Had they wanted any form of peace over the last 2 years, the hostages could have been home, and all of this would have been behind them. It brings us, this idea, to the question of, could this deal have been done before? And the answer to that, despite what you may see on the media, is an absolute no. In no way. This is not a case of Trump finally deciding he has had enough and pulling the cards to get this deal done. In theory, this could have been closed last year if he had just wanted it. Let's go back and remember the context of everything that's going on. You'll remember Biden, our wonderful friend in the American government. So in June 2024, he demanded in his deal that we would withdraw from most of Gaza and get only the humanitarian hostages back in phase 1. Like as if all the hostages are not humanitarian. Then in phase 2, we would leave Gaza completely and not get any of the bodies back in return. Think of what that would have meant for Hamas. Israel completely withdraws. They get to keep bodies as collateral, and yet they refuse that deal. In the next one, under Trump, Witkoff's original proposal, half of the deceased hostages would have been returned. Okay, half, not all of them. And a 2-month ceasefire would have commended to negotiate how the war would end. And then the IDF would withdraw from most of Gaza, a lot more than it currently is in this deal. Okay, also much better for Hamas. In today's deal, all of the hostages return, including all of the bodies, and we don't leave half of Gaza. And not because we want to occupy them, but because we need to ensure that Hamas actually disarms, and we have to be in the area to see that that happens. So why would they agree to this deal that is by far the worst one that they were offered, especially now that their main leverage, the hostages, will be gone? Well, that's because they now finally only have one small chance of survival left. And to do that, they just need to surrender. You see, pretending this deal could have happened previously is just that. It's pretending. The only thing that really changed here is that Hamas have finally realized they have no chance of survival left. Like nada. Our soldiers are in Gaza City, their final stronghold. Israel is taking out the leadership, left, right, and center. And to top it all off, the US is now using its leverage to push Hamas funders and supporters to just get the last hostages home so we can move forward. We have destroyed them. We have advanced militarily a tremendous amount during this war. And it's all of these factors combined that finally got the terrorists Hamas to change their tone. Despite the media trying to manipulate us, it was Hamas who have been responsible for the hostages not coming home throughout the whole war. And the left here is trying to pretend it was really Bibi, but we now see that that is true. It was nothing to do with our politicians. It was to do with them, Hamas finally understanding them. They finally caved after an immense amount of pressure. Maybe that pressure could have been put on them to begin with. Well, you could say that, but only if we had given up really our ace card of the hostages, something Bibi was adamant not to do. You can argue that that's a mistake, and I don't know if I disagree with that, but the war could have been done in the first few weeks. That's fair. It's a legit argument, but also realize, look at how far we have come in these 2 years. How much deeper and significant the win has been because we waited and pushed for the hostages to come home. Iran, Syria, Lebanon, none of that would have happened if we had done that tactic at the beginning. It's not always so clear-cut. Hamas gain almost nothing by this deal, except for potentially surviving. That is a big issue. We'll touch upon that. Because they will never really allow for Gaza to be rebuilt. As they return to the areas in Gaza City that we have forced them out of, and the footage this morning is very frustrating, I'm going to agree with that, they're executing any Palestinians who actually try to fight against them, because as always, we know Hamas are the real threat to everybody. By the way, this is the real reason the pro-Palestinians aren't celebrating this peace deal. Because without the Palestinians suffering, if the Palestinians aren't suffering, they have no cause. If Hamas just ends and there's prosperity, utopian as it sounds, how will they continue to hate the Jews? Honestly, I'm not too worried for them, though. Like, I'm sure they're coming up with something now as we speak. Another blood libel. You know, like, now that I think about it, the whole controlling America thing is what I believe Qatar started planting when they realized the war would probably end soon. Notice how it popped out of nowhere? The voices on the right that just hate Jews in Israel so much, despite not caring at all about the Palestinians, they're incited and they're angry and they're everywhere online. I mean, we can bet that already now the pro-Palestinians are preparing the press to go into Gaza and document and share with the world the lies of the atrocities, and that Israel is very much not thinking or preparing properly on that front. That is my main argument against Israel in this whole thing. We have not done the PR war properly. But that brings us to the real serious question of what now? More than the hostages coming home, and guys, I cannot even tell you I can't even tell you how excited I am for that footage. I really, truly hope and pray that our leadership takes the second stage of this war very, very seriously, despite the immense amount of pressure that they'll be under to just end it. Hamas has got to go, but I don't think it's going to be simple to do. Hamas would only agree to give up their ace card if they knew that they have that chance of survival. And they believe that our government will cower and not actually have the guts to finish them. They believe this enough that they are releasing the hostages. That should make you really furious. Really, really, really furious. That's how lowly they think of our government, that they're willing to now give up the hostages because they believe that they can continue to exist. And now that the hostages hopefully are no longer there, we have no excuses to not finish the task we had set out for ourselves. One of the big prices we are paying for the hostages to come home is the release of 2,000 prisoners. And I don't think this has gotten enough attention. I read what some of them have done. And I know some of the people that they have killed, and it's making my blood curl. So many families that I know are suffering in silences. The hostages have dominated the conversation, but having your father's murderer out on the loose is a whole different type of trauma. And it's an unimaginable letdown by the government. They're just not really talking about it. It's become an accepted norm that we released 1,000 of murderers who could potentially become murderers in the future in exchange for our Jewish bodies. Guys, this confirms to Hamas and to terrorists everywhere that taking hostages is a clear strategy. So it's the one thing in this deal that we totally caved on. I do have to say that there's one thing that's important to note, and that from what I understand, although it might not be exactly accurate, there's a strong clause not allowing them into Judea and Samaria, only back into Gaza and abroad, the prisoners I'm talking about. Let's hope that the Mossad has the trackers on them and maybe some beepers for short-term communication, if you get the gist. Maybe that's the silver lining, that they're a little bit less protected once they're released out of prison. Wishful thinking, but one never knows. Additionally, it's my understanding that many of the families of the deceased hostages have been informed that finding all the parts of their loved ones is not proving to be so simple. The return of these 20 bodies is not exactly going to be like that. As heartbreaking as it sounds, Turkey and the UAE, Israel and the US and Egypt, they've sent a special delegation to try and find them. And that's why this deal has been delayed so much and they won't return to us straight away. So they're looking for these body parts, but it's not clear if they're ever going to come home. And we now also have more hard news. A Nova survivor took his life. A soldier that was injured on October 7th died yesterday, succumbed to his wounds. There are a lot of ramifications to this deal. There are massive prices that we have paid for this war, and the question is, how do we make it all count? And so, as I said in last week's episode, we still don't know exactly what stage 2 looks like, but it's definitely coming. There is no real ceasefire yet. I mean, we have stopped fighting. We're on day 3 or 4 for the time being. But once the hostages are out, we will know. Is there a Trump-Bibi-style bluff around the corner? And we move into a war that truly takes out terror in Gaza, but like actually? Or are they just going to cave and try wrap this up? You already know what I want. But regardless of what happens, I want you to remember something and to feel that this has been an astounding win for us. We have learned so many lessons, too many to count. And that, most importantly, we're really starting to understand that Hamas is an idea that can't be eradicated. Not really. And internally, we have a lot of hard work ahead, even if Gaza doesn't move into this peaceful thing we all dream of. Let's not pretend that we aren't miles and miles and miles ahead of where we were come October 6th. I personally think that peace is a form of illusion. In the same way that happiness is not a permanent state, it's constantly shifting and changing and needs to be worked at all the time for it to be kept. What I will say is this: everything that we thought was impossible, we have seen Trump and Bibi magic out of their hat. There was no way we could take out Iran without Israel basically being destroyed. Look at what happened. There's no way that the hostages were coming home. Not all of them. Look at what's happening, hopefully. And now I believe that there's no way there'll be real peace in Gaza. But maybe they have something up their sleeve. Elections are coming up in Israel, and that will definitely impact Bibi's moves. It's a mess over here. I mean, just on Saturday night, as the whole Zionist world was sitting around with bated breath, waiting to hear how and when this deal is moving forward, as families whose murderers are being released navigate the complicated feelings of happiness for the hostages and fear for the future, and as Netanyahu is out there visiting injured soldiers and the centers are being prepared for the released hostages, and the news reaches us of this Nova survivor who's taken his life, and of a soldier who was injured back in October 7th who just passed away from his injuries. Those at the hostage square in Tel Aviv were sitting around waiting for Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner's speech. He gets up on the stage after he and Jared Kushner had spent the entire day in Gaza, and he starts to say, Witkoff, by the way, who I have not held back in my criticism of, has been instrumental in the deal getting to this point, okay? Him, Kushner, Ivanka, Trump, Bibi, Derma, all of them, they've done an enormous amount to make this happen. And he's here at the behest of Trump. And as he gets up and he mentions to the crowd, I mean, Bibi and Derma gave up so much. Thank you for everything that they've done to make this happen. The crowd goes wild, not in a positive way. They drown him out with shouts of boos at the disgrace that he mentioned Bibi positively. They didn't do this when he mentioned Erdogan in the speech. You know, the dictator who runs Turkey, who's literally trying to eviscerate us. But only for Bibi and Derma. And I think that tells us a lot about where we are right now as a country. Look, I get it. I understand the claims that Bibi has delayed the war intentionally for his political gains, that he can stay in power. And honestly, on a personal level, I kind of think that's bogus. But let's just say for argument's sake that it's true. I really have a serious question for everybody that hates him. Who do you propose replaces him? Who is the person who could have led us through these insane times? A person who's currently in our government. Any of the lefties? Are you nuts? Of course, he holds some form of responsibility for October 7th, and we can debate to no end how much of that responsibility is his. I think everyone in the government does. Everyone who didn't enforce security over the last 70 years, and that's the IDF and the Shin Bet and the Mossad. Everyone. But that being said, thank God he is the one currently in power, as I truly believe there is no one in the Israeli political sphere or in the international political sphere who could have held a candle to the good he has succeeded in doing. Yes, it hasn't been straightforward, it hasn't been easy, it hasn't been comfortable, but he has done a huge amount for us. And what's so sad is that the hatred towards this man in this country is unprecedented. Enough that they're willing time and time again to shoot the whole country in the foot just so that they can keep on hating him. They won't even give him credit for the hostages returning, which is total insanity. I believe that if and when you find only one person to put all the blame on, you're probably wrong. When things do go wrong, there are always multiple factors, and the obsession and focusing on him as the main reason is deranged. So much so that Hamas literally used this against us. Do you remember all the hostage videos? They always mention Bibi Netanyahu, or almost always. They always mention putting pressure on him or trying to get rid of him because they realize that this man, this strong man who's led us to this point, is actually their biggest threat. And this is where Bibi finds himself right now, hated by a lot here in Israel, and not to mention in the States, who think that he's controlling America. And Trump as well, by the way. He has a mess of his own to deal with. Anti-Semitism is rising like crazy. His MAGA base is growing in its anti-Israel sentiment, as many of us are aware of, and there are many other things that he needs to get done. All these factors will contribute to how the war moves forward. Will we have peace deals? Will the Abraham Accords thrive? Will our economy get stronger? Our soldiers heal? Our borders stay strong? Will we get to the real win that we owe humanity to destroy the evil of this world and keep the Jews safe? All of these questions are still unknown, and we are trying to figure it out. Again, my hope and prayer is that the hostages, this release is literally just stage one, and that our government doesn't pull back, that we really go in and finish the job as much as it seems impossible. Because once again, how do you destroy an ideology if it's not just physical things? And Hamas is that. It's an ideology, and it's permeating everywhere, which is why I've said on here, and I'll continue to say, the PR front is now going to become just as important. We have to eradicate this evil from within, not just wait for them to surrender their arms, because that's what they're up against. Stage 2 basically says either Hamas completely surrenders and is allowed to survive and scatter and maybe go to Qatar to hopefully stay safe, or they don't, which is probably quite likely, and Israel decides to go all in, but now they don't have the hostage leverage over us, which means that we could go way further militarily. And so all of this is up for debate, and all of this is confusing. And we have a lot a lot to demand from our government and to watch and to make sure that we do the right thing for us and for our children. But as for us right now, we have to all remember that we trust in God above, not in man. It would be amiss not to mention how whilst October 7th is now behind us, the Jewish holiday that coincided with October 7th is on Tuesday, 2 years from the day, the terrible atrocity of what happened to us, on the day that we're supposed to celebrate God's word. And God has now decided it's time to get the hostages home and to change our judgment, to annul the decrees. 2 years exactly. And God has amazing things planned for us this year. I can really, really feel it. The terrible times are hopefully behind us as we move into unapologetic warriorism, until we move forward into fighting for the truth and not cowering no matter what. And I just hope and pray that we have the right leadership, despite all of the considerations that comes with the elections and all of the political and geopolitical drama that's going on. I really, really hope that they make the right decisions and we get the win that we all truly deserve. I'm Ira, and I will see you next time.
עוד יותר, כן, עוד יותר, עוד יותר, כן. מזל טוב. אתה הכי טוב. עוד יותר טוב. אלבר, רק את הטוב. ועוד הנפקה מוצלחת בחברת ההייטק הישראלית. אולי תהיה יותר טוב, משה. גבירותיי ורבותיי, נחתנו זה עתה בנמל התעופה בן גוריון. ברוכים הבאים לישראל.
Israel is strong and growing. Now, more than ever, is the time to make Aliyah.
On October 7, I was here at the Nova Music Festival. I ran for my life, hid for 7 hours. Terrorists shot me twice. Thankfully, I survived. I'm still dealing with trauma, and I'm not alone. 3 million Israelis are in trauma. They need mental health care or physical rehabilitation. Wounded soldiers, families, and scared children.
Since 1912, Hadassah has been a life-changing force in Israel. Today, Hadassah has 2 world-renowned hospitals, pioneers breakthrough medical research, cares for youth, and has built the much-needed and largest rehabilitation facility in Jerusalem.
Thank you to everyone at Hadassah Hospitals. You've been helping me, and so many others. And a special thanks to one nurse, my mom. I love you.
On Rosh Hashanah, every bite of apple and honey holds a quiet prayer. May this year be better. May it be sweeter. But the blessing of sweetness stands on the edge of disappearing. Bee populations are collapsing from habitat loss and disease, taking with them something more than honey, a promise to future generations. Technion researchers are harnessing the power of science, racing to save our world's tiniest heroes before it's too late. They're creating AI-powered hives that protect and heal, and robotic bees that lend a helping wing. L'dor v'dor, from generation to generation, means caring for every link in the chain, keeping the sweetness of this holiday alive. Because tradition isn't just about the past, it's about the future we have the courage to create.
Some family secrets aren't locked in safes. They're locked in language. Your heritage is waiting in Hebrew. The conversations at dinner tables, the inscriptions on heirlooms, the letters that shaped your history. When you study with Rosen Hebrew School, you can discover your family's past. In months, not years, you'll connect with long-lost ancestors through language. Stop being a spectator in your own family story. We don't just teach Hebrew, we unlock the stories that made you, you. Which family mystery will you solve?
Just imagine Pesach without any cleaning. Wouldn't it be great? Well, that's what Pesach Sheni is. Pesach Sheni is a time when people that didn't get a chance to celebrate Pesach the first time around, 1 month later, are able to celebrate Pesach the second time around. The Pasuk tells us if somebody was a Tamei Lenefesh Adam, if somebody was impure, you can't eat from the Korban Pesach. Or if somebody was B'derech Rechoka, somebody was on the road traveling, and they weren't in Yerushalayim for Pesach, you get a second chance. You have an opportunity to bring the Korban Pesach again. But when I think of Pesach Sheni, I think of Koirech. That part of the Seder when we take the two matzahs and we put some maror in between and we say, Zeicher lemikdash kehillel, kein asa Hillel, bizman shebeis hamikdash haya kayam. This is what Hillel did. Haya koirech Pesach matzah u'maror biyachad. He would take the Pesach, he would take the matzah, he would take the maror, he would sandwich it together. Lekayim ashenemar, al matzah isumerorim yoichluhu. Now that pasuk, the fulfillment of that pasuk, interestingly, is not the pasuk that is mentioned when we originally speak about the Korban Pesach. Rather, this is the pasuk that the Torah speaks about when it talks about Pesach Sheni. Now, we're in the middle of the Seder. It's Pesach Rishon. Why would Hillel have mentioned this pasuk? And the answer is, think about who Hillel was. You know the story. Hillel came to learn in the Beis Medrash, but it cost money to learn. So he wasn't able to get into the Beis Medrash. So what did he do? He went up onto the roof to listen in. And then a tremendous amount of snow fell. And they didn't realize that he was there until somebody noticed that the light was dark. They quickly went and they found him. Hillel says, don't take no for an answer. Don't give up. Don't be one of those who gets turned away at the door and then says, forget it, they don't want me. I lost out. Be a Pesach Sheni Yid. Be someone who's willing to do whatever it takes to succeed. Recently, my bubby Moses had her yahrzeit. And I was talking to my mother about my grandmother. My grandmother, Rebbetzin Moses, was a tiny little woman. Well, at least her physical stature was, but she was really a giant. She and my Zaidi survived World War II. And in the early 70s, my Zaidi was sick in the hospital. My mother was young. And they got the news that my Zaidi is going to die. And my mother turns to my grandmother and she says, so Ma, I guess we're living on borrowed time. And my bubby says, Surala, what do you think I've been doing since the war? I've been living on borrowed time. We're all living on borrowed time. My bubby was a Pesach Sheni Yidna. She was a woman who lost everything in the war. And so did my Zayda. And they rebuilt their lives. They refused to take no for an answer. They said, we might not have been Zoicha the first time around, but we will do our utmost to succeed, to build a Jewish home. And Hashem blessed them indeed with a beautiful home and beautiful children, grandchildren, and now Kenai Nahara, great-grandchildren. My Bubby and Zaidi are no longer living, but their legacy lives on because they refused to give up. They refused to take no for an answer. Boy el Parai, come to Parai. In this week's parsha, Parshas Va'era, Hashem instructs Moshe Rabbeinu to go to Parai. And he waltzes right in there. No guards. There were animals, the Medrash says, roaming around. You would have imagined that Paro would have avoided Moshe Rabbeinu like the plague, if you know what I mean. And yet, he succeeded in his mission. He walked right in there. And the Orach Chaim HaKadosh says that's because when somebody jumps in, when someone takes a leap of faith, then they will succeed in their mission. And this should serve as a blueprint for us to be able to accomplish great things, even though the odds seem to be insurmountable. I want to share with you an incredible story, a powerful story, a great story that happened with the Maral of Prague. The Maral was a young bacher. He was a prodigy, an Ilui, and everybody wanted him as a son-in-law. Well, Rav Shmelka Reich was a rich man. He set aside a nadin, a dowry, as was customary in those days, and the shidduch was arranged between the Maral and Rav Shmelka's daughter, Peril. Well, 3 years, the Maral went to go sit and learn in a yeshiva, and when he'd be old enough and she'd be old enough, they would get married. In the meantime, Rav Shmelka lost his fortune, all of it. And he sat down to write a very painful letter. And he told the Maral, I'm setting you free. You can go marry someone else. We have no nadin. We have no dowry. But when the Maral received the letter, he said, absolutely not. I refuse to break the shidduch. If you want to break it, and you want your daughter to marry someone else because you feel guilty that you can't support me, I refuse to marry anyone before she is married. Things did not go well for Rav Shmelka. Rav Shmelka fell into a depression. He was sad, he was broken. And his daughter, his wonderful daughter, Peril, opened a little store, a store to support herself and her parents. 10 years passed. Peril is still single. And one day an army comes into the town. And a soldier on a horse, starving, he walks right up to her little outdoor bakery. She sold some loaves of bread, and he walks up to her and he takes his spear and he sticks it into a loaf of bread and he says, I'll take that. You'll take that? She said, please, don't steal from me. I'm poor and I'm supporting my family. Please, I beg you, don't steal my loaf of bread, please. Well, the soldier was somewhat sympathetic, and he says, you know what, I have no money, I'm a soldier, but you know what I do have? I will give you an extra saddle that I have. I have a saddle, I have 2 of them, and I'll ride in a little bit of discomfort, and I will give you my extra saddle, which he did. Okay, at least she got something. He threw it at her, and off he galloped. She sat there, she looks at the saddle, what's she gonna do with it? And then she felt it. And she opened it, and there was a little bit of a tear, and inside the pocket there was a fortune. She looked around, everyone was gone, and she took it as a sign from Hashem. She ran home, she told her father, and her father immediately wrote a letter to the Maral, who was still a single bacher, waiting, and he said, please come and marry my daughter, which he did. Years passed and the Maral became the Maral, the greatest Torah scholar of his generation, and for many generations. And one day, years later, a bacher walks in and he says, Rebbe, I want to break a shidduch. He says, why? He says, the father-in-law lost his money and there's no nadin. And again, understand that was customary in those days. Well, the Maral says, I will not paskin, I will not allow you to do that in my bezdin, in my court of law. But what I will do is, I will tell you a story. Sit down, young man. And he told him an incredible story, his story. The Parsha of Shidduchim is a painful one, but we have to be able to look for the signs from heaven. And Emir Hashem, if we put our faith in Hashem, then and only then will the Yeshua come, will the salvation ultimately be. This month is the month of Shvat. Stands for Shenis Baser Besurais Toirais, that we should hear good news. May we indeed hear great news from everyone.
Acqua frizzante. Sparkling seltzers, diretto from Toscanini.
Rav Shlomo Moshe Amar, the Rav Harashi, and one of the chief rabbis of Yerushalayim, of Jerusalem, said something very, very important and something very applicable. We live in tumultuous times, and everywhere we turn, we face uncertainty. And sometimes we wonder and we look for the hand of Hashem. The following story is a story that he told over, and he said it was this story that gives him chizuk, that gives him encouragement in the most challenging of times. He said many decades ago, a father came over to him. He was a rav in a moshav in the northern part of Eretz Yisrael. And the father comes running over to him and he says, Kvod Rav, Bini, Bini, my son, my son. And the Rav Rashi got very, very nervous. And Rav Amar said to him, what's wrong? Is he okay? And he said, he's okay. But, he was here this last Shabbat. And as he's about to go back to his army base, I said to him, you can't leave me. And he said, but Abba, I have to go back. And he said, I know, but I'm harvesting the cucumbers on Sunday, and I need your help. I can't do it alone. I'm too old. I'm too weak. Please, I need your help. And he said, but if I go back to the base late, they're going to give me consequences. They're going to punish me. And he said, you'll tell them you came late once. And he brought him a note from the Office of Agriculture of this moshav that informed him and revealed that if he did not do the harvest now, he would lose a great deal of money. He begged his son, and his son stayed. And he helped him with the harvest, and then he went back to his base. But when he went back to his base, he was greeted by a very grouchy and miserable commanding officer who said, oh, look who's here. I'm glad you're able to return. Where have you been? And he said, well, I was hoping my father, and he cuts him off right there. And he says, I don't want to hear your excuses. You sound like a child. But as he said that, my son got very impatient. He tells Rav Amar. And he said, come on, what difference does it make? Oh, the commanding officer, the mifaked heard that. And he said, you know what? Now you're going to suffer the consequences. He put him into a holding cell. They quickly arranged a trial. And they determined that it would be thrown into the prison, into solitary confinement for 21 days. It was right before Rosh Hashanah. And he says, Rav Amar, I don't know what to do. My son's going to miss Rosh Hashanah. He won't be able to pray. And he said, listen, you're 100% right. But what can I do? It's out of my hands. All I can tell you is, Kol man da Ovid Rachmana. Everything that Hashem does, Litav of it, He does it for our good. And he told him a story, a famous story, with Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva had a light, a lantern. He had a donkey and a rooster. And he came to an inn in the town and he asked for a place to sleep. And they said, we have no place for you. He went into the forest and a wind came and blew out the lantern. A wild cat came and killed his rooster, and a lion ate his donkey. That night, an enemy came and attacked the city. And he had a lantern. Had the rooster made noise, had the donkey made a sound, he would have been caught and he would have been killed. And he said, look at that. I thought it was terrible. Kol man da Ovid Rachmano. L'tav Ovid, have faith. About 10 days later, he came to him on Motzei Yom HaKippurim, and he was white as a sheet. And Rav Amar said to him, what's wrong? He said, as you know, today the Yom Kippur War broke out. And my son's entire unit went out to fight. And he starts to cry. And he says they were all killed. Except my son, who was stuck in prison. It was not a moment of joy because Jewish lives were lost, but it was a moment of great perspective. His son had performed the mitzvah of Kibbud Av Va'em, and Hashem was going to reward him. Sometimes we think things and we don't know what's happening, but Rav Amar said this story has escorted him his entire life, and every time something bad occurs, he thinks to himself, maybe bidafka, from here will come the salvation, specifically from what I think to be the tzara, the tragedy. Let's look at it with new, fresh eyes, and we will see the goodness of Hashem, hopefully very, very soon. I hope everybody had a great Pesach. On the second night of Pesach, we begin counting Sviras HaOmer. And we count for 49 days until we reach the Yontif of Shavuos. There's a discussion amongst the Mefarshim, amongst the commentators. Is Sviras HaOmer a mitzvah sasei shahazman grama? Is it a time-oriented mitzvah, or is it not? One would think that Sviras HaOmer is certainly a time-oriented mitzvah. What more time-oriented mitzvah could there possibly be than actually counting time? And the Ramban says something shocking. He says that Sviras HaOmer is in fact not a time-oriented mitzvah. It is not a mitzvah sasei shazman grama. Why? And this is the way Rabbi Akiva Tatz puts it down. He says because Sviras HaOmer is not about counting time. It's about making time count. Some days we just are very lazy. We don't do much with our time. We're killing time. Sviras HaOmer teaches us, make every moment count. Utilize your time to its fullest. I'm going to give you 4 different time periods and think which one of these does not fit. A day, a week, a month, and a year. The one that doesn't fit is a week. Let me explain why. When someone thinks of a day, you're talking about a 24-hour time period. It's when the earth rotates on its axis. One full rotation. A month is when the moon completes its orbit around the earth. The year is when the earth completes its orbit around the sun. But a week is nothing other than a Shabbos. The Pasuk says, Sheva Shabbosos Timimos Tihiena. 7 complete Shabbosos. When you count Svira, for instance, last night was 10, let's say. So we say, Hayoim Asara Yomim, Shehem Shavua Echad, Ushlosha Yomim Ba'omer. Now what is that, a math lesson? 10 is 1 week, which is 7, plus 3 is 10. The answer is that we're taking the mundane, we're taking the days, and we are transforming them into a Shabbos, taking our mundane lives and making it holy. How? By maximizing every moment. When the Granat, Reb Naftali Trupp, was very sick, he was a young man, he was in his 50s, and the Talmidim of Radin Yeshiva wanted to do something special for the Rosh Yeshiva. And so they went around and they started to collect time. How much are you willing to donate to the life of the Rosh Yeshiva? One fellow said a day, the next said a week, the next a month. Finally somebody said, I'll give a year of my life so that the Rosh Yeshiva can have a longer life. Finally they went to the Chofetz Chaim and they said to him, Rebbe, what will you do for the Rosh Yeshiva? Chofetz Chaim thought about it and he said, I will donate 1 minute. At first they were shocked. 1 minute? What is that? Well, you have to know what a minute is worth. For the Chofetz Chaim, a minute was a lifetime. Sfiras HaOmer teaches us, maximize every moment of life because it's so very precious.
Peppers, 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 peppers.
Happy Lag BaOmer, everybody. There are two significant events that took place on Lag BaOmer. One is that the Talmidim of Rabbi Akiva, the 24,000 students of Rabbi Akiva that perished during the days of Sfira, stopped dying on Lag BaOmer. The second significant event is that it is the yahrzeit of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, the author of the Zohar HaKadosh. How are these two intertwined? How are these two events connected? And the answer is as follows. Why did the students of Rabbi Akiva die? The Gemara tells us, "Sheloi noagu kavod zeh bazeh." They did not treat each other properly. They didn't give each other respect, whatever that means. Obviously, these were great tzaddikim, but tzaddikim are judged very, very carefully. And so, on their level, they didn't treat each other with the proper respect. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai authored the Zohar. The Zohar are the hidden secrets of the Torah. And Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai revealed those secrets of the Torah. Why? Why was Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai the one that was able to reveal those secrets? And the answer is that Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai and his secret power is hidden in his name. He was Bar Yochai. He gave life to people. There's a story told of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. He and his son were in a cave for 12 years. And after 12 years of learning inside of the cave, they come out of the cave and they see a man who is working on his field. And Elazar, the son of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, looks at this man, and the man turns into a pile of bones. And Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai hears a baskol, an echo come from heaven that says, you can't just look at people and cause them to die. And so they went back into the cave, learned for another 12 months, and now emerged. And when they looked at people, they no longer killed them. And the simple understanding of the story is they were so holy that just looking at someone else caused that person to die. But perhaps there's a deeper understanding to that story. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai's son looked at that individual. And you can look at someone, and merely by looking at them in a terrible way, you can make them feel like 2 cents. You can kill someone with a look. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, he was able to look at someone and give him life. We know that each letter of the Torah represents another Jewish soul. Well, if you are able to see the beauty of that soul, then you are able to see the beauty of his letter. Yisrael is Rosh Tevis, it's an acronym. For Yesh Shishim Riba Oisiyos La Torah, there are 600,000 letters in the Torah. Each Jew, each of the 600,000 Jewish souls is represented by a Jewish letter. When you see the beauty of the Jew, you see the beauty of his letter, you see the light of his letter, you see the secrets of his letter, you see the secrets of the Torah, and that is the power of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. He's able to see the beauty of the Jewish soul, and that's why he can reveal the secrets of the Zohar HaKadosh. On a day that the Talmidim of Rabbi Akiva stopped dying. Why? Because now they no longer mistreated one another. This is the day that Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai's life is celebrated, because he perfected that concept of seeing the beauty in someone else, seeing the strength, the power, the light of their soul. A number of years ago, a colleague of mine, Rabbi Zev Schwartz, was davening on Rosh Hashanah in the TA Beis Medrash where we daven. It was Rosh Hashanah, and as sometimes happens, he just wasn't feeling it. He decided he needs to step out of shul and take a little walk. He walked down the hall towards the preschool section of the TA building. And he went to offer a special prayer. He stood in the spot right outside the nursery room, right outside the preschool room. It's where his mother, who had passed away many years earlier, had taught. She was an exceptional teacher who loved the children unconditionally. And he said, Rabbeinu Shalom, Almighty God, please let the merit, the schus, the memory of my mother, who did not get impatient with her students, who was able to see past their faults, to see the beauty of their souls, let that merit help in my prayer. And I ask you, Hashem, don't look at my faults. See the beauty of my soul. And through that, let my tshuva and my prayers be accepted. Today is Lag BaOmer. Today is the day that we celebrate the beauty of the Jewish soul. Look at each other. See how beautiful the Jewish people are. And then look at yourself and realize what a special soul you have as well. In this week's parasha, Hashem promises us that if we keep Torah and mitzvahs, if we observe Hashem's commandments, then vishavtem lovetach ba'artzachem, we will dwell securely in the land of Eretz Yisrael, we will be protected. However, if we do not, Hashem warns us. Ve'ezoreh, Hashem will scatter us. The Rabbeinu Shalom will scatter us ba'goyim amongst the nations of the world. It's not only that we will be exiled, but we will be exiled and scattered like grains of barley into the wind with nothing to unite us or to keep us together. And that's a terrible curse. Reb Mordechai Gimpel Yafi was a great Maggid, a great Baldarshan, And he told over the following story. Once upon a time, there was a Paritz, a landlord. And the Paritz invested with his mushka, with his Jew, and he wanted to make a nice return. However, unfortunately, he was not making money. And so he told him, listen here, Jew, either I start getting my money back, or you and your family are going to suffer greatly. Well, this Yid, this Jew, was very, very scared, and so he ran home and he told his wife and children, let's go. We have to run for our lives. Who knows what this fellow's going to do? They set out onto the road with all their belongings, and lo and behold, who do they meet? They meet the Paritz, and the landlord says, Mushka, what are you doing here? He says, he starts to stammer and stutter. He doesn't know what to do. And he says, well, for the holiday, I'm going to the city. He lived in a village. And he says, for the holidays, I run to the city. Now, the Paritz was around Jews all the time. He knew the Jewish calendar year well, and he said, what holiday is it? Now, we know that there's the Shalosh Regalim. There's Man Cherusenu, there's Pesach, a time of freedom. There's Man Matan Torasenu, it's the time when Hashem gave us the Torah, that's Shavuos. And of course, there's Sukkot, Man Simchasenu, time of joy. And the Yid thinks to himself, I'll tell you what holiday is. It's Zman Pleitosenu. He didn't explain what that means, but that means it's time to run, time to escape. And so he says, I never heard of that holiday. He goes to the next town and he sees a Jew that's working. He says, you're working? Isn't it a holiday? And he says, well, which holiday is it? And the Paritz tells him, well, your friend told me it's Zman Pleitosenu. The fellow realized, the Jew must have been running away from his landlord. And he says, yes, it must be his Zman Pleitosenu, his time to run away. What do you mean, his time to run away? And not your time? He says, yes, Zman Pleitosenu, this holiday is very unique. Every Jew celebrates when they feel it's necessary. And so his Zman Pleitosenu is right now. Mine could be in a few weeks from now. I'll let you know. Reb Mordechai Gimpel Yafi says, Vishavtem la'aretz ba'artzachem. You will be able to be securely in your land. Vishavtem lavetach. Securely. But when we're in Golus, when we are scattered amongst the nations of the world, as Jews we must realize there is no security. Hashem will scatter us. We're not together. It's Zman Pleitosenu. It could be right now in America things are good. Well, throughout the last 2,000 years, we've always felt secure at certain times. But we can never get too comfortable in Golus. However, the day soon will arrive when we will live securely in the land of Eretz Yisrael, when Mashiach arrives. This week is one of the most special Shabbosos of the entire year. It's called Shabbos Shuvah, a Shabbos that is designated for Tshuva. Not only that, but Shabbos Shuvah, of course, is in the Aseres Yemei Tshuva, the 10 days of repentance, which will lead us in to Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement. And in this week's Haftarah we read, Shuvah Yisrael ad Hashem Elokecha. Ki choshalta ba'aveinecha, ki chu imochem dvarim v'shuvu el Hashem. Shuva Yisrael is a lashon, is an expression which is written in singular form. Shuva Yisrael ad, until Hashem Elokecha. There seems to be something missing. Why? It's only up until Hashem. Ki choshalta ba'aveinecha, because you have stumbled, you have sinned. What could possibly be the sin? Well, if it's singular lashon, if it's only one person, if you're doing this by yourself, then you're not doing it right. Kichu imachem dvarim, plural. Take others with you. Then vishuvu, together, all of us will return el, to Hashem. Not ad, we won't stop to right before Hashem, but it will go el, all the way, kaviyachol, as if to say, right on to Hashem's lap. Because when we do it together, we're different. We know that Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, does not work unless yiratze es chaveiroi, unless you ask your friend for forgiveness. We're all friends. Better yet, we're all brothers and sisters. And I know some of you might be thinking, oh, come on. I wear this type of yarmulke. He wears that type of a yarmulke. She dresses one way. She doesn't. Come on. We're not all brothers and sisters. Listen to this story. Rav Kalman Krohn passed away last year, very, very special Jew, one of the greatest Jew lovers of our time. And he was a Haredi Jew, very, very strong in what he believed. However, when he came one time to Israel, he was taking a taxi ride with a Nahag Chiloni, an irreligious taxi driver. And he says to the guy, you know, Nahag, Achim anachnu. You know, we are brothers. And he says, Achim, brothers? We're not brothers. Ani chiloni, I'm not religious. V'ata charedi, and you're super ultra religious. And he said, no, I'm telling you, we're brothers. And again, the driver insisted that the two of them had nothing to do with each other. And Reb Kalman Krohn says, I'm telling you, I heard it from my Rebbe. He told me that we're brothers. He says, really? Who's your Rebbe? Mi Rebbe Shilcha? And Kalman Krohn looks at him squarely in the eye and he says, my Rebbe? Adolf Hitler. He did not differentiate between Jews. Didn't make a difference what you looked like. Didn't make a difference what type of yarmulke or hat you wore or didn't wear. A Jew was a Jew. And they all would suffer the same fate. And so now, thank God, we live, Baruch Hashem, in a free world. And God is very good to us. And we see His kindness openly. So Yom Kippur is a time when we have to look at all Jews with a loving eye, because indeed we are all brothers and sisters. And if we know that, and we believe it, and we act like that, then Vishuvu El Hashem. We're all doing tshuva, we're all returning, and Hashem is forgiving us all. Sukkot is here. Finally, after Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, we can celebrate Zman Simchasenu, a time of unbridled joy. So you would think that we'd go on this great vacation, or maybe we would redecorate our homes and live in the lap of luxury. But that's not what Hashem has in store for us, not at all. He tells us, go into a sukkah, tzei midiras kva. Go out of your permanent dwelling, out of your house, v'shev b'diras arai, and dwell in a temporary dwelling. And I grew up in Cleveland, Ohio, where I have to tell you sometimes when Sukkot was late in the year like it is this year, it could get down to the 30s. maybe even colder. It was frigid cold, freezing. We were bundled up, eating the hot soup. And that's man simchaseinu. That's joy. Indulge yourself, that would be joy. Not roughing it, not camping outside. Oh, but that's where we're wrong. Chazal tell us that when we sit in the sukkah, we are sitting betzila dimemnusa, in the shade of the Shekhinah. We are sitting with Hashem spreading His loving arms around us to remind us of the Anane Kavod, the clouds of glory that protected the Jewish people from every angle so that no danger or hurt would befall them. Yes, as long as we're together with Hashem, then we're happy. And that's what Sukkot is all about. Appreciate what you have, appreciate what Hashem gives you, even if it's not all that much, or so you would think. Because as long as you have Him, you're good to go. And sometimes, to be honest with you, we're a little bit spoiled. And Sukkot is the time when you take a step back and you say, you know what? Maybe I don't need all of that. Maybe the simple joys of life is really what brings me happiness. A few years ago, I built a sukkah with my class. And almost every year I invite my class to help me. I'm not the world's greatest builder. And they help me take out the boards, and they help me take out the schach. And everyone's helping. But I had one young man in my class who had a disability. He had very, very, very short arms. And building a sukkah was not his thing. Couldn't hold a hammer. Couldn't even hold a nail. He couldn't schlep big sukkah boards. But he came over to me and he said, Rebbe, I'd like to help. And I looked at him and I said, you know what? That's right, you should help. No excuses for you. I went up into my shed and I got a beam. It was about 3 feet long. And I took it and I placed it into his arms. He couldn't hold anything more. And I was marveling at the courage of this young man. And then he said to me, Rebbe, I want you to know, this is the first time I built a sukkah in my entire life. You had to see the smile on his face from ear to ear. I couldn't wipe it off. He was so proud. And I see all the other boys lifting big, heavy boards, taking it all for granted. Sukkot is a time when we can't take life for granted. There's too much complication and worry, too much that burdens us, that weighs us down. Appreciate the simple joys of life. Sitting with a family outside with nothing more than some flimsy walls and a little bit of evergreen on top of us. But realize that if we're in the shade of Hashem, everything's gonna be just fine. Have a great Yom Tov. As Jews, we do not give ourselves enough credit. Take Yaakov Avinu. Yaakov Avinu has a dream, and he lays his head down on the stones, and he dreams that there's a sulam mutzav arza, a ladder that is planted firmly on the ground. V'roishoi magia hashamayma, and the head of the ladder reaches heaven. Yaakov Avinu, who represents all Jews, while our feet are firmly planted on the ground, our aspirations our dreams, our abilities, we can reach heaven. Sometimes we forget how great we are, and we need someone to remind us about it. The following story is not well known at all, and it was told over by Rav Lugassi, who wrote it in his sefer called Yishuv Hadas. And on the last page of the sefer, he tells the following story. He says that there's a Yid who lives in Kiryat Sefer, a neighbor of his. And this Yid tells him about 25 years ago, he says, you know, something happened to me recently and I want to share it with you. As you know, as a young boy, as a young man, I survived the war. A priest saved my life. And I was always very much makar tov. I had tremendous gratitude to this priest because he saved my life. Without him, I wouldn't be here. He was Michasidei Umay Israel. He was an extremely righteous Gentile. He was someone who was kind and giving, and he risked his life to save mine. In fact, he comes to visit me in Israel every once in a while. The priest picks himself up, he's an old man, and he visits me. And recently, on one of his visits, he says, I have a special request. And he hands me an envelope, and I open the envelope, and I begin to read it, and I nearly fainted. It was a request of his, a last request of his. He says, you know, I'm getting to be much, much older, and I'm going to die soon. I have a request. I love the Jewish people. I want to be buried next to a Jew. Can you please arrange that? And I looked at him. I'm a member of the Chevra Kadisha. I know the rules. We're not allowed to be buried next to people that are not Jewish. And I didn't know what to tell him. But I figured I'll tell him the truth. I'll tell it to him straight. And I said, as much as I care for you, as much appreciation as I have for you, can't bend the rules. But you know what? I'm going to ask a rabbi. I went to Rebbe Yashiv, and I asked him what to do, and he said, there's nothing to talk about. There is no Eitzah. He can't be buried in a Jewish cemetery. A few months later, he came back, and he says to me the following, you know, I can't stop thinking about it. And I have an idea. You don't have to bury my body next to a Jew. What if they cremate me? I just want my ashes to be sprinkled next to a Jewish person who's buried in the cemetery. He says, I was very moved by the request, and I went back to Rebbe Yashiv, and Rebbe Yashiv smiled. And he said, I'm sorry. It can't happen. It's against halacha. You have to tell him no. And I went back. I was very sad, and I felt terrible. But I told him, the Jewish law is the Jewish law, and he understood, and he was very gracious about it. But Rebbe Yashiv told me one thing that I'll never forget. He said, look at that. Here's a non-Jew, a priest, who so much appreciates, so much values the Jewish people, that he wants his last request to be that he's buried next to a Jew. He'll even have his ashes buried next to a dead Jew. And here we are, each and every one of us, we are alive. We can live as Jews. What a privilege. Don't take it for granted. Finally, the day of redemption has arrived. 210 years, and Klal Yisrael is finally being redeemed. But how did they survive for 210 years? And Chazal tell us that they kept their identity. Shelo yishinu es shemam es l'shaynam ve'es malbusham. They didn't change their names, they didn't change their language, and they didn't change their dress. They remained Jews with a Jewish pride of how they looked and how they spoke and what they were called. And we have to do a little more of that. Instead of always trying to fit in with the Goyim, let's remember that we're Jews. Let's remember that it's holding on to our identity that keeps us alive in Galus. It allows us to survive in Galus. And listen to the following story, a very cute and important story. Tsar Nikolai's mother one day calls him in, and she says, "Son, you know, I keep hearing about these Jews, but I've never seen one. Could you find me a Jew, and I will reward him handsomely?" Immediately, Nikolai sends out for his messengers, and he says to them, "Listen, go find me a Jew in St. Petersburg and tell him that I want him to come to the palace 10 o'clock tomorrow morning and that he'll be rewarded for his efforts." Okay, they set out to St. Petersburg and they walk the streets, and sure enough, there's plenty of Jews there. And two of the officers walk over to a Jew and they say, "Hey, you, stop." Now, in those days, when a Jew was called by the officers, he ran for his life. But they caught up to him and they said, "Whoa, you're not in trouble. But the Tsar's mother wants to see you in the palace tomorrow morning, and she's going to pay you well for your services." What does she want? She just wants to see a Jew. The guy runs away and he says, "Okay, oh boy, I'm going to the palace, the Tsar's palace. I'm going to see his mother. I need to first go get a haircut." He runs to the barber and he says to the barber, "Listen, quickly, shave off my beard, cut off my payas, make me look real nice and handsome." And then he runs to the tailor and he says, "Listen, I can't wear this Jewish-looking coat. Give me a nice, good, modern, contemporary-looking suit." And he changed his entire look from top to bottom. And the next day, he appears at the palace. And the Tsar's mother looks at him and says, "Who are you?" And he says, "What do you mean? I'm a Jew." "You're a Jew? You look like the rest of the non-Jews." He says, "What do you mean? I got all dressed up for you." And she says, "You silly fool. I didn't want you to change your look. I wanted you to keep your look so I could admire the people that have survived for so long." This is the key to our survival. A yarmulke, tzitzis, to make sure that we look like a Jew. This is the Jewish identity. It has been for generations. And if we hold on to it, then Emir Hashem soon we will be able to greet Moshiach. Let me share with you a beautiful story. It's timely and it's perfect, and it's something I think that you're going to enjoy very much. It's the story of Yerushalayim 1936. When there was a Magefa, there was a plague. But unlike this plague, unlike Corona, this plague that happened in Yerushalayim affected children. And tragically, it caused them to go blind. Well, young Bitzalel, a young elementary school child, he wakes up one morning and he starts screaming to his widowed mother, "Ima, Ima, Mommy, help! I can't see!" His mother comes running to his room and she looks into his eyes and she saw the symptoms. She runs to the doctor and she says, "Doctor, help me. My Bitzalel can't see." He examines the young boy's eyes and he looks sadly at the mother and he says, "I'm sorry. Your child is going to go blind in 24 hours. He has caught the disease." Well, where does a forlorn mother run? Where does she go in Yerushalayim in 1936? She put her child into a carriage and she went to Kever Rachel, a 2-hour walk. And she goes to Kever Rachel, and she cries out, Mama Rachel, please help my child. Gal einov ve'abiton iflois mitayrasecha. Open his eyes and let him see the beauty of your Torah. He loves to learn. That's all he wants to do. Please, I beg you. And her son, who had fallen asleep, Bitzalel, suddenly wakes up and he begins to cry and daven like an adult. And he says, Mama Rachel, please, v'hoyer eineinu b'soirasecha. Allow my eyes to be illuminated by your Torah. I am willing to be mevater and give up everything. I will give up seeing your beautiful mountains and valleys, the beauty of Yerushalayim. I will give up seeing my friends. And now his voice cracks and he says, I am willing to give up even seeing my mother. But the beloved Torah that you have, please allow me to read those Svarim. I'm begging you, Hashem, please help. And he cries himself into an exhausted sleep. She takes him back home. She puts him to bed. And the next morning he wakes up, he screams, Ima, help me. And she runs in and he's smiling. He says, Mommy, I can see. And this story told by Reb Zundel Stern, he heard it from his mother, who heard it from Bitzalel's mother. Bitzalel would grow up to become Reb Bitzalel Zolti, the Rav of Yerushalayim. And I want to tell you why this story means so much to me, because when I was in yeshiva, third year Beis Medrash, I prepared my chabura. It was the first chabura I prepared, a collection of Torah thoughts on the Gemara. And I opened up a sefer in Mishnas Yavitz at 6:30 in the morning, and I was not an early riser. And I began to learn and to write over what this great Gadol, what this great Talmid Chacham had said. That was my first chabura. It was written by Reb Bitzalel Zolti. He wrote the sefer Mishnas Yavitz. It is not a stretch to say that the Avas HaTorah, the love for Torah, any that I have developed, is really sourced in the cries of a 10-year-old child who refused to not learn Torah. It's Shavuos. It's the time for learning Torah. And unfortunately, we might not be in our shuls yet, but nothing can stop us from learning Torah. Have a great Yontif.
We live by our values, adhering to the highest standards for purity and kashrut. Out here on the farm, we stand firm in our beliefs, so you can rest easy. Belief, freshly frozen produce, under the strict hashgacha of the Badatz Yerushalayim.
Over the last number of months, it's been very difficult to go to Eretz Yisrael, to go to the land of Israel. Just when we thought it was safe, there was another coronavirus spike that set us back. When will we be able to go? Who knows? But during this period of time, we need to realize how fortunate we are to always be able to go to Eretz Yisrael. It used to be, it was a very difficult journey. Not so long ago, I remember, I had not gone in 19 years. Since I left as a young married couple, I had not returned. My brother, who makes the journey quite often, told me, I'm so jealous of you. You realize how special the trip is. And so, recently, I've been thinking about the privilege that we have to go to Eretz Yisrael, the land of Israel. Rabbi Yisrael Karduner was a Breslover Chassid, and he lived in Uman, he lived in the Ukraine. He did not have the opportunity to go to Eretz Yisrael. One time, him and his friends got together, and they decided they'll save enough money, they'll set aside some time, and they'll make the difficult journey. They were on the ship, and one of his friends says to Rabbi Yisrael, I hope you have your paperwork, you have your passport, you have everything in order. And he said, no, I actually don't. I don't have my passport. And the fellow looked at me and says, Rabbi Yisrael, have you lost your mind? The Turkish authorities are not going to let you into the land of Eretz Yisrael. They're going to stop you. They're going to tell you to turn around. And Rabbi Yisrael smiled and he said, if that's the will of Hashem, if that's the will of Almighty, then so be it. But from the time the ship docks until we reach passport control, I will have walked 4 amos, 4 cubits. I will have fulfilled my commandment and my privilege of walking the land of Eretz Yisrael. When he arrived, somehow they let him in. He walked the length and the breadth of the land. He davened by all the special places. He saw the beautiful land of Eretz Yisrael. When he came back home, he told his wife and his children, we are going. It would take many years, but eventually they moved to Eretz Yisrael, and that's where he spent the last number of years of his life. The great Bas Ayin, who lived in Tzfas in the early 1800s, was told about the diamonds that line the streets. But when he walked the streets, he didn't see it. He went back into his apartment and he spent a long time there. And then he came back out. And he declared that he is going to have a beautiful Suda, a celebration. They asked him why. He said, at first I didn't see the diamonds in the street. I went back into my apartment. I thought about the privilege. I thought about how lucky and how fortunate I am to be able to walk in the streets, to appreciate the holiness of this beautiful land of Eretz Yisrael. I walked back outside and I was able to see the diamonds. We now have a number of weeks until we can go back. And during this period of time, let's think about what a privilege it is. And maybe if we do, when we go back to Eretz Yisrael, we will see the diamonds on all the streets.
עוד יותר, כן, עוד יותר, עוד יותר, כן. מזל טוב.
אתה הכי טוב. עוד יותר טוב.
אלבר, רק את הטוב! ועוד הנפקה מוצלחת לחברת ההייטק הישראלית.
אולי תהיה יותר טוב, משה.
גבירותיי ורבותיי, נחתנו זה עתה בנמל התעופה בן גוריון. ברוכים הבאים לישראל.
Israel is strong and growing. Now, more than ever, is the time to make Aliyah.
On October 7, I was here at the Nova Music Festival. I ran for my life, hid for 7 hours. Terrorists shot me twice. Thankfully, I survived. I'm still dealing with trauma, and I'm not alone. 3 million Israelis are in trauma. They need mental health care or physical rehabilitation. Wounded soldiers, families, and scared children.
Since 1912, Hadassah has been a life-changing force in Israel. Today, Hadassah has 2 world-renowned hospitals, pioneers breakthrough medical research, cares for youth, and has built the much-needed and largest rehabilitation facility in Jerusalem.
Thank you to everyone at Hadassah Hospitals. You've been helping me, and so many others. And a special thanks to one nurse, my mom. I love you.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the region. It's currently 7 a.m. in New York and 2 p.m. here in Israel. I'm Ladar Greve-Lazi, and here are the latest updates coming out of the region. At this hour, a memorial ceremony on Mount Herzl in Jerusalem is taking place in the presence of the Prime Minister, honoring the civilian victims of the October 7th massacre and the war. Earlier today, a memorial at Mount Herzl for the fallen IDF soldiers was also held in attendance by the Prime Minister, along with Israeli President Yitzhak Herzog, top defense officials, bereaved families, and other dignitaries. Today's official state memorials commemorate the Hebrew date of the October 7th massacre. At the memorial, Prime Minister Netanyahu said that despite a declaration that the war is over, Israel has not yet completed its war objectives. But he vowed that Israel will complete a full victory over Hamas. Speaking of the October 7th massacre, Netanyahu added that Israel received a demonstration of what the term genocide really means. He said not the fictitious genocide like the anti-Semitic blood libels hurled at Israel, but the massacre on October 7th, which he said was a monstrous genocide in every sense, a merciless slaughter of babies, children, adults, and the elderly. The Prime Minister also praised the IDF soldiers and said that Israel stands at the front line of the clash between barbarism and enlightenment, between endless cruelty and humanity. And today marks the one-year anniversary of the death of Yahya Sinwar, the Hamas leader responsible for planning and orchestrating the October 7th massacre, and the man responsible for all the death and destruction in both Israel and in Gaza that ensued. On the occasion, the IDF released a new photo of his elimination by the IDF. Meanwhile, the ceasefire in Gaza has entered its third day, but Israeli officials are warning the war is far from over. Humanitarian aid convoys have resumed and some hostage bodies have been returned, but there are growing doubts about Hamas's compliance with the agreement. Inside Gaza, Hamas is consolidating control, cracking down on local clans, targeting alleged collaborators, and reasserting authority in urban areas. Hamas has reportedly killed the wife and 2 children of a former Palestinian Authority intelligence officer in Gaza. Gazan media say Hamas fired an RPG at the family home in Sejaiya, east of Gaza City. The husband was suspected of forming armed groups linked to the Palestinian Authority. His fate is unknown. But the attack is part of a broader Hamas crackdown, with reports of dozens of executions of Palestinians accused of opposing its rule. Hundreds of thousands of Gazans are cautiously returning to their homes amid widespread destruction, limited services, and ongoing security threats. Israeli media are stressing that the ceasefire is extremely fragile. The return of all hostages and the full disarmament of Hamas remain unresolved, and officials warn that Israel could resume military operations if Hamas fails to meet its obligations, a situation closely watched by international mediators, led by U.S. President Donald Trump. And indeed, Trump is now warning that Israel could resume Gaza fighting if Hamas violates the ceasefire. In a phone interview, Trump told CNN he would consider allowing Israel to resume military operations in Gaza if Hamas fails to uphold its end of the ceasefire deal. Trump said Israel will return to war as soon as I say the word. If Israel could go in and knock the crap out of them, they'd do that. Later in the Oval Office, Trump went into detail about Hamas's efforts to find the bodies of Israeli hostages. He also warned Hamas to disarm or else.
Well, they're looking for them, absolutely. They're looking. So we have the living hostages all back. They returned some more today. It's a gruesome process. I almost hate to talk about it. But they're digging. They're actually digging. There are areas where they're digging and they're finding a lot of bodies. Then they have to separate the bodies. You wouldn't believe this. And some of those bodies have been in there a long time. And some of them are under rubble. They have to remove rubble. But there are graves, and some are in tunnels that died in tunnels that are way down under the earth. And the tunnels are like 3 feet. Can you believe it? 3 feet high. They lived like this for a long period of time. It's a horrible atrocity. At the same time, we, meaning Israel, but I knew everything they were doing pretty much. I knew most of the things they were doing, but they've killed probably 70,000 of these people, Hamas. And I said, it's time now. So we'll see what happens. We'll also see what happens. Your next question is going to be the weapons. We want the weapons to be given up, sacrificed, and they've agreed to do it. Now they have to do it. And if they don't do it, we'll do it.
And so joining us now with the latest on the ceasefire is Brigadier General Harel Knaf, former Chief of Staff of Southern Command. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, and good afternoon.
So the ceasefire is very fragile. On the one hand, U.S. President Trump, as we just heard, has declared the war over. On the other, he, along with other Israeli officials, are threatening that Israel could resume fighting if Hamas does not comply, which so far it's not complying. So what's your analysis of this situation?
Well, there is the agreement, of course, that we have to put a large pressure so the agreement will be fulfilled as it was written. And meaning, by saying that, I mean all the bodies of the hostages that still in Gaza Strip should be back to Israel. And I think that some of them, it will take a long time because you have to dig deep down, some of them unknown for the Hamas at all. I think there's something like 10 bodies, up to 10 bodies, not knowing by the Hamas where they are, and we will have to continue with this after we finish with all the rest. But they have to meet this objective. And the second objective that they have to meet is disarming themselves, by themselves or by others. And this is the second objective of Israel, and we will not rest until this objective will be end. Now, there is to do it in a good way, like the agreement saying, and there is to do it in a bad way, like President Trump said, when I will say to Israel, you can do it, Israel will get in and do it. Unfortunately, I'm pessimistic about the first way that it can be done. And unfortunately, I think we will have, at the end of the day, to do it by Israeli military forces again in Gaza Strip. And until we will not finish it, you cannot do the stage, or you cannot deal with the stage of recovering Gaza Strip, or to give them a better life. Until we will not finish to disarm the Hamas, it will not end. Now, the Hamas is acting today like a new organization. They are organizing all the land that they have at the same way that they did when they conquer Gaza at the first place from PLO. Yeah. Doing the same.
So I want to get to that in just a minute. But before we talk about Hamas's capabilities today, I do want to ask, if Israel were to resume the fighting, you're saying that, you're pessimistic that Hamas will disarm itself. Would it be the same as before? I mean, what would a resumption of fighting look like, especially now that the living hostages are back in Israel?
No, I think, first of all, Hamas cannot threat Israel anymore, a strategic threat, okay? It doesn't have missiles to rocket to Tel Aviv or to Ben Gurion airplace and airport, and it cannot do what it done before. It cannot also penetrate Israel and conquer a kibbutz or something like that, because we are being inside Gaza Strip, and it cannot operate anymore in a strategic way. But it can harm us in a tactical way. It can harm soldiers who are posted inside Gaza Strip. It can fire a little missiles to the places surrounding Gaza Strip, so he can do tactical things. And I think for many years now, he will not be able to do a strategic arm to Israel. But this is not the question. The question is if we dismantle Hamas or not dismantle Hamas. And we didn't dismantle Hamas. The agreement should have done it. I hope it will, but I'm pessimistic in this objective, and it will not will, and we will have to penetrate again. Now, it will not be able to gain power again because we have Rafah and we have the borderline with Egypt, and we have all those places, so we cannot smuggle any more things inside. We can check all the vehicles that got in, and we can see that there is not a strategic problem on those vehicles. So I think in this matter, we assured ourselves, we already assured ourselves the situation. But this is not the end. We have to do much more if we want to have real peace in this area.
Now, we are seeing, as you said, you were saying before, armed Hamas terrorists, they're regaining control of areas that Israel withdrew from. We're seeing public executions in the streets. I mean, what are Hamas's capabilities today?
They can do everything inside the territory that we have them. We have now a ceasefire between us and them, and in this period of time, they cannot attack us because we have a ceasefire, but they can do all the rest of the things because the ceasefire doesn't say that the Hamas cannot kill Palestinians. And Hamas, like Hamas, always killed Palestinians. Even before he started to kill Israelis, he killed Palestinians. But now the world have again the opportunity to see what is the Hamas and why you have to dismantle Hamas from Gaza Strip. Now, nowadays, it's less our problem because, as I said, we are defending ourselves now in full range. Now it's the problem of the Arab countries that control the Hamas, that control the head of Hamas in Cairo, in Qatar, and all those places. And Europe, you said you want to give the Palestinians a country. You recognize the Palestinian country. Please come and save the Palestinians. We will not interfere in this internal matter inside Gaza Strip. And nowadays, a lot of Palestinians are being killed, not only men. Also, we are reported that a woman and a child died when they are launched RPG inside the house of one of their protesters or one of their other militant that fight against Hamas. So now it's the problem of the world. It's the problem of the Arab countries. We are watching now, and that's all. We will interfere when it will come a time that we will feel that we need to interfere inside.
Mm-hmm. But, looking forward, this peace deal is co-sponsored, as you mentioned, by Egypt, by Qatar, by Turkey. Some of these countries, they either turned a blind eye to Hamas, and others went so far as to fund Hamas and even express support for this terrorist group after October 7th. So how can Israel trust these countries to be a part of enforcing the peace in this, post-war Gaza?
First of all, Israel never trusted those countries. We knew that the connection between the Egyptian and Hamas. We know about the connection between Qatar and Hamas. As long as they did it without bringing them to a situation they can harm Israel badly. It was, you try to restrain the wild dog that is inside your yard. But now, when they lost control, we had to do our thing. And as you saw 2 years of fighting. We did everything that we wanted to do inside Gaza Strip, and we will continue to do those things. So we are not trusting those states. We are trusting ourselves. But we gave them the opportunity to show that they change the old way of finding Hamas, of helping Hamas. Now they understand, after the 7/11, after the 7th of October, they understand the meaning of what Hamas can do. And they understand that after Hamas killed 1,200 Israelis in one day, Israel now killed over 70,000 people inside Gaza Strip because of Hamas. We tried to kill only Hamas, but Hamas hide himself amongst the civilians, and many civilians also died. So those countries like Egypt and like Qatar are responsible also for this, for what happened there. And I hope that now they understand it better, and they will do other things. Anyway, they said it, and they signed not with Israel, they signed with the United States this agreement, and now they have to do what it said inside the agreement. And if they will not do it, as President Trump said, I will allow to Israel to do anything they want.
Mm-hmm. Now, I want to ask, because, you were the former chief of staff of Southern Command, and so maybe you can share with our viewers, what it will be like now if IDF soldiers will have to go into Gaza to finish the job. I mean, maybe you can give us sort of a better understanding of what this would entail.
First of all, you saw it at the previous, the last operation that we have inside. We conquered Gaza in a matter of a few weeks. They couldn't harm Israeli soldiers almost at all. I mean, we lost maybe, 10 soldiers in this operation. And the next operation will be even easier because, as I said, we dismantled a lot of the Hamas capabilities during the war, all the war, and during those few months inside the Gaza City, few weeks inside Gaza City. And I think it will be much easier. It will take time because you have to evacuate all the civilians again. But as you saw, even though everybody threat us that it can't be done and those things, 90% of the people went out when we said go out, and it will happen again, and we will get inside Gaza City very easily and to other places very easily. And I'm saying from here to the Hamas, beware of what you're doing and dismantle your arms, because if you will not do it, we will cut you like a cheese with a hot knife.
Well, on that note, Brigadier General Harel Knafo, thank you so much for joining us today and for your unique insights.
Thank you.
And now a word from Web3.
תקבל עוד יותר טוב.
עוד יותר, כן, עוד יותר, עוד יותר, כן. מזל טוב.
אתה הכי טוב. עוד יותר טוב.
אלבר, רק את הטוב. ועוד הנפקה מוצלחת בחברת ההייטק הישראלית.
אולי תהיה יותר טוב משם.
גבירותיי ורבותיי, נחתנו זה עתה בזמן התעופה בן גוריון. ברוכים הבאים לישראל.
Israel is strong and growing. Now more than ever is the time to make Aliyah.
And moving on, the bodies of 2 more Israeli hostages have been returned to Israel and identified at Abu Kabil Forensic Institute. They were identified as 27-year-old Haifa student Inbar Hyman and 39-year-old IDF tracker Samir El-Atrash. Hyman was abducted and murdered during the Hamas-led October 7th attack at the Supernova Music Festival. She was the last remaining female hostage held by Hamas. El-Atrash, a tracker in the Gaza Division's Northern Brigade, was killed fighting terrorists near Nahal Oz that same day, and his body was taken into Gaza. The Prime Minister's office expressed deep sorrow to their families, reaffirming Israel's commitment to bring back all fallen hostages for proper burial. Hamas did not identify the remains, similar to an earlier handover when one body turned out to belong to a Palestinian. The terror group is still holding 19 deceased hostages. Defense Minister Israel Katz warned that if Hamas fails to comply fully with the ceasefire agreement, Israel is ready to resume fighting in coordination with the United States. U.S. mediators say locating all remaining bodies could take weeks, but they vowed nobody is getting left behind. And in the meantime, the 20 living hostages have returned home, reunited with their families, and are currently receiving medical care in hospitals in central Israel. But the recovery process is going to be a long one. Joining us now with more on this is psychologist Dr. Liraz Margalit. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me.
So the last living hostages have been returned to Israel, and now the rehabilitation process can begin. I mean, what are some of the challenges that these hostages will be facing after 2 years in captivity?
So after 2 years in captivity, the challenges are both psychological and physical, unfortunately. So we know that many hostages lived under extreme stress, uncertainty, and lack of control, conditions that can deeply affect the nervous system. They may experience symptoms similar to post-traumatic stress disorder, what we know as PTSD, such as anxiety, nightmares, hypervigilance, and even emotional numbness as a defense mechanism. But beyond trauma, there is also the challenge of relearning freedom. So we need to make sure that they will gain control back. They will be able to make choices again by themselves, and also trusting people and feeling safe in everyday life. So this type of adjustment can take months or even years. And since we don't have enough information, enough literature, enough studies, so we don't have any clue and any idea regarding the long-term implications of such an extreme conditions.
And so what treatment are they currently receiving, or will they receive to address all of these challenges?
So mainly the treatment focuses on stabilization and gradual recovery. And we know that each returning hostage is a team of professionals, doctors, psychologists, and also social workers working closely with them. And the first stage is about creating a sense of safety and physical recovery. And then comes emotional processing, therapy to rebuild a sense of trust and control and connection to normal life. And for some, we know that group therapy with other hostages that experience the same awful experiences help them feel less alone in their experiences, and they feel, because we like to be empathic to people and we like to say, yeah, we know what you are going through, but we don't. So we know that only other hostages can help in this type of situation. And we know that there is a control therapy and choice therapy. And that means that we need to give them the freedom to decide, even with very, very small decisions, like what you like to do. And even we know that our soldiers that came to meet them, they were debriefed to ask them, can I put my hands on you? Can I help you? And this type of process make them feel that they have the agency and they own their own choices. And this is extremely important.
And what about, their families after everything that they've gone through as well, and now, readjusting, especially those with children, let's say, who haven't seen their fathers in 2 years? I mean, what's the process there?
So the families also went through deep trauma. They lived for 2 years with fear, with uncertainty, mainly their whole their lives. And sometimes also they felt guilt for surviving. Think about the parents, that their children were there. And when loved one returns, it's emotional, but also complex. Both sides have changed emotionally, psychologically, and sometimes physically. And children, for example, they may feel joy mixed with confusion or even distance. And the key is slow reconnection. And I emphasize slow. And we need to help families rebuild trust with closeness, step by step. And we need to understand that they need lots of psychological support for everyone, not only for the hostages themselves. And also sometimes, and this is from past experience, we know that if we think about the family, they need also support, because if you think about parents, they have one role as parents, and this is to be able to provide their children with safe environment. And of course, it's not their fault, but sometimes the parents felt that they fail to do this one role that they have. So they also need treatment.
Absolutely. It's going to be a long rehabilitation process. Dr. Liraz Margalit, thank you so much for joining us today and for your insights.
Thank you.
And now a word from the Technion Israel Institute of Technology.
On Rosh Hashanah, every bite of apple and honey holds a quiet prayer. May this year be better. May it be sweeter. But the blessing of sweetness stands on the edge of disappearing. Bee populations are collapsing from habitat loss and disease, taking with them something more than honey, a promise to future generations. Technion researchers are harnessing the power of science, racing to save our world's tiniest heroes before it's too late. They're creating AI-powered hives that protect and heal, and robotic bees that lend a helping wing. L'dor Vador, from generation to generation, means caring for every link in the chain, keeping the sweetness of this holiday alive. Because tradition isn't just about the past, it's about the future we have the courage to create.
And earlier this morning, the IDF's top command marked the Hebrew anniversary of the October 7th massacre with a solemn ceremony at the Nahal Oz base. The Army's General Staff Forum stood for a moment of silence at exactly 6:29 a.m., the time Hamas's onslaught began 2 years ago. Nahal Oz was one of the hardest hit bases on that day. 53 soldiers were killed in the attack, including 31 combat troops and 22 non-combat soldiers. Among them were 16 female surveillance soldiers who were targeted in their posts. Another 10 soldiers, 7 female surveillance troops, and 3 tank crew members were abducted into Gaza. And that's it for this edition of ILTV. Stay tuned for further updates on the hour, or download our app by scanning the QR code on your screen. Thanks for joining us.
A lot of news, and joining us to discuss all of it is Professor Kobi Michael of the Misgav Institute. Thank you for joining, Kobi.
Thank you for having me.
Kobi, 20 living hostages have been thankfully released. The release of the living hostages brought relief and a lot of joy, but only a handful of the bodies have been returned so far, with many still missing. What challenges is Israel facing in bringing them home? What do you foresee will happen on this front?
I assume that unfortunately we will not be able to reach to all of the dead hostages, to all of the bodies that were buried in the Gaza Strip, because people who buried them are not with us anymore. They were killed by the IDF, and all the geography, the terrain of the Gaza Strip has been changed dramatically, and there might be some severe difficulties to allocate all the bodies. But on the other hand, there is no doubt that Hamas holds not few of them. Hamas itself admitted that they have an access to something like 15 bodies. So the idea that we got only 7 until now is something that indicates about Hamas intentions, about Hamas behavior, and about Hamas attitude, and about the idea that Hamas will find any opportunity and will use any opportunity in order to manipulate, in order to create the psychological pressure, in order to torture the nerves of the Israeli society and the families. This is Hamas. This is what Hamas was. This is what Hamas is. And I assume that this is what Hamas will be in the future.
How do you think that Israel should hold Hamas accountable for the bodies that are still unrecovered? What will Israel do if they're not accounted for?
I think that Israel has a very good intelligence with regard to the capacities of Hamas, with regard to the bodies which Hamas has an access to. And as long as we have this intelligence, I assume that Hamas will be continued pressured by the mediators and by Israel, that is able to use some leverages against Hamas. But at the end of the day, I think that Israel will know, based on its intelligence, what is the edge. I mean, if Hamas is not capable anymore, sincerely, to have an access or to reach to bodies.
Now, with the living hostages returned, does this mark the end of the war, as has been announced everywhere? Or is it merely phase 1? Like, what needs to happen next?
We are still in phase 1, and phase 2 and phase 3 are much more complicated. Phase 2 is concentrated on the idea of disarming Hamas and demilitarizing the Gaza Strip. I'm really skeptical about the idea that Hamas will cooperate with these efforts in order to realize this phase. It doesn't look that Hamas is in this direction, but on the contrary, Hamas does all its efforts in order to reconstitute itself in the Gaza Strip, in all the areas that the IDF withdrew from. And we saw all the executions, the public executions in the streets there. And we saw that Hamas is capable to recruit many thousands of militants. And the way that Hamas behaves until now does not indicate that Hamas intends to make a step forward towards the realization, the implementation of phase 2 and phase 3. And in this regard, I think that we are going to face a very challenging problem.
Kobi Michael, thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. Goodbye.
So let's start with Mark. You're in the studio here with me. You know, we're currently in the midst of a 72-hour period of ceasefire. The hostages are set to be released at any time. Up until tomorrow is the hard deadline that all the hostages are supposed to be released. What does this ceasefire mean now for the region, the release of the hostages? What does all of this mean? Do you think we are beginning a new era here in the Middle East?
It's ultimately a positive development, but to say a new era, time will tell. Now, the deal, as you know, the Trump package is front-loaded. In other words, we get our hostages out at the very beginning. And even now, Hamas, as in previous prisoner releases, hostage releases, I should say, is flexing muscles. I heard on Arab media just a moment ago that they're saying only if we release certain key people will they agree to release the hostages, something Israel has not committed to and is not in the agreement. But let's presume everything goes as it should, and in the period they release the hostages as they should, and then other things have to happen. And stage 2 of this deal is still wide open. And that's why President Trump, after he speaks tomorrow at the Knesset here in Jerusalem, will be going to Egypt, to Sharm el-Sheikh, to meet with the Arab leaders and other Western leaders to discuss the rebuilding and what will be in Gaza on the day after.
And Brigadier General Amir Avivi, we have you on Zoom. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that Israel has, its stated war goals, the release of the hostages and disarming Hamas and essentially the elimination of Hamas from the Gaza Strip. Can we say now that Israel has achieved or is about to achieve these war goals?
Well, I think that, when I look at this agreement, I think it is historical in many, many ways. And when I was watching, the dynamics in Washington, it took me back many years ago to the Yalta Convention in February 1945. At that time, although there was not still a decisive win, it was obvious for the Allies that the Germans, not the Nazis, lost the war. And they convened in Yalta to discuss two things. What is Germany the day after, how they are going to divide Germany, and what will be the new world order. And I think that exactly the same happened in Washington. There was a realization that basically Hamas lost. It's just a matter of a few months until it will be eradicated. And at this stage, the Arab countries, Qatar, Turkey, other countries said, okay, we understand where this is going. This is time to have a deal. And two things were discussed. Of course, the hostages, but in the long term, what is Gaza the day after and how it's going to be divided, and it is going to be in a way divided, because there are areas in Gaza, for example, that Israel will stay forever, according to the agreement. And what is the new world order? This regional global peace agreement, this alliance, Western Israeli Moderate Sunni alliance, that will extend all the way to Indonesia. So yes, this is something historical, and the first step is the release of the hostages, but there is much more afterwards. And the deal gives Israel everything Israel wanted. All the points that were decided upon in the Israeli cabinet are included in the deal. The issue is to make it happen, to really get Hamas to lay down their weapons, to really make sure that Gaza is disarmed, to really bring, a different kind of technocratical government that will manage Gaza the day after, with an oversight of the U.S. There are many, many challenges ahead, but we reached an agreement that really enables Israel to reach all goals of war, and this is a big deal.
All right, now I want to turn back to Brigadier General Amir Avivi. We've seen the images of Hamas terrorists on the streets of Gaza. We're hearing from all the experts on our panel who all are expressing skepticism, which of course I share, that Hamas will indeed disarm, will indeed agree to all of the points in Trump's plan. So I want to ask you, if Hamas does violate this agreement, what will Israel really be able to do? I mean, would Trump allow a return to fighting? Because, it seems that U.S. President Donald Trump, the United States, and all the European countries and all the Arab countries pretty much believe this to be the end of the war. Israel, however, sees it a little bit differently.
Well, if this is the end of the war, it will end with Israel controlling 53% of the Gaza Strip, controlling Philadelphia, controlling Rafah, controlling areas in the north of Gaza, and Gaza lost more than 50% of its area. Not a bad way to end the war. Hamas is completely surrounded. Anything that goes in and out, it's Israel. It's controlled by Israel. Any prospect of any rebuilding of anything in Gaza is dependent on Israel and the U.S. Any money that will go in dependent on us and can be stopped.
Brigadier General Amir Avivi, thank you so much for your insights. And Ambassador Regev, I want to turn to you. I know we heard about the cost of this deal. Let's talk a little bit about the United States and sort of the pressure that they put on Israel, actually, to get to this deal.
So it's not unprecedented that American presidents and Israeli prime ministers can have tough conversations sometimes. What Trump has shown is by giving strong support for Israel, you actually have more leverage when you speak to the Prime Minister of Israel. If a president is seen as being hostile to Israel, and the Israeli public sees that too, the Israeli Prime Minister actually can score many points by standing up to the President of the United States. We saw that under Obama. We saw that to a certain extent under Biden. When the Americans are pressuring you to do something that's clearly against Israeli interests, when the American president is not seen as a friend, so the Israeli Prime Minister can stand up and say no. It's much more difficult to say no when the president is so strongly in support of Israel. And he says, just go that extra mile for me to make this deal work. It's easier to do. I think that's an important point to remember. Remember Trump in his first term, right? He recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital. He recognized the Golan Heights as sovereign Israeli territory. He tore up the bad nuclear deal with Iran. He initiated the Abraham Accords. He targeted and killed Qasem Soleimani, the head of the Revolutionary Guards, and this goes on and on. He was perceived by Israelis as a whole as a friend of our country. And since he came into office for a second time, he's, certain things that the Biden administration did that we didn't like, he stopped doing that. The weapon supplies were open. He said we should finish the job and gave us supporting and backing. And so that, I think, gives him the power in a conversation with the Prime Minister saying, I need you to do this for me. Once again, in the framework of being such a good friend, I think it's easier, I'll say it differently, it's much more difficult for an Israeli Prime Minister to say no.
So I want to now turn, Ambassador Regev, Brigadier General Avivi, please stay with us. We'll be back to you in just a moment. But now I want to turn to ILTV's Emily Schrader, who's in Hostages Square. Emily, you've been there all day today. Can you share maybe with the viewers what it's like, what the atmosphere's like in Hostages Square today, and how it feels, to maybe be reporting there from, hopefully, for the last time?
Well, Lidar, I can't say how happy I am that this is most likely the last time I will be broadcasting from Hostage Square. But unlike last night, where we saw a presence of more than 400,000 Israelis in the streets here celebrating the ceasefire hostage deal that hopefully will see the safe return of at least 20 more of our living hostages, as well as the remaining deceased hostages in the Gaza Strip. Today, it's been pretty quiet most of the day. It's only started to build really in the last hour. And you do feel a palpable excitement here on the ground. A little bit of nervousness. I think everyone is sharing in the anticipation about what's going to happen in the next few hours. But all day we've been getting updates. It could be, as you stated, the Vice President stated, at any second. But we did hear the most recent reports from the Prime Minister's office stating that it will be between 4 and 6 in the morning. Also here at Hostage Square, beginning at midnight, they are having what's called Yellow Night, where there will be yellow flags to symbolize the hostages all over the square, and they will be broadcasting everything that's happening as it's happening in real time to give all the updates as we follow the journey back home for these hostages that have been held for 736 days. Now here with me in the square today, I have Kalev Ben David from ILTV News, and I also have with me the senior contributing editor at JNS, Ruthie Bloom.
Can I just add, Emily, there's a more relaxed, almost festive atmosphere here. A few minutes ago, we had a Donald Trump impersonator who I think flew from America parading through the square, something that would have been, I would say, terrible, inappropriate taste any other day in this location than today.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw such support for President Trump even last night here in the square. They were chanting, "Thank you, Trump. Thank you, President Trump." Ruthie, I want to ask you, politically speaking, how has this deal been perceived so far, both by the Israeli public and by the international community that you've seen?
Well, what I've seen is that there's wall-to-wall support for the deal. Of course, there are people who have serious misgivings, and those usually are on the right, or what you would call the far right. I wouldn't. But the misgivings, of course, have to do with the release of so many Palestinian terrorists who will definitely commit acts of terror again once they're released. We know that. There's a high percentage of recidivism. That's one reservation. The other is that this is only the first phase of this deal. We know that the second phase, we know that Hamas is already saying, no, we're not going to lay down our weapons. There's all kinds of monkey business going on, but the main thing is that everybody, especially in Israel, wants to see all the hostages home before we do anything else.
I think there's a lot of unanswered questions that we still have on the ground. I know we want to get back to you in the studio, Lidar, so we'll circle back and discuss this in just a few minutes. Back to you, Lidar.
Thank you, Emily. To Emily in Hostages Square. Emily, you with us?
Yes, Lidar, great to be back with you. So I am here in Hostage Square where, as mentioned before, the crowd continues to grow. The anticipation is in the air. Israelis waiting very, very excitedly for the return of our hostages after 736 days in captivity since that awful day on October 7th. I am here joined by the senior contributing editor at JNS, Ruthie Bloom, still with us, and also Arab-Israeli journalist and social activist Youssef Haddad, who has been one of the most prominent voices throughout this war across the media and social media, both inside Israel and abroad. Youssef, I want to start by asking you your take on what's happening in Gaza. You're following all the Arab social media, what's been going on the ground. What's the response been just in the past 24, 48 hours to this ceasefire?
Well, Emily, before I answer this question, I must share my feelings with the audience about the feeling of being in the hostage square, because every time we arrived here, we were sad and we were hopeless. And now we have a smile on our faces and we are hopeful. And we're hopeful because, inshallah, soon we will see all our hostages back to Israel, hopefully sooner than later. So it's good to be here. And I can't believe that I'm actually saying that it's good to be here. Regarding to the question, the streets in Gaza are with mixed emotions, because we've seen quite a lot of Gazans are hopeless. And it's totally 180 degrees from what happened the 7th of October 2023, because they were joyful, they were happy. The majority of them, they were happy about the attack and the massacre. And today, after they actually see the destruction of those 2 years and understand that they accomplished nothing. Hamas started this war on the 7th of October aiming to liberate Al-Aqsa and Jerusalem. And today, at the end of it, Israel is controlling more than 50% of Gaza. The Gaza Strip is totally destroyed because of Hamas. Schools, mosques, hospitals, all those infrastructures are all completely damaged and destroyed because of Hamas.
Well, I'm going to add to what Youssef just said by saying this is exactly what Prime Minister Netanyahu meant by victory, total victory. The victory is not because peace is busting out all over. You have to be very wary of these countries that are Islamists, like Turkey, like Qatar. But what you can see is this is what you call their type of surrender. And so that in that respect, I'm optimistic.
All right, Yosef, your final thoughts from hopefully what is our last broadcast from here in Hostage Square before we see the release of our hostages.
Well, first of all, we are excited to see all our hostages coming back home to their land, those who are alive for rehabilitation and to be united with their families, and those who are unfortunately not with us, to come back here to be buried and for their families to have a closure. So we are all excited to see all of them coming back home. And one last and final thought. I've seen a lot of people thanking this and thanking that and thanking this and thanking that. I here say, we thank our brave female and male fighters, soldiers from the IDF who did an absolute amazing job. And a final message to all our enemies. Come here, bring this flag. Here's my final. You thought you can destroy the state of Israel. You thought you can destroy the state of Israel. You thought that by the end of 7th of October, maybe the first week, there's no more Israel. Well, look at that. The hostages, inshallah, coming back soon. All our soldiers, inshallah, coming back soon as well, back home. Well, and of course, Israel is here to stay. Am Yisrael Chai, b'panim shel kol echad ve'echad.
All right. Thank you, Yosef Haddad, for joining us today and for those words of encouragement. I think you echoed what a lot of us are feeling here on the ground. Ruthie, I know your son is finally coming back after his heroic work in Gaza with the IDF.
Absolutely, and I could never top that, what you just said. So, amen.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your service, for your son's service.
All right, we'll be live tomorrow for the actual release of the hostages. But for now, Lidar, back to you.
Thank you, Emily. We see the crowd gathering behind you, the cheers. That's the atmosphere in Hostages Square. Thank you all so much for joining us for this broadcast. Now, Mark, I want to turn to you. We see what's happening in Hostages Square. We see the excitement. You can feel it in the air. Final thoughts from you.
It's a good day. Our hostages are coming home. It's because Israeli soldiers fought, and unfortunately some of them had to die, to win this, to bring about this victory. And bringing the hostages home is a victory. And as we go forward and maybe to bigger and better things with peace and reconciliation, we have to always remember Israel's strength, Israel's military strength, is a prerequisite for any sort of deals that we do in the future. With one hand, we hold a sword, and with the other hand, we hold it out for peace with our neighbors. They work together.
And in other news, they faced missiles, food shortages, and lockdowns, yet they kept going. Coming up now, the incredible story of how Leket Israel sprang into action during the war, feeding hundreds of thousands when no one else could. It's a tale of resilience, heart, and hope. Let's take a look.
During this war, as sirens blared and families sheltered in place, one thing remained constant: Leket didn't stop. While Israel's home front took heavy hits, Leket Israel, the country's national food bank, shifted into emergency mode, just as it had during past crises. Food sources disappeared overnight. There were no more leftovers from army bases or hotel buffets. Volunteers couldn't safely reach the fields, but the need was still there, so Leket acted fast. With less rescued food available, the organization began purchasing food at full price, an expensive but necessary pivot to ensure no one went hungry. At the Leket Distribution Center, the usual 100 daily volunteers were replaced by just 15 at a time due to safety limits. Most were staff working around the clock to pack, sort, and deliver food to those who needed it most. They adapted their model, making fewer but larger deliveries, offering door-to-door service for homebound seniors, and distributing food cards when logistics made physical delivery impossible. Leket even expanded its mobile food pantry, bringing produce straight to central locations in towns where partner agencies had shut down. And now that the ceasefire is in place, Leket has returned to its core mission: rescuing fresh, surplus food from farms, hotels, and corporate kitchens, and getting it into the hands of those who need it most. The organization serves 415,000 recipients a week and works with 300 nonprofits across the state of Israel. They were there during the crisis. They'll be ready for the next one. But until then, Leket continues doing what it does best, because until there is no hunger, Leket won't stop.
Incredible resilience by Leket Israel. And here in the studio with us today, we have the pleasure of meeting Sally Pulat, Leket's Regional Director of U.S. Development. Sally, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Lidar.
So for those who may not be familiar, what is Leket Israel? And maybe you can also give us sort of an overview of the mission that you've taken on since October 7th.
Of course. For those that may not know, Leket actually means the gleaning of the crops, which is a biblical commandment that we need to leave the edges of the crops for the poor. Joseph Gittler started Leket a little bit over 22 years ago. He saw a gap between the amount of wasted food and how we needed to feed people across the country, the surplus of what we have. And that's how he started the organization. Our mission is to rescue nutritious, good food and get it to the people of Israel all over the country. And that's all Israelis.
And nutritious, I think, is a key word there.
Absolutely.
Now, you've launched a lot of special initiatives across Israel. Is there anyone that really stands out for you?
Yeah, we've done a lot of adapting and pivoting as the war within war. One that stands out is Leket Express, and basically that's a truck that we started about 3 years ago, and it became a grocery store when it went into neighborhoods that were poor neighborhoods, economically not doing well. And what we were able to do is we'd open the truck and we'd basically give people in the neighborhood fresh produce, which they were able to then turn into meals. And then the way we had to pivot with Iran, the war in Iran, is basically we started making boxes so that people didn't have to stand outside, and we had the boxes delivered as well as giving them immediately versus having people wait. So we changed our whole thing based on
the realities here in
the
Israel,
reality of the missiles coming down, and Homeland Security basically telling us that we have to be safe for the people that we're providing the meals to.
Yeah. And how have sort of the volunteers and the local communities, how have they stepped up since October 7th and, you know, the war with Iran?
So it's pretty crazy because when it started in October 7th, a lot of flights got canceled. A lot of people couldn't come to Israel and volunteer. The Israeli population and the culture is so amazing that 65% of the population of Israel actually stepped up to volunteer.
Wow.
Through a whole bunch of nonprofits, and we were the benefactor of them as well. So I could tell you that people felt like they needed to do something that was important and contributed. So last year we had about 95,000 volunteers come into Leket and help us. The year before that was 80,000. So can you imagine, even with the war and the lack of flights, people were coming and wanted to be part of something bigger than themselves. So come volunteer. It's super important that you do that.
I mean, that's an incredible statistic, and I think also shows the resilience of the people here in Israel. And so, you know, for those now watching from abroad who perhaps are not in Israel and can't come help, you know, how can they help? What's a meaningful way for them to help right now if they want to?
Well, first of all, we'd love your help. Leket is a nonprofit organization, and we survive based on donations from all over the world. So it's super important for us to have financial support to do what we do. We never stop. The missiles, the first war, anything that basically you would think would stop us doesn't. We serve, again, about 415,000 people a week, and that's up from 230,000 before October 7th. So that's a really big number of folks. So please help us provide meals to people who need it now more than ever. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sally, for joining us. And for those watching, you can scan the QR code on your screen right now to help Leket Israel bring food to everyone who needs it here in Israel.
there, I'm Natalie.
And I'm Max.
And we're cruising Israel for ILTV. Today, Max, we're gonna visit the most hardworking cows in the game.
Cows? Hardworking cows?
Yep.
So, have you ever milked a cow before?
Me? Never. I've never been up close and personal with a cow, but...
Me either, and it looks like you're gonna be maybe milking a cow today, huh?
I guess we'll see.
Let's check it out.
Israel has the largest selection of different types of cheeses. We're here up in the Golan in Kurlander Farm, who's been in the dairy industry since 1951. Let's go check it out.
If your bucket list involves feeding a baby calf, then you're in luck. At Kurlander Farm, you can experience the day in the life of a cow while petting, feeding, and learning all about the cows and milk production.
They sleep on the straw, and they eat it too. Who wants some water? Hey, don't be selfish. You got some food in your mouth. He's thirsty. Very thirsty. Wow, I've never gotten so close to a cow. What? Why is he doing this?
It's like a pacifier.
After treating my fingers like a chew toy, it was time to learn about the calves.
These calves are the newest. These two were born, this one was born yesterday. This is 2 days before. Yesterday, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And,
it's a baby.
Yeah, it's a baby, and you can see it's
pretty big for a day-year-old.
Yeah, it's not like a human baby. It's like after 15 minutes or so, it's already walking around.
Yeah. How heavy are they when they're born?
Around 100 pounds, something like that. You can see the cord, the umbilical cord. It's now not completely dry and still hasn't fallen.
What do these calves need? How long are they in these individual cages for?
This is like nursery, or like I don't know, even before.
Yeah.
And they're gonna be here for like a few weeks only, because we wanna bottle feed them and we wanna nurse them and we wanna take care of them. They're quite delicate in this time of their life. After they finished here, they're gonna be here for a few more weeks, starting on solid food. And then we're gonna take them to the other farm until they are ready to be cows, we call it.
Are there baby calves here all year round?
Yeah. Sometimes we have more births, but according to the planning, because we want to have more milk in the summer when when the price is higher. So it changed a little bit, but we have them all the year round.
The price of milk is higher in the summer.
In the summer, because it's harder to make milk in the summer. Cows, they don't like the heat. During the summer, we have to take them to the shower a few times a day.
Because of Israel's difficult climate, the cows must receive loads of attention so they can efficiently produce milk. And because of Israeli-developed systems which have been implemented in the farm, including housing structures and cooling systems, the cows achieve much higher production than ever before.
I thought cows were supposed to be lazy. This one is running around in its own little... Let's feed him. Let's feed the little guy. Hi! Eat food! Okay, he doesn't want. All right, let's go check out the adult cows.
This is the restaurant. This is where the cow eats. It's like a very good hotel. There's a buffet all day long, open buffet. They come and eat whenever they like.
Wow, look at the size of these cows.
We have a sunroof, like in the car. You see, we open it for the sun. It's electric. And you can see the cows are pretty big.
How old are these cows?
These ones are the older cows. This one, should be like 6 or 7. They're lying around, chewing their cud, very happy in the sun. We open the roof for them. You see that the manure is very dry. We keep it very dry.
So this cow looks like he's ready to be milked, no?
They are before their milking session, but well, they look like this all the time.
So I've milked a goat before on the show, but never a cow.
So it's your lucky day.
It's my lucky day.
See, the tail is very nice, and I'm the hairdresser, and Petty Manny, that's me.
Really?
Yeah, with the disc. So all the cows here are pregnant. These ones are around 8 months to their pregnancy. Over there is 9 months, really ready. So this is our milking parlor. This is where we milk our cows 3 times a day. They come in here. Every cow's got a special identification tag on her leg. There's an antenna here. The computer gets all the information. This thing is also a pedometer that counts the steps, so we know when the cow's in heat, wants to get pregnant, or when she's about to deliver. All goes directly to my phone.
Wow,
Yeah.
high-tech farmer.
Of course.
When the cows are brought to the milking room, the first step is to put a soapy substance on the cow's udder. A small amount of milk is then squeezed just for a visual check, and if everything looks okay, they attach the milking cluster where the milk flows directly to the tank, where it is maintained at a temperature of 4 degrees Celsius.
So every cow here gives around 10 gallons. That's the #1 in the world.
Now that we know how the cluster works, I think it's time to give it a try.
So, now you need to do it from top to bottom and open each
Squeeze
time.
it down.
Yeah, like this.
So what we always do here, if we like someone, is this.
That was not fair. Look at that. All over me. Look at this.
Doesn't get any fresher than that.
You're third-generation dairy farm owners. You started out with 1 cow, and now you have how many?
Around 500.
How did this happen?
Well, throughout the years, the cow that was pregnant, delivered, gave birth, and then they bought some more cows, and it grew, making 2 million liters of milk each year.
And where do you sell them?
It goes to Tnuva, most of it. So Tnuva is the biggest dairy company in Israel. Used to be like a co-op of the kibbutzim and moshavim.
So these are all Israeli cows? They're all from here?
They're all from here. It's years of breeding, of planning, of genetic planning, and artificial inseminations.
Oh, wow.
That's the Katyusha rocket from the Second Lebanon War.
And it landed here,
It
on
landed,
the farm?
It landed next to our truck coming back from the packing house, not so far from here. It like kind of washed, across, and landed just next to it.
Nice piece of decoration here.
Yeah, and I always tell everyone here that since 51 we never missed a single milking session. With all the wars.
Now that's dedication. The milk that doesn't go to the factory is pasteurized right here in Kurlander Farm. They produce many different kinds of cheeses, from spreadable to harder ones.
So now it's time for a little cheese tasting over here. We have an assortment of different type of cheeses that's made right here. Why don't you tell us about each one?
So starting from Labane, which is very, very Israeli, very popular. It's the Arabs and the Druze here in this area. This is their cheese. And we make it here, of course, from our milk. Soft white cheese with peppers. And that's fatit, what we call in Israel. It's kind of semi-hard cheese. This one's with dried tomatoes, and this one is white. Bel paese, Italian kind of hard cheese, creamy inside. And of course the camembert, just out of the incubation.
This is actually my favorite type of cheese.
Good choice.
So let's try it.
Let's try.
So you practically work here all your life. I hope you don't eat too much cheese. Because if I worked here, I'd be eating this all day.
Too bad, huh?
Let's mix them all together. That's delicious. It's good creamy texture. So you produce your own olive oil as well here?
Yeah, this one is the Barnea variety. That's my grandma in the picture. And it's organic, first cold pressed, USDA organic approved olive oil. So it works excellent with all the cheese.
Yeah, goes well together. Soaked.
Besides for being a dairy farm, Kurlander Farm also grows organic citrus fruits.
This one is an Israeli kind of hybrid, and it's very sweet, and it's called odem, which is red or rouge because of the color.
Yep.
And it's very tasty.
Really, this is like the sweetest tangerine I've tried. So you only grow citrus fruits here? Thank you.
Not only, we have citrus fruits, and we also have plums, apricot, peaches, all the summer fruits.
So with loads of activities to do in the Upper Galilee, Kurlander Farm is definitely worth the trip.
That was a cool experience, Max.
Yeah, who knew there were so many cows up here in the Golan? So for our next thing up here, there's another farm. They make some wine and some other things, And they do it all with a kind of a biblical tradition. Now, I don't know all the details, but I'm sure that they'd be happy to teach us all about
I
it.
trust you, Max.
All right, let's go.
There are many unique things to do here in the north of Israel, and today we're going to meet a lovely couple that combines the philosophy of ecological living and a fun tour. So let's check it out. We're now here on the ecological farm, which was entirely built on recycled material by Tammy and her husband Bobby 16 years ago. So tell us what you have to offer here on the farm.
We start with the way that people was living here in the Golan Heights thousands of years ago, in the Bible time. And then we go to the new, and we see our winery, our restaurant with our cheese, our olive oil that we made for all people that come to us.
But what's going on behind us? What's Bobby doing?
Bobby is preparing the vineyard for the new grapes that will start in 2 months.
In order to understand modern methods, first we must go back thousands of years to the time of our ancient ancestors.
Come in to the wine press. In Hebrew, it's called gat. You know what people do in here? They love it so much. They take baskets, go to the vineyards when the grapes are ready, pick up the grapes, put it here on the floor, wash their feet there, and press it.
Start stomping?
Stomping on grapes was an integral part of winemaking history, and extracting the juice by simply using body weight prevents the pits from being crushed along with the grape, thus making sweet wine.
When they press the grapes there, all the juice comes down from this pipe, and they collect it with the bottle. All the juice come in.
Well, now that we've seen how wine is made in ancient times, why don't we check out how olive oil is made?
Come and see.
So here we have the black olives that Bobby just picked up off the tree. And how do you start?
You take the stone and smash it on the rock. Notice how much oil we have in it, like this. Try to squeeze it. But listen, a lot of oil there is here, but the oil doesn't come out. To take it out, we use water. So the oil come up and we collect it and we put it in the amphora because all the dirty material come to these corners and stay there.
The Mediterranean olive tree and its oil symbolize the connection the Jews have with the land and its 2,000-year-old history. The oil was the most imperative agricultural product and was used for food, light, heat, cosmetics, and let's not forget its use in religious rituals.
Olive oil made from these two hands.
Do you want to see how they make their own flour? Let's go to the millstone. This is a millstone, okay? In Hebrew, we call it even rechaim. You must grind it. Try to do it. Feel how difficult work is it.
Wow. And it's not smooth. That's why it's even harder.
They didn't eat meat a lot because people was known their status by how many animals they had. If they will eat it, no status to show.
After the grain is crushed into flour and blended with other raw materials from the garden, it is baked in a clay oven, all made from the bare hands of Tammy and Bobby. The clay was collected from the Sea of Galilee. At Bel Ofri Farm, they complete the biblical menu.
Here is where everything we've seen today comes together. The Bel Ofri Farms believes in a central value that honors the traditional study in the Bible. Why don't you continue on and explain all the different ceramic arts that you've created here?
In the Bible, it was written that when you collect your wheat, your grape, and your olives, when God will give us this, when we be kind to the other.
The fate of the 7 varieties mentioned in the Bible, the most important being wheat, barley, grapes, and olives, is determined in the period between the holidays of Passover and Shavuot.
Do you remember that we grind the wheat? This is a way to do it. Here, we take care of the grape, how we press it in the wine press. And here is how we make from our olives the olive oil.
The settlement of En Nashut in the Golan is where the tradition of winemaking all began. And it is where Tammy and Bobby collects the grapes. It then continues to age in their very own wine cellar, which used to be a Syrian army bunker.
We're making 15,000 bottles a year, but this is a family wine cellar. Here we sit all the wine that we collect each year, we put it here. Let's taste some wine.
You make different kinds of wine?
Yes, we make Cabernet Sauvignon, Merlot, Syrah, Petit Verdot, and Shiraz.
The wine is unoaked and made without sulfites.
We call our winery En Nashot Winery. This is the name of ancient Jewish village that was here across the road 1,500 years ago. We are sitting on its land, and what between us? They made a lot of wine on this land, and we came 1,500 years ago after and make a lot of wine.
As we can see, it's never a dull day for Tommy and Bobby. They continuously make new works of art that they showcase here in their gallery or around the farm. Here we could see Tommy made bowls and plates that they serve in their restaurant from scratch.
Behind us, we have the restaurant. It was built like the farmer thousands of years ago built his house. He was looking for material, maybe clay to put on your roof, or maybe rock to build the house, or wood to build any furniture. Today we call it recycling. All the restaurant was built with a recycled material. Natalie, wine is not enough. Are you hungry?
I'm starving.
So let's go to the restaurant.
Let's try the food.
Remember, we want to recycle the menu 2,000 years ago, or the Bible time. So all what we have here, it's dairy with cheese and vegetables. Let's see. We have here bread.
So for those of you who want the ultimate biblical experience with the best tour guides around, this one-of-a-kind farm is a must.
Max, what do you think about Italian food?
For the show, it's pretty good, but usually it's not kosher.
No, this one's actually kosher in Tel Aviv, and it's Italian.
Well,
but we are a 2-hour drive away. We're up in the Golan, so hope you're not that hungry.
I think I can make it. It's as good as you say.
It is.
Cool.
Let's go. Israel's most modern city is booming with culturally diverse restaurants. But which kitchen is all about freshness, simplicity, and has an abundance of flavors? Italian, of course. Here at Restaurant Uno, we're about to indulge in the flavors of Italy. Let's go.
For lovers of fine dining and traditional Italian cooking, Restaurant Uno offers just that. From the food to the drink menu, there is much to choose from.
What to order? Such a rich menu, it's kind of hard to decide. You know what? Let's head to the kitchen and see what the chef has to say.
The appetizers are my favorite place in the restaurant. Here we have arancini. It's risotto balls with the tomato sauce, and this is malfetti, spinach.
Ooh. Spinach balls?
Spinach balls.
Wow, nothing is better than the smell of freshly baked bread. And this is dangerous, my friends.
I thought they needed some help in the kitchen, so I went in.
Italian restaurants only serve the freshest pastas. So, orders up.
Time to get serious and to learn a little something from the head chef.
Here at Uno's kitchen, there are 5 different sections. It's a pretty large kitchen. Behind me, they're making pizza. Over here is the dessert section, the salads, the fish, and the pasta. We're now here with head chef Benny Ashkenazi, and today he's going to make a porcini gnocchi with chestnuts, right?
That's okay.
Okay, so what's the first thing we have to do to make this dish?
Butter and
Butter.
Garlic,
Butter, garlic.
mushroom.
Chestnuts.
Gnocchi.
Woo! Okay. So the Italian kitchen loves many flavors. They like having 5 different ingredients on each of their plates. sprinkling on some Parmigiano. That was quick and easy. Cheese. Love it. Good job. So now how long does the pizza go into the oven for?
4 minutes.
4 minutes? Can't wait.
With all the good food here at Uno, it's important to save room for dessert.
We're now in the dessert section where all the delicious treats are. I see some chocolate, some peanuts. What is this?
Caramel. Caramel mallois.
Salty caramel. Interesting. Looks like hummus to me. Oh man. Wow, what is that?
What is
So good.
mascarpone?
Mascarpone.
That's Italian.
Okay, that's enough preparing. Now it's time to go eat.
Now we are going to drink Israeli wine. We have a large selection of Israeli wine, only Israeli kosher wine. That's our way of thinking.
Okay, let's cheers.
Cheers.
Do you import any of your ingredients from Italy?
Yes, the basics one are from Italy. All the pasta, spaghetti, the tomatoes, the flour, the mushrooms, the balsamic vinegar,
It's all from Italy.
all from Italy.
Wow, sounds good. Let's take a peek.
Kosher ones.
Would you say that Israeli and Italian culture are similar?
They have things in common. We are in
Yeah,
the Mediterranean.
I think so.
And we love bread, and they love bread. We love everything with
Tomatoes,
flour.
they love tomatoes.
Also.
Wow, this is good pizza.
Yeah, so with
Very
spinach.
good. I like the topping of the goat cheese.
And the main thing, this gnocchi is homemade here. We made it fresh
yeah?
every day from potatoes.
Wow.
And we roll it, we cut it.
Wow. It's really good.
Yeah. Yes, you have hot chocolate, chocolate, caramel ice cream with salt, nuts, and the brownies.
I love the combination of the nuts, salt, sweet, chocolatey.
This is a great dessert to end a nice meal, a nice Italian meal. Don't like wine, we have great cocktails and also Italian beer.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
Let's go see how you make the
Okay,
cocktails.
Let's go.
What are you gonna make for us today?
A cocktail called Romeo. It's based on whiskey.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
little bit sweet and sour. Okay? So we'll take a shaker
Okay.
and do some crushed ice. One shot of whiskey. A little bit of white sugar. Take sour, lime juice. And we finish with the cherry liquor.
Cherry liquor.
And you can enjoy the cocktail.
Wow. It's a strong cocktail.
Yeah. Strong lady.
Strong lady. Strong cocktail for a strong lady. Ooh. Ooh.
So, with the combination of rich flavors and a romantic setting, makes for a fun dining experience right here in the heart of the culinary capital.
Well, that's all the time they gave us today, but thanks for watching.
Don't forget to watch Max and I every week as we cruise Israel. Bye-bye.
Hey everybody, I'm Natalie.
And I'm Max.
And we're cruising Israel for ILTV. So in honor of Israel's Independence Day, Yom HaAtzmaut, I decided it would be nice to go visit one of Israel's 3 top museums and learn more about how Israel came to be.
Oh, which museum would that be?
Palmach Museum in North
cool.
Tel Aviv.
Yeah, right here in town. You know, it's like really a cool story. Palmach really had a lot to do with how Israel was able to win their independence.
The IDF is the strongest army in the Middle East, but you may be surprised to learn that such a powerful army started from humble beginnings. Today we're going to learn all about the sacrifices of the members of the Palmach through their personal stories and the legacy they left behind.
A few years before the formation of the Israeli Defense Forces was the establishment of the Palmach, the underground Jewish defense organization. It was active during the years between the Holocaust and the birth of the State of Israel.
So we're now here at the Palmach Museum, and it really makes you feel as if you're part of the story back all those years. Why don't you tell us what we're expected to see today?
Okay, so we're going to enter to an audiovisual exhibition. Basically, it means that we're going to walk through a movie. Actually, 2 kinds of movie are taking us down in the exhibition.
The Palmach represented a new generation of Israeli people, ones that would work and fight for themselves and for what they believed in.
So for the people that don't know, why don't you tell us exactly what Palmach means?
So the Palmach is an acronym for Plugot Machatz in Hebrew. It means striking forces or striking companies of the Haganah organization. Haganah in Hebrew means defense, so it was the main defense organization back here in Palestine before Israel was established. Okay, so this is the first room, and actually will also be our last room. It's the memorial room for 1,168 Palmach members who gave their life in the struggle for Israel's independence. You can see their names written all around the green glass over here. Their names are arranged by alphabet order. The highest ranked commander next to the simplest soldier in battlefield, and their names are arranged by the places in which the battles took place.
After visiting the memorial, the visitors go on a journey through time and space by joining the members of the Palmach from the moment they volunteer and enlist until the end of the War of Independence. These scenes are accompanied by original black and white images and films from the 1940s.
We should enter to Tel Aviv of 1941, where our story begins. The story of the Palmach begins.
The Palmach members lived in camps and kibbutzim. They split their time training and working the land. Each scene depicts an image of the original place where real events had once occurred. The personal stories of the members featured simple, low-ranked soldiers who eventually became heroes and made history. We follow the members throughout their struggle against the British Mandate.
Checking the shed and the stables! Bastard Jew boy!
So when our heroes have been taken to the detention camp, we too find ourselves behind the barbed wire.
The British weren't really excited about all of the Jewish struggle going around over here, and so they arrested quite a few of them in the Black Sabbath, and that's why we're now entering Latrun, which is the detention camp in which they kept those people that helped with the struggle, and you can see them over here behind the bar medals. So realistic.
The Palmach also played a significant role in sailing ships carrying immigrants to the land of Israel. So the next room gave us a glimpse into what those times were like with the same experiences they had on those ships, and even the same fears they felt when the British Navy had clashed with the ships. The museum also features a gallery with thousands of photos taken by the Palmach members themselves.
Wow, so it doesn't get more authentic than that.
Yeah, it truly does, and the pictures are arranged by the places in which the battle took place or by the brigades. Also in the morning, if you come in morning time, so you can see over here Palmach members that come and they like to tell their story, and you can listen first-handed.
Is Palmach now a special unit in the army? Does it still exist?
No, actually, as the War of Independence ended, the Palmach kind of emerged into all parts of the IDF. As during the war, David Ben-Gurion, after he declared the establishment of Israel, decided that if there's one nation, there should be one military.
The Palmach was the backbone of the IDF, which today continues to build its forces with Israelis and new immigrants. The IDF instills in its soldiers the knowledge of the battles once fought and the love of Israel.
So, keeping in this kind of historical view of things, have you ever thought about why the buildings here in Tel Aviv, why so many of them look a kind of specific way that's unique to the city?
Max, am I sensing a architectural tour?
Yeah, so I heard there's a guy who takes people all around Tel Aviv and shows the famous Bauhaus
Yep, I heard
buildings.
too.
And from what I've read, like, people are coming from all over the world to check this out. It's apparently like the largest collection of this type of buildings anywhere, I think. So we'll find out though.
Okay, so let's go.
Do it.
Tel Aviv has the world's largest collection of Bauhaus-style buildings and is even considered to be a World Heritage Site. So today we had to come down to Dizengoff Street in center Tel Aviv and explore this with tour guide Micha. Thank you so much for joining us today.
We are happy to show you the architecture of the White City of Tel Aviv. Actually, the Bauhaus Center is like a home for the World Heritage Site of Tel Aviv. Inside we have books, we have maps, and we have special souvenirs which are connected to the international style, to the modernism here in Tel Aviv. Okay, so let's go and I will show you the modernism souvenirs of Tel Aviv.
The essential idea of the Bauhaus Center was to spread recognition of Tel Aviv's unique and eclectic architectural site.
Around the store, I see you have many, many different figurines, posters, coasters, images of things related to Tel Aviv.
We have a lot of items young designers come and bring and we sell it. And the topic is, of course, Tel Aviv, as you said, and the architecture.
So something really interesting that we've seen today in the store are these different flower pots in the shape of very familiar and popular buildings across Tel Aviv. This one here is on Kikav Dizengoff Square, right on the corner.
The second floor of the Bauhaus Center showcases a large collection of many books relating to the unique and cultural city.
First woman architect in Israel. Go women. Oh, here we have Hidden Gems of Israel. That's what our show should be called.
The White City currently has 4,000 modernist-style buildings, but where did this Bauhaus movement originate?
The Bauhaus school was established in 1919 in Germany. And it was a school for design and for architecture.
The Bauhaus was the most influential modernist art school of the 20th century. The motive behind this architectural style was to include art into manufacturing of buildings and bring a fresh design into everyday life.
In the 30s, when a lot of new immigrants came to Palestine, Jewish immigrants, that was the style which was modern. And then they started to construct the buildings in the Bauhaus style, or as we use it also, the international style or modernistic style.
The unique Bauhaus design brought about a fresh new style to what was then the new state of Israel. Bauhaus International style also majorly influenced interior design. They started to incorporate the use of steel into its furniture and use distinctive shapes and curves in the design.
So here we could see the Bauhaus style furniture.
Yes,
Replicas of
actually these are miniatures. They exist in big, and that's the chair called Vasily chair, designed by Marcel Breuer.
Well, I think we're ready now to go outside and explore the White City with our own eyes.
Sure.
So we are now in the heart of the White City, and just behind me you can see a perfect example of a beautiful white Bauhaus-style building which was constructed in the 1930s and was renovated just a few times to preserve that design.
Yes, actually, what you see is very typical for the Bauhaus architecture. These are the horizontal lines, and you see shadow and sun, light and dark. These are the typical elements, and you hear also the noise. We are here, as you said, on Dizengoff Circle. This was the heart through the 1930s until 1970s of the White City. And then there was a bridge constructed to solve the traffic problem. And what happened, the traffic problem was solved, but there was no square anymore, and people didn't like this place, and it was abandoned. Now, due to the municipality's activities, they decided to destroy this bridge and to reconstruct the original design of this wonderful Bauhaus square.
Dizengoff Square is one of the most iconic squares in Tel Aviv. It's been the center for shopping, eating, and simply hanging out for generations. It has now been given a complete makeover and has been lowered to street level, making it more pedestrian-friendly. The style of the Bauhaus buildings across the country have adapted to Israel's environment. Some of the original features seen in Europe have been altered to suit Tel Aviv's urban landscape.
We can see here the balconies, and you see on top of every balcony you have a small slab of concrete. And this slab actually gives us shadow on the balcony. For this reason we call it a sunbreaker. Then we have the small windows. That's also typical for Bauhaus architecture here in Tel Aviv. A well-known modernist architect, he introduced into the architecture the ribbon window, which was very big. But when the architects came to Palestine, they thought that this would not be very functional because we have here too much light and too hot climate. So for this reason, they constructed the windows very small.
The garden surrounding the building is also a typical element for the Bauhaus structure, meant to give the visitor a comforting feeling upon entering the building. As Micha and I continued to explore the streets, he showed us the different features of this modernist style.
Here you see this iron bar, that's an element all around the building, and you see the same bar is also on the balcony and even on top of the building. So this element shows us that the architects were very conscious by designing the buildings. It's not only functional, it's also aesthetics.
The museum offers 2-hour guided tours around the White City and also hosts exhibitions about the architecture and design of local Israeli artists. We've done many things together on the show already, Max.
I know, it's been fun watching you try so many things for your first time.
Yeah, it has been fun. But let's try something a little bit different.
Okay.
Something that you wouldn't normally think would be here in Israel.
Okay, so not a museum about Jewish people, not a memorial to something.
Do you have any ideas, Max?
I do. It's not really a biblical place or anything,
Okay.
but it is something cool to do in Israel.
Okay, what is it?
Up in the north, in Bethlehem, there's a dude who's built a kind of cool archery place with different archery ranges. Yeah, have you ever tried that?
No, I've never tried it.
Cool.
I love that idea,
I'm
Max.
looking forward to seeing how you are
go.
at the bow and arrow. Let's do it.
Let's go. If you think archery is not a sport played by the Israelis, think again. Today we came to the only archery park in Israel where we will properly learn how to shoot a bow and arrow. Archery promotes the values of healthy competition, fairness, and determination. So let's check it out. Nice. Archery is one of the oldest arts still practiced around the world. Historically, it has been used for hunting and battle, but in modern times it has developed as a recreational and a competitive sport.
We're here at one of the farms from Bethlehem, and we created a location for archery shooting. actually for everybody. It's the only location actually open in Israel for everybody to shoot.
Around the park, various targets are set up, as well as a hunting trail that leads to the oak forest. It features replicas of animals dating back to the Jurassic period.
We have a fantastic route of this type of 3D animals, the rubber animals, the special animals. They have two types, US and Europe.
We're not targeting at real animals, guys.
No real animals.
Made out of rubber.
But it is fake hunting, which is really looking like the real one. And some of them you can move with the rope, so you have a moving target, like one monkey goes from one side of the tree to the other, so it's challenging.
Archery has even made it to the Maccabiah Games, which is the world's largest Jewish sport organization. It is often referred to as the Jewish Olympics, as it involves 60 countries and 400,000 members. Before we play, I have to learn the few simple steps.
The way we shoot is always 100% sideways, right? We always shoot sideways. This way as well, it's built that it gives you the most power to squeeze it well and get the most out of it. After we learn how to add the arrow and plug it to the string, we will learn how to pull it really well. Being stable, very important, with your left arm when you're ready to release the arrow.
Archery exercises can help improve skill of focus, patience, and concentration.
Just to give you an idea, from here, when you let go.
Oh, bullseye.
Is it? I can't see.
Yeah, on the yellow. Right in the center. Well, I've never shot a bow and arrow before. I've only seen it in those fantasy movies, but do you think I can master it?
I don't know about mastering it right now, but you'll be able to hunt. I'm telling people, when you let go, try to remember your arm. How stable it is. Is it stable?
So
Did you move anything?
Is the bow supposed to
No,
lean on
the
me?
bow you push the bow, so it doesn't touch you. Now the left hand would push the bow, and the right hand with the elbow, shoulder height, will come right to the face, to the eye. I'll follow up, and when I'm ready, I will pull back my hand.
So all I'm doing is looking at the
Drawing,
bullseye?
yeah.
Woo!
Nice.
That was pretty good my first time. After practicing and shooting the arrow a couple of more times, you start to get the hang of it.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Oh, no.
Wow, you got it. Whew. We have the student here who just became better than the teacher. So I'm quitting. My last job.
I'll take over this. Look at this beautiful area. No problem. All right, well now I've got the full gear, got the quill and the bow and the arrow. Let's see. Let's test my skills and see what I could do. Okay. Park HaYura also hosts many celebrations for children. But not only that, it turns out archery is pretty beneficial as well as fun. Drawing a bow strengthens core muscles, which improves the archer's balance and stability. So let's give it a go.
All right. Go for the dinosaur. He's kosher. Yes. Careful. Yeah, she got it.
So if you're looking for a safe and fun activity with all sorts of benefits, archery is the way to go.
The real fun part of this place is actually see the reaction of people. When they come out from the forest after the shooting, or the kids after they finish an hour and a half or 2 hours, they go crazy. Yeah, sure. It's hard to get them out of here. It's like almost impossible. The parents have to drag them out.
Max, you know what time of day it is,
Ooh,
don't you?
I hope that means it's time to eat and drink something. I am hungry and thirsty. Where are we going?
Well, we're going to a restaurant called OCD. It's right here in Tel Aviv, so that's good news.
Yeah, that is good news. OCD, that's kind of a strange name for a restaurant. What kind of restaurant is an OCD restaurant?
Yeah, well, the chef is very meticulous about his dishes, and it's really an art how he presents them. So it's gonna be fun, Max. We're gonna have a good time.
That sounds like something that'll be cool to photograph.
Ever gone to a restaurant and just couldn't decide on what to order? Today at Restaurant OCD, Chef Raz will take us on a culinary journey with a 9-course meal, each one more creative than the next. Let's check it out. At one of the trendiest restaurants yet, the talented chef offers something new and exciting to the Tel Aviv food scene that doesn't include a menu or tables. The restaurant's open kitchen is situated in the center of the restaurant with a surrounding bar, seating 19. This allows the diners to catch a glimpse of the talented chefs in action while being interactive with them.
Next course, it's beef tartare, seasoned with anchovy aioli, smoked rat potato foam, crisp and red sorrel leaves.
Wow, sounds incredible. I have to say that this restaurant looks more like a living room than actually a restaurant. It's beautifully designed. How did this whole concept begin?
First of all, I'm happy to hear of your thought of the design because we wanted to feel just like that. So actually we serve a 9-course tasting menu every night. Okay. 2 sittings, first at 7 and the second it's 9:30. And we try to do our own thing about what we think it's new Israeli cuisine. With a lot of nerves and Israeli chutzpah.
Chutzpah?
Yes.
Although Chef Raz is only 25 years old, don't let his age fool you. He has much experience in the kitchen, cooking both privately and in renowned restaurants.
This concept is new. Is it unique to Tel Aviv? Is it the only type of
It is
restaurant
unique
doing
to
that?
Tel Aviv, yes. I've been to stage in Kitchen Table, London, so it's very similar. Also, I've been to several places like this in New York. Atera, Momofuku Co, Chef's Table at Brooklyn Fair. So this is where I took the concept from. We try to make it much more cozy and Israeli.
Well, I cannot wait till dinner service. I'm sure the food will be amazing.
I hope so.
Thank you so much.
First up, cocktails.
So I would like something that's maybe the most popular one here at the restaurant.
That's probably maybe the power gin.
Power gin?
Yeah, our power gin that we made.
Okay.
It's the gin that we made here. It's a wonderful gin that we put on jasmine, so it gets the color and the smell. You can smell it.
Let's give it a whiff. Wow, smells a little strong.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just a little bit strong.
So at the Special House Gin, Erez began whipping up my cocktail.
It's ready?
Enjoy.
Let's try this. It's a little sour.
Yeah.
It's delicious.
The chefs use both locally sourced ingredients and from around the world, bringing some culture to the dishes.
Most of the dishes are influenced by the staff, the Israeli local cuisine, the flavors that I remember from home, from being a child, and from things that I eat here and outside of the country.
Each dish is plated in a very particular way, allowing Raz to offer each guest the perfect bite of delectable flavors.
We care about the presentation here at OCD from 2 reasons. First, you eat with your eyes first. Second, every bite should be very precise.
Restaurant OCD also appeals to the vegan crowd, so before anything, you'll be asked for your culinary preference, and it will be customly prepared for you.
So, next course, it's roasted parsnips with salted pecans and crispy sage. The sauce, yours, it's a reduction of carrot juice. Yours, it's marrow bone stock, reduced with maple and rosemary. Enjoy.
The refined kitchen, the inviting atmosphere, and the highest of quality ingredients all call for a unique dining experience.
תודה רבה לכם. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks so much for joining us again for another episode of Cruising Israel. We're really glad to have you.
And don't forget to catch us next week as we cruise the country and show you the best Israel has to offer.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Shlosha, located in the Lower Galilee, is believed by some to be the real-world location of the Garden of Eden. That's why Time magazine crowned it one of the most beautiful parks in the world, and I'm here to check it out and see if it lives up to its legacy.
We are in the center of the national park, in the point that you see the falls and the spring behind me. The national park established in the end of the 50s, 1958, and officially in 1959 in the Independence Day. The nature created the place, and people know about it maybe from the prehistory till today. The Roman built a nice capital not so far away from here, and the biblical mount we have here and other things. But they took the natural place and developed it with all the nice lawn, the grass here around, the green, and the shade of the trees. And the water, of course, they make the pool more deep, but the water is nature.
The temperature of the spring water is at a 28 degrees Celsius or a warm 82 degrees Fahrenheit all year round.
It's also healthy water because there is a lot of mineral that they collect from the ground. You can't drink it, but you can swim and enjoy it very much. Below the Gilboa mountain, you know, the history mountain, all the story about King Saul who fall on his sword here. So below there, the water coming maybe till Nablus, till Shechem, and very deep. We never know exactly, but it's very deep. And I checked the water, they are not from the last rain. It's coming from maybe 100 years or something like that. And they are really nature, nothing artificial here. They call it Gan HaShlosha, the garden of the three. The three people who try to settle and find places for new kibbutzim in the valley, and they died in the ambush. There is about 500,000 people come to visit in the year, little bit less, and from all of the places in Israel. You know, the Arabic and Jewish and old-timer and newcomer, from Russia immigrant or other places, and of course tourists from all of the countries. That's why maybe Time magazine decided it's one of the 20 nicer places in the world.
So behind us is a flour mill?
Yes, ancient flour mill from the Ottoman period, but it's worked till 1948. And today you can also open it and really work like a motor, but nature.
Yeah.
And we work here with children. They're coming even from Taglit sometimes, or from other things, and we show them how it's worked.
Until 1948, this flour mill was actually working, very eco-friendly, no energy, no electricity, just powered by this wheel and a few other things.
This museum established in 9/11, 1963, 38 years before it's become famous date. So now it's almost 60, and this collection is very rare, maybe the only one in the Middle East. All the culture around the Mediterranean, from the, as we say, Bible time, then till the Roman, 2,000 years of Greek and Roman and Etruscan and other collections. The museum built on a biblical tale mount from King Solomon time. We have inscription from King Solomon time, 3,000 years ago. Just back from the Jewish Museum in New York and some other places. They took it in Israeli Museum, then finished the exhibition, and then they're going to the Jewish Museum in New York, some other place, and after they took it to Italy, and then it's back to here. What I want to share is that it's the nicer things in the world. Maybe the Italian or the Greek has 1,000 like that, but not more than this. The art is the top of this period.
The war before you're parting from his parents?
Yeah, before the battle, going, the Spartanic or something like that. And they say to him, going back or with the shields or on the shields, but don't run away from the battle. That's the mentality of the Spartanian this time.
Gan Shlosha is also the location of Tel Amal, the first tower and stockade settlements which Jewish pioneers established back in the 1930s. Tel Amal was actually constructed in just one night, and they restored it to show the dining room, the kitchen, the living quarters, and kind of give a sense of the way of life of the settlers. So this is what a dining hall would look like back in the 1930s. Looks like a camp dining hall, like when I went to camp. And this is all replicas of what they would be using. So these are the living quarters where the settlers would have been sleeping. Let's go check this out. No, it doesn't want to heat open. These are the living quarters. Next time you complain to your parents that your room isn't big enough because you're sharing it with your sibling, take a look at this.
Go get me out of this water because the fish are eating me.
On Rosh Hashanah, every bite of apple and honey holds a quiet prayer. May this year be better. May it be sweeter. But the blessing of sweetness stands on the edge of disappearing. Bee populations are collapsing from habitat loss and disease, taking with them something more than honey, a promise to future generations. Technion researchers are harnessing the power of science, racing to save our world's tiniest heroes before it's too late. They're creating AI-powered hives that protect and heal, and robotic bees that lend a helping wing. L'dor v'dor, from generation to generation, means caring for every link in the chain, keeping the sweetness of this holiday alive. Because tradition isn't just about the past, it's about the future we have the courage to create.
Some family secrets aren't locked in safes. They're locked in language. Your heritage is waiting in Hebrew. The conversations at dinner tables, the inscriptions on heirlooms, the letters that shaped your history. When you study with Rosen Hebrew School, you can discover your family's past. In months, not years, you'll connect with long-lost ancestors through language. Stop being a spectator in your own family story. We don't just teach Hebrew, we unlock the stories that made you, you. Which family mystery will you solve?
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Ladar Govelazi, and coming up in today's newscast. Hamas returns 2 more hostages' bodies. 19 deceased still remain in Gaza. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel has not yet completed its war goals and vows to continue until victory. Meanwhile, in Gaza, the ceasefire is holding, but Hamas continues to murder and execute Palestinian civilians, including a mother and her 2 children. The ink may have dried on the peace deal, but the war is far from over. Hamas still holds 19 hostages in Gaza and has yet to disarm. The terror group is conducting mass executions of Palestinians in Gaza in an effort to regain control of the Strip following the IDF withdrawal. Israeli officials are concerned that Hamas will not uphold its end of the agreement. And even U.S. President Donald Trump has said that he will give the green light to resume the fighting should Hamas refuse to disarm. Today, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that Israel has not yet completed its war goals and vowed to continue until victory. Meanwhile, the bodies of 2 more Israeli hostages, including the last remaining female hostage in Gaza, have been returned to Israel and have already been identified at the Abu Kabil Forensic Institute. ILTV's Devo Klein has more.
The bodies of 2 Israeli hostages were brought by Hamas to the Red Cross at 10 p.m. last night. They were then transferred to the IDF, where the remains were taken to the Abu Kabir Forensic Institute for positive identification. They were identified as 27-year-old Haifa student Inbar Hayman and 39-year-old IDF tracker Samir El Atrash. Hayman was abducted and murdered during the Hamas-led October 7th attack at the Nova Music Festival. El Atrash, a tracker in the Gaza Division's Northern Brigade, was killed fighting terrorists near Nahal Oz that same day, and his body was taken into Gaza. The Prime Minister's office expressed, quote, deep sorrow to their families, reaffirming Israel's commitment to bring back all fallen hostages for proper burial. Hamas did not identify the remains, similar to earlier handovers when one body turned out to belong to a Palestinian. The terror group is still holding 19 deceased hostages. U.S. mediators say locating all remaining bodies could take weeks, but they vowed that nobody is getting left behind. An Israeli spokesperson said every last hostage body will be returned for burial.
We will not compromise on this, and we will spare no effort until our fallen hostages return, every last one of them. Hamas agreed to release all 48 of our hostages in phase 1 and made the specific confirmation to President Trump, and we are expecting to see the terror organization uphold their side of this agreement.
Families of the hostages returned to Israel since the start of the ceasefire have been burying their loved ones. Hundreds lined the streets of Rishon LeZion today to pay their final respects to slain hostage Guy Iluz. A vehicle carrying his coffin led a silent procession with mourners holding Israeli flags. Iluz was kidnapped alongside Nepalese citizen Bipin Joshi during the October 7th massacre. Later, mourners gathered to commemorate Uriel Baruch at his family's synagogue in Pisgat Ze'ev near Jerusalem. His body was returned Tuesday night, along with that of Eitan Levi, a cab driver also killed on October 7th. Levi was buried today near his home in Bat Yam.
And despite a declaration that the war is over, Israel has not yet completed its war objectives. This was the word from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu Thursday at the official state memorial ceremony for the fallen of the Iron Swords War.
הם פעלו שכם אל שכם להשגת כל מטרות המלחמה. ואנחנו אכן נשיג את כל מטרות המלחמה. נעמדנו על רגלינו כאיש אחד. כל מי שמניף עלינו את ידו כבר יודע שהוא ישלם מחיר כבד מאוד על תוקפנותו. אנחנו נחושים להשלים את הניצחון שישפיע על סדרי חיינו לשנים רבות.
The memorial commemorated on the Hebrew date of the October 7th massacre was attended by the Prime Minister, Israeli President Yitzhak Herzog, top defense officials, bereaved families, and other dignitaries. A second memorial held shortly after commemorated the civilian victims of October 7th and the war. The Prime Minister also praised the IDF soldiers and said that Israel stands at the front line of the clash between barbarism and enlightenment, between endless cruelty and humanity. At the civilian memorial, Netanyahu said Israel will never forgive the human beasts who attacked on October 7th, and he reiterated his promise to establish a memorial hall for the victims on Mount Herzl. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump is warning that Israel could resume Gaza fighting if Hamas violates the ceasefire. In a phone interview, Trump told CNN he would consider allowing Israel to resume military operations in Gaza if Hamas fails to uphold its end of the deal. Trump said Israel will return to war as soon as I say the word. If Israel could go in and knock the crap out of them, they'd do that. Later in the Oval Office, Trump went into detail about Hamas' efforts to find the bodies of the Israeli hostages. He also warned Hamas to disarm or else.
It's a gruesome process. I almost hate to talk about it. But they're digging. They're actually digging. There are areas where they're digging and they're finding a lot of bodies. Then they have to separate the bodies. You wouldn't believe this. And some of those bodies have been in there a long time. And some of them are under rubble. They have to remove rubble. But there are graves, and some are in tunnels that died in tunnels that are way down under the earth. And the tunnels are like 3 feet. Can you believe it? 3 feet high. They lived like this for a long period of time. It's a horrible atrocity. At the same time, we, meaning Israel, but I knew everything they were doing pretty much. I knew most of the things they were doing, but they've killed probably 70,000 of these people, Hamas. And I said, it's time now. So we'll see what happens. We'll also see what happens. Your next question is going to be the weapons. We want the weapons to be given up, sacrificed, and they've agreed to do it. Now they have to do it. And if they don't do it, we'll do it.
It's day 3 of the ceasefire in Gaza, and the United States is pushing ahead with its ceasefire plan while minimizing Israeli claims that Hamas is violating the deal by purposefully delaying the bodies of Israeli hostages. More from ILTV's Steve Leibovitz.
Senior Trump advisors say the delay in returning hostage bodies was expected due to difficult conditions on the ground, and that Washington is working with Israel and mediators to locate the remains. The U.S. now is planning a safe zone inside IDF-controlled areas for Gazans fleeing Hamas and is recruiting international forces for post-war security. The Trump team insists the Strip will be demilitarized and rebuilt in Hamas-free zones. But on the ground in Gaza, Hamas is consolidating control, cracking down on local clans, targeting alleged collaborators, and reasserting authority in urban areas. Hamas has now reportedly killed the wife and 2 children of a former PA intelligence officer in Gaza. Gazan media said Hamas fired an RPG at the family home in Sejaiya, east of Gaza City, killing Olfat Abu Ajwa and her 2 sons, both believed to be minors. Her husband, unnamed, is suspected of forming armed groups linked to the PA. His fate is unknown. The attack is part of a broader Hamas crackdown with reports of dozens of executions of Palestinians accused of opposing its rule. Meanwhile, humanitarian aid convoys are flowing with truckloads of supplies now entering via the reopened Rafah crossing from Egypt. And hundreds of thousands of Gazans are cautiously returning to their homes in northern Gaza amid widespread destruction, limited services, and ongoing security threats. Israeli officials are stressing that the ceasefire is extremely fragile, the return of all hostage bodies, and the full disarmament of Hamas remain unresolved. Officials warn that Israel could resume military operations if Hamas fails to meet its obligations. A senior official in the Prime Minister's office said, "The war is not over. We are still in the first phase." The official insisted that Hamas will be disarmed and stressed that Israel will see the war through until its goals are met.
And joining us now with more on the latest developments on day 3 of the ceasefire is Major General Yaakov Amidro from the JINCA-SA Strategic Center in Washington and former head of the National Security Council. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
The ceasefire is very fragile. On the one hand, U.S. President Trump has declared the war is over, but on the other, he, along with Israeli officials, are threatening that Israel could resume the fighting if Hamas does not comply, which so far it's not complying. So what's your analysis of this situation?
That it is very natural that it will be vague and fragile. It is time of transformation from one situation to another, in which the Americans with the countries in the Middle East try to change the whole situation in the Gaza Strip, to move from dictatorship of Hamas to something different that no one has a clear idea how it will be look like, and unbelievable in a way. The West and other countries are helping Hamas to kill civilians by letting Hamas to continue to survive in Gaza and not put the pressure from day one that it will be disarmed. You saw the atrocities that they are using against their own people. You know, after a good PR that succeeded to convince the world, the free world, that Israel is very bad for the Palestinians, they are now openly, loudly, clearly publishing how they are killing civilians in Gaza. It's a crazy world in which what Hamas is doing, it has the approval of the world, and what Israel did to save Israel and the people of Gaza was condemned by the same countries and the same leader, which now we don't hear them saying anything, and you can see the pictures in which they are killing civilians. And so, I really don't understand. I really don't understand the double standard of the world.
And I mean, you know, we're seeing these shocking images, Hamas murdering, executing Palestinians in broad daylight. What are Hamas's capabilities today, after 2 years of war?
Hamas is not a threat to Israel. No one asked the question, okay, what will be the reaction of Hamas when we eliminated the Sinwar? Because they have very few missiles to launch. They cannot produce weapon systems. They don't have any connection with Egypt as they had in the past. They lost the organization as a military organization. They don't have commanders in bases and command and control system which works and allow them to connect the intelligence and to organize themselves and to prepare attacks on Israel. But they are still the strongest force inside Gaza Strip, if you don't take into account the IDF. And if their enemy are the civilians, the Palestinian civilians in Gaza, they can kill them whenever they want. And this is the threat that Hamas is today in the Gaza Strip. It is a threat to the local Palestinians that Hamas decided whom to kill and whom will survive, and to whom to give the food and to whom not to give the food. This is the situation on the ground, and shockingly, the world is giving Hamas these capabilities and allowing it to continue.
And so if Israel were to resume the fighting, would it be the same as before? I mean, what might a resumption of fighting look like now that the living hostages are back home?
The war, for the Israeli point of view, is much easier, less limitations on our forces. We will have to evacuate the civilians from the areas that we want to resume the war in, because we don't want civilians within the battlefield. Unlike Hamas, we don't want to kill civilians. It's good for the PR of the Hamas. It's bad for us. And that phase one will be probably to evacuate the civilians from the area in which we will plan to resume the war, and then to begin the war with more aggressively, because when the hostages are not there, Israel is much free in its actions within those areas.
So as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, the war is far from over. Major General Yaakov Amidro, thank you so much for joining us today and for your unique insights.
You're most welcome.
And an important announcement. ILTV News and the Jewish Agency for Israel will mark 2 years since the October 7th massacre with the powerful 90-minute broadcast, now moved to Sunday, October 19th. This special event will share survivor testimonies, stories of resilience, and the unity of Jewish communities worldwide. Join us as we honor the victims, support the families, and stand together for Israel's future. Mark your calendars. The new date is October 19th. Scan the QR code now to sign up and be part of this meaningful program happening on Sunday. And after more than 700 days in captivity, the freed hostages are finally back on Israeli soil. Surrounded by family, doctors, and hope, their return followed one of the most emotional weeks Israel has seen since the October 7th attacks. And now the 20 former hostages who were returned on Monday are beginning the long process of rehabilitation. Our correspondent India Naftali shows us where they are now and how they're rebuilding their lives. India?
Lidar, it has been 3 days since the return of all 20 living hostages, and their stories are finally beginning to emerge. What they endured in captivity is impossible to imagine, but what they're showing now is strength. Romblaslavsky, 21, spent 2 years in captivity with the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. His mother, Tami, says he was held in several locations, sometimes even near the bodies of other hostages. They pressured him to convert to Islam in exchange for food. He refused. The moment he came home, he put on his tefillin. Evitar David turned to music. One of the first things he did after returning home was pick up his guitar and play a song called Let There Be Light. Yosef Chaim Ohana told his father that once the release deal was signed, he and 6 others were taken down a staircase into a pit so small they could barely stand. There was so little oxygen, he said. We could have died from that alone. 2 years later, he reunited with his friends who survived the Nova Festival. He didn't know who had lived or who had died, or that there was already an iPhone 17 or something called ChatGPT. And Avinatan Or shared a message online acknowledging everyone who fought for him while he was away. And that message spread quickly across Israel. This week, Israel's chief of staff, Eyal Zamir, also met with the freed captives and their families, telling them in Hebrew, "You were in my sight the entire way, and your safety was a central consideration." At Sheba Medical Center, 10 of the hostages are under close care. Doctors describe their condition as stable, but say recovery will take months, and for some, it could even take years. At Rabin Medical Center, 5 more freed hostages are being treated for severe but treatable malnutrition. Doctors say recovery starts with the smallest acts, like choosing what to eat. Here, you can see Guy Gilboa Dalal eating chocolate after 2 years in captivity.
Those people that over 700 days couldn't choose what to eat and weren't able to eat all those things are standing for the first time in front of a table full of good food, and they can choose from it many things and decide what they want to eat.
Whether it's a prayer wrapped in tefillin, a song on a guitar, or a bite of chocolate after 2 years, these moments now define what freedom looks like. For Israel and for the former hostages, life is finally starting to return. Lida?
Thank you, India. The video of Guy eating cookies for the first time in 2 years just puts a smile on your face. And moving on. Last week, just before the hostage exchange took effect, United Hatzalah was holding a massive event of music, comedy, and fun. United Hatzalah's medics, employees, and volunteers joined Ambassador Mike Huckabee, former Ambassador David Friedman, and more for an unforgettable night. Let's take a look.
The stage at United Hatzalah's United for Life event was filled with music and unity as the crowd came together for a truly special night. Hosted by comedian Ilan Gold and headlined by prominent singer Avraham Fried, the crowd were on their feet all night long. The crowd consisted of volunteers, staff, donors, and anyone from the United Hatzalah family looking for a bit of music and fun. But this night was special for another reason.
Tonight is a very exciting night. Tonight is a night before the
The event was also attended by key figures playing a crucial role in Israel's diplomatic landscape. U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee joined the Hatzalah family for a night of music and happiness. He even got on stage to play Sweet Home Jerusalem, a rendition of Sweet Home Alabama. On stage, Huckabee was joined by former Ambassador David Friedman. Before going up on stage, Friedman told ILTV this.
Look, we owe everything to the IDF, their heroism, their bravery, the reservists who gave up, their businesses, their family life, just to defend us. Of course, the entire army. Of course, the Prime Minister of Israel, and of course, President Trump, who engaged in this issue like no one before him. I don't think anyone else could have closed this deal.
This was a night of hope. As Israelis anticipated the return of the hostages, United Hatzalah was holding an event reminding all those who attended just how powerful unity can be. United to save lives, united in everything.
And now it's time for our Hebrew Word of the Week. Each week, together with eTeacher, we explore a new Hebrew word and connect it to the Bible, current events, and our daily lives. And because our hostages are finally home, this week's Word of the Week is home. For more information about the Rosen School of Hebrew, simply scan the QR code on your screen. Now let's hear this week's Word of the Week.
Welcome to Hebrew Word of the Week. I'm Ariella, and in this segment, together with eTeacher, we explore the beauty and depth of the Hebrew language. Each week, we learn a new Hebrew word or phrase and discover how it's used in the Bible, current events, and everyday life. Today's Hebrew word is bait, which means home. In Hebrew, bait represents more than just a physical structure. It symbolizes a place of belonging, safety, and comfort. It's where love grows, memories are created, and connections are nurtured. In the Bible, bait is deeply significant. It refers to personal homes as well as sacred spaces, such as the Beit HaMikdash, the Holy Temple in Jerusalem. The concept of bait conveys both physical shelter and spiritual grounding. In modern Hebrew, bait remains a word rich with meaning, whether it's about returning to your family home, creating a new home, or even referring to one's homeland. Bait is central to personal and communal identity. Here are some examples of how the word bait is used in a sentence. En kmo liyot b'bait. There is no place like home. Habait hu hamakom shebo matchila ha'ahava. Home is where love begins. If you're interested in learning more about the Hebrew language, check out eTeacher. This online and live course is the most established Hebrew language instruction institution. You can learn with a time-proven method for every level or start from scratch. eTeacher offers dynamic online courses with live video lessons, weekly webinars, and ample support, allowing you to connect with a lively global community for an enriched learning experience. Scan the QR code or click the link below and visit the eTeacher website today to learn more. I hope you enjoyed learning about the Hebrew word bait. Please join us next week for another episode of Hebrew Word of the Week, and in the meantime, reflect on what bait means to you. Is it the place you grew up, a new space you've created, or even your spiritual home? Feel free to share your thoughts and experiences with us in the comments below.
And now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Clear skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 19 degrees Celsius or 66 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see clear skies alongside steady temperatures with highs of 29 degrees Celsius or 84 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and our new live channel, and you can also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Ladar Grave-Lazi. Be well, and thank you so much for watching.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news.
airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel, reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect, thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
An Israeli-American economist is among the recipients of the 2025 Nobel Prize in Economics. Joel Mokir, born in the Netherlands and raised in Haifa, Israel, was awarded the prize for his groundbreaking research on innovation-driven economic growth. Mokir received half of the prize. The other half is shared by Philippe Aghion and Peter Howitt for their work on how innovation replaces outdated systems to drive prosperity. The Nobel Committee praised the research as helping explain why economic growth is not automatic, emphasizing the role of institutions, culture, and technological progress. Mokir joins a growing list of Israeli Nobel Prize winners. And now moving on to some positive news after that difficult story. Let's have a look at a unique winery, a bustling vineyard located in the middle of the desert. Yatir Winery serves as a regional symbol of perseverance and Israeli out-of-the-box thinking.
Located at the southern end of the Judean hills, the Yatir region has a rich history of wine production. The impressive ancient wine press here stands as a testament to the developed wine industry that dates back to the reign of the kings of Judah. From the destruction of the Second Temple to the onset of the Islamic period, Jewish community thrived in this area, growing and processing grapes and olives. The region was renowned for its fine vines, with wines exported to Egypt, Rome, and across Israel. David Ben-Gurion, Israel's first prime minister, envisioned the Negev blooming. Against expert advice deeming the region too dry for planting trees, he persisted. Replace the experts, he declared. Today, the Yatir forest, spanning 40,000 dunams, is one of Israel's largest forests. Named after the ancient Levite city of Yatir, the forest is a green oasis, a hiking site, and a model for combating desertification. Nestled within this forest are the Yatir Winery vineyards. The Yatir Winery, founded in 2000 at the foot of the Israelite Tel Arad Fort, is a collaboration between local wine growers and the Carmel Winery. This exclusive winery produces 150,000 bottles annually and has become a symbol of the region. Yatir wines are celebrated both locally and internationally, consistently receiving high scores and medals.
המלחמה תפסה אותנו מיד לאחר חג סוכות, שאנחנו עוד היינו באמצע העברת היין לחביות. חלק מהצוות יצא למילואים, אבל אני חושב שהצלחנו לעמוד בכל היעדים שרצינו.
The Yatir vineyards are planted at altitudes up to 900 meters above sea level. Each plot has unique soil compositions, slopes, and angles, creating ideal conditions for quality red grape varieties. Cool mornings, sunny days, and cold nights contribute to the distinctive land.
חשוב לנו שהיין הישראלי ימשיך לשגרר את ישראל באופן הטוב ביותר ולהביא את המיוחדות שלנו. אנחנו ממשיכים לייצר פה יין על גבול המדבר, ואנחנו כאן.
With over 70 different plots, each vineyard in the Yatir forest has its own identity. This careful attention to detail, combined with innovative technology, ensures the highest quality wines. From the meticulous cultivation of grape varieties to the harvesting, fermentation, aging, and bottling processes, Yatir Winery is committed to excellence.
אני כל הרגל שלי פצועה, כל הרגל שלי יש לי חירורים, אבא כל הרגליים שלו, קרמל גם. אמא לא, את אמא עומדת למות, אני אומרת לכם.
Do you want to know how hell looks like on earth? Welcome to Kibbutz Be'eri. 2 years ago exactly, on the 7th of October, the Bachar family was in hell. A 3-meter on a 3-meter hell. Come with me and find out this unbelievable story of the Bachar family.
We were in the safe room. We were 4 persons in the safe room. It's me, Dana. I have 4 children. My old son, Rotem, he was in India, in the same Nofar. The second is 19 years old. He's in the army.
And then you have Carmel and Hadar.
Hadar.
And they were in the house with you and Dana.
6:30, the kibbutz with a lot of people. You know why? Because on October 6th, we just celebrate our birthday, the kibbutz birthday. It's been like 70 years. We are like 1,100 people, but in the same day, we were like 1,400. This is the master bedroom. We were here, and we start hearing the shooting. It's not the shooting, it's the thunder, like the missiles goes above us.
That whistle of the missile?
Yeah, a lot of them. So me and Dana here, and we are hear the rockets, and we know something happened. And
It's usual, right?
Yeah, it's usual. But in usual, there are 2 helicopters up, 1 drone, and after 5 minutes, a few missiles to Gaza, and that's it, it's done. This is the usual. But in the same day, it's not like that.
If I tell you in the world that the usual thing is that you hear rockets flying all over your head and then lands in your backyard, you can't say it's usual. This is missiles, rockets, literally sent from Gaza to Israel, to Kibbutz Be'eri. But the people here in Israel has gotten used to it. I promise you, you have no idea what we're talking about. So year after year, year after year after year, Hamas, the terrorist organization who ruled Gaza, kept sending missiles, launching missiles to Israel.
And I told Dana, okay, there is something wrong. And I told her, okay, let's go downstairs to see where's the children, and because our safe room is in the downstairs. This is Adar rooms, and we met right here. And this room, it's Carmel's room.
Carmel's room. Yes. Hadar, Carmel is here.
When we start to speak to them and say, okay, look what's going on, because all the rockets, and we start laughing on ourselves because we thought there was a rocket and, you know, like a zikukim, and came to Gaza to celebrate our birthday.
Fireworks.
And the fireworks, and we are and we're going out because we want to see the rockets. And we look up to the border, that's the border over there. So you can see all the rockets goes above all over.
That's Gaza over here. Just 4-kilometer walk. You know, if you can walk fast, it's 6 minutes per kilometer. Then you'd find yourself here within 24 minutes in Gaza just walking. That's how it's close to Kibbutz Be'eri.
And around 10 minutes to 7, you start hear the shooting in the middle of the kibbutz. And they came in and they start shooting all over. They running through our place and where we live, and they start shooting everyone. And the chat start talking about everything. Also, they shoot these people, they burn this house, they kill this one, and everything in the chat.
Wow.
And,
So while you're standing here, you're looking at the WhatsApp group and you're literally seeing them just saying, this was killed, this was killed, this was killed, this was killed.
Absolutely.
In the WhatsApp group, you're getting a message, go to the safe room.
Yeah, go to the safe room because there's a terrorist in the kibbutz.
Okay.
You have to go to the safe room.
And that was 17.
We got into the house, we shield the house, and we locked the door. I told Dana and Carmel and Adar, okay, let's go to the safe room. And Carmel told me, wait, Dad. He went to the kitchen. He brought a few hardcore steel knife. He played with them like that. And he told me, Dad, don't worry. We're going to fight with them.
What's a safe room? A safe room, it is a bomb shelter. So in terms of when rockets are being launched from Gaza to here, you go to this safe room and plus minus you are protected even if a rocket falls very near the building that you are in, but only in a safe room. And that's why the Israelis on the 7th of October immediately ran to the bomb shelter, but then you told me that the bomb shelter became a trap.
A bomb shelter, you have to fight on the handle because you can't lock the bomb shelters. Because if somebody wants to help you, you just open the door.
You closed the door?
We're waiting, yeah.
So you closed the door and you waited here? Was this window
Yeah, we
shut?
closed everything.
Everything closed?
Yes, we closed the two.
Everything
there's
closed?
two panels.
Yes.
There's two panels. We
There's
closed
also
the two.
here-
The stock. It's,
Yeah, of course
it's
it was shut because of that. But
so
you
we
have
closed everything. We also closed the glass.
So everything was closed?
Yes. Adar, she's sitting here, really close to the wall. And Dana, she's over there.
So Dana's here, Hadar is
Adar
here.
here. Come
You
here and
are.
help me. It's around 8:30 in the morning. We hear the bell ringing. I'm standing right here. You know, like you are in stress, like you're holding like that, and Carmel helped me, and you hear the steps on the floor. You know that the terrorists, they're not coming to looking for us in the second floor. They come straight to the safe room.
They
because
knew.
Of course they knew.
They knew.
They knew because they killed the people up. That means the other in the neighborhood.
And they were in the safe room.
They knew that all the people in the kibbutz, they are in the safe room.
Targeting intentionally civilians, knowing that they are going to be in the safe room. This is a war crime.
And the terrorists, they came, they start, you know, like a hand fight, exactly the same. Yeah, they tried to
Arm
open,
wrestling,
and
you know?
absolutely. They tried to open and we close. They tried to open and we closed. And suddenly one of the terrorists told me, "Iftach al-bab, open the door." And told me, "Go away, ruh, for him, ruh."
Ruh, go away.
Yeah. And he told me again, open the door. And I even say the second go, a shot through the door. We holding the handle like that. And Carmel, my son, he's standing here.
And is he pushing
pushed
your hand
me
in and out?
About me, he pushed me. So this one, it's Carmel blood from his arm because this bullet took his arm, both arms. Carmel, you know, is with Arabic, so he cursed in Arabic. And he told me, he said, "Oh no, there's no Sri Lanka." Because it's supposed to be in December in Sri Lanka. He was a surfer.
Oh my God,
the only thing,
about it.
yeah, the only thing he thought about is about the sea, his surfboard.
He's a surfer,
and yeah, he was a surfer. He was a great surfer.
That shot you in the arm and in your legs.
In my legs.
And you keep going.
I keep standing on that. The right leg is died. There's nothing left in the right leg. The left one, you feel something happened to her. You don't know exactly what happened.
Like it's
like
burning.
It's like, you know, when you go to the gym, you feel your muscle a bit
Yeah.
strong. That's how you feel.
Yeah.
So, exactly.
Yeah.
And I saw, because I'm really recognized like that, I look to the floor, and I saw a few tears of blood on the floor, and I talked to myself. I said that, but I'm all right. And I saw that these bullets took my arm, and the blood go from my arms. So a few seconds later, I collapsed and fell into
What time that was?
9:30. 30 minutes later, there are heavy smoke getting.
Around 10 o'clock?
It's around 10 o'clock. It's a heavy smoke.
Where the heavy smoke is coming from?
They brought everything. In Israeli, it was a system. First of all, they shot. Second, they burn. And later, when you jump out from the window, they kill you outside in the backyard. It's a system. There's 150 houses like that, or more than that.
אני לא יודעת איפה היא נפצעה, אבל היא היחידה שכמעט מאבדת את הכרה, היא וכרמל. אני בעבוד קצת בסדר, אני הכי בסדר.
Hamas terrorists, the Nukhba unit, which is the elite unit of Hamas, they came first, they did what they did, They left to another house. So now you're telling me that the civilians.
Yes, they gave the mission to other people, burn them.
And they're not like part of the Nukhba. They're literally
I don't know
Gazans.
who are they, but maybe it's not the Nukhba, because the Nukhba, they got the weapon and they go to kill the other people. But they know that, okay, if there's a heavy smoke in the safe room, you have to jump out from the window. And the Nukhba, they're waiting for you here, while they're not waiting here.
Gotcha.
And when you jump out, they kill you there.
Through that massacre on the 7th of October, not only official Hamas members, terrorists, took part of it, but also civilians took part in the massacre. And there's countless evidence to that, by the way, which you can see all over the social media of civilians, Gazans, who came to the settlements here in southern of Israel and literally took part of the massacre. They start burning, smoke is coming in.
Smoke coming in, a lot of smoke, a heavy smoke. Everything is closed. We open just the glass window, that's it. We open that one and you can't breathe. And when you can't breathe anymore, I told them, okay, you have to take the pots of Bebka with the pee and the towel, and with the blood, it's become like a glue.
Yeah.
And we put it on the face, you can breathe through it. It's easier, but it's not good for a long time.
So wait, you
because
breathe pee and blood?
Of course. You want to survive, you have to.
What happened after that?
The terrorists, they decide to open the window because they saw that we didn't jump out. They decide to open the window. They put a big bombs on the window. If you go for the other side, you can see it. And they explode this fucking window.
זרקו לי רימון, ברגל יש לי חור, אני מנסה להחזיק את זה, יש לי ברגל 5 חורים. זרקו עלינו רימונים, ירו בנו.
When they explode this one, the right one stuck in a frame is not moved. But the second one moved like 10 centimeters to the side.
So there was like a gap?
Yeah, absolutely. There is a gap. So for us it was good. Because
smoke is getting out.
Absolutely. The hair comes from the door, and the smoke get in, go up, and go down. That's how it's going. So I'm looking around, so we are still alive. We are all right. But that's the good things. The worst things, we got 3 grenades inside. And when they throw the grenade hit the wall here and fell into the drawer.
That's the first explosion here, you can see it. That's the second explosion. And what about the third grenade? It didn't explode. So you had with you a grenade, live grenade, that did not explode.
Yeah. You feel like your ears in the plastic bags. That's how you feel. I'm looking around, so we are still alive. So all the shrapnels, you can see all over, all the shrapnels go up, most of them. And the terrorists, they took like a metal stick, like a magnet stick. They put on the grenade, and they wrapped the grenade with metal balls, screws, and needles.
By the way, this is another act of a war crime, yeah?
And Ada, she told me, at the same time, that's not a real grenade. I tell you, why you say that? Because she's 13. And she told me because I got a lot of screws in my legs. And now we are bleeding, we are 3 bleeding in the safe room. Dana, until now, she's all right. And I'm, bleeding from my legs and in Carmel. But it's all right. But we were on the floor. We hear 2 shots. And Dana told me, I can't breathe. Ada, she tried to clean her a little bit. And she told Ada, it's done. And she told us, I don't have nothing for nobody in this world. And she died.
Avida, you knew that your wife died.
Yes.
And you are without legs, with a bullet also in your arm, with a kid who is injured in his arm, they're trying to keep him alive. And you have a daughter that was also hit from shrapnels. And at this time, you realize that you lost your wife as well. Yeah. Yet you still have the power to tell your daughter,
Mom, she's all right. she's not suffering anymore. She died. We have to keep him alive. Around 4:30, Carmel, he knew that he never go out for the safe room. He knew that. Around 5 o'clock afternoon, Carmel, he got his short breath and he died.
כרמל, תישאר איתנו. אל תעצום עיניים. אמא, לא תישאר איתנו.
Before he died, he told me, Dad, don't forget, so burying me with the surfboard. And Adar, she saw me, and she told me, Dad, don't leave me alone. Because she saw me, I'm almost gonna die here. And she called 911 again. My dad almost gonna die, what am I supposed to do? And the 911, they record everything.
בסדר. איפה היריות? הן מתחילות מהאגן עצמו או מהרגליים למטה?
Around 7:30, 7:15, the commander of Yalom, he came to this window. He took his flashlight, looked into the safe room, and told the other guy, there is a massacre here in the safe room. So if you want to live next to them, you can't. I think we give them any money, any opportunities, they don't want to kill us. I think they want to live like us, but they don't. They don't want to live like us. They don't want me here. They want to take my land. It's not about something about religious, it's nothing. It's about territory and land. That's it.
You were in hell. There's no other definition to what you went through on the 7th of October. There's a lot of people around the world that either they deny what happened here, and clearly we can see the evidence is countless. Yeah? And of course your story as a first eyewitness that went through hell. What do you have to say to the world for those who are right now supporting the terrorist organization Hamas, literally advocating and echoing the narrative of Hamas?
We have to know that the Islamic here next to us, it's really want to kill us because our land. We can see the Palestinian here, and if you move to Europe, I'm sure it's going to be there also. And we have to keep on ourselves. And for the Jewish nation, I think we have to be in Israel. This is the only state that we got, and we have to keep on it for many generations forward.
That for them, there's no such thing as, let's have a dialogue. They don't think about, maybe let's hear the other side. There's no freedom of speech. There's also no freedom of religion. That's a different topic. But the bottom line is, you do not have dialogue with them because they don't believe in dialogue. They have their own way. You're either with them or against them. If you're with them, your life might be saved, But if you're against it, for sure, you're dead.
On October 7, I was here at the Nova Music Festival. I ran for my life, hid for 7 hours. Terrorists shot me twice. Thankfully, I survived. I'm still dealing with trauma, and I'm not alone. 3 million Israelis are in trauma. They need mental health care or physical rehabilitation. Wounded soldiers, families, and scared children.
Since 1912, Hadassah has been a life-changing force in Israel. Today, Hadassah has 2 world-renowned hospitals, pioneers breakthrough medical research, cares for youth, and has built the much-needed and largest rehabilitation facility in Jerusalem.
Thank you to everyone at Hadassah Hospitals. You've been helping me, and so many others. And a special thanks to one nurse, my mom. I love you.
Last week, ILTV's Devo Klein took a trip to one of Leket Israel's open field day, where volunteers from around the world came together to rescue food items and deliver them to Israel's vulnerable communities. Leket Israel is a lifeline of nourishment to so many in Israel, making their work crucial for the people of Israel. Before we find out how you can support Leket, let's see what Devo was able to capture.
I'm standing right now at a field just south of Tel Aviv, and behind me is occurring something very special. We have over 750 volunteers coming mostly from abroad, coming together today to volunteer picking sweet potatoes from the field for Leket Israel. Where are these sweet potatoes heading, you ask? Let's take a look. This sweet potato field is currently being harvested by the volunteers of Leket Israel, making sure that crops that would have been destined for the trash make it to the tables of Israel's impoverished community.
So Leket Israel is Israel's food rescue network, I would say. We work with farmers and corporate cafeterias, army bases, food manufacturers to make sure that perfectly good, healthy, nutritious, safe food doesn't go to waste. So this is just one example of thousands and thousands of different operations that Leket does throughout the year, picking up food, bringing volunteers, tens of thousands a year, to make sure that perfectly good food doesn't go to waste.
These volunteers come in from all across the United States to volunteer with Leket Israel. For them, it's more than just agricultural work in Israel. It's a monumental giving to the people of Israel.
I really just wanted the opportunity to give back to the people of Israel. They've been doing so much, so this is our chance to help those in need.
And where are you from?
Teaneck, New Jersey.
Why do you think we should help people?
Because they need it, and like if we can do it, and like it's fun for us too, so we can also do it and help them.
Maya and Sophia, two girls, decided to harvest with Leket Israel for their bat mitzvahs.
We're picking sweet potatoes for Leket Israel for people who need them, like, and they can't like afford food, so like we're like Leket Israel brings the food to them instead. It's also it's like very special that like we can like also like it's in Israel and we can help people, and it's a really big mitzvah.
At the end of the day, the volunteers who came out to support Leket Israel collected a massive 6,800 kilos of sweet potatoes, an enormous amount that makes a huge difference.
It's a way also to get people more connected, our donors more connected, and people that are more connected to Leket Israel and what we do.
For these volunteers, Leket allows them a chance to give back to the people of Israel, no matter where you are from.
I live in America, so like when I come here, I wanted to do something for here. So it's like, and this one's a nice one because like you actually get to do something. You're not just like if you're just donating like money to something, you're not really doing something, and it doesn't actually feel like you're doing something. So this is really nice because like I'm doing it, and also yeah, it's like a mitzvah, and like it's for my bat mitzvah.
Hands-on, you're saying?
Yeah.
It's not about welfare at all. It's about economy. It's about the environment. It's even about health. That's what Leket does, and that's what food rescue is.
What an inspiring event. Scan the QR code on your screen right now to donate and help Leket feed Israel's hungry. It's an investment that directly impacts lives here in the Holy Land. After 2 long years, on the eve of the holiday of Simchat Torah this week, Israel finally saw tears of joy. The living hostages are home. Emotional footage shows embraces, tears, and disbelief as they were freed in exchange for more than 1,000 Palestinian prisoners, many convicted of deadly, murderous attacks. But the euphoric homecomings of the last living 20 hostages are shadowed by unbearable loss. Not every hostage came back alive. Israel also received some of the bodies of the murdered hostages, while many more remain unaccounted for. Here at ILTV, we've followed the story of these hostages since that horrific day 2 years ago, not as headlines, but as human lives. Mothers and fathers, husbands, wives, and children who were stolen from their families. Some are finally home now, facing the long road to recovery. Others have been murdered, with their families demanding their bodies be brought back for burial. We remember every one of them. We bear witness, and we renew the promise that until every hostage is home, alive or fallen, this story is not over. As the country watches these stories unfold, many are asking what comes next for those who have finally made it back. After years of darkness, captivity, and fear, the road ahead will be one of recovery, both physical and emotional. Doctors across Israel are working carefully to help the freed hostages heal from the toll of 2 years in Hamas captivity, while their families begin the long process of rebuilding life together. Our correspondent, India Naftali, joins us now with more on where the freed hostages are today and how they're recovering.
Hi, Sivan. Now that the last 20 living Israeli hostages have finally returned home, we're seeing emotional and long-awaited reunions. But alongside those reunions, the former hostages are also receiving medical treatment for various conditions they developed during their 2 years in Hamas captivity. On Monday, the hostages were handed over to the Red Cross and brought back to Israel. Each hostage was greeted by their closest relatives at the Ra'im military base near the Gaza border. From there, they were flown to hospitals across Israel for medical and psychological care. Prime Minister Netanyahu, along with his wife Sarah, visited the freed hostages at Beilinson Hospital in Petah Tikva, Israel.
הבטחתי להחזיר אותם, והחזרנו אותם. ועכשיו, אחרי שהם מחובקים על ידי משפחותיהם, גם אנחנו נחבק אותם.
Many of the hostages are suffering the effects of starvation, which includes severe malnutrition, muscle loss, and vitamin and salt deficiencies. They are also at risk of refeeding syndrome if treated too quickly. Eviatar David's father told Israeli media his son is struggling with nutrient and mineral deficiencies. And former hostage Eitan Horn's family member shared this.
So Eitan was released less than 24 hours ago, so he's not sharing so much. He's just like throwing here and there some stories. He asked for meat, and when he got this plate with this huge piece of meat, he was excited, and I saw tears in his eyes. And
we also know that Elkana Bobot is reportedly suffering stomach pain after being overfed before his release, along with experiencing leg and back pain. Matan Angrest, who was injured in Gaza, has severe burns on his right hand and fingers, as well as damage to his vision. And Alon Ohel, who was hit by shrapnel on October 7th, faces possible permanent vision loss in one eye, while specialists are racing to save the other. Still, amid the medical challenges, families are filled with relief. Guy Gilboa Dalal's family wore shirts reading, "Guy is home, the heart is whole again." Guy lifted his sister into the air, and his father wrapped himself in an Israeli flag. Avinatan Or reunited with his girlfriend, Noa Algamani, whose kidnapping video became one of the most recognizable images of October 7th. Algamani, who was released last year, has since traveled the world calling for his release. Now, the two are finally together again. Eitan Mol's parents embraced their son through tears, thanking God for his return. His father Tzvika said simply, "This is the day the Lord has made. We will rejoice in it." Matan Zangaker's mother shouted, my life, you champion, you hero," as she ran to her son. And Bar Cooperstein's father stood up from his wheelchair to hug him. Omri Miran, whose daughter was just a baby on October 7th, is now hearing her say daddy for the first time, and finally getting to see his older daughter, who is now 4 years old. Soldier Matan Angrest was also seen speaking with former captive Keith Siegel in a video call. The two were once held together in Gaza. Thankfully, Sivan, the former hostages are in stable condition. But of course, as a result of the conditions they were living under for the past 2 years, medical professionals are doing everything they can to treat them with caution. The reunification with their families is a critical part of the healing and rehabilitation process, and the nation is also beginning its own healing process with them. Sivan?
Thank you, India. Hey everyone, we know how hard it can be to keep up with the latest news in Israel. So if you haven't had the time to stay on top of what's what in the Holy Land, we're here for you. I'm Nadar Gavelazi, and this is ILTV's Weekly Review. After 2 long years, on the eve of the holiday of Simchat Torah this week, Israel finally saw tears of joy. The living hostages are home. Emotional footage shows embraces, tears, and disbelief as they were freed in exchange for more than 1,000 Palestinian prisoners, many convicted of deadly, murderous attacks. But the euphoric homecomings of the last living 20 hostages are shadowed by unbearable loss. Not every hostage came back alive. Israel also received some of the bodies of the murdered hostages, while many more remain unaccounted for. Here at ILTV, we've followed the story of these hostages since that horrific day 2 years ago, not as headlines, but as human lives. Mothers and fathers, husbands, wives, and children who were stolen from their families. Some are finally home now, facing the long road to recovery. Others have been murdered, with their families demanding their bodies be brought back for burial. We remember every one of them. We bear witness, and we renew the promise that until every hostage is home, alive or fallen, this story is not over.
Before we continue, I want to talk a little bit about what's happening inside of Gaza. It's day 735 of the war. The IDF is observing a 72-hour ceasefire that actually began on Friday afternoon and is due to continue until Monday to facilitate the return of the Israeli hostages. Now, the IDF has so far withdrawn to a new defensive line outside urban centers in Gaza, with thousands of Gazan civilians using the pause to return to their homes in Gaza City. We have more on this from ILTV's Steve Leibovitz.
In a stark reminder that the war is not over, the IDF announced that Reserve Master Sergeant Shmuel Gad Rachamim, 31, succumbed to wounds sustained in an accidental grenade blast in Gaza this week. The end of the war has not been declared. The IDF is in the midst of a 72-hour ceasefire in Gaza that was declared on Friday noon, as agreed upon as part of the new hostage release deal.
נכנסה לתוקפה הפסקת אש לאחר שנתיים של לחימה ברצועת עזה. עם התייצבות כוחותינו על קווי הערכות שסוכמו, החלו 72 השעות במהלכן יושבו חטופינו. אמש אושר בממשלה ההסכם להשבת 48 חטופינו.
The army carried out a partial withdrawal from Gaza, marking the formal start of a ceasefire period agreed upon in U.S.-led mediation talks in Sharm el-Sheikh. At noon Friday, IDF units started redeploying to the Yellow Line, a designated defensive zone inside Gaza established as part of the ceasefire arrangement.
בשעות אלו, כוחותינו בפיקוד הדרום התייצבו בקווי הערכות שסוכמו, בהתאם לקו הצהוב. קווי הערכות הללו מאפשרים הגנה ושליטה מבצעית קדמית לאורך רצועת עזה. אלו רגעים של דריכות מוגברת. חיילי צה"ל יפעלו להסרת כל איום שנשקף לביטחונם. לא יילקחו סיכונים.
This repositioning represents a significant shift from the active combat operations to a limited security presence designed to facilitate the safe transfer of hostages and implement the first stage of the Trump agreement. The agreement includes provisions for monitored movement, a halt in offensive operations, and security coordination through international mediators. Military officials stressed that forces remain on alert and will respond to any violation of the ceasefire. However, the primary focus is to create stable conditions for the release of the Israeli hostages with the temporary suspension of intense military activity in Gaza. As the Gaza ceasefire began, thousands of Gazans began returning to the northern Gaza Strip. The IDF announcement of a pause in fighting brought a mass movement of people heading home to Gaza City and its surroundings. Thousands of people began the long walk from the south to the north of the Gaza Strip, making their way up the dusty seaside road toward the ruins of Gaza City, which they were ordered to flee weeks ago. Some said they were heading north for the first time since the war began. Humanitarian aid is flowing to Gaza once again through the Rafah crossing to Egypt. In a troubling sign, Hamas-run police officers were seen standing guard in the streets of Gaza City. One of its members said Interior Ministry forces were deploying across the Gaza Strip in the areas that are not under the control of the occupation. The biggest deployment is in intersections and markets, they claim, for the security of citizens, so that the people feel that there is law. Yes, the law of Hamas. U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper visited Gaza. The U.S. Central Command confirmed that the Israeli military has completed the first phase of its withdrawal from Gaza. CENTCOM confirmed that Israeli forces have redeployed from key urban areas while maintaining strategic control over roughly half of the Strip. The U.S. is deploying roughly 200 troops to Israel to support and monitor the ceasefire deal. The troops are assigned to a civil military coordination center operated by U.S. Command, where they will help with logistics, security, communications, and monitoring. The role of the U.S. troops is described as overseeing, supporting, and monitoring, not active ground operations inside the Gaza Strip.
To Emily in Hostages Square. Emily, you with us?
Yes, Lidar, great to be back with you. So I am here in Hostage Square where, as mentioned before, the crowd continues to grow. The anticipation is in the air. Israelis waiting very, very excitedly for the return of our hostages after 736 days in captivity since that awful day on October 7th. I am here joined by the senior contributing editor at JNS, Ruthie Bloom, still with us, and also Arab-Israeli journalist and social activist Youssef Haddad, who has been one of the most prominent voices throughout this war across the media and social media, both inside Israel and abroad. Youssef, I want to start by asking you your take on what's happening in Gaza. You're following all the Arab social media, what's been going on the ground. What's the response been just in the past 24, 48 hours to this ceasefire?
Well, Emily, before I answer this question, I must share my feelings with the audience about the feeling of being in the hostage square, because every time we arrived here, we were sad and we were hopeless. And now we have a smile on our faces and we are hopeful. And we're hopeful because, inshallah, soon we will see all our hostages back to Israel, hopefully sooner than later. So it's good to be here. And I can't believe that I'm actually saying that it's good to be here. Regarding to the question, the streets in Gaza are with mixed emotions because we've seen quite a lot of Gazans are hopeless. And it's totally 180 degree from what happened on the 7th of October 2023 because they were joyful, they were happy. The majority of them, they were happy about the attack and the massacre. And today, after they actually see the destruction of those 2 years and understand that they accomplished nothing. Hamas started this war on the 7th of October aiming to liberate Al-Aqsa and Jerusalem. And today, at the end of it, Israel is controlling more than 50% of Gaza. The Gaza Strip is totally destroyed because of Hamas. Schools, mosques, hospitals, all those infrastructures are all completely damaged and destroyed because of Hamas.
Well, I'm going to add to what Youssef just said by saying this is exactly what Prime Minister Netanyahu meant by victory, total victory. The victory is not because peace is busting out all over. You have to be very wary of these countries that are Islamists like Turkey, like Qatar. But what you can see is this is what you call their type of surrender. And so that in that respect, I'm optimistic.
All right, Youssef, your final thoughts from hopefully what is our last broadcast from here in Hostage Square before we see the release of our hostages.
Well, first of all, we are excited to see all our hostages coming back home to their land, those who are alive for rehabilitation and to be united with their families, and those who are unfortunately not with us, to come back here to be buried and for their families to have a closure. So we are all excited to see all of them coming back home. And one last and final thought. I've seen a lot of people thanking this and thanking that and thanking this and thanking that. I here say, we thank our brave female and male fighters, soldiers from the IDF who did an absolute amazing job. And a final message to all our enemies. Come here. Bring this flag. Here's my final. You thought you can destroy the state of Israel. You thought you can destroy the state of Israel. You thought that by the end of 7th of October, maybe the first week, there's no more Israel. Well, look at that. The hostages, inshallah, coming back soon. All our soldiers, inshallah, coming back soon as well, back home. Well, and of course, Israel is here to stay. Am Yisrael Chai, בפנים של כל אחד ואחד.
All right. Thank you, Yosef Haddad, for joining us today and for those words of encouragement. I think you echoed what a lot of us are feeling here on the ground. Ruthie, I know your son is finally coming back after his heroic work in Gaza with the IDF.
Absolutely, and I could never top that, what you just said. So, amen.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your service, for your son's service.
All right, we'll be live tomorrow for the actual release of the hostages. But for now, Lidar, back to you.
Thank you, Emily. We see the crowd gathering behind you, the cheers. That's the atmosphere in Hostages Square. Thank you all so much for joining us for this broadcast. Now, Mark, I want to turn to you. We see what's happening in Hostages Square. We see the excitement. You can feel it in the air. Final thoughts from you.
It's a good day. Our hostages are coming home. It's because Israeli soldiers fought, and unfortunately some of them had to die to win this, to bring about this victory. And bringing the hostages home is a victory. And as we go forward and maybe to bigger and better things with peace and reconciliation, we have to always remember Israel's strength, Israel's military strength is a prerequisite for any sort of deals that we do in the future. With one hand, we hold a sword, and with the other hand, we hold it out for peace with our neighbors. They work together.
As the country watches these stories unfold, many are asking, what comes next for those who have finally made it back? After years of darkness, captivity, and fear, the road ahead will be one of recovery, both physical and emotional. Doctors across Israel are working carefully to help the freed hostages heal from the toll of 2 years in Hamas captivity, while their families begin the long process of rebuilding life together. Our correspondent, India Naftali, joins us now with more on where the freed hostages are today and how they're recovering.
Hi, Sivan. Now that the last 20 living Israeli hostages have finally returned home, we're seeing emotional and long-awaited reunions. But alongside those reunions, the former hostages are also receiving medical treatment for various conditions they developed during their 2 years in Hamas captivity. On Monday, the hostages were handed over to the Red Cross and brought back to Israel. Each hostage was greeted by their closest relatives at the Re'im military base near the Gaza border. From there, they were flown to hospitals across Israel for medical and psychological care. Prime Minister Netanyahu, along with his wife Sarah, visited the freed hostages at Beilinson Hospital in Petah Tikva, Israel.
הבטחתי להחזיר אותם, והחזרנו אותם. ועכשיו, אחרי שהם מחובקים על ידי משפחותיהם,
Many of the hostages are suffering the effects of starvation, which includes severe malnutrition, muscle loss, and vitamin and salt deficiencies. They are also at risk of refeeding syndrome if treated too quickly. Eviatar David's father told Israeli media his son is struggling with nutrient and mineral deficiencies. And former hostage Eitan Horn's family member shared this.
So Eitan was released less than 24 hours ago, so he's not sharing so much. He's just like throwing here and there some stories. He asked for meat, and when he got this plate with this huge piece of meat, he was excited, and I saw tears in his eyes. And
we also know that Elkanah Bobot is reportedly suffering stomach pain after being overfed before his release, along with experiencing leg and back pain. Matan Angrest, who was injured in Gaza, has severe burns on his right hand and fingers, as well as damage to his vision. And Alon Ohel, who was hit by shrapnel on October 7th, faces possible permanent vision loss in one eye, while specialists are racing to save the other. Still, amid the medical challenges, families are filled with relief. Guy Gilboa Dalal's family wore shirts reading, "Guy is home, the heart is whole again." Guy lifted his sister into the air, and his father wrapped himself in an Israeli flag. Avinatan Or reunited with his girlfriend, Noah Algamani, whose kidnapping video became one of the most recognizable images of October 7th. Algamani, who was released last year, has since traveled the world calling for his release. Now, the two are finally together again. Eitan Mol's parents embraced their son through tears, thanking God for his return. His father Tzvika said simply, "This is the day the Lord has made. We will rejoice in it." Matan Zangaker's mother shouted, my life, you champion, you hero," as she ran to her son. And Bar Cooperstein's father stood up from his wheelchair to hug him. Omri Miran, whose daughter was just a baby on October 7th, is now hearing her say daddy for the first time, and finally getting to see his older daughter, who is now 4 years old. Soldier Matan Angrist was also seen speaking with former captive Keith Siegel in a video call. The two were once held together in Gaza. Thankfully, Sivan, the former hostages are in stable condition. But of course, as a result of the conditions they were living under for the past 2 years, medical professionals are doing everything they can to treat them with caution. The reunification with their families is a critical part of the healing and rehabilitation process, and the nation is also beginning its own healing process with them. Sivan?
Thank you, India. Israel woke to the sacred work of bringing the murdered hostages home as another round of bodies returned overnight. More on this from ILTV's executive editor, Mayan Hoffman.
Overnight, a second convoy of 4 coffins crossed into Israel and was taken to the National Center of Forensic Medicine for identification. By first light, 3 of the 4 were confirmed. Uriel Baruch, 35, from Giv'on, IDF soldier Tamir Nimrodi, 20, from Niritz, and Eitan Levy of Bat Yam. A security official confirmed that the 4th body returned to Israel last night did not belong to a hostage, but was a member affiliated with Hamas. With these returns, 7 hostages' bodies have now come home since the deal took effect. According to Israeli officials and the families, 21 bodies are still to be brought back. Baruch, known to his friends as Badalo, worked in construction materials, loved techno, and was the person who always showed up for others. Nimrodi, an education NCO who volunteered to cover his Shabbat shift, had just interviewed for officer training the week before he was abducted. Levy is remembered by his family as warm, responsible, and endlessly kind, devoted to his son Shachar and his fiancée, Shira. These latest identifications followed Tuesday's confirmations of 4 others: Guy Iluz, 26, a sound tech seized at Nova; Bipin Joshi, 24, a Nepali agricultural student taken from Kibbutz Alumim; Yossi Sharabi, 53, of Kibbutz Be'eri; and Captain Daniel Peretz, 22, an Armored Corps officer killed in the fighting near Nahal Oz. Together, their stories map the breadth of October 7th. Civilians and soldiers, Israelis and foreign students, all now on their way to a proper burial.
There is clear indication that this might take much more time because of the difficulty to find the human remains in Gaza in particular.
Families say the timetable is unbearable and that the agreement must be honored in full.
And right now, there is a violation of the agreement. 48 hostages have not been brought back, and we demand of the Israeli government, and we demand of everybody involved, especially the U.S. and the Arab countries that vouch this agreement, we demand them to take action.
Vigils will continue at Hostages Square and outside Abu Kabir. Officials caution the next phase will be slower and messier, with complex searches amid rubble, but the promise remains the same: bring every one of Israel's hostages home.
Meanwhile, Hamas fighters tightened their grip on areas it controls in Gaza by carrying out public executions in a defiant show of force. A gruesome video of 7 public executions was confirmed by Hamas, with some 30 Gazans murdered since the start of the ceasefire with Israel. More from ILTV's Steve Leibowitz.
The gruesome executions came even as Israel insists that the war cannot end until the terror group is fully disarmed. In a stark assertion of its return, Hamas fighters executed men they accused of collaborating with Israeli forces. In one video, verified by Reuters, masked gunmen dragged 7 men into a crowd in Gaza City, forced them to their knees, and shot them from behind. They opened fire with machine guns as crowds chanted Allah Akbar. A Hamas source admitted that members of factions, including Hamas, carried out the killings. Footage also shows Hamas gunmen deploying in southern Gaza, including members of the elite Shadow Unit, which held Israeli hostages during the war. Gaza residents reported that Hamas fighters were increasingly visible, deploying along routes needed for aid deliveries. Palestinian security sources say dozens have been killed in recent clashes between Hamas and rival groups since the ceasefire began. At least 33 Gazans have been executed by Hamas for alleged collaboration or challenging its rule. The brutal killings underscore the dangers of allowing Hamas to retain any power in post-war Gaza. Israel and the United States have made clear that Hamas must be disarmed and removed from governance to ensure lasting security and stability. Meanwhile, Israeli drone fire and airstrikes targeted individuals who crossed truce lines and approached Israeli forces after ignoring warnings to turn back. And rebuilding efforts in Gaza are already underway. Bulldozers, some bearing Qatari flags, rolled through the streets of Gaza City, clearing massive amounts of rubble left from 2 years of war. The post-ceasefire recovery operation led by the Gaza municipality is aimed at reopening major roads to allow displaced residents to return home. The massive clearing and aid efforts mark the first step in Gazans' long road to recovery following the ceasefire agreement. Meanwhile, humanitarian aid is flowing in through southern Gaza, where trucks were mobbed by crowds in Khan Yunis. Residents are urging international agencies to organize distribution to ensure supplies reach those most in need. There were chaotic scenes of desperate residents jostled to collect supplies, with some expressing frustration over the unorganized delivery methods.
An Israeli-American economist is among the recipients of the 2025 Nobel Prize in Economics. Joel Mokir, born in the Netherlands and raised in Haifa, Israel, was awarded the prize for his groundbreaking research on innovation-driven economic growth. Mokir received half of the prize. The other half is shared by Philippe Aguillon and Peter Howitt for their work on how innovation replaces outdated systems to drive prosperity. The Nobel Committee praised the research as helping explain why economic growth is not automatic, emphasizing the role of institutions, culture, and technological progress. Mokir joins a growing list of Israeli Nobel Prize winners.
For more of the latest updates from Israel, make sure to subscribe to our newsletter at ILTV.tv or download the ILTV Plus app. That's it for ILTV's weekly review. See you next week.
And on our final stop in the Golan Heights for our series we've been bringing you all week long, we are bringing you a taste of Druze cuisine and how the community believes that they can be the bridge in making peace in the region. Let's take a look. When you step inside Nesiba's Druze restaurant in Bukata in the Golan Heights, you'll quickly realize the space is much more than eating.
How the food?
You're actually stepping into this Druze chef's home, not as a customer, but as her guest.
From the Golan Heights.
She invites guests into her home for a traditional meal, sitting on the floor and close to the fireplace. Local tour guide and Druze activist Maya Farhat brought us here to experience the authentic cuisine ourselves.
How do you want them to feel when they come into this space and they taste your food?
Special experience. To eat, also to speak about the truth.
Her Druze cuisine, inspired by her Syrian roots, is all handmade, locally sourced, filled with vegetables, and the crowd favorite, kebab. What you'll quickly learn about the Druze community is their incredible belief of spreading coexistence through their traditions and sharing them with others. That's why our final stop was to Vered's home.
This is the welcoming coffee. We offer you coffee and we offer you some sweet. If we share food together, it means we are family.
This is Maya's grandmother's original home.
This is Vered. She was a kid here. In 1967, the soldiers came for the first visit in the Golan. And for a surprise, they had also Druze soldiers with them. So they explained to them that everything was okay. There's no need to be frightened. Everything is fine. You can go back to your houses. We're going to keep you safe. They even helped them taking back their belongings. And so Vered said her famous line. She said that if this is what Jewish people are people who are worth living with. I want my family to live in peace with this country. Her children and her belongings, and came back and opened this house. Families like mine, families who accepted the citizenship later on, identified as Israelis, they were Boy Scouted. They weren't acceptable. They weren't able to go to rituals. It was so important to me to turn this weakness into power.
This is the traditional Druze home, right?
The houses here were built from basalt, how do you call it? Volcanic rocks.
The family preserved this home to keep Vered's message alive of peace and honoring and teaching their culture to others.
Would you like to become a Druze bride? This is the tarbush. It's usually with real gold.
Wow.
This is what they give for the bride, the gift. This is traditional. You will see this still in Sueda, in Syria.
And of course, moments to capture for eternity. Maya's father, Vered's son,
How should I offer you the coffee?
also taught us Druze coffee is not just a drink, rather a way to communicate.
Pick it in your right hand. If you shake the cup like this, I have to stop.
Wow.
That means for you enough. Shake it, please. Look, that's it. That's enough.
From the beautiful work of Druze artisans and artifacts they preserved, Maya and her father Talea believe Druze in the Golan Heights can be the bridge to peace in the Middle East.
We have to end wars. What I believe that here in this crazy Middle East, it must be done. Should be like a treaty of life assigned by all the people in the Middle East.
I think everyone in the world should come and pay a visit to the Golan Heights to know what harmony is and what connection is. Druze people might be a minority, but it is the strongest minority in the whole world. They know how to build bridges between nations with other people on the other sides of the border.
Now let's take a look at Psagot Winery, a unique winery that has had to adapt to the reality of war. Psagot not only maintained generations of superb winemaking, but also found a way to give back to the community in unique ways. Let's hear how they did it.
On the morning of October 7th, Psagot Winery, like the rest of Israel, came to a standstill. Life as we knew it ground to a halt, and we began the profound task of adapting to a reality intertwined with war and pain.
Everything stopped, all the parties, all the winemaking, everything stopped, and everybody went to take care of the state of Israel. Like all of Am Yisrael, it's been a very difficult time trying to figure out not just how to deal with the new reality, but how to help, how to get to work to try to help the state of Israel and the people of Israel every day since October 7th.
I believe that in such a difficult time, we cannot do the same thing we used to do before. Each one of us need to find the way how we remember what happened to us and what we are going to do that it will never happen again, and how to support our people that hurt so hard.
In the face of war's turmoil, Psagot Winery responded with heartfelt determination, venturing into new territories by opening a patisserie and a bridal dress shop. Their mission extended far beyond winemaking. It was about nurturing hope and solidarity. To honor and uplift communities devastated on October 7th, they introduced a special wine collection, channeling proceeds toward the rebuilding of these shattered neighborhoods.
Many people just need us, and it's very sad, it's very hard. We really try to give whatever we can. So this is the first vision, definitely to be there for the people who ever need help. We just help. We are not just a winery, it's a place for people to come celebrate, even if they had something bad in their family or they lost someone, we are here to support. We made this 2 years as this is very exciting. October 7th, all the money is going to support the settlements for the Otef, for the Gaza area, that we are in a very good connections now after everything that happened. We called the names of the places that were severely hurted, and we hope that we will come back and drink the wine there. We really want to drink it there with all the families in their homes. And this wine is great. It is a great meal.
The conflict between Israel and Hamas has inflicted widespread pain, destruction, and grief. Yet amid this turmoil, it has also fostered a profound sense of unity and hope. Time and again, we witness Israeli resilience, exemplified by Psagot Winery. As Psagot has demonstrated, each of us can contribute to supporting Israel. Together, we will strive towards victory.
We all need to be much more busy with giving and donation and putting our efforts in helping people. We all need to support and help each other. It's like there's no privilege, to enjoy now. It's not the time. We have that in a year or two, but now it's time. Everybody needs to be in the effort and to help a lot.
Hello and welcome back to the ILTV News Podcast. I'm Ayan Hoffman, Executive Editor of ILTV, and we're happy to have you back, our viewers and our listeners. So I have with me today Moran Samoun, an Israeli attorney, a certified mediator, and an ADHD coach. Welcome, Moran.
Hi, how are you?
Wonderful,
Thank you.
Of course. So, I just named a lot of hats. They don't necessarily seem like they would fit together. Attorney, mediator, ADHD coach. Which role do you feel is most you and why?
Well, I feel that I'm all of that, but if I have to choose one, it's going to be the mediator because it combines my abilities in the law area and the understanding and the emotions from the ADHD coach. So instead of just arguing in front of court, I build bridges between people who can't see eye to eye anymore. So mediator is going to be my answer for that.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Now, you've been in this family law for over 20 years, but your approach is very different than most lawyers. What inspired you to blend this legal work with the emotional work and the ADHD?
When you say 20 years, it sounds a lot. It's a lot, but I've never fit the traditional lawyer mold. Never. So I think that think different is the way of life for me, and this is why I always study and trying to find new ways and new tools to help my clients, the firm's clients, and through that, the other people who get through divorce and especially hard conflict divorces, but also inheritance and other family law areas.
And the ADHD came into the legal practice then in order to help the clients?
Well, the ADHD came because of my recognition of my ADHD.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, 7 years ago, I was diagnosed with ADHD thanks to my son. So, yeah, they're the best teachers when you want to learn from. So after I was diagnosed, I tried to get skills and tools to help myself. And through that, I discovered the whole world of ADHD and the influence it has on family and couples. And this is why ADHD is not only a small niche, it's way, way wider than that. Did you know that almost 70% of divorce cases has one or two partners with ADHD?
Really?
And with every family who's got only one child with ADHD, they don't have to have more than that. They have 3 times more chance to get a divorce than a regular family. So with these conditions and the understanding that the divorce and separation in Israel are the rate of 45%, it's a lot of people. It's a lot of people, and this is why we need to have a different approach to them.
And you were also divorced as well, right? So that you have ADHD and you've been divorced. So tell me about that.
Okay, so before I was diagnosed with ADHD, I got a divorce. And through that proceedings, I understood that it's not enough to have the legal issues. You need to have the emotional, the insight, emotional tools to understand the proceeding, because divorce is one of the greatest and biggest crisis within person's life. It's like an umbrella crisis. It goes through your work and how you perceive yourself and your place within the family, friends, everything. And when it affects all these areas, you need to have special tools to handle this. It's not only a family case that you go to court with, it's a whole person that you need to give them tools in order to proceed from this crisis with strength and abilities.
And after going through your own divorce and then your discovery of ADHD, and now you work with so many couples and so many clients, how do you get through every day hearing about other people's challenges when you've had your own, now you're dealing with it? It seems like it would be a very difficult
Yeah,
endeavor.
one of the questions that I get a lot is, do you take your work at home to home?
Yeah.
So I try not to, but first of all, my partner and the children are very grounding base in my life. But other than that, every morning I have like a quick mental check-in, see what is my focus on today, what are the things that I can control and can control, and focus on the things that I can control. Because when you handle people crises all day long, and with the environment that we have in the country today, people can crumble and it demoralized. So in order to be effective this way, I specialize my first few minutes on the day to focus on what I can control.
And you also have a very interesting motto for your company. Think different, act different, get a different results. Can you explain that and maybe share a story that demonstrates that philosophy going into action?
First of all, this is the firm's philosophy, but this is the way of life for me. And Einstein said it before. If you act the same way and expect different results, this is the definition of insanity. And the divorce crisis and family crisis is special, but divorce crisis is very hard on people. So if they act the same way they acted in the marriage, the result will be the same, and we want to have different results. This is why we are approaching this crisis differently. So we see what makes people act the way they act, what are the triggers, and how to avoid them. We are giving them tools to how to react towards the other side and the children, and we make them, the clients, have best decision they can have in the court and outside the court because of that.
So it's really interesting. So are you coaching them not only through the divorce procedure, but also what will happen afterwards?
Yeah. When they have the mediation, when we talk about it in a few minutes, but when they have a mediation process with me, the last stage is follow-up, 3 months of follow-up. So the words will not only be on the paper, they will be in life. And we are helping them go through the crisis with the reassurance that there is somebody that can help them with afterwards.
Wow, it's amazing. I mean, I'm also divorced, and hearing this is very different than the process that I went through, and probably most people's processes. I do want to take a step back just for 1 minute, because you mentioned 2 stats that I think I want to unpack real quick. One is that you said that in almost every divorce, at least one of the couples, or in 70, what did you say?
70%, almost 70% of the divorce cases, one of two partners has ADHD.
How did you learn that statistic? And is that in every country, just in Israel?
Well, for the last 7 years, I've been researching the field of ADHD and the influence it has on family and couples and parenthood. And I learned that it's genetics. It's go through the generations and doesn't skip generations. So if you have a child, even if it's one child with ADHD in the family, it's most likely that one of 2 of his parents has ADHD. Yeah. So the statistics is very obvious and nobody is talking about it. So when somebody is acting aggressively, people only see the aggressive side. They don't see the flaunting, the misunderstood of the situation. Or when somebody is talking loudly or very rude, nobody is seeing the fear or the misunderstanding of the situation. So this is why I decided to form a committee in the Israeli Bar Association that help ADHD people who are in the legal system through all the areas of the legal system.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And then the 45% that you mentioned in Israel, there's about a 45% divorce rate, you said?
In Israel, there are 45% of divorces and separation because not everybody is getting married through the rabbinical court. Actually, in the U.S., is 54% of divorce and separation. So they have higher rates of separation over there. And the ADHD field there is less known as it in Israel.
Interesting. Yeah, that's what I wanted to know is how does Israel kind of measure up? The U.S. is one of the higher countries, I think, with the divorce rate.
Yeah.
In comparison to other countries in the region, are we higher, lower?
We are high, but not higher. But the divorce rate is lower, but ADHD diagnosis is higher. Okay, we have what we call in Israel overdiagnosis, ADHD. So we have that in the U.S. also, but in Israel we see that with children in schools and students and so on. But the real thing is after you finish studying, because ADHD affects all areas of life. It's the impulsivity and the lateness, missed meetings, not knowing how to act or plan or do anything that is the executive functions, the basic executive functions in their life. So it affects the communication. It affects how they perceive themselves, mostly in the lower bar, and it affects how they communicate with others because in the first place, they hear things different than other people are talking to them. So it's one of the biggest complex that I have in family, because once you have one person with ADHD and he speaks a different language, and you have another one, the whole family is ADHDers because they speak different languages. This is why they have most miscommunications and fights and all that.
You can see why that would then lead, of course, to divorce. Now, you created the CSC mediation method, Connection, Security, Calm. Walk me through what that actually looks like when you're in the room.
Well, as you said, it's the connection, security, calm. So first of all, we're making the safe place. This is the security, the safe place that they can talk inside the room with no surprises and no attacks. And then we have the connection between them. Sometimes when we need to rebuild the trust between the people, we make separate sessions, and then we have mutual ones, and this is how we rebuild the trust between them. And the third part is the calm. We are taking our time to take good decisions that will match the family, their needs, and their emotion struggles. So this is basically a very methodical approach towards family crises, especially divorce crises. And today it's not only for ADHD people. We have like PTSD people that comes back from the war, and actually the whole environment in the country, everybody is acting a little bit like they have ADHD, short temper, lateness. So as a lawyer, I'm giving them the legal structures, and ADHD coach, I'm giving them the understanding, and together they have the solution inside the courtroom. And it's based on the focus model.
Right, which I also wanted to ask about, but just to go, before you get into the focus model, just give me like a concrete example of what that might look like in the case of, mediating a final divorce agreement, maybe for somebody with a child, coming with a parenting agreement, something like that.
Well, the first couple that I remember was a a couple who came and they were sure they're not going to be able to sit in the same room together. Very sure about that. So instead of forcing them negotiation, I started with very short sessions with everyone separate. And after 3 or 4 sessions, short ones, we had the mutual ones. And after 3 months, they signed an agreement with a smile. But it's because they decided to do the work. They are not afraid of hard work. They understand that they understood then. They had to go through a mediation and the coaching for ADHD in order to have a new communication tools. The communication that they had before didn't work. This is why they are getting a divorce. We need to find a new way to communicate. So they have these communication molds that I made them. This is part of the proceedings. And they have to stick with this. And it makes them be sure that the message is going through, but without the ickiness, all the emotions and all the bad feelings that they have towards each other. When you have this molds, it makes you be very direct and very focused. After 3 months, they signed on the agreement, and I think they're using the agreement today also. And the other example that I can tell you about is there something that happened in the last few months. A couple after divorce came to me after the last several times that the husband came back from the front. He's got ADHD and PTSD. So his reaction, his behavior triggered the mother. And she started to behave from her fear, and it was affecting the children actually, both of them, because they started to see the father as the mother is. So they came to me in order to have a new arrangement for the visitation rights. And through the proceeding of this mediation, they came back to the original, but with new tools, original seeing, but with new tools. New communication tools and new borders in order for them to work on. So I'm very happy.
Does it ever happen that as you're going through this process and people are developing these new tools that couples stay together instead of divorcing?
Actually, yes.
Yeah?
Yeah. One time in the last year, there was this couple who came. They said, okay, we love each other, but we know we have to separate because we don't fit. Okay? We don't fit. I like organized home. She's messy. I like everything neat. She doesn't know how to handle money, and I like to handle money. You know, all the differences. But they sat together in my room and they hold hands. So I asked them if it's final for them. And when I saw that they're hesitating, I just opened the opportunity that it is an option to write the agreement with staying together or divorcing. So after, I think it was 2.5 months, we had like a whole agreement that he came back home. They went to actually an ADHD parental guidance that helped them be a better parents and got the tools from her. And through that, they actually improved their communication. So I think they are still together, otherwise I would have heard something. But yeah.
Wow, what a great story. So now you mentioned this focus mediation model. Is that what you're speaking about now, or is that also something in addition?
The focus model is the basic of the CSC mediation. And it's the 5 steps that we need to have in order to proceed this mediation. So the framework is like we are knowing what is the triggers, we are understanding the triggers, we are trying to get a solution for the trigger in order not to trigger anybody. And then through these solutions, we are going through the needs of the family, the specific needs of the family, instead of the process asking the families to manage themselves. We are managing the process through the and around the family. So the solutions are ones that they have with a free choice. Instead of court, when you are hiding behind the other party, the lawyers, the judges, here you have to take a stand. You can't hide behind anything, but for people with ADHD and for most people, having a responsibility for your choice is the best thing for you in order to get a control of your life. And this is what most people need, a control feeling, stability. So focus model makes them finding the solution through the triggers and getting a better communication within the family through that.
And, I'm just thinking about when you get divorced, so there's mediation, and as you mentioned, there's court.
Yeah.
Do you usually do mediation, I guess, before you go to court is the goal, and to stay out of court, correct?
Well, first of all, the misconception, the biggest misconception of mediation, that it's soft, it's less than a court, but it's the opposite. It needs to be with a lot of courage. People with courage go to mediation because they have to take responsibility for their actions, for their choices, and for the way that they're handling themselves. So in court, you don't have any responsibility for anything. It's like, okay, judge, take the decision. It's yours. And this is the difference between the court and the mediation.
The mediation, are you the one mediator for the couple, or do they still bring lawyers to the session?
It's a great question, because most of the time I'm the mediator without lawyers. Wow. And they can consult lawyers outside the mediation room. Uh-huh. I think adding lawyers to the mediation room, it brings the conflict, not lower them. So I rather not having lawyers inside my room, but I more than welcome, and I actually tell them to go and consult a lawyer to see if the solution that we have is fair, is the one that stands with the rights. And because as a mediator, I am not looking for saving anybody's rights. I'm looking for the best solution for the family and her needs. And its needs. So it doesn't have to be even. It's mostly it's creative solutions for the family. So they need to consult a lawyer of their own.
And do people who have been divorced sometimes come to you afterwards when they already have an agreement and say, we want to rework our agreement?
Yeah, sometimes. The couple with the PTSD that I told you about, they had an agreement. They've been divorced for 4 years. And the problem started now, after he came back from the front.
Right.
So they need to adjust their life to the situation that has occurred. And they are smart people, because it could easily go to police and court and a social worker and the whole shebang. But they decided to be responsible for their lives. They came to me, they got parental guidance that is especially for ADHD. And when you have ADHD and PTSD, you feel everything in extreme, actually. Right. So when you're happy, you're happy. When you're upset, you're upset. So they need to have special tools, or the ones that are good for them.
Do other people think like you? I mean, this whole concept of combining the ADHD coaching, or the knowledge behind it, with the legal, are there others that we can find either in the country or in the world that are doing the same thing?
The short question is no.
Wow.
Actually, I think there's only one that I know in the U.S. Who is a lawyer and an ADHD coach, and he handles most in children, custody and stuff. But there is no other lawyer and mediator and ADHD coach that combines all of them together and have a special method. And this is a special and unique specialty that we have in the firm. It makes me very happy. Yeah. But I think that the more the awareness is going to be higher, the more lawyers are going to find this field of expertise very interesting. So I'm looking forward to that.
And when you say the firm, are there other lawyers working with you then in
yes,
this? People that have trained like you now at this point?
They are not trained like me.
Okay.
I'm training them to work with me.
Okay.
But I'm working. I'm in the front of the law firm. We have lawyers, and outside the law firm, we have ADHD coach, parental guidance, CPOs, and other specialties that we need to have in order to give the whole package to the clients. Yeah. So we're working with other special person in the law firm, in the law area and other areas. Yeah.
And I mean, divorce is obviously, as you mentioned, one of the most painful life events. Certainly touches, as you said, so many aspects of people's lives. What advice would you give to someone who's about to start that divorce journey?
First of all, don't rush. Don't rush into going into court and submitting a dispute request. Try to stay calm for a second, because all the people around you are having very, very, very good advices, but are not always good for you, okay? So try to stay calm. Go and have a professional consultation, parental guidance or emotional guidance, because you can go through this divorce crisis without getting tools, emotional tools. It's like putting a Formula One driver in Subaru and asking him to win the race. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work. So get emotional tools, get a lawyer, and especially get the way that will maintain your energy and dignity, because they are the only one who's going to last after this is going to pass. And it shall pass like everything else. So you need to work through this process in order to get out stronger and better than
And
you
I'm
were.
assuming that when you finish the mediation, though, it does get submitted to the courts in order to get signed and ratified.
Yeah, sure.
Of course, yeah. That makes sense.
We are going with them to the court. The judge is giving it a clearance, and it becomes a verdict. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
And you said that every crisis, is a turning point. And as you just mentioned, you want to come out further ahead, when this is over. Can you share a moment in your own life or your work that has really proved that that's a good philosophy?
Well, the year I got divorced, I also left my partner-in-law in the law firm. So I got divorced twice at the same year, at work and at home. It was very hard, and I actually start from scratch. I built myself from scratch, and it was a long process, very painful process, but I was very determined to go through it. And through that, I managed to have my law firm to be one of the successful law firms in Israel for the last 9 years, in Dun & Bradstreet and BDI. And I became the sole attorney who handles ADHD crises within the family and outside the family. So it makes me very happy that the whole process came into one good goal.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it helps me help people go through their crises to their better than I was before, because I went through what they are going through. I know how they feel. I know how they act. I know why they act the way they act, and I know how to help them. So I'm happy I have the chance to do that.
Sure. So we're going to run out of time, but I want to ask you, one more question. Let's just say that you could wave a magic wand. You could make one change to the Israeli legal system. Let's end with that. What would it be and why?
Wow. If I had a magic wand, I would have told the Israeli government to make the mediation, but not the formal one that they have today, that the dispute request that they have, that they're going to the mediation only for one session. Nobody's hearing them. Nobody's telling them what to do. And afterwards, they're not supposed to go through that. So the actual mediation, the one that helps them see the other party and to get a solution, this one I would love for the Israeli government to put inside the
to require
family.
it before you go through the dispute. Sure. Well, Moran, thank you so much for joining today. I think that our viewers are certainly learned a lot, and definitely it's a positive way in some sense to look at divorce. So I really thank you for that.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's a big crisis, but it's a huge step towards success and growth. Right. So I hope the people are listening will join us in this way of handling crises within the family. And thank you so much for having me.
Of course, thank you.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding. Welcome to One on One. I'm Lidar Greve-Lazi, and I'll be your host for this new series where we sit down with passionate voices shaping the conversation around identity, courage, and the future of Israel. These are stories that will inspire you, challenge assumptions, and spark new perspectives. For our very first episode, we're honored to introduce a woman whose journey defies expectations and whose voice refuses to be silenced. Raised in Syria and Lebanon, Rawan Osman grew up believing the worst about Israel. But her path led her to France, to freedom of thought, and ultimately to a new identity. Today, she's a proud Zionist and a bold voice against extremism and complacency. Rawan's story isn't just personal, it's a challenge to everything we think we know. Welcome to One on One with Rawan Osman. Rawan, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
So I want to start to hear a little bit about your personal story. You grew up in Syria, you grew up in Lebanon. What was the turning point for you? The moment where you realized or first began to question the narrative that you'd been taught your whole life?
So to be clear, I grew up in Lebanon. The first 18 years of my life, I was raised in the Bekaa Valley, and I attended a French Catholic school, although my father is Sunni from Damascus and my mom is Shiite from the Bekaa Valley. And it's important to mention that my mother is the daughter of the Lebanese Civil War. This is why religion was irrelevant in my upbringing. After the atrocities the Lebanese committed against one another, there is a generation that wanted to distance itself from sectarianism, from the differences imposed by religiosity, etc. I grew up visiting Damascus several times per year. And although my upbringing was among tolerant, liberal, democratic people, the only thing everybody hated is Israel and the Jews and the Zionists. And I always explain when I go for public speaking around the world, but also in Israel, that it was really easy to hate the Israelis and the Jews. Because during my upbringing, during my childhood, Israel occupied South Lebanon. Nobody told us that Israel occupied South Lebanon because they needed a buffer zone after Arafat and his gang and their supporters from the left side of the political spectrum from around the globe abused the Lebanese territory to send terrorists to attack Israeli civilians. After more than 10 years of restraint, eventually Israel opted for a military action to occupy the south, by which they created a buffer zone. And also, we did not interact with Jews. The world seems to forget, especially in the West, that more than 800,000 Jews were uprooted from the Arab world. So they weren't present around us to challenge whatever the state wanted us to believe. And back in my days, we had 3 TV channels. So it doesn't matter on which side of the political spectrum you came, everybody, what do I mean by everybody? Your parents and your family members, the famous people you see on TV, the intelligent ones who write in the newspaper, they all told a consistent story about the Zionist entity, the neighbors in the south, the assailants, etc. So growing up that way, unfortunately, I was, during my teenage, one of Hezbollah's biggest fans, until I woke up. So you ask about the turning point, and I told this story hundreds of times already. It was a coincidence. When I wanted to study in Europe, the natural destination was France, because I spoke French coming from Lebanon. And I landed in Strasbourg in the Jewish quarter, near one of the biggest synagogues in Europe. And I did not think that the Jewish quarter had any Jews, because the Jewish quarter where I worked in my early 20s in Damascus had no Jews. The Jewish quarter in Beirut had no Jews. So I was surprised that this neighborhood in Strasbourg was filled with Jews. And upon the first encounter, I had a panic attack. But that incident shook me to my core and led me to ask for the first time, why? Because I was sharing the same space in a grocery store with a Jew, the enemy. Why was the Jew the enemy? And that started my journey in discovering how intensively brainwashed and lied to we were.
An incredible story of, I guess, just chance, as you put it. And you know, you mentioned that all of your surroundings, your family, everyone around you in Lebanon and Syria had the same view. So how did your family, how did your parents take it when you came home one day and said, you know, I've changed and I have a new worldview now?
It did not happen overnight. After spending a year in France, where I had access to uncensored information, unlike the case of many Lebanese and Syrians, that was before the days of social media. Having access to information, I could read the history of our region. And it was a long process for me to understand, hold on a second, what do you mean we like Hezbollah when the former Secretary General, who did not die of old age, Hassan Nasrallah, said upon the foundation of Hezbollah that they do not acknowledge political borders, that their goal is to make Lebanon an extension of the Islamic Republic in Iran. It was really easy to realize, obviously, I do not subscribe to this agenda. So when I returned, infuriated, outraged to the Middle East, I tried to share naturally with my family members, my close friends, to tell them, look, I made a discovery. Of course, it was not a discovery. Hezbollah published their manifesto in the newspaper. People knew, but they were doped or bored, or they chose to submit, to comply, and slowly Hezbollah grew to the point where in the past few years we saw that they are more powerful than the state in Lebanon. But people were not interested. It's a lot of work. The history of our region is very, very complex. So where do you start? With which story? With the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, that the concept of the nation state is a modern one, that Lebanon is not much older than Israel, that Jordan is a very interesting part that was carved of the British Mandate of Palestine. There's a lot to unpack that the Jews did not come from Eastern Europe, as we learned in history class back when I was 12 in Lebanon. People were not interested. It is much easier to comply, to accept that hundreds of millions believe that Israel is an occupying aggressor state. Leave it at that. And standing with the Palestinian makes you look good, because if the Palestinian is the underdog, then as a moral person, you have to stand against them. Plus, the law in many Arab countries forbid people-to-people contact between their countries, for example, in Lebanon or Kuwait or Algeria or Iraq. They forbid the contact between their citizens and Israelis, even if you met Israelis abroad, even if you were on a holiday in India, in Australia, in Canada, you're not allowed to speak to them, because it's very important to dehumanize the Jew/Zionist/Israeli. So people were not interested. And it took a very long time for me to publicly speak and declare that I stand with Israel.
And you know, there are misconceptions not just in the Arab world about Israel, but also in the West about, let's call it, radical Islamist ideology. I mean, you've been very vocal about Islamist extremism and its impact in not just in the Middle East, but also in Europe, in France, and throughout the world. What are the most sort of dangerous misconceptions you think the West holds about this radical ideology?
That it's benign. They underestimate the danger. They think that it is condescending to say that we don't want you to transform our culture. Why not? If they come to Denmark or to Germany or anywhere in the UK or in France and they say, I know that I have to send my children to this public school because of my residency or because of where I live, but I won't until you remove pork from the menu. Or I know that I'm a citizen who obtained the German citizenship or British, whatever, but I will not send my 7-year-old to the swimming class. The West is too tolerant. And this sounds like a silly statement. I've watched Europe transform in the past 15 years. I've lived in France, I lived in Cyprus, and I lived in Germany. And the more or the higher the expectation of Islamists is, the lower the expectation or the lower the standards of the EU are getting. And this is dangerous because it's reshaping the culture. You see it when you listen to the rap songs. You see it when you see how the European teenagers themselves behave, even if they're not a generation of those who emigrated, immigrants or refugees, even if they're not at all connected with immigrants or refugees. The culture is changing, the attitude is changing, the expectation, the relationship with the state is changing. Islamists are exploiting the weaknesses of Western democracies. And this we have seen mostly during this encampment movement. We have seen that they demand representation because they say we are equal human beings. I would like, or in my culture, it's acceptable to demand of your wife and daughters, for example, to wear the veil, and in some cases also the niqab. It's acceptable in my culture. And as we are equal human beings, then I have the same rights you do, then I call the shots in my home. And what I'm proposing to many Europeans is the following. Human beings are indeed equal. We have equal rights, but we also have equal responsibilities. Human beings are equal, but cultures are not. If cultures were equal, why do hundreds of millions aspire to relocate to the West? They very much loathe and seek to destroy. We hear public statements aiming to bring the system down from within. And watching this, I can only say to the Westerners, you undermine, you underestimate how efficient Islamists can be in bringing the system down from within. When you grant them citizenship, you offer them political power. So, for example, after October 7th, my country, Germany, was very supportive of Israel. They understood why Israel had to wage a war against Hamas. But after a year or so, when it was the time for elections, politicians mellowed down, changed their attitude because they realized that on the streets there is a movement that is vocal, angry, and supportive of Hamas, or at least conflating Hamas with the civilians in Gaza. Many of them caved. This is what I mean by you grant them political power, and by that you give them access to reshaping your culture, and in some cases, to bring the system down from within. You have a fifth column that exploits welfare, that works against you, that loathes your values, and that operates in a parallel manner. So I read the other day how many courts in England operate or adopt Sharia law, and that is tolerated, permitted, or neglected. And that is dangerous. I do not understand who thought that it's a good idea to ignore it, to keep shoving the problem under the carpet. It's going to explode in everybody's face.
And some people say that it's too late, that Europe is essentially doomed. I mean, what do you think about that?
I believe people say that, especially if they live in Europe, because of the statistics. If in Denmark, for example, the average birth rate per family, per couple is 1.5, compared to 6 or 5.5 in other parts of Europe. If you see the growth in Muslim communities compared to the growth in European societies, especially in Western Europe, this can come across as alarming, especially when you see demonstrations, protests calling for an Islamic caliphate. So in Amsterdam or in Hamburg in northern Germany, when they shout out loud without being intimidated by the presence of police, that they want to bring a caliphate in those countries, that maybe scares a European, as you can imagine, especially if they do not really understand the Islamic culture.
So you speak out publicly on all of these issues. Do you feel safe speaking out, especially given the sentiment that we're seeing now on the streets of Europe, the United States, and around the world? And also, you know, what type of reactions have you been getting, and are there any that sort of stuck with you?
Look, I have never been vocal or as vocal before October 7th. After October 7th, have you heard this term, accidental activist? I'm one of them. I became a public figure without planning on doing so. Out of outrage, out of shame and anger, I volunteered to translate the videos which were filmed and shared by Hamas. And as a mother and a woman, I did not care, or I did not have a plan. I just spoke out, sometimes at the beginning without a light, without a mic, without training, without any understanding of how to use social media. But I knew that social media is very powerful, effective. It is my own platform for free. I don't need anybody's permission. I'm gonna speak my mind and say no. Until here, Siyamnu, this is the red line. And as you mentioned, I have never imagined how rampant anti-Semitism all over the world was. I thought it's the case in the Arab world. And that was shocking. I can't say that I'm scared. At the beginning, I was receiving a lot of death threats. But again, those who want to kill you will not notify you ahead of time. It was meant to intimidate me, and I'm not the only one who receives death threats. They gave up, again, because if they want to kill you, they're not going to tell you. So I did have to implement measures for my personal safety. But I spend a lot of time in Israel, and here I feel very safe. If I'm doing public speaking, especially on hostile territory, on some universities in the US and Canada and some European campuses, then I have security and I have bodyguards. But this doesn't make me hesitate. We need to speak up, and we need to inspire the younger generations to speak up against jihadism, terrorism, call it whatever you like. In Europe, they've paid a high price. In America, they all remember 9/11. Nobody has a solution or a strategy on how to contain or eradicate this problem. And Israel was hit on October 7th, and many who saw the magnitude of that event, whether they're Jews or not, decided to speak up, even in the Arab world, although they're not numerous because it is a dangerous position to adopt in public. But people are speaking up because, and this was my thought on October 7th, if they dared, if Hamas, but in my mind, if jihadists dared do this to Israelis, knowing that the USA has Israel's back, what can they do to their enemies in Lebanon or in Syria or in Iraq? This should be alarming to the entire world. And yet, in an interesting plot twist, we've witnessed a very, very short sympathy expressed towards the Israelis. And even before Israel reacted, the world turned around and they started denying actions Hamas bragged about. They started justifying what Hamas themselves could not justify. That is just to help us see the amount of hatred, anti-Semitism, Jew hatred, and ignorance. And we are witnessing, or we witnessed the birth of a freak, the child of the strange marriage between the far left and Islamism.
You know, you have become a very prominent, as you mentioned, accidental activist, speaking out against extremism, but also you've become a very strong and loud supporter of Israel. So I want to ask, what does Israel mean to you personally?
Since October 7th, I visited 11 times. I knew that my heart is in this country. I have a strange connection even before I came, because I was exposed to the culture through the friends and the colleagues I had in the past years. But it's nothing compares to actually coming here and to watching how people interact with one another, knowing that the country is bleeding, that the healing process will not start until the hostages are back, all of them. Every time I come, my bond with Israel becomes stronger. And that is not to say that I'm blind to the problems in Israel. There's a lot of room for improvement, but I see a lot of potential, tremendous potential in the people and in the country. To me, Israel is a miracle. And I always give this example to teenagers who are skeptical, who roll their eyes. And I ask them if they try to start a book club, any tiny project. Now think that the Jewish state became a country in spite of the Holocaust. Imagine you were a Jew in 1945, sitting in a concentration or death camp. If I told you you're going to survive and you're going to live to see the birth of a Jewish state, you'd think I'm hallucinating. Yet the Jews pulled it through, knowing how badly the Jews can argue. They pulled it through. It is amazing. And it's a beacon of light in our region. It's a pioneering, innovative country in spite of the non-stop stress, the non-stop suspense. To put it mildly, it's an understatement. No other country could have survived all this. And not only they survived, they thrived. And until today, although many Israelis disagree, and I watch this rift growing in Israeli society with a lot of sadness and a lot of fear, because I watch the news in the Arab world, and I tell my Israeli friends, you have no idea. You're scrutinized, you're under the microscope, and every bad statement against any Israeli is celebrated. Still, I think that Israel will prevail, Bezrat Hashem, because I see the potential and the culture, and that the most annoying Israelis, no matter how badly they criticize you, they will take a bullet for you.
And so I have to ask, are you optimistic about the future not only of Israel, but of the region, of perhaps an expansion of the Abraham Accords with Lebanon, with Syria? I mean, what is your view of the future?
I'm very optimistic, but I'm also realistic. I do public speaking in Israel, and I made sure to tell the Israelis since October 7th, listen to me. This is not going to be a short war. This is meant to be the final war. Hamas truly thought they kick-started a process that will lead to the demise of Israel. But they miscalculated because they do not know how resilient the Israelis are. This will not end soon, and it will get worse, much worse, until it gets better once and for all. If you don't want to send your children and grandchildren to fight as you are now, you have to be patient and ensure Hamas, not physically, but that this ideology is obliterated. And we are seeing it expand in the region, and I also told them that. You cannot get rid of Hamas only. Hezbollah is a perfect example of a problem the world, the region, even Israel, shoved under the carpet for so long until it became so massive, it can no longer be ignored, and it exploded in our faces. But Israel dealt with it. Now we have this interesting turn of events in Syria, and I still think that Lebanon and Syria will join the Abraham Accords. Now, we have many hiccups on the way, but it was necessary. Nothing else was going to remove Assad. Nothing else would have disrupted or cut off the supply chain between Iran and Hezbollah. You needed to reshuffle the cards in Syria. The situation is very critical, volatile, and a lot of people are suffering. So the price is very high, but I truly believe there are enough partners on the ground, even underground, who will help us pull this through and transform the region, even if that requires redrawing the map of the Middle East.
Lawan, thank you so much for joining us today. You know, your story reminds us that courage and curiosity can break through the deepest of indoctrinations, and that Israel's future is about people, values, and a willingness to take a stand, even when it's inconvenient, when it's dangerous, and that the future still remains bright. Lawan Osman, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
And at One on One, we believe that when something matters, you invest in it. That idea of investing in identity, purpose, and possibility is what drives this series. Some of our guests are rooted in Israel, others are inspired by it, but all of them remind us when you invest in what matters most, you shape the world around you. That's why we're proud that this series is sponsored by Israel Bonds Development Corporation for Israel. And to continue the conversation, I'm honored to introduce Laura Stein, a member of the Israel Bonds Board and National Campaign Advisory Committee, whose commitment to Israel takes a very different form, but is grounded in the same belief that investing in Israel isn't just financial, it's personal. Laura, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Lidar. Thank you for allowing me to join you today. And thank you for sharing Rawan's inspiring message.
Laura, we just heard Rawan speak so powerfully about investing in Israel through her advocacy. And I'd love to hear from you what first inspired you to invest in Israel with Israel Bonds, and what does that personal investment mean to you?
My first interaction with Israel Bonds was at my bat mitzvah on Masada in Israel, where my mother handed me a certificate, which was an Israel bond. And at the time, I didn't know what it was, but she was always stressing how important the connection between our people and Israel is, our ancestral homeland. And she, my mother of blessed memory, instilled in us a strong passion to support the nation of Israel. So Israel Bonds is, in fact, the most effective way to do that. We've raised globally since October 7th an unprecedented amount of over $5 billion. And I am proud to be a part of that. I am proud to share that message with my community through my local advocacy and nationally to help people better understand that this is, in fact, the most effective way to not only help Israel survive, but thrive, to ensure its future and the future of our people.
And when people think about investing, they often think about numbers, they think about markets, but with Israel Bonds, there's a bigger picture. You know, how do you see investing in Israel as a way of supporting its future, not just financially, but more of as a statement of values?
Lidar, that's exactly what it is, a statement of values, a statement in my investment in the future of the nation of Israel. When I go to Israel, when I visit, I feel like I am part of it. I feel like I've invested in the streets and the lights and the buildings. I feel that I am part of Israel because of my investment in Israel Bonds. So not only is it, yes, a financial investment, but it is truly a connection with Israel that I feel is incredibly impactful, it is incredibly effective, and it is incredibly emotional. It is part of my advocacy as a Zionist to invest in the nation of Israel to make sure that it is thriving for the future generations.
Thank you, Laura, and thank you all for joining us. Today's conversation reminds us that growth takes courage and that investing in something bigger than yourself, whether it's identity, purpose, or possibility, creates impact that lasts. When it comes to Israel, that kind of investment can be deeply personal and deeply practical. At its core, it's about believing in a future grounded in resilience, innovation, and shared values. This is One on One. I'm Lidar Lazi. See you next time.
A lot of news, and joining us to discuss all of it is Professor Kobi Michael of the Misgav Institute. Thank you for joining, Kobi.
Thank you for having me.
Kobi, 20 living hostages have been thankfully released. The release of the living hostages brought relief and a lot of joy, but only a handful of the bodies have been returned so far, with many still missing. What challenges is Israel facing in bringing them home? What do you foresee will happen on this front?
I assume that unfortunately we will not be able to reach to all of the dead hostages, to all of the bodies that were buried in the Gaza Strip, because people who buried them are not with us anymore. They were killed by the IDF, and all the geography, the terrain of the Gaza Strip has been changed dramatically, and there might be some severe difficulties to allocate all the bodies. But on the other hand, there is no doubt that Hamas holds not few of them. Hamas itself admitted that they have an access to something like 15 bodies. So the idea that we got only 7 until now is something that indicates about Hamas intentions, about Hamas behavior, and about Hamas attitude, and about the idea that Hamas will find any opportunity and will use any opportunity in order to manipulate, in order to create the psychological pressure, in order to torture the nerves of the Israeli society and the families. This is Hamas. This is what Hamas was. This is what Hamas is. And I assume that this is what Hamas will be in the future.
How do you think that Israel should hold Hamas accountable for the bodies that are still unrecovered? What will Israel do if they're not accounted for?
I think that Israel has a very good intelligence with regard to the capacities of Hamas, with regard to the bodies which Hamas has an access to. And as long as we have this intelligence, I assume that Hamas will be continued pressured by the mediators and by Israel that is able to use some leverages against Hamas. But at the end of the day, I think that Israel will know, based on its intelligence, what is the edge? I mean, if Hamas is not capable anymore, sincerely, to have an access or to reach to bodies.
Now, with the living hostages returned, does this mark the end of the war, as has been announced everywhere? Or is it merely phase 1? Like, what needs to happen next?
We are still in phase 1, and phase 2 and phase 3 are much more complicated. Phase 2 is concentrated on the idea of disarming Hamas and demilitarizing the Gaza Strip. I'm really skeptical about the idea that Hamas will cooperate with these efforts in order to realize this phase. It doesn't look that Hamas is in this direction, but on the contrary, Hamas does all its efforts in order to reconstitute itself in the Gaza Strip, in all the areas that the IDF withdrew from. And we saw all the executions, the public executions in the streets there. And we saw that Hamas is capable to recruit many thousands of militants. And the way that Hamas behaves until now does not indicate that Hamas intends to make a step forward towards the realization, the implementation of phase 2 and phase 3. And in this regard, I think that we are going to face a very challenging problem.
Kobi Michael, thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. Goodbye.
So let's start with Mark. You're in the studio here with me. You know, we're currently in the midst of a 72-hour period of ceasefire. The hostages are set to be released at any time. Up until tomorrow is the hard deadline that all the hostages are supposed to be released. What does this ceasefire mean now for the region, the release of the hostages? You know, what does all of this mean? Do you think we are beginning a new era here in the Middle East?
It's ultimately a positive development, but to say a new era, time will tell. Now, the deal, as you know, the Trump package is front-loaded. In other words, we get our hostages out at the very beginning. And even now, Hamas, as in previous prisoner releases, hostage releases, I should say, is flexing muscles. They're not going. I heard on Arab media just a moment ago that they're saying only if we release certain key people will they agree to release the hostages, something Israel has not committed to and is not in the agreement. But let's presume everything goes as it should, and in the period they release the hostages as they should. And then other things have to happen. And stage 2 of this deal is still wide open. And that's why President Trump, after he speaks tomorrow at the Knesset here in Jerusalem, will be going to Egypt, to Sharm el-Sheikh, to meet with the Arab leaders and other Western leaders to discuss the rebuilding and what will be in Gaza on the day after.
And Brigadier General Amir Avivi, we have you on Zoom. You know, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that Israel has, its stated war goals, the release of the hostages and disarming Hamas and essentially the elimination of Hamas from the Gaza Strip. Can we say now that Israel has achieved or is about to achieve these war goals?
Well, I think that, when I look at this agreement, I think it is historical in many, many ways. And when I was watching, the dynamics in Washington, it took me back many years ago to the Yalta Convention in February 1945. At that time, although there was not still a decisive win, it was obvious for the Allies that the Germans, not the Nazis, lost the war. And they convened in Yalta to discuss two things. What is Germany the day after, how they are going to divide Germany, and what will be the new world order. And I think that exactly the same happened in Washington. There was a realization that basically Hamas lost. It's just a matter of a few months until it will be eradicated. And at this stage, the Arab countries, Qatar, Turkey, other countries said, okay, we understand where this is going. This is time to have a deal. And two things were discussed. Of course, the hostages, but in the long term, what is Gaza the day after and how it's going to be divided, and it is going to be in a way divided, because there are areas in Gaza, for example, that Israel will stay forever, according to the agreement. And what is the new world order? This regional global peace agreement, this alliance, Western Israeli Moderate Sunni alliance, that will extend all the way to Indonesia. So yes, this is something historical, and the first step is the release of the hostages, but there is much more afterwards. And the deal gives Israel everything Israel wanted. All the points that were decided upon in the Israeli cabinet are included in the deal. The issue is to make it happen, to really get Hamas to lay down their weapons, to really make sure that Gaza is disarmed, to really bring, a different kind of technocratical government that will manage Gaza the day after, with an oversight of the U.S. There are many, many challenges ahead, but we reached an agreement that really enables Israel to reach all goals of war, and this is a big deal.
All right, now I want to turn back to Brigadier General Amir Avivi. We've seen the images of Hamas terrorists on the streets of Gaza. We're hearing from all the experts on our panel who all are expressing skepticism, which of course I share, that Hamas will indeed disarm, will indeed agree to all of the points in Trump's plan. So I want to ask you, if Hamas does violate this agreement, what will Israel really be able to do? I mean, would Trump allow a return to fighting? Because, it seems that U.S. President Donald Trump, the United States, and all the European countries and all the Arab countries pretty much believe this to be the end of the war. Israel, however, sees it a little bit differently.
Well, if this is the end of the war, it will end with Israel controlling 53% of the Gaza Strip, controlling Philadelphia, controlling Rafah, controlling areas in the north of Gaza, and Gaza lost more than 50% of its area. Not a bad way to end the war. Hamas is completely surrounded. Anything that goes in and out, it's Israel. It's controlled by Israel. Any prospect of any rebuilding of anything in Gaza is dependent on Israel and the U.S. Any money that will go in dependent on us and can be stopped.
Brigadier General Amir Avivi, thank you so much for your insights. And Ambassador Regev, I want to turn to you now. We heard about the cost of this deal. Let's talk a little bit about the United States and sort of the pressure that they put on Israel, actually, to get to this deal.
So it's not unprecedented that American presidents and Israeli prime ministers can have tough conversations sometimes. What Trump has shown is by giving strong support for Israel, you actually have more leverage when you speak to the Prime Minister of Israel. If a president is seen as being hostile to Israel, and the Israeli public sees that too, the Israeli Prime Minister actually can score many points by standing up to the President of the United States. We saw that under Obama. We saw that to a certain extent under Biden. When the Americans are pressuring you to do something that's clearly against Israeli interests, when the American president is not seen as a friend, so the Israeli Prime Minister can stand up and say no. It's much more difficult to say no when the president is so strongly in support of Israel. And he says, just go that extra mile for me to make this deal work. It's easier to do. I think that's an important point to remember. Remember Trump in his first term, right? He recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital. He recognized the Golan Heights as sovereign Israeli territory. He tore up the bad nuclear deal with Iran. He initiated the Abraham Accords. He targeted and killed Qasem Soleimani, the head of the Revolutionary Guards, and this goes on and on. He was perceived by Israelis as a whole as a friend of our country. And since he came into office for a second time, he's, certain things that the Biden administration did that we didn't like, he stopped doing that. The weapon supplies were open. He said we should finish the job and gave us supporting and backing. And so that, I think, gives him the power in a conversation with the Prime Minister saying, I need you to do this for me. Once again, in the framework of being such a good friend, I think it's easier, I'll say it differently, it's much more difficult for an Israeli Prime Minister to say no.
So I want to now turn, Ambassador Regev, Brigadier General Avivi, please stay with us. We'll be back to you in just a moment. But now I want to turn to ILTV's Emily Schrader, who's in Hostages Square. Emily, you've been there all day today. Can you share maybe with the viewers what it's like, what the atmosphere's like in Hostages Square today, and how it feels, to maybe be reporting there from, hopefully, for the last time?
Well, Lidar, I can't say how happy I am that this is most likely the last time I will be broadcasting from Hostage Square. But unlike last night, where we saw a presence of more than 400,000 Israelis in the streets here celebrating the ceasefire hostage deal that hopefully will see the safe return of at least 20 more of our living hostages, as well as the remaining deceased hostages in the Gaza Strip. Today, it's been pretty quiet most of the day. It's only started to build really in the last hour, and you do feel a palpable excitement here on the ground. A little bit of nervousness. I think everyone is sharing in the anticipation about what's going to happen in the next few hours, but all day we've been getting updates. It could be, as you stated, the Vice President stated, at any second, but we did hear the most recent reports from the Prime Minister's office stating that it will be between 4 and 6 in the morning. Also here at Hostage Square, beginning at midnight, they are having a what's called Yellow Night, where there will be yellow flags to symbolize the hostages all over the square, and they will be broadcasting everything that's happening as it's happening in real time to give all the updates as we follow the journey back home for these hostages that have been held for 736 days. Now, here with me in the square today, I have Kalev Ben David from ILTV News, and I also have with me the senior contributing editor at JNS, Ruthie Bloom.
Can I just add, there's a more relaxed, almost festive atmosphere here. A few minutes ago, we had a Donald Trump impersonator who I think flew from America parading through the square, something that would have been, I would say, terrible, inappropriate taste any other day in this location than today.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw such support for President Trump even last night here in the square. They were chanting, "Thank you, Trump. Thank you, President Trump." Ruthie, I want to ask you, politically speaking, how has this deal been perceived so far, both by the Israeli public and by the international community that you've seen?
Well, what I've seen is that there's wall-to-wall support for the deal. Of course, there are people who have serious misgivings, and those usually are on the right, or what you would call the far right. I wouldn't. But the misgivings, of course, have to do with the release of so many Palestinian terrorists who will definitely commit acts of terror again once they're released. We know that. There's a high percentage of recidivism. That's one reservation. The other is that this is only the first phase of this deal. We know that the second phase, we know that Hamas is already saying, no, we're not going to lay down our weapons. There's all kinds of monkey business going on, but the main thing is that everybody, especially in Israel, wants to see all the hostages home before we do anything else.
I think there's a lot of unanswered questions that we still have on the ground. I know we want to get back to you in the studio, Lidar, so we'll circle back and discuss this in just a few minutes. Back to you, Lidar.
Thank you, Emily. To Emily in Hostages Square. Emily, you with us?
Yes, Lidar, great to be back with you. So I am here in Hostage Square where, as mentioned before, the crowd continues to grow. The anticipation is in the air. Israelis waiting very, very excitedly for the return of our hostages after 736 days in captivity since that awful day on October 7th. I am here joined by the senior contributing editor at JNS, Ruthie Bloom, still with us, and also Arab-Israeli journalist and social activist Youssef Haddad, who has been one of the most prominent voices throughout this war across the media and social media, both inside Israel and abroad. Youssef, I want to start by asking you your take on what's happening in Gaza. You're following all the Arab social media, what's been going on the ground. What's the response been just in the past 24, 48 hours to this ceasefire?
Well, Emily, before I answer this question, I must share my feelings with the audience about the feeling of being in the hostage square, because every time we arrived here, we were sad and we were hopeless. And now we have a smile on our faces and we are hopeful. And we're hopeful because, inshallah, soon we will see all our hostages back to Israel, hopefully sooner than later. So it's good to be here. And I can't believe that I'm actually saying that it's good to be here. Regarding to the question, the streets in Gaza are with mixed emotions because we've seen quite a lot of Gazans are hopeless. And it's totally 180 degree from what happened on the 7th of October 2023 because they were joyful, they were happy. The majority of them, they were happy about the attack and the massacre. And today, after they actually see the destruction of those 2 years and understand that they accomplished nothing. Hamas started this war on the 7th of October aiming to liberate Al-Aqsa and Jerusalem. And today, at the end of it, Israel is controlling more than 50% of Gaza. The Gaza Strip is totally destroyed because of Hamas. Schools, mosques, hospitals, all these infrastructures are all completely damaged and destroyed because of Hamas.
Well, I'm going to add to what Youssef just said by saying this is exactly what Prime Minister Netanyahu meant by victory, total victory. The victory is not because peace is busting out all over. You have to be very wary of these countries that are Islamists like Turkey, like Qatar. But what you can see is this is what you call their type of surrender. And so that in that respect, I'm optimistic.
All right, Youssef, your final thoughts from hopefully what is our last broadcast from here in Hostage Square before we see the release of our hostages.
Well, first of all, we are excited to see all our hostages coming back home to their land, those who are alive for rehabilitation and to be united with their families, and those who are unfortunately not with us, to come back here to be buried and for their families to have a closure. So we are all excited to see all of them coming back home. And one last and final thought. I've seen a lot of people thanking this and thanking that and thanking this and thanking that. I here say, we thank our brave female and male fighters, soldiers from the IDF who did an absolute amazing job. And a final message to all our enemies. Come here. Bring this flag. Here's my final. You thought you can destroy the state of Israel. You thought you can destroy the state of Israel. You thought that by the end of 7th of October, maybe the first week, there's no more Israel. Well, look at that. The hostages, inshallah, coming back soon. All our soldiers, inshallah, coming back soon as well, back home. Well, And of course, Israel is here to stay. Am Yisrael Chai, בפנים של כל אחד ואחד.
All right. Thank you, Yosef Haddad, for joining us today and for those words of encouragement. I think you echoed what a lot of us are feeling here on the ground. Ruthie, I know your son is finally coming back after his heroic work in Gaza with the IDF.
Absolutely, and I could never top that, what you just said. So, amen.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your service, for your son's service.
All right, we'll be live tomorrow for the actual release of the hostages. But for now, Lidar, back to you.
Thank you, Emily. We see the crowd gathering behind you, the cheers. That's the atmosphere in Hostages Square. Thank you all so much for joining us for this broadcast. Now, Mark, I want to turn to you. We see what's happening in Hostage Square. We see the excitement. You can feel it in the air. Final thoughts from you.
It's a good day. Our hostages are coming home. It's because Israeli soldiers fought, and unfortunately some of them had to die to win this, to bring about this victory. And bringing the hostages home is a victory. And as we go forward and maybe to bigger and better things with peace and reconciliation, we have to always remember Israel's strength, Israel's military strength is a prerequisite for any sort of deals that we do in the future. With one hand, we hold a sword, and with the other hand, we hold it out for peace with our neighbors. They work together.
An important announcement. ILTV News and the Jewish Agency for Israel will mark 2 years since the October 7th massacre with a powerful 90-minute broadcast. Now moved to Sunday, October 19th. This special event will share survivor testimonies, stories of resilience, and the unity of Jewish communities worldwide. Join us as we honor the victims, support the families, and stand together for Israel's future. Mark your calendars. The new date is October 19th. Scan the QR code now to sign up and be part of this meaningful program happening on Sunday. As Israelis prepare for Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, millions of shekels worth of food will go to waste while thousands of families struggle to put holiday meals on the table. Leket Israel, the country's largest food rescue organization, is changing that, delivering fresh holiday boxes filled with fruit and vegetables to those in need. Today, we're joined by Joseph Gittler, the founder of Leket Israel, to learn more about their mission and how viewers can help. Joseph, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for the opportunity, and Happy New Year to all.
Joseph, why did you start Leket Israel, and what is food rescue? What about it can you tell us? Can you explain a little bit?
So I started Leket Israel because Israel today is a Western country, and we waste with the best of them. But unfortunately, those who've been left behind in Startup Nation have only found it harder over the years to make ends meet. So what food rescue does, it says we have all this wonderful, healthy, nutritious, safe food going to waste. That's really just an abomination. Let's make sure it gets in the hands of those who need it. So sometimes it's not so clear how exactly this food is rescued. So what we're talking about is cooked meals that never made it out of the kitchen. There's a fear of not having enough food, whether it be in the army or at a wedding or at a corporate cafeteria. And so there's always excess made. That's where Leket comes into the story. The same goes for produce. As a society, things happen, so farmers need to produce more than perhaps society needs. And then you have instances of low market price or ugly fruits and vegetables or order cancellations, which unfortunately are happening a lot today. Israeli farmers are struggling to send their excess crops overseas. And that's when Leket steps in with our tens of thousands of volunteers working in the fields, working in our distribution center, and those are all opportunities and ways to give us a hand.
Now, can you tell us about the team behind Leket and the effort that goes into collecting and distributing the food?
So we have a big logistics team. When you think of Leket, think of a not-for-profit logistics company. We have a team of over 150 employees in Israel, working with over 75,000 volunteers every year in concert to make sure that all this food that's available from hotels and corporate cafeterias and from farmers and kibbutzim, which simply would go to waste in the past, makes its way to those in need.
And what does it mean for families to receive these Rosh Hashanah boxes, specifically during this turbulent year?
Yes, so it's interesting. We always talk about the fact that Leket helps people all year round. If you're hungry in February, it's no different than before the holidays. But it's true and not true because there's a pressure and a sense of honor that people want to be able to enjoy their holidays like all others. And once again, in a country like Israel, where so many people can live in dignity, if you're not living in dignity, it makes it that much harder. So we make extra efforts around the holidays to make sure that we have not just our normal produce and not just our normal cooked meals, but we go out of our way to make this year 65,000 additional boxes that we're distributing through our network of partner agencies. And we're also helping communities we don't normally help. So, for example, we've been getting a lot of calls from reservists and social workers who work with reservist families, mostly those who have small businesses or are self-employed and are really struggling to make ends meet.
Now, how can viewers help Leket make sure that no family goes without food on this holiday?
So I'd say two great ways to help Leket. First, if you're in Israel or coming to Israel, get in touch with us at leket, Leket.org. Sign up to volunteer. We need as much help as we can get. And of course, we always need financial help to expand our activities. Just one example, we're distributing for the holidays 2.3 million pounds of mangoes. It's more mangoes than we've ever seen in the history of Leket. And it takes a lot of logistics to make that happen. And so we would love your help. All the opportunities for donating are on our website as well.
Absolutely. Joseph Gittler, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
Thank you again. Shana Tova to all.
Just imagine Pesach without any cleaning. Wouldn't it be great? Well, that's what Pesach Sheni is. Pesach Sheni is a time when people that didn't get a chance to celebrate Pesach the first time around, 1 month later, are able to celebrate Pesach the second time around. The Pasuk tells us if somebody was a Tamei Lenefesh Adam, if somebody was impure, you can't eat from the Karban Pesach. Or if somebody was B'derech Rechoka, somebody was on the road traveling, and they weren't in Yerushalayim for Pesach, you get a second chance. You have an opportunity to bring the Karban Pesach again. But when I think of Pesach Sheni, I think of Koirech. That part of the Seder when we take the two matzahs and we put some maror in between and we say Zeicher leMikdash kehillel, Kein asa Hillel, Bizman shebeis hamikdash hayakayim. This is what Hillel did. Hayakoirech Pesach matzah umaror biyachad. He would take the Pesach, he would take the matzah, he would take the maror, he would sandwich it together. Lekayim ashenemar al matzah sumerorim yoichluhu. Now that pasuk, the fulfillment of that pasuk, interestingly, is not the pasuk that is mentioned when we originally speak about the Karban Pesach. Rather, this is the pasuk that the Torah speaks about when it talks about Pesach Sheni. Now, we're in the middle of the Seder. It's Pesach Rishon. Why would Hillel have mentioned this pasuk? And the answer is, think about who Hillel was. You know the story. Hillel came to learn in the Beis Medrash, but it cost money to learn. So he wasn't able to get into the Beis Medrash. So what did he do? He went up onto the roof to listen in. And then a tremendous amount of snow fell. And they didn't realize that he was there until somebody noticed that the light was dark. They quickly went and they found him. Hillel says, don't take no for an answer. Don't give up. Don't be one of those who gets turned away at the door and then says, forget it, they don't want me. I lost out. Be a Pesach Sheni Yid. Be someone who's willing to do whatever it takes to succeed. Recently, my bubby Moses had her yahrzeit. And I was talking to my mother about my grandmother. My grandmother, Rebbetzin Moses, was a tiny little woman. Well, at least her physical stature was, but she was really a giant. She and my Zaidi survived World War II. And in the early 70s, my Zaidi was sick in the hospital. My mother was young. And they got the news that my Zaidi is going to die. And my mother turns to my grandmother and she says, so Ma, I guess we're living on borrowed time. And my bubby says, Surala, what do you think I've been doing since the war? I've been living on borrowed time. We're all living on borrowed time. My bubby was a Pesach Sheni Yidna. She was a woman who lost everything in the war. And so did my Zayda. And they rebuilt their lives. They refused to take no for an answer. They said, we might not have been Zoicha the first time around, but we will do our utmost to succeed, to build a Jewish home. And Hashem blessed them indeed with a beautiful home and beautiful children, grandchildren, and now Kenai Nahara, great-grandchildren. My Bubby and Zaidi are no longer living, but their legacy lives on because they refused to give up. They refused to take no for an answer. This coming Matzah Shabbos, we will begin reciting Slichas. I know it's a scary thought. Rosh Hashanah is right around the corner. And the Svarim tell us that it's very important that we should try to endear ourselves to others, to become part of a tzibur, a congregation. We should bend over backwards. We should make amends for the wrongs, and even if we haven't been wrong throughout the year, to try to be friends with everybody. Rav Mordechai Dubin was the founder of Agudas Yisrael in Latvia. And in the pre-war years, he was somebody who was a great advocate for the Jewish people. He was a Jewish member of parliament, and he did whatever he could to help free people and to help people serve freely. Well, one day he was thrown into prison because they didn't like when people helped others. And he had a prison sentence, and then finally, one day his prison sentence ended. It was quite abrupt. The guard walked into his room and said, "You, get out." All I had, he said, was the clothing on his back. And he walked 10 miles, freezing cold, starving. And he found a home, a hut, with a mezuzah on it in the town of Kovishov. And he knocked on the door. The wind was howling. And the man answered the door, just a crack. He looked and he saw a man in his prison uniform. He looked dangerous. He slammed the door shut and he wouldn't answer the door again. He says, I was terrified. I had no strength. I was freezing cold. And I laid down on the floor, prepared to die. I began to recite vidui, the confession that one says before they die. And as I'm reciting the vidui, I thought to myself, what's going to happen tomorrow morning? This man's going to open the door, and he's going to look, and he's going to find me dead on the floor. And he's going to remember what happened last night, and he's going to feel terrible. I can't make a Jew feel bad. So instead, I mustered up every ounce of strength that I had, and I tapped lightly on the door. This time, the man listened. He opened the door, He gave me food. He gave me a warm place to stay, and he saved my life. Think of how far Rav Mordechai went to bend over backwards. Maybe I will die and someone will feel bad. Let's bend over backwards for others. And hopefully, when the time comes for us to be judged, Hashem, the Almighty Himself, will bend over backwards for us. Boy el Parai, come to Parai. In this week's Parashas Va'era, Hashem instructs Moshe Rabbeinu to go to Parai. And he waltzes right in there. No guards. There were animals, the Medrash says, roaming around. You would have imagined that Paro would have avoided Moshe Rabbeinu like the plague, if you know what I mean. And yet, he succeeded in his mission. He walked right in there. And the Ohr HaChaim HaKadosh says that's because when somebody jumps in, when someone takes a leap of faith, then they will succeed in their mission. And this should serve as a blueprint for us to be able to accomplish great things, even though the odds seem to be insurmountable. I want to share with you an incredible story, a powerful story, a great story that happened with the Maral of Prague. The Maral was a young bacher. He was a prodigy, an Ilui. And everybody wanted him as a son-in-law. Well, Rav Shmelka Reich was a rich man. He set aside a nadin, a dowry, as was customary in those days. And the shidduch was arranged between the Maral and Rav Shmelka's daughter, Peril. Well, 3 years the Maral went to go sit and learn in a yeshiva, and when he'd be old enough and she'd be old enough, they would get married. In the meantime, Rav Shmelka lost his fortune, all of it. And he sat down to write a very painful letter. And he told the Maral, I'm setting you free. You can go marry someone else. We have no nadin. We have no dowry. But when the Maral received the letter, he said, absolutely not. I refuse to break the shidduch. If you want to break it, and you want your daughter to marry someone else because you feel guilty that you can't support me, I refuse to marry anyone before she is married. Things did not go well for Rav Shmelka. Rav Shmelka fell into a depression. He was sad, he was broken. And his daughter, his wonderful daughter, Peril, opened a little store, a store to support herself and her parents. 10 years passed. Peril is still single. And one day an army comes into the town. And a soldier on a horse, starving, he walks right up to her little outdoor bakery. She sold some loaves of bread, and he walks up to her and he takes his spear and he sticks it into a loaf of bread and he says, I'll take that. You'll take that? She said, please, don't steal from me. I'm poor and I'm supporting my family. Please, I beg you, don't steal my loaf of bread, please. Well, the soldier was somewhat sympathetic, and he says, you know what, I have no money, I'm a soldier, but you know what I do have? I will give you an extra saddle that I have. I have a saddle, I have 2 of them, and I'll ride in a little bit of discomfort, and I will give you my extra saddle, which he did. Okay, at least she got something. He threw it at her, and off he galloped. She sat there, she looks at the saddle, what's she gonna do with it? And then she felt it. And she opened it, and there was a little bit of a tear, and inside the pocket there was a fortune. She looked around, everyone was gone, and she took it as a sign from Hashem. She ran home, she told her father, and her father immediately wrote a letter to the Maral, who was still a single bacher, waiting, and he said, please come and marry my daughter, which he did. Years passed and the Maral became the Maral, the greatest Torah scholar of his generation, and for many generations. And one day, years later, a bacher walks in and he says, Rebbe, I want to break a shidduch. He says, why? He says, the father-in-law lost his money and there's no nadin. And again, understand that was customary in those days. Well, the Maral says, I will not paskin, I will not allow you to do that in my Bezdin, in my court of law. But what I will do is, I will tell you a story. Sit down, young man. And he told him an incredible story, his story. The parsha of Shidduchim is a painful one, but we have to be able to look for the signs from heaven. And in Yirtzeh Hashem, if we put our faith in Hashem, then and only then will the Yeshua come, will the salvation ultimately be. This month is the month of Shvat. Stands for Shenis Baser Besurais Toives, that we should hear good news. May we indeed hear great news from everyone. We are living in a tumultuous period, chaotic, and we really need to feel Hashem's love for each and every one of us. And if you follow the parsha this week, you will find that with each makkah, with each dose of punishment that Hashem administers to the Egyptians, our rabbis tell us that there is a simultaneous dose of love and healing that is given to the Jewish people. Naguf l'Mitzrayim, it was a plague for the Mitzrim, for the Egyptians. V'rafu l'Yisrael, it was a healing process for the Jewish people. There's a great story that's told about the Baba Sali. Baba Sali, Rabbi Yisrael Abu Chatzeru, was one of the great Sephardic leaders of the last generation, a very, very holy individual. During World War II, he was the Chacham in the city Budniv in Morocco. And at that time, the Germans occupied the city, and for whatever reason it is, they had not yet sent the Jews into any camps of any sorts. Instead, they would take the governors of the region, and they viewed them as enemies, and they would send them to a prison where they tortured them and shamed them and disgraced them and beat them. And then they would haul them off to a kangaroo court where they would sentence them to death, and then they would hang them publicly. Well, there was one individual, his name was El Gilavi, and he was the governor of the region in Budniv. And as they're schlepping him out, he's bruised and bloodied and beaten, they drag him down the Jewish street where Baba Sali was standing outside. And he says, Chacham, do you have a son? Baba Sali indeed had one son, his name was Meir. He said, yes, I do. He was hesitant to answer because who knew, perhaps they would think that he was working in cahoots with the Moroccan governor. But he decided he would answer him. He told him he has a son. He says, bless your son. So the Baba Sali, of course, mumbled the blessing for his son. And he says to him, is that the way you bless your child? Bless him with love. And Baba Sali closed his eyes and he concentrated. And as he's about to bless his child, he says, and include me in the blessing as well. Well, Baba Sali did that. And he blessed the governor that he should be well. A short while later, he was dragged away. He went to the court, but miraculously he was set free. He came running back to Baba Sali and he told him, when this madness, when this chaos is over, come to me to the palace, I'll give you anything you want. After the war, Baba Sali went to his palace and they spoke and he said, let me ask you something. Why did you ask me to give a blessing for my son? I understand the blessing for you, but why the blessing for my son? And he said the blessing only works when it's done out of love. And what greater love is there than the love that a father has for his son? I told you to conjure the image of your child in your mind and then allow me to join that blessing. And he said, what blessing would you like? What reward would you like in return? And he said, I ask you that whenever the Jewish people are in peril, whenever people try to attack them, defend them, protect them, and make sure they're safe. And that's what he did for the rest of his life. There is a beautiful Gemara that says that Rabbi Shmuel Kohen Gadol and Yom Kippur went in lifnai v'lifnim into the Kodesh Kodashim, and Hashem said, Yishmael b'ni barcheni. And the question is, why did he say, Yishmael b'ni, Yishmael my son bless me, Yishmael bless me? And I was thinking perhaps this is what he was saying. Yishmael b'ni, think of my son, think of your child. And then after you think of my son, then Hashem says, bless me. Hashem wants to have the most loving relationship with us. He's waiting for us. He's going to protect us, and he wants us to love him in return. When we do, we will know that we're in the safest place we can possibly be. In the beginning of Parshas Pinchas, the pasuk tells us, "Lachein emar hineni noisen loy es brisi shalom." Hashem now gives Pinchas a bris, a covenant of shalom, of peace. Why? Since Pinchas had defended the honor of Hashem, and in a zealous manner had killed Zimri for his immoral act, so because of that, Hashem, measure for measure, pays back Pinchas with a covenant of peace. He will always have the bris shalom. And the Balaturim says that the numerical value of the word lachein, as in lachein emor, therefore I say, is the gematria of midah b'midah, measure for measure. Everything Hashem does for us in this world is measure for measure. We're rewarded for our good deeds. We're punished for our bad ones. Everything is done in equal measure. There is a Sefer HaChasidim that says a beautiful story. There was a fellow who was so very, very sensitive, so very kind. He took care of everyone else's needs. When people were sick, he would visit them. When people needed support and encouragement, he was there with a kind word. And one time, somebody in the community died. And he was noisei be'oil im chaveiroi. He shared the burden with his friend. Not only did he feel bad, not only did he go to the funeral, not only did he escort the mourners back home, but he so wanted to empathize with them that he removed his shoes just as the mourners removed their shoes. And he walked home from the cemetery to the mourner's house without shoes alongside the mourners. Wow. Well, Hashem would not forget his sympathy. Hashem would not forget his empathy. Because he too, when he died, not only did his family walk back from the cemetery to their home without shoes, but everyone removed their shoes. You see, the day that he died was Tisha B'Av, a day that we do not wear leather shoes, and therefore everyone removed their shoes to escort the family back home. Hashem does not forget our kindness. He does not forget our good deeds. And if we remember that, it will give us more of an impetus, more encouragement to do for others, measure for measure. So camp is over, and now we are on the cusp of Rosh Chodesh Elul. In fact, this Shabbos we will be benching, Shabbos Mevarchim will be benching the month of Elul. Rosh Hashanah is 1 month away. About 40 years ago, when I first came to yeshiva, I went to Telz Yeshiva. I was only 12 years old. And my Rebbe, Rabbi Yitzchak Schwartz, gave a shmooze then. And it's a shmooze that resonated then, and I still think about it when Elul comes around. It's a beautiful mashal, it's a beautiful parable that tells us how we should be feeling and perhaps how we are feeling at this time of year. When you go away to yeshiva or to seminary or to camp, there's often feelings of sadness that accompany those first few days. You miss home, and when you go to the airport with your parents, you feel, I'm gonna miss my parents. I'm gonna miss all the things and all the benefits of being at home, my bed, the home-cooked food, and everything that comes along with it. And then you get to Eretz Yisrael, and it's a whirlwind of a journey. Yeah, the first few days, maybe you miss home, but soon, eventually, the homesickness dissipates, and you enjoy yourself. You don't think about home at all. And then you get the phone call. When your parents call you to tell you, we need to arrange tickets. You're coming home, the year is over. And it's at that moment when you start to think about home again. And when you do, you start to miss home and you become eager to go back home. I know this is how I felt when I went to Eretz Yisrael. This is how I feel still today when I go away from home. Well, last Motzei Yom Kippur, we left home. We said goodbye. And maybe the first few days, we felt bad. We missed Hashem. We missed being home. We missed the love, warm embrace that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives each and every Jew. We missed the closeness. But soon we were well on our way. We were having a great time. We were busy with life, and we didn't have time to think about home. But now, with 1 month to go, the shofar will sound every day of the month of Elul. And Hashem is letting us know it's time to book a ticket. It's time to come home again. And our eagerness to come home will grow. And very soon, Emir Hashem, when Rosh Hashanah comes, we will not only be judged, but perhaps more importantly, we will run back into our loving father and mother's embrace. We will be home once again. In this week's Parsha, we have the story of Bilam Harasha, the wicked Bilam, the non-Jewish prophet, who went to curse the Jewish people. But instead of cursing them, blessings came out of his mouth. And one of them was, Lo hibit oven b'Yaakov, he does not see the iniquity, the wrongdoings of the Jewish people. And this is something that we need to learn from. You can always find the good in the Jew. And when you see him in a good light, he will act accordingly. He will rise to the occasion. He will stop his wrongdoing, and he will do what he is supposed to do. The story is told of Reb Lezer Brizel, a great Yerushalmi Yid, a Jerusalemite Jew. And he used to go to far-off places that were far away from Mea Sharim, and he would go there for Shabbos. He wanted to help other Jews experience the Shabbos that he treasured so much. And one time, Reb Lezer Brizel went to a shul on the outskirts of Tel Aviv. And there were just a few people there. But one of them came over to him and they complained. And they said, across the street from us, there is a family that every Shabbos morning, they go and they stand on the porch and they polish their shoes. It's not much, but it's Chilul Shabbos. It's desecrating the Shabbos. And they do it to anger us. And we're so upset at them. We want you to go admonish them. We want you to tell them off. And Reb Lezer Brizel decided that the next week he's going to take care of it. And so Friday morning, not Shabbos morning, but Friday morning, he shows up in his Shabbos clothing. He seemed to have been a day early. He went to the family's home, he knocked on the apartment door, and there he's standing in his beautiful golden bekisha and his shtreimel. And one of the children answers the door and screams, "Abba, Father, there's an angel in our house." And the man, even though he was not religious, looked at him and he says, "Rabbi, what can I do for you? Please come, sit down, let me help you in some way." And he says, "I'm not really here, you don't have to feed me. I'm not here to eat. I really came to look for your children's shoes." And he bends down in his Shabbos finest, and he starts looking under the couch. He said, "Why would you need my children's shoes?" He said, "I know that every Shabbos morning, your children polish their shoes, and the only reason they do that is because they probably can't find their shoes on Friday. So I figured if I could help them find the shoes on Friday, it would save them from polishing their shoes on Shabbos." The man smiled. He understood what Reb Leizer Brizel was telling him. And soon enough, the family not only stopped polishing their shoes on Shabbos, but polished their souls, their neshamas on Shabbos, and became Shabbos observant. Lo hibit oven b'Yaakov. Never look for the wrongdoing among the Jewish people. Every Jew is a tzaddik. Every Jew is good. We just have to see it in a good light and let them know we believe in them, and more importantly, Hashem does as well.
Acqua frizzante. Sparkling seltzers, diretto from Toscanini.
Rav Shlomo Moshe Amar, the Rav Harashi, and one of the chief rabbis of Yerushalayim, of Jerusalem, said something very, very important and something very applicable. We live in tumultuous times, and everywhere we turn, we face uncertainty. And sometimes we wonder and we look for the hand of Hashem. The following story is a story that he told over, and he said it was this story that gives him chizuk, that gives him encouragement in the most challenging of times. He said many decades ago, a father came over to him. He was a rav in a moshav in the northern part of Eretz Yisrael. And the father comes running over to him and he says, "Kvod Rav, Bini, my son, my son." And the Rav Rashi got very, very nervous. And Rav Amar said to him, "What's wrong? Is he okay?" And he said, "He's okay. But, he was here this last Shabbat. And as he's about to go back to his army base, I said to him, 'You can't leave me.' And he said, 'But Abba, I have to go back.' And he said, 'I know, but I'm harvesting the cucumbers on Sunday, and I need your help. I can't do it alone. I'm too old. I'm too weak. Please, I need your help.' And he said, 'But if I go back to the base late, they're going to give me consequences. They're going to punish me.' And he said, 'You'll tell them you came late once.' And he brought him a note from the Office of Agriculture of this moshav that informed him and revealed that if he did not do the harvest now, he would lose a great deal of money. He begged his son, and his son stayed. And he helped him with the harvest, and then he went back to his base. But when he went back to his base, he was greeted by a very grouchy and miserable commanding officer who said, "Oh, look who's here. I'm glad you're able to return. Where have you been?" And he said, "Well, I was hoping my father," and he cuts him off right there. And he says, "I don't want to hear your excuses. You sound like a child." But as he said that, my son got very impatient, he tells Rav Amar. And he said, "Come on, what difference does it make?" Oh, the commanding officer, the mifaked, heard that. And he said, "You know what? Now you're going to suffer the consequences." He put him into a holding cell. They quickly arranged a trial, and they determined that he would be thrown into the prison, into solitary confinement for 21 days. It was right before Rosh Hashanah. And he says, Rav Amar, I don't know what to do. My son's going to miss Rosh Hashanah. He won't be able to pray. And he said, listen, you're 100% right. But what can I do? It's out of my hands. All I can tell you is, Kol man da Ovid Rachmana. Everything that Hashem does, Litav Ovid, He does it for our good. And he told him a story, a famous story, with Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva had a light, a lantern. He had a donkey and a rooster. And he came to an inn in the town and he asked for a place to sleep. And they said, we have no place for you. He went into the forest and a wind came and blew out the lantern. A wild cat came and killed his rooster, and a lion ate his donkey. That night, an enemy came and attacked the city. And he had a lantern. Had the rooster made noise, had the donkey made a sound, he would have been caught and he would have been killed. And he said, look at that. I thought it was terrible. Kol man da Ovid Rachmana, Litav Ovid, have faith. About 10 days later, he came to him, and Motzei Yom HaKippurim, and he was white as a sheet. And Rav Amar said to him, what's wrong? He said, as you know, today the Yom Kippur War broke out, and my son's entire unit went out to fight. And he starts to cry. And he says, they were all killed, except my son, who was stuck in prison. It was not a moment of joy because Jewish lives were lost, but it was a moment of great perspective. His son had performed the mitzvah of Kibbud Av Va'em, and Hashem was going to reward him. Sometimes we think things and we don't know what's happening, but Rav Amar said this story has escorted him his entire life, and every time something bad occurs, he thinks to himself, maybe bidafka, from here will come the salvation, specifically from what I think to be the tzara, the tragedy. Let's look at it with new, fresh eyes, and we will see the goodness of Hashem, hopefully very, very soon. With Yom Kippur just around the corner, feelings of anxiousness and worry creep up on us. Well, it's the Day of Atonement, the Day of Reckoning, and sometimes it causes us to feel a little bit uneasy. But the following story, hopefully, will put everything into perspective, and perhaps we'll realize what a beautiful and joyous day Yom Kippur really is. The story was told by Reb Binyamin Finkel. Now, before I tell you about Reb Binyamin Finkel, I want to tell you about his father, Reb Aryeh. My Rebbe, Reb Nosson Weiss, once told me that Reb Aryeh Finkel, the Mashkiach in the mirror who davened for the Amud on the Yomim Noraim, on the high holy days, was not the Kohen Gadol in the Holy of Holies on Yom Kippur. He was not, but he was the closest thing to it. He was a wonderful person, an exceptional Baal Midos, and a very, very holy person as well. His son, Reb Binyamin Finkel, is, as they would say, a chip off the old block. He's someone who's quite holy, quite special, very, very warm and loving. And he told over a story that he heard about a Yid by the name of Reb Fishel Hennig. And Reb Fishel, after World War II, encountered a group of young men. They were truly broken. And we throw around that term very often. But these were young men who had lost literally everything. Their mothers and fathers, their grandparents, their brothers and sisters, their friends, their rabbeim, their teachers, their communities, and for all practical purposes, their desire for living. Yes, they stopped to care. They no longer bathed. They didn't change their clothing. They didn't shave or shower. And there was a horrible, awful stench that came from them, a rancid odor. And even those that wanted to go over to them and encourage them, the smell was terrible and they couldn't do it. One day this official decided he was going to do something a little bit unconventional. He hired a group of individuals, strong, forceful people, and he gave them the following instructions. He told them, take these young men, bring them to the bathhouses, bathe them, shave them, give them haircuts, throw away their clothing and give them new clothing, and then stand them in front of the mirror and let them look and see how handsome, how wonderful, how beautiful they are. And these individuals did that. And every single one of these young men rebuilt his life. They all got married, they all raised wonderful families, became parents and grandparents. They had given up hope, but these individuals gave them hope once again. And Rabbi Yamin Finkel said, this is the story of the Jewish people on Yom Kippur. The truth is, Reb Chaim Shmulevitz describes it this way as well. We are young children who have, you'll excuse me for saying it this way, soiled ourselves. We've become spiritually dirty. And because of that, sometimes we give up hope. We no longer care. I mean, after all, how good can we become? We fail time and time again. We haven't lived up to our expectations and to our commitments. But then Hashem himself, in fact, the Mishnah says, Amar Rabbi Akiva lifnei mi atem mitaren. In front of who do you purify yourselves? Umi mitar eschem. Who makes you pure and holy? Avichem shebashamayim. It's the Almighty himself. It's your Father in heaven. He picks you up like a little baby that's dirtied his diaper. And you pick up the baby. Baby's crying. You bathe the baby. You put some of that Johnson stuff all over them to make them smell good. You wrap them in a towel. And there's nothing more pure or delicious. And then the baby coos and smiles. And this is what Hashem does for us. He cleanses us. And he puts us in the mirror and he says, my beautiful children, look at yourselves. You're clean, you're pure, you're great, you're special. You're my children and I love you. And finally he says, Solachti, I forgive you. May this year Hashem forgive us. And may all suffering disappear. May it be a year of happiness and joy and only good things for the entire Jewish people. The Gemara Chassimatim. As we come off the parsha of Haidah, of gratitude, where Leah, who thanks Hashem like no one else ever before, and she names her child Yehuda, because she says, Hapa'am oides Hashem, now I will thank Hashem. We now leave this parsha and we enter one of the most beautiful time periods of the entire Jewish calendar year. Yes, it's Hanukkah. And because of that, it's a time when we need to focus on gratitude and appreciation, on Haidah, lahoidos ulahalo. It's a time of thanks and praise. I recently have been reading an incredible book by Rav Yechiel Yaakovson, and it's called Spare the Child. It's an English translation of his sefer Al Tereta'u Bayeled, Do Not Hit the Child. And this book is a bestseller. It's really a must-read. I recommend it to everyone. I turned to the very back first, and I read the epilogue, and it's called The Pushka. And he tells over the story of his father. He was a war survivor. And he says his father was not known as a great mechanech, as a great educator, but he was the greatest educator of all. And he said that his father had in his house, right by the wall, a pushka. And every day he would come home, he was tired and weary, and he would reach into his pocket and he would pull out 3 small coins. And he would drop the first coin into the pushka. And as the penny or the nickel rattled around, he said, "Thank you, Hashem, for giving me a son." And then he took the second coin and he put it into the pushka, and he said, "Thank you, Hashem, for giving me a son that davens and knows how to make brachas." And then he took the third coin, and with great concentration, he would close his eyes and he put it into the pushka. And he said, "If I can ask one thing, please let that child continue to daven and to make brachas." This was his prayer, and this was his practice every day. Well, the author of the book, Rav Yaakovson, says that he grew up, he got married, he built his own home, and then he waited 8 terribly agonizing, tear-drenched years till he was blessed with a child one day. And when he was blessed with that child, he ran to his father's home and breathlessly ran up to the pushka, and he reached into his pocket and he pulled out the small coin and he put it into the pushka, and he said, "Thank you, Hashem, for giving me a child." Sensing someone there, he turned around. He saw it was his father. And he fell into his father's arms, and they cried and cried and cried, tears of incredible gratitude. He says his father is no longer alive, but he always thinks that it was his father who made him into what he was. Sometimes we give these big speeches and these long shiurim about how to teach our children how to express gratitude. But if we watch the older generation, we observe how they thank Hashem, they who have been through the thick and thin, the trials and tribulations of life. Then we will learn how to properly say thank you to Hashem. Today is Rosh Chodesh Elul. We are 1 month away from Rosh Hashanah. And I recently heard a beautiful story from Rav David Goldberg, the Rosh Yeshiva in Telz Yeshiva, who told over a story that he writes in the introduction of the Sefer that he wrote about the shmuzin that he gave in the yeshiva during the summer zman during the period of Corona. And he told over the following story. His brother Rav Yudel was sick. Now his older brother Chaim Goldberg, a legendary Gabbai tzedakah in Yerushalayim, passed away a number of years ago. Another brother, Moshe, who was a Rebbe in Toronto, passed away last year. And now his brother Yudel, who was an 11th grade Rebbe in Riverdale Yeshiva, now he was on a respirator in the middle of Corona, and for 3 weeks the family knew nothing. And they waited with great anticipation, anxiety, and worry, until finally one day, miraculously, they heard that he was improving, and they could actually speak to him. And so he picked up the phone and he called his brother. The nurse answered the phone and put the phone near Yudel's ear. And now Reb David began to speak to his brother. Try to imagine the emotion, reaching out and speaking to a brother that you never knew if you were going to speak to him again. But as he speaks to him, he's wondering, is he hearing what I'm saying? He didn't know, because Reb Yudel was still on a ventilator, still on a respirator, and he wasn't able to respond, he wasn't able to speak. And so he asked him, Reb Yudel, if you hear me, could you please clap? I know you can't talk, but could you clap? And he waited. And suddenly he heard the most beautiful sound. He heard a faint clap. His brother heard him. And with tears of gratitude streaming down his face, he continued to speak to his brother, now knowing that his brother was indeed hearing him, he was listening. And Reb David Goldberg says, as we enter the month of Elul, we now come to a time when HaKadosh Baruch Hu is speaking to us, Almighty God is speaking to us, He's been speaking to us for the last 6 months. And of course He knows that we're overwhelmed and it's been difficult. And we're scared and confused and certainly worried. What is going to be this Elul? What will be this Rosh Hashanah? What does Hashem have in store for us? But Hashem only asks, dear child, I know it's hard for you to speak to me, but just acknowledge that you hear me. And when we do, when we give a faint clap back, when we respond, Hashem, with great emotion, is so overwhelmed, so pleased that the child He loves so dearly hears what He's saying. It is Rosh Chodesh. We have 1 month to prepare for the Day of Judgment. All we need to do is tell Hashem that we hear Him, we are listening, and we are prepared to do our best to become a little bit better. In just a few short days, we will be, in Yirtzeh Hashem, sitting in the sukkah. It's supposed to be cold this year, and I'm looking forward. I love it. Sit around in the sukkah with a nice hot bowl of soup and to look around. It's very, very beautiful. Why do we sit in a sukkah? Well, we're told because it's a remembrance for the Ananei Kavod, a remembrance for the clouds of glory, the protective clouds that the Almighty provided for us when we were in the desert. And the Imrei Emes, the great Ger Rebbe, says a beautiful idea. Where did those clouds come from? And he suggests that when the Kohen Gadol, the high holy priest, goes into the Kodesh Kodashim, the Holy of Holies, he offers an incense offering. It creates a cloud of smoke, and that cloud then goes into the atmosphere and becomes the Anane Kavod. You see, sacrifice leads often to protection. We think that we're giving up a lot, but in truth, we're doing a great service, and it's giving and providing for others. Listen to the following story. One time there was a Yid who wanted to go to the great tzaddik, to the Baal Shem Tov. The Baal Shem Tov lived in Mezhbuzh, and he set out on his journey in his wagon, but then he got a little bit lost. He made a wrong turn, and he ended up, as the sun was setting, in the middle of a field, just a few short kilometers from Mezhbuzh, but he had to remain there. And he cried a whole Yom Kippur night, and he cried Yom Kippur day. He was so broken. Motzei Yom Kippur, he goes to the Baal Shem Tov, and he's crying. He says, Rebbe, I wanted to be with you, and I just missed out. I had to daven on the outside. He says, why are you crying? And he starts smiling. He says, Rebbe, why are you smiling? I'm so broken. He says, well, maybe you shouldn't be. You see, the Almighty, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, needed a general. He needed a general. Someone to protect all of those souls who, for whatever reason it is, could not make it into the shuls. Maybe they are lost. Maybe they are broken. Maybe they're in quarantine. Maybe they've been exposed. And this year was a difficult year. There were many such individuals who thought that they had the worst Yom Kippur because they were all alone and they couldn't be together with the congregation. But the Baal Shem Tov told him, you were the general. You're the one that led everyone, all of those broken souls that find themselves on the outside. You were the one that the Almighty chose to help them. You see, sometimes, actually quite often, sacrifice can lead to protection. The Anan, the cloud inside the Holy of Holies, becomes the protective cloud that gives such comfort, such protection to the entirety of the Jewish people. Have a wonderful and a freilichen and a happy Sukkot Chag Kosher V'Sameach. This Shabbos is Rosh Chodesh. Not only is it Rosh Chodesh, it is also Parshas HaChodesh. When we read the small little parsha at the end of the parsha of HaChodesh Hazeh Lochem, this month is yours, the mitzvah of renewal. And it's so very important at this time of year for us to feel a hischadshus, a sense of renewal, of starting fresh. Because very often we can hit a brick wall. We slip into the doldrums a little bit. But this week is the week of renewal. There's a beautiful story about a young Rav who became the Rav in the city of Pietrikov. And this Rav got up. He was younger than most of the previous Rabbanim. He was perhaps not as great as the previous Rabbanim. And he got up and he said, the Pasuk in Mishlei says, Bimkoim gedolim al ta'amoid. In the place of great individuals, one should not stand. And he says, so you're probably wondering, what am I doing here? How can I possibly stand in the place where people who were so much greater than I stood? And he said, let's read the pasuk a little bit differently. Bimkoim gedolim al ta'amoid. When you are standing in the place where people greater than you have stood, Al tamoid, don't stand still. Don't stop your growth. Rather, continue trying to look for ways to be bigger and better and fresher and newer. Be innovative. And this Rav really followed what he was preaching. Because this Rav's name was none other than the great Rav Meir Shapiro. And he was innovative. Rav Meir Shapiro, the Rav of Pietrikov, and later the Rosh Hashiva of Yeshivas Chachmei Lublin, was the innovator of the Daf Hayomi. He would not stand still. He would not stop his growth. He was always looking to refresh and renew his Avodas Hashem and his learning of Torah. So it's spring outside, and it's time to feel a sense of renewal.
Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Today we're handling another ground techniques. We already handled a couple of ground techniques in previous classes. Now the position will be a little different. As we said, a lot of time we are going to reach the ground in a street fight. One more time. Now pay attention, guys. We already handled a situation in previous episodes when he's holding my hands, right? We talked about the motion when I swing my hands. We already talked about a choke as well. And we talked about the power of the hips. Here the principles goes again. It's about the same principles of the power of the hips. Now, the only thing that changed, then he is close to me, right? Now from here, I'm gonna use the hand that is close to his head to go, of course, after getting a little bit of air, the hand that is close to his weak spot, to his head, I go with the thumb towards the eye. Now from here, with the power of the hips, pushing from my right towards the other side, towards my left. Boom! Right, one more time again. Pressing with the thumb. Now, from here it's very easy to find his eye. Well, all I gotta do is bring the hand, grab from his temple, and here I have the eye. With the thumb, pushing with the power of the hips, throwing it to my left. Boom! Counterattacks. Boom! Boom! On the way up, another counterattacks. You can add another kick. Boom! Run away. Okay, Federica, your turn.
Yeah.
Also, guys, important to mention, it can be an attempt for sexual assault, anything like that. Great exercise when the attacker is close to you. Now, from here, first thing, if he is holding your shirt, it's okay, you can breathe. But if he is choking you, as all the chokes, you have to try to gather air. So one hand, here it's enough even one hand, and the other hand goes right away to the eye. So one hand can release from the thumb, the other hand, pay attention, from here, very easy to find his eye. Hand on the temple and thumbs to the eye. Now from the left, you're gonna be pressing diagonally up towards your right. And with the power of the hips, yeah? Excellent, one more time. Here, don't forget guys, all the ground techniques, when the attacker is on top of you, the principle is throw him off with the power of the hips. So important that the knees will be bent. There's even a little trick when you bring your own legs and kind of put him in a lock so he cannot stabilize himself with the legs, right? Here, and as much as your feet is closer to your hips, you have more extension towards up. right? Get closer, Yogev. Get into position. Yeah, and from here, we said one hand goes towards the thigh. Push, yeah.
Yeah.
So first step, we said, make sure you have the power of the hips. Second step, bring both hands close to his head. When one hand, the hand that is close to his head, goes towards the eye. Now from here, you're gonna be pushing with the power of the hips together. Get him off of you. And go, push, push, excellent. Now, a couple of counterattacks with, hammer fist towards the groin, hammer fist towards the face. Stand up, stand up, stand up, add another kick, excellent, move away. Excellent, get some distance. One more time, guys. Federica, aggressive, fast. Let's go. And get him off, excellent. Go, face, counterattacks, move away, nice. So to conclude, guys, we had today another technique when you're on the ground, just that now the attacker was close to you. When the attacker close to you, we usually go towards the weak spot. Here we went towards the eye, get him off of you with the power of the hips. The principle will always repeat, the power of the hips when an attacker is on top of you. The hips has power to take someone much heavier and stronger than you off you. Excellent job.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Hey guys, welcome back to class. Today we're going to be handling inside and outside defenses. Okay, so what's the difference between inside to outside defenses? Previous classes, if you want guys to learn at previous episodes, we learned a defense against a swinging motion. It could be a punch, Yogev. It could be a punch, it could be a knife, right? A bottle of beer, any swinging motion that comes from the outside towards my face, towards the inside, and I'm reacting with the outside defenses. Okay, now we're gonna speak about an inside defenses. Yogev, without the knife for now. Yeah, just a punch towards the face. Before we were defending with a motion that goes from the inside of my body towards the outside, and now I'm actually defending with a motion that comes from the outside towards the interior part of my body, towards the inside. Now, you might be asking yourself, when would I do this? When would I do that? Because if Yogev is just gonna punch me, can I react with an outside defense? Yes, I could. Can I react with an inside defense? Yes, I could. Federica, you have an idea? When would I do this? When would I do that?
Maybe the second one is the fastest way to
Maybe
protect
the
myself.
second one. Good, good. Nice idea. And it's actually right. I am looking for the shortest motion to get his strike outside of my body, right?
Yes.
That means that if his punch is coming towards the center of my body, I'm most of the time gonna try to go down the inside defense. And if his strike is coming more from the outside, that means it's more the swinging motion, then I'm gonna go to the outside. Now, instead of just going now outside, an opposite motion from the outside, inside with the palm of your hands, redirecting, yeah. The motion should be short. He's gonna be punching with the right, so you're lifting the left, like a mirror. Lifting the left, boom, redirecting, right after it, boom, and hammer fist, or palm straight to the face.
All right.
Okay, step number one, redirect, yeah, boom, excellent. One more time, boom, nice. Now, pay attention, I want you to redirect on his wrist. On his elbow might be already late. So, okay, so from here you're redirecting from the outside in with all the palm of my hand, redirecting, deflecting on his wrist. Boom! Right away.
All right.
And one, yes. Make even your body motion will go back. Imagine someone is attacking you, your instinct wouldn't be getting into the danger.
Yeah.
Boom, excellent. Good. So right away after the redirection, look at my body motion. A little bit of a body motion. You're gonna go towards his dead side, towards his back side, advancing with a counter attack, and then with a knee.
Okay.
One, boom. Nice. Now I want you to react and lean backwards. You're kind of afraid, surprised, and then react with the first counter attack with a kick.
Okay.
Go. Boom. Yes. Pay attention. Your redirection is still here.
Yeah.
And I want it much more closer to the wrist.
Wrist.
One more time. One, and excellent. Kick. When I see an attacker coming towards me, when I see the danger, I always want to bring my hands what?
Yeah.
Close to each other. So see here how the fighting stance of Krav Maga is so smart and so intelligent that here I don't let him an opportunity to go what?
Yeah, on your face.
Inside.
Your chin, yeah.
So here I'm eliminating totally the inside defense, right? He is not gonna be attacking me towards here. So here when I'm eliminating the inside defense, there is always outside defense that is much more natural and effective for us. Good, any questions? Good job.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Hey guys, today we're going to be learning a defense against a knife stab to the lower body. You get? So here guys, very important to mention that if you guys are going to go and YouTube a defense against a stab to the stomach, very common what you're going to be seeing as a defense that looks like this. It's kind of an inside defense with the elbow, with the forearm. One more time. Yeah. And I want to explain why this exact defense is very dangerous and give the solution. Okay? Now here, I'm not saying it couldn't work, but the problem that when he's holding a knife, you don't know if he's going to attack you towards your face, towards the upper body, chest, stomach, or even lower, right? So when I'm basing my defense on something like that, okay, what if he's going lower than that? So here, I have the chance, when he's going straight towards my stomach, to miss the defense if he is going basically lower than my stomach. Almost 100% you're going to be missing the attack. So here the solution, what we're teaching, is always going with boom, an outside defense, right? Remember last class we talked that an outside defense, it's much more natural for a human being. So here we're connecting it. Instead of going inside, I'm always preferring to go to the outside. So let's break it down. Here, Yogev is going with a stab towards my stomach. I'm going with an outside defense with the palm and all of my forearm. Look at my body motion. I'm not just staying here. Moving a little bit. This is very natural. Boom. Look at what is my second hand doing. Also, a defense towards my face. Because what happens if it's going to go up? I have the other hand protecting. So we can say step number one is a complete defense with two hands plus body motion towards the back. Step number two, always in Krav Maga, counter attack. Boom, boom, and look at my hold. Look at my hold here. One more time. Step number one, defense. Step number two, I'm helping myself with this hand that was defending my upper body, also to grab and have a very strong grip. Boom, now you get it. Try to pull the knife, try to pull the knife, try to pull. There you go, boom. I'm connecting myself to the knife, so the knife comes to the body. I'm sticking his hands to my chest, the other hand on his shoulder, boom, boom. And then outside the fence, boom, One hand was redirecting also and protecting the upper body. And then goes right away to grab. And then I have counterattacks. You get, try to pull the knife, try to take the knife. Opa. He's having a very hard time. Boom. And then I go with counterattacks. And then I can disarm the knife. So Federica, your turn. Step number one, as we said, redirect with an outside defense. Big, it's kind of a big swimming motion, right? Imagine a big swimming motion. I want to redirect him from all the surface of my body. So even if he's stabbing me here, it's also gonna work. So the redirection is not half body, all the surface of the body, redirect, and the other hand together. Here.
All right.
Up. Okay? So I'm kind of creating a wall. Of a defense. There you go. The other hand, here. Opa, here.
Ah, okay,
now
here.
you have a wall, and if he's going up, this hand, opa. Yes.
Okay.
And pay attention, even if he's going up, you're opa. Gonna go right away to grab. They can go in to a counterattack. Yeah. Yes. Excellent. That was step number one. Step number two, go to grab. Go inside.
Okay.
Inside, yes, with a grab. Yeah, to your body. Head and knee, another knee. Yeah, another knee. Couple of counterattacks, good. Nice, and from here, you go and disarm him. Okay, we're not gonna go with this hand, you're gonna go and take the knife. We're not gonna get how to do it. The most important is that too. Redirect, counterattacks. With enough counterattacks, the knife will usually be on the ground already. Yes, yes. Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Hey guys, welcome back. Today we're going to be handling a defense against a takedown. Now, let's break it down. So here, guy, I have an attacker that goes towards my lower body, holding my knees and pushing from the upper body, right? I'm gonna lose balance pretty quick here. So the moment I feel him, pay attention what I do. One more time. Now, here guys, it is important. If I'm gonna be waiting here, I'm gonna be on the ground. It needs to be, even if I can react before that, that would be the best thing. Pay attention. Even if I can react before that, boom, that would be the best case. Here guys, I'm talking about a situation that he already grabbed your knees. So what you have to do is throw your legs backwards, explosive backwards. Boom, it's kind of a sprawl. Lean with all of your body weight, with your chest, with your hands on the back of his neck. And from here, look what I'm doing. Getting with one arm inside and choking him with a guillotine. From here, going up, pay attention what happens. In a couple of seconds, he's gonna be unconscious. Okay, one more time, let's break it down. We said, if I can stop it before, excellent. That means that I saw the attacker a little before. My timing was better. But this specific one, handling, oh, he already grabbed me. I'm throwing my legs, kind of a sprawl. Throwing my legs back, spread those legs, all the body weight's on him. One leg, sneak in, then go up with the guillotine, choking him, boom. You're gonna take him off. Okay, now, Federica, come here. Imagine someone comes, try to put you on the ground. You don't want this to happen. So here, if he's already jumping on you for the takedown and you didn't have the right timing, you couldn't stop him before, he's already grabbing your knees, Here you're putting the hands on even the back of his neck here.
Okay.
leaning forward while at the same time throwing the legs backwards, open. Yeah, even back, yeah. There you go. As much weight as you can create on his back of his neck, on his back will be better. And from here, sneaking this right all the way inside. Yeah, hold with the other hand. From here, up. Yeah, and start to create pressure with the chest. Yeah, do you feel it? Yes, one more time. Yes. Yes, look at me. Exaggerate. With this motion, you have to exaggerate much more. Not half, this is half. On the way up. Yeah, that's it, that's it. Oh, much better. Now he feels it. Now, let's check if it actually works. You're gonna go and try to put me on the ground and no discounts. Opa. Now, I sprawled aggressively, and I want you, Gev, also to try to put Federica all the way to the ground. Don't let it happen. Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy. You're gonna have one more shot. You, Gev, go, no discounts. Oh, yeah, nice. Yeah, and it is a situation when you struggle. Not that easy. Guys, here, if you want to train on this move, just train on a sprawl. What is it? I'm putting my hands on the ground, right? In the reality, it's on his back. And then I'm sprawling. Look, my hips are going down. Sprawling all the way when my legs are as far as possible. Okay, so exactly the sprawl on him. Nice. Yeah. To conclude, we had a very common situation when someone tried to put you down on the ground. It calls the takedown. And I don't want to let it happen, so I sprawl backwards and finish with the guillotine. It's not an easy move, but if you're gonna train on it and get the right technique, you don't have to be strong like any technique on Krav Maga. Thank you, guys. Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Hey guys, last episode we were handling what happens if someone tried to take you down to the ground. Today we're handling what happens if you're actually on the ground already. Okay, so here you'll get, you're on top of me. Yeah, grab the hands. Let's break it down one more time. So here, an attacker is on top of me. He has a lot of options here and I'm in a bad disadvantage. He could actually punch me, boom, right? He could choke me. Now specifically we're gonna be handling what if he already lock and grab my hands. Okay, from here also, very bad disadvantage. Could be an attempt for a sexual assault. From here, step number one, look what I do. One more time. Step number one. Here it's important, guys, to mention, do not try to pull the hands down. Try to actually swing them towards the side and like a big swinging motion towards your hips. At the same time, you're gonna look towards the other side. That means turn your head. Why turn your head? Here's your answer. If I'm not gonna turn my head, he's gonna fall on my nose, on my weak spot, and I don't want this to happen. Very dangerous. So the same time that I swing my hand, I'm twisting my face and hips together as well, pushing from the hips like any concept of a ground technique. From here, I am already choosing a side. If I want to throw him to this side, with this hand, I'm just pushing up. He's already off. Boom, couple of counterattacks. Boom. Boom. Move out of the way. So now we're gonna have Federica go to the ground. So here we have a female. Yeah, come a little towards the center. Here we have a female, and a male is on top of her. So lay down on your back. You're on top of her. Yes. Now, very important to mention that never on the ground, never leave your legs extended. Always bend them. Yeah, because here you can use your hips. When your legs are extended, you cannot use the power of the hips. Okay, so as much as you can, bring your heels towards the butt. Even, as we're always saying in ground techniques, if you can go and excellent, grab his own legs, even better. From here, step number one, and step number one, excellent. You see that he's already here off of you. All you gotta do for step number two is to push away with another hip strike, opa, push him away. So here, step number three, counterattacks towards the groin, towards the face, a little more. Yes, stand up, another kick, boom, go towards the face, another kick, now run away. Nice. But what if something went wrong? For some reason, something went wrong, and I'm here, and he, boom, and now he's punching me. Boom, from this situation, and we call this technique, get him off of me while struggling. Okay, so we're struggling, boom, boom, maybe I'm also trying to punch, and then look what I do. I'm gonna start using my hips power. Boom, to always, getting close to me. The first opportunity I have, I'm have to go and grab him close as possible to me. It could be from his body, it could be from his neck, it could be even just an arm, right? So whatever I can grab, look, now I just grabbed two arms, but whatever I can grab to get him close to me, it will be much easier in order to turn him. What I would personally recommend is really try to grab his whole body. And from here, with the power of the hips, I'm always continuing. Boom, up. Counterattack, step number three, groin, face, groin, face. Boom, stand up, couple of more counterattacks if needed right away. To conclude, guys, we had a ground position, a situation when someone was on top of you, holding your hands. We talked that we swing the hands and use the power of the hips. And we also gave a solution. What if something went wrong meanwhile I'm trying to do this specific technique, or is actually already punching you? That we call it the struggling position, struggling situation, when we're also using the power of the hips, try to get him close as possible to me, and then flip him over, counterattacks, run away. Thank you guys for watching. Good job, guys. Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Hey guys, today we're continuing with the ground techniques, but the difference is that now when I'm on the ground, the other attacking is standing up. I fell, I lost balance, or he puts me on the ground, but now the attacker is standing up. Boom! Yeah, try to reach me. Opa, there you go. What I'm doing here and what we do in Krav Maga, turning the disadvantage to an advantage. Now he's trying to reach me, and look what I have here. Here, I have his knee. That is a very solid weak spot. Get closer, groin as well. Face is worse. So when he has three main weak spots, how many weak spots I have? That means if he wants to attack me, where would he go if I'm not on the ground? Would he go to my knee? What do you think, Federica?
I think you would go down, like in your groin.
So, right, we have or the groin, or the
chin,
or the face, or the face area. That means that we already took off the knee weak spot because my knees are bent. When he's standing up, the knee is still a weak spot. Now, to reach my groin, he's gonna have a hard time because of my legs. I can close them, right? I'm not waiting for him with my legs open. What leaves him with one weak spot, my face, my upper body, right? So here, look how we're turning from the disadvantage to a whole advantage. He's getting closer to me, boom, I have the knees. Now, important to mention, of course, I'm not gonna be just laying down this way, bending, looking towards him, bringing the hands. And now, when he's getting closer, I have attacks. If he's too close, boom, it's already the face. If he moves, I move with him. To the other side, I move with him as well. So here, first thing we need to do is to learn the kicks, right? There are a couple of techniques here that we have to connect them together. First, about striking. Lift those legs in the air, bend them. There you go. Spread the legs a little bit. Yeah. Kick number one, right, towards the knee. When I'm standing up, my knee are still a weak spot, right? Your knees are not anymore a weak spot. Even though I'm gonna kick them, it's not gonna create damage. Here, if you're gonna push, right, create a little bit angle here and kick with the ball of the foot and the heel, boom. My knee, there is a limit how much you can bend and you can create a lot of damage. We also have kick to the groin, boom. If I'm close to you, kick to the face, boom. With even two legs, yeah. And the third kick, if I'm getting closer to you, right, lift those hips up and oh, excellent. Right. Now what happens if I'm start moving? I'm starting to move, you have to move with me. I want to reach your face. Yeah, you help yourself with those hands. Help yourself with those hands. There you go. Yeah. If I'm moving here, nice. You have to learn how to pivot in order for that. Lift the head, and excellent. Look what I do. From here, oh, moving. There you go, just move. The other side, oh, move. And help yourself with the hands, with your legs, boom. Okay, let's give it a shot.
Yes.
So now, for some reason, I'm moving to the side. There you go, move. There you go, moving to the other side. Excellent job. When I'm getting closer, kick, excellent. Now, so here, if you have a second, you're gonna move to the fighting stance on the side. So we call it a ground position on your forearm. Excellent, that's already better. Lift this leg up in the air. Yeah. This leg is on the ground. The hand is protecting the face. Excellent. And from here, you're gonna notice you have much easier time to pivot, right? If I'm moving here, pivot. Yeah. And if I'm moving to the other side, just flipping position to the other side. Oh, there you go. When I'm moving here. When I'm moving here, excellent. I'm gonna try to reach your face for 10 seconds, and I want you to actually try to use those ground techniques, starting on the back, right? Ready? Right. So I'm here. What do you do here? Excellent. Attacks, yeah. 6. Oh, yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And good job. To conclude, we had the ground technique when one attacker is standing up and the defender is on the ground. We learn how to kick all the weak spots and how to move, how to rotate and have this little moment to stand up and run away. How to turn a situation from a disadvantage to an advantage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Hey guys, today we're going to discuss two very common holds. The first one will be handling for guys and also for females as well, and the second one will be more common for females. So the first one will be someone holds you the back of your neck this way. Now, here, important to mention that it is a close range attack. That means it's not that the guy attacked you right away, right? He's holding you. That's why you also don't want to create violence right away. That means that when I'm holding you, you don't want to right away give me a knee. You could, right? Yeah. Because when I'm close to you, you also have an advantage that I'm gonna have a hard time to see your strike coming. Yeah. right? So if I'm gonna be here and you give me a knee, boom, of course, it's gonna release my hold, right? So it is an option for situation that you see that is there is strong violence and you want to get out of it without too much games. What if now we're talking a situation of a bar or a club, someone come and holds your back of the neck. Now, you don't want right away to punch, right away to kick. You don't know what's going on, where's his friends, right? It's hard to see, the vision is not the same in a club or a bar. It's hard to hear. So here we don't have all the senses. We have to try to get out of the situation as much as possible without creating violence and blood. So here, when I'm holding you, what I want you is first step, bring your hands up, tell me to calm down, calm down.
Calm down.
Yeah. Second step, look, this hand, twisting a little bit the thumb towards down, and start sliding on my forearm towards my thumb all the way up, till you actually feel my thumb. With the fingers, start holding my thumb. Yeah, with your fingers, excellent. So now you have a strong grip on my thumb. What you do is pluck, release my hold diagonally towards the side. Boom, excellent. Hold tight, hold tight. Nice. Now from here, what you could do is tell me, move back, come down and just push me. Yeah, and just leave it. Excellent. Or if you want to take it a little further, you could twist the thumb down, strong. Oppa, now I started feeling leverage, and even adding attacks with palm or hammer, hammer, boom, boom. Yeah, we're twisting it all the way down. Excellent, now I feel it.
Okay.
Excellent job. One more time, a little faster. Ready? Come with me, excellent. Oh, there you go, nice. Nice. So here we handle situation number one. It could be for guys and for girls as well. We all know that in clubs, bars, alcohol, a lot of things are going on, and sometimes we see a lot this kind of hold. Nice job. Now, the second I want to handle today is more for female. Someone holds you from the arm and start pulling you towards somewhere. It could be a scenario of kidnapping or dragging you towards the car. Now here, a mistake that people do, that it's one of the natural emotions, is try to resist to the attacker.
Yeah.
Most of the time the attacker is stronger than you. If I'm pulling you and trying to resist, try to resist, yeah. So usually we assume the attacker is stronger. Don't try to resist, rule number one. So what is rule number two? Go with him.
Yeah.
Come with him, right? Now, here, we're not talking about something friendly, usually. Someone holds your arm, that means the attempt is to drag you towards the car, kidnap you, whatever it could be, very dangerous. We're not playing with it. What we do is come as much as possible closer to him, and look, all we gotta do is add a strike with an open hand, not a closed hand.
Yeah.
Something, I'm gonna go with closed hand with all of my strength, no.
Yeah.
You could miss with closed hand. With open hand, you have more service to go towards the groin. So from here, you're gonna be coming with me. Strike, 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 boom. More, boom. Excellent, excellent. Now till I leave it. So one more time, let's do it a little more aggressive and realistic. I'm coming from the side, starting to boom. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, hey, nice job. Good job. So to conclude, guys, we had two very common holds. One was handling on the neck, and the second one was handling when someone dragged you from the arm, from the side. Good job, Federica.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Hey guys, welcome to our Krav Maga fitness class. Today we're actually hosting you guys in our actual class. Welcome, we're happy to have you here. Welcome guys here. We're gonna start by our little warm up. We're gonna start with warming up the shoulders, big circles with your hands forward. Nice, stretch a little bit. Welcome back guys to our Krav Maga fitness class, to our second episode. And today we're gonna be handling multiple attacks at once, okay? Yogev, please come. No pen. No. So in a street fight, the most common attack that we see in a street fight is kind of a swinging motion. Now we want to address what happens if someone actually goes crazy on you. Boom, 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 boom. And we see it a lot in a street fight when someone doesn't just go and he's waiting for you. Multiple attacks, boom, boom, boom. So I need my both hands, right? Makes sense. I don't have the time to actually defend and attack with the other hand, because then I might get the second one. So if I see multiple attacks that are coming at once, I need those hands to protect. I need those hands, boom! And then I can finish it with a counterattack through the groin. Of course, this one is not going to be enough. I go again. Couple attacks to the groin. I can use the push kick, scissor kick, and so on. Start practicing multiple attacks. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, yeah, another attack, another attack, yeah. One more time. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, and another, yeah. Multiple attacks. Bum, 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 bum. And react with your legs. Now we're gonna ask this: what happens? It's the third situation that can happen if I actually got striked already. Now we don't necessarily all have the reaction after a strike, boom, to go back away and defend and continue from the same spot. What is a natural reaction when someone is punching me? Boom! Sometimes just to duck the chin and start moving backwards. This reaction happens, and even though we can be trained, it can still happen. Now, how do I continue, right? Here there is a situation, as we said, I can't really see him, and the second mistake, it's not a mistake, it's natural. But the second disadvantage is while I'm moving backwards, because I want to get distance, I'm giving him space to what? To continue and attack. Keep going, yeah, to continue. Each time I go back, I give him more space to step and punch me. So what we're gonna do is this. You're gonna go crazy. Now the third situation. You're punching. Boom, my reaction was here. Yeah. Boom. And what happened? Let's break it down. I reacted naturally after getting a punch. Whoa. But here I'm saying, whoa, if I'm not gonna do something quick, when I'm here in this situation, I'm gonna be knocked out. I have a split of a second, I have a second here to do something. If not, I'm out. So here, against my instincts, I'm gonna dive in. Let's break it down again. You're punching, slow motion. While he's punching to my face, I'm gonna dive in and go to my counterattack. And when I'm closing the distance, while I'm diving in, he doesn't have the same reach with hands. One more time, slow motion, punching to the face, yeah. And diving in, try to punch. Yeah, now he doesn't have the same reach. Yeah, you already got punched, you move back first. You move back, now dive in. Oh, and yeah, nice. We had today handling not just how to react against one strike, with multiple strikes when I'm defending with my hands and using my legs. That was the second situation. And the third one, when I already got punched, right? I move back. This is a natural situation. It's not what I want to happen, but it could happen. And then diving in, closing the distance, surprisingly moving to my own counterattacks. Thank you, guys. Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Welcome back guys to our Krav Maga class. Thank you for joining us. Today we have Ida and Avnel. Ida is going to be learning she's going to have her first Krav Maga class. So we decided today, actually, to take a little step back and understand what's so special about Krav Maga and what is it designed from. It has main 3 principles. Okay? First principle is to know how to strike and kick and hit someone. A strike is something very important. Let's imagine I have Avner here, right? And he's gonna hold my hand, my arm, okay? And I don't really know how to release his hold. I don't really know. Okay, and we assume that the attacker is always stronger. That's what we always assume. But when I'm holding your hand and I start pulling you towards the car, you have enough confidence to come towards me and give me a kick towards the groin, right? Imitate. Boom! What's gonna do? You're gonna release the hold. Yeah. That means that sometimes in Krav Maga, you could get out of the situation. You could defend yourself without knowing too much techniques. So now we're actually gonna test out the second principle of Krav Maga, reacting. And we're lucky to have Ida, who has never done Krav Maga before. And that's the best thing actually how to test. What are reactions of a person, right? Mm-hmm. Now, Ida, if I'm going to be attacking you with a strike, you don't even know what hand I'm going to attack you. But if you do it very naturally, that's just what you do. Yeah, very instinctively, right? I didn't tell you what to do. Instinctively, we all react this way. So second principle in Krav Maga, react with your instincts. We don't have the time when someone attacks us in the street to think, oh, what did I learn in class? Right? Boom. We have to react with what our body tells us, an instinct. Now, just reacting with the instinct, of course, it's not enough. After you react with an instinct, right, we have to kind of attack. So you kind of, you haven't learned the palm strike yet, but you can, after the reaction, just attack with an open hand, and towards the face, and then kick towards the groin. Yeah, excellent. Now the third principle of Krav Maga. Avner, please come. We talked about someone holding you, right? Now, Avner, please hold Ida's hand. Ida's arm, right? Mm-hmm. Now, again, giving you 5 seconds, try to release it. Ready? 5, 4, don't let her. 3, 2, So the stronger usually win. And now we're teaching you what we call a technique. The third principle of Krav Maga is a technique. Or you don't want to attack the attacker right away. You don't want to strike the attacker right away. You don't want to create violence and blood. Or some situations you cannot. So here we're just going to teach you a simple technique that we learned in previous classes. With the other hand, hold your own fist. Yeah, make a fist and hold it. Just pull it up. Excellent. And one more time. 1. And go with all of your body motion up. Oh, excellent. Yeah, so hold it tight. 3, 2, 1, and pull up. It was not your instinct when I was holding you the first time to do this whole technique. It was, use all of your body motion. Yeah, it was not your instinct to do something like that. You had to learn it, and in order for it to become effective, you have to get it into your muscle memory. So that was our 3 principles of Krav Maga. 1, knowing how to attack. We can get away of many situations when with striking and kicking. 2, principle number 2, react. Rely on your instincts. We don't have time to think, oh, what did I learn in Krav Maga class? When someone attacks you, boom! You use your instinct. 3rd principle, techniques. You cannot always attack by yourself. You cannot always strike the attacker for certain reasons. So here we learned very simple technique that we can get away from it without striking. Very good job, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class.
If you guys are interested in learning any of the moves Owen taught us, make sure to check out our previous episodes.
Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Okay guys, today's class, defense against chokes. Guys, today we're going to be handling not just one choke. We want to learn, as we want to always try to understand in Krav Maga, what are the principles? What is the map of getting out of a choke? Ida, what did you learn last class? You learned one technique, that someone was holding your arm, and what did you do? You went up, right. What is the principle behind it? You learned how to do it, but we didn't explain the principle. The principle was that you were pulling your arm against two of my thumbs, right? I was holding your arm very strong, but you went and grabbed your own arm, your own fist, and you went up against two of my thumbs. That means that you went with all of your body weights against
Your thumbs.
two thumbs. Now we have Avner, who is gonna be choking me from the front. That's here. Okay, now I'm gonna show it one time, quick, and then we'll break it down. Avner, choke. Here, I'm bringing my hands and going towards his
Thumbs.
again, thumbs. From here, I'm going explosive, boom, towards the outside, give a knee, a kick, and continue with more counterattacks. Right? But what was the first principle? Again, going on the thumbs. Why on the thumbs? The thumbs is any base of any grip, of any hold. When you hold, the thumb is the base. When you choke, the thumb is the base. A choke without a thumb is not a choke. Okay? There is no, try to choke me without thumbs, without your thumbs, it's not a choke. It's not a choke anymore. The base of the choke is the thumbs. So what I do, I bring my hands towards the thumbs, and now I go explosive. So I can breathe. Boom. So again, I use all of my body strengths, explosiveness against two thumbs. Okay, Ida, let's give it a shot. Avner, Ida, come here. Avner, please try and choke Ida. First, put your hands slowly, and now you bring the hands from the outside on those thumbs, and now you go explosive towards the outside. Excellent. Try not to go too far away, just a tiny bit towards your chest. Ready? Excellent. Now let's use the same principles, and now we have a choke from the side. Ida, what do you think I would do here?
Also, you have to release his thumbs.
Where's the thumb? Here, right?
Yeah.
So I bring hand to the thumb. Again, and then I attack. Oh. Choke her. Same principle. With the far hand towards the thumb. The other hand can help here. Excellent. Now choke her tight. Thumb. Yeah, tighter. Choke. Oh. A choke from the back. No, come from the back. Choke. Where would I go, Ida? Towards his fingers or towards backwards, so towards his thumbs?
The thumbs.
The thumbs. Again, the same principle. One. And continue with counterattacks. Okay? Give a choke. Boom. Boom. Right? So now, Ida, your turn again. From the back. Choke. You're going to go towards the thumbs. And explosive down. Excellent. Now, when you go explosive down, you're also going to go backward at the same time, diagonally backward. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Excellent. Now choke her tight on the thumbs. Excellent. So here we see actually what we handled. A choke from the front. Boom. From the side. Boom. And from the back. Yeah. That the same principles was over and over again. Use the thumbs. Excellent. So sometimes if there is a choke coming and you don't know how to handle it, always look for the
thumbs.
Thumbs. Thumbs up, guys. Good job. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class.
If you guys are interested in learning any of the moves Owen taught us, make sure to check out our previous episodes.
Hello everyone, welcome to our Krav Maga class. I'm Oren Malul, I'm a Krav Maga and fitness expert, and today we're going to teach you guys some effective and practical self-defense moves. Welcome back guys to our Krav Maga class. Today we're going to continue from last episodes. We were handling chokes. Today we're continuing, and we're going to handle two chokes that have a little exception. Choke from the front with a push, and choke from the back with a push. Okay? Avner, choke. Now, here, what we learned last classes is a defense against a choke from the front with a push. Now, why, Ida, I cannot go towards the thumbs? You see that I did something different here? We learned last classes, every choke is always with a thumb. So what happens here? Right? Is it wrong? Here, first reaction, I'm trying to react with going towards the thumbs. The problem is that because he's pushing me, right, I don't have the same strength and explosiveness, right? Because he's pushing me using his momentum. And here I'm gonna have a very hard time to really release his choke when he's also pushing me and I'm off balance. And I'm gonna have a hard time. One, to release, and two, to throw a kick when I have to step back. So the principle of today, anytime when someone is pushing you, you do rotation. You rotate and you break his motion, his momentum with rotation. I want you to learn from the back, not from the front, from the back with a push. So now he is pushing me, oh, and push, oh, boom, ooh, eish. When he choked me from the front, I went back, right? And then I rotated with my elbow. Now look, he's choking from the back and he's pushing again. First step, always go with him, don't try to resist. The attacker is stronger, so always go with him. So step forward. Step two, put one leg forward. Choose the moment that you feel stable to put one leg forward and rotate with the elbows. So the attacker is pushing us. Step one, step new, step and rotate. Yeah, now the rotation. Yeah, one more time. Step, 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 left leg, rotate. Yeah, now look at me. See this leg?
Yes.
See this leg? This leg helps with the rotation. Boom. Excellent. Third step, I'm holding the attacker. Imagine there's an attacker. I'm holding him and giving him knees with the front knee. First thing, I go forward. Right, second thing, step forward. Now rotation together. Hold and knee. Excellent. With me now. Step, 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 left and together. Rotation. Hold. Excellent. Right away after you break his choke, really try to reach with this end and the other. Yeah, and then give a knee while pulling me as well. Boom. One more time, guys. I'm holding, choking, and pushing. Excellent. And knee, knee. Push me away. Good job. To conclude, guys, we had today an exception to the rule of releasing a choke with always the thumbs. We talked that if the choke is with a push, doesn't matter if it's from the front, or if it's from the back. Here I'm not looking for the thumbs because I'm having a hard time to find it. I'm gonna rotate. Okay, so that's what we had today. 2 chokes from the front and from the back, mainly from the back with a push. Good job, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class.
If you guys are interested in learning any of the moves Owen taught us, make sure to check out our previous episodes.
עוד יותר, כן, עוד יותר, עוד יותר, כן. מזל טוב.
אתה הכי טוב. עוד יותר טוב.
אלבר, רק את הטוב. ועוד הנפקה מוצלחת בחברת ההייטק הישראלית.
אולי תהיה יותר טוב משם.
גבירותיי ורבותיי, נחתנו בהפתעה בנמל התעופה בן גוריון. ברוכים הבאים לישראל.
Israel is strong and growing. Now, more than ever, is the time to make Aliyah.
On October 7, I was here, at the Nova Music Festival. I ran for my life, hid for 7 hours. Terrorists shot me, twice. Thankfully, I survived. I'm still dealing with trauma, and I'm not alone. 3 million Israelis are in trauma. They need mental health care or physical rehabilitation. Wounded soldiers, families, and scared children.
Since 1912, Hadassah has been a life-changing force in Israel. Today, Hadassah has 2 world-renowned hospitals, pioneers breakthrough medical research, cares for youth, and has built the much-needed and largest rehabilitation facility in Jerusalem.
Thank you to everyone at Hadassah Hospitals. You've been helping me, and so many others. And a special thanks to one nurse, my mom. I love you.
On Rosh Hashanah, every bite of apple and honey holds a quiet prayer. May this year be better. May it be sweeter. But the blessing of sweetness stands on the edge of disappearing. Bee populations are collapsing from habitat loss and disease, taking with them something more than honey, a promise to future generations. Technion researchers are harnessing the power of science, racing to save our world's tiniest heroes before it's too late. They're creating AI-powered hives that protect and heal, and robotic bees that lend a helping wing. L'dor v'dor, from generation to generation, means caring for every link in the chain, keeping the sweetness of this holiday alive. Because tradition isn't just about the past, it's about the future we have the courage to create.
Some family secrets aren't locked in safes. They're locked in language. Your heritage is waiting in Hebrew. The conversations at dinner tables, the inscriptions on heirlooms, the letters that shaped your history. When you study with Rosen Hebrew School, you can discover your family's past. In months, not years, you'll connect with long-lost ancestors through language. Stop being a spectator in your own family story. We don't just teach Hebrew, we unlock the stories that made you, you. Which family mystery will you solve?
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Ladar Govelazi, and coming up in today's newscast. Hamas returns 2 more hostages' bodies. 19 deceased still remain in Gaza. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel has not yet completed its war goals and vows to continue until victory. Meanwhile, in Gaza, the ceasefire is holding, but Hamas continues to murder and execute Palestinian civilians, including a mother and her 2 children. The ink may have dried on the peace deal, but the war is far from over. Hamas still holds 19 hostages in Gaza and has yet to disarm. The terror group is conducting mass executions of Palestinians in Gaza in an effort to regain control of the Strip following the IDF withdrawal. Israeli officials are concerned that Hamas will not uphold its end of the agreement. And even U.S. President Donald Trump has said that he will give the green light to resume the fighting should Hamas refuse to disarm. Today, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that Israel has not yet completed its war goals and vowed to continue until victory. Meanwhile, the bodies of 2 more Israeli hostages, including the last remaining female hostage in Gaza, have been returned to Israel and have already been identified at the Abu Kabil Forensic Institute. ILTV's Devo Klein has more.
The bodies of 2 Israeli hostages were brought by Hamas to the Red Cross at 10 p.m. last night. They were then transferred to the IDF, where the remains were taken to the Abu Kabir Forensic Institute for positive identification. They were identified as 27-year-old Haifa student Inbar Hayman and 39-year-old IDF tracker Samir El Atrash. Hayman was abducted and murdered during the Hamas-led October 7th attack at the Nova Music Festival. El Atrash, a tracker in the Gaza Division's Northern Brigade, was killed fighting terrorists near Nahal Oz that same day, and his body was taken into Gaza. The Prime Minister's office expressed, quote, deep sorrow to their families, reaffirming Israel's commitment to bring back all fallen hostages for proper burial. Hamas did not identify the remains, similar to earlier handovers when one body turned out to belong to a Palestinian. The terror group is still holding 19 deceased hostages. U.S. mediators say locating all remaining bodies could take weeks, but they vowed that nobody is getting left behind. An Israeli spokesperson said every last hostage body will be returned for burial.
We will not compromise on this, and we will spare no effort until our fallen hostages return, every last one of them. Hamas agreed to release all 48 of our hostages in phase 1 and made the specific confirmation to President Trump, and we are expecting to see the terror organization uphold their side of this agreement.
Families of the hostages returned to Israel since the start of the ceasefire have been burying their loved ones. Hundreds lined the streets of Rishon